Chapter 741. The Incredible Third More. The ninja continent is vast and boundless. Some ordinary people are so poor that they may not be able to finish it. Even ninjas are rarely fully accessible. Although the entire ninja continent seems to be dominated by only the 5 major ninja villages. Their existence is just the tip of the iceberg. Some remote, indigenous, or various and so on, exist. Some of them don't even know the existence of ninja and ninjutsu, and they only live here all their lives. Frontier. Gong Yi at this moment has come here. Sage mode exited, Gong Yi also landed his feet in the air. Now he stood on the towering peak, quietly looking ahead. After a long journey, he also came here at this moment. The terrifying sense of consciousness spread. Gong Yi locked his gaze on a cave in front of him that was shrouded in thick fog. Nice place, it's really hard to find here. Uchiha Obito's chakra clearly, Gong Yi's handsome face showed a smile. What are you going to do now, Fei? Inside the cave in the border jungle, Uchiha Obito asked, who was showing his half-body and looking forward. I have already made arrangements. Even if Nagato is already dead, it doesn't matter at all. Sitting on the half-human high stone in front of him, Uchiha Obito said indifferently, without the slightest turbulence. For him, it doesn't seem to feel any irritability at all now. As if the entire plan to follow, he still seems to be a perfect master. Okay. Looking at Uchiha Obito's appearance, Ju shrugged and replied. Now that Obito has a plan, he won't go any further. Is there any arrangement? Let's hear it. At this time, when the two were silent for a moment, a playful voice suddenly appeared. It seems to be carrying an echo, constantly echoing in the cave. Uchiha Obito. Ju. Both of them sank suddenly in their hearts. Eyes immediately. Looking along the source of the voice, there was a man standing in the empty place just now. He was wearing a black combat uniform, with an outstanding temperament, and his long black hair was meticulously tucked behind him. On the handsome face, a pair of dark pupils are like the sun, the moon and the stars, so that people can't help but be drawn in. The identity of a man is echoed in Yuba Obito Yuju's heart. Konoha Village 5 generations Hokage Gong Yi. This, how is it possible? Seeing the sudden appearance of Gong Yi, was definitely more shocked than you two. He clearly came here, and he has set up surveillance around him. Now if there is any trouble outside, you will know it at the first time. Now, the 5 generations of Hokage Gong Yi in front of him have all come to his side, and he has not noticed anything. Cold sweat broke out behind him, and he thought it was a bit incredible. Gong Yi just now, if he has a purpose, the two of them will not have time to react at all. Put it bluntly, whoever he is quietly trying to kill may not find the source until death. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito and Ju, the two of them are even more afraid of Gong Yi. It's true that Gong Yi is strong, but his elusive and invisible abilities are even more terrifying. You're a guest, Mr. Madara. Back to his senses, finished speaking with a smile, and then immediately sank into the ground. Now he doesn't want to be here, to participate in the affairs of the two. After all, in the eyes of everyone, he is only an existence in charge of investigation. Seeing Ju's departure, Uchiha Obito just looked down and ignored it. Next second, he turned his head to look at Gong Yi again. I really didn't expect that Lord Hokage would still be able to find me here. It took me a lot of trouble to find you. With a smile on Gong Yi's face, he said lightly. What do you want to do? Uchiha Obito's whole body suddenly began to have a trace of chakra fluctuations, and he was obviously ready to act at any time. Hee, you are so unfriendly, it really makes me sad. Gong Yi shrugged, with a sneer on his face. After all, we haven't seen classmates for a long time. That's how you treat old classmates. Old classmate. Hearing Gong Yi finish speaking, Uchiha Obito sighed inwardly. The orange Uzumaki mask, there was a hint of shock on his face. But soon, he also immediately recovered and said coldly, "I don't understand what you are talking about. Obito, it's not like you used to be." Smile on his face, Gong Yi continued, "No, it's Uchiha Obito after all. I always cared about this name back then." Quote. Hearing Gong Yi's words, Uchiha Obito fell silent. Now that he was behind the mask, his eyes began to widen. Uchiha Obito, this familiar and unfamiliar name, made him recall a lot. "I don't know how long it has been, I haven't heard such a name. But, Uchiha Obito." He doesn't have any nostalgia, but immediately started to get tense. His first reaction at the moment was just incessantly thinking about where he was exposed. After all, since Uchiha Madara died, he has been impersonating him like this, and it is impossible for anyone to know his true identity. "What do you mean?" Uchiha Obito suppressed his composure, and said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Obito, the descendant of my clan." Although he was ready to strike at any time, Uchiha Obito did not admit it. For him, now that the situation is in front of him, he feels that the 5 generations of Hokage in front of him are deceiving him. If he admits it so vaguely, it is very likely that he will be trapped. Gong Yi's prophetic plot skills, Uchiha Obito. Naturally, I don't know. His current identity cannot be revealed, because once it is really revealed, then the future plan can be said to have completely collapsed. Therefore, in such a situation, Uchiha Obito knows what he says, and he will never admit it easily. After all, this is related to everything in the future. How could it be exposed by Gong Yi in a few words? Just like that, Uchiha Obito admitted that it was too much to make people feel like a joke. Hee. Obito's voice just fell, and now Gong Yi's sarcastic expression is even stronger. He naturally knew that it was impossible for Uchiha Obito to admit this easily now. Chapter 742. An old classmate's reminiscence. Forget it, get rid of the annoying things first, let's have a good reminiscence. Seeing that Uchiha Obito was unwilling to admit it, Gong Yi didn't stop talking nonsense. A chakra burst into the sky immediately. As soon as Gong Yi's voice fell, he saw it immediately. Raise your finger to the other side. Immediately, a golden light appeared, illuminating the surrounding dark caves brightly. Yes. Uchiha Obito this time, he is also immediately. Dodge. No one would have thought that Gong Yi was still talking 1 second, and the next second he suddenly released an attack. But, Gong Yi didn't pay any attention to Uchiha Obito now, his attack was below the other side. The golden brilliance instantly condensed and formed a golden longsword. It is incomparably sharp, extremely sharp, and it looks like it has a kind of slaughter. Swish. As soon as it appears, immediately rushed into the ground. Was a loud bang, and the whole cave was shaking. And the ground that was full of gravel shattered before, and the inside was just right to be penetrated. He didn't leave at all, but has been hiding here 100 meters away. Ju's face at this moment was astonished, and his eyes widened. Obviously, he couldn't believe that he was hiding so well. How could he be discovered that his thoughts had just arrived here, and his whole body gradually turned white, and finally became a pool of liquid. As the spore clone. The corner of the eye, Gong Yi shrugged and smiled playfully. He didn't show any surprises, even everything was in the master. There are a huge number of them, and at the beginning, 100,000 were produced by the real Uchiha Madara. The end which is the main body, in the end which is the avatar, Gong Yi can't actually tell. Because they seem to have individual lives, completely different from the previous clones. But it doesn't matter. If you die now, it will ruin your plan. Reason to get rid of him is that Gong Yi doesn't just like someone eavesdropping here. Well, the reason are that simple, nothing else. Is it absolutely? While retreating, Uchiha Obito couldn't help biting Kiba. 5 generations of Hokage, I really underestimate you. Haha, classmates, our conversation Naturally, I don't want to be heard. Gong Yi's previous stern power was withdrawn, and he continued with a smile without changing his face. After all, after I heard the news of your death, I still had a moment of silence for you. But I have to say that your last death also fulfilled your new life this time. Gong Yi smiled lightly, showing a hint of reminiscence. Quote. But although Gong Yi kept talking here, Uchiha Obito didn't answer a word. Silence, endless silence. Under such circumstances, Uchiha Obito seemed to feel that he had nothing to say. Before that, he felt that everything was being controlled by his master. All things are under their own control. The entire ninja continent were also toyed with and applauded by themselves. Whether it's the so-called Omura people, or the scary Akatsuki. They are all chess pieces on their own chessboard, and all of them are being walked according to their own will. But today, while he was still, complacent, feeling that all the plans were about to be completed. Now Gong Yi's sudden appearance makes Uchiha Obito doubt his life. When did he expose himself so perfect? How could it be possible to expose Uchiha Obito thinking about all his actions and all the arrangements before? He thinks that he is perfect, and it is impossible for him to be discovered. Especially since he had been behind the scenes before, it was impossible for anyone to find out. In fact, that's how it was. Everything was done so perfectly by himself, which made it a little hard for him to accept it. Gong Yi in front of him has been deeply troubled by Uchiha Obito, and now his exposure is not a good thing for him. It seems that all this has not been hidden from you. A long time, Uchiha Obito immediately broke the silence. Of course he didn't lie to me. Seeing Uchiha Obito finally admit it, Gong Yi's face was even more smiling. I know everything about the entire ninja continent, but I didn't say it. Everything in the entire ninja continent is clear. Uchiha Obito behind the mask showed a trace of disdain on his face. You are really arrogant, far from what you used to be. The way it was. Gong Yi chuckled, his tone was flat. That's just the self-protection of the weak. If you are like me, not all are the same. But today is different. Our positions have been repositioned, so it's more clear that the two of us are really faithful. Looking at Uchiha Obito, Gong Yi didn't have the slightest mood swing. Huh, is that so? Uchiha Obito did not have the joy of reuniting with the old man after a long absence, but he was still thinking carefully here. At present, it is obviously a very unwise choice to choose to go to war with Gong Yi. At this moment, Sharingan seems to be completely unable to affect him. As for Rinnegan, recalling what happened to Nagato before may not have much effect on Gong Yi. At the same time, under the current situation, no matter what method I use, it is impossible to kill him easily. Even if he really defeated him, once he escaped, his current identity would be exposed. Well, not to mention that the current Gong Yi is strong, and if he fights with him, it is not necessarily who will win. A simple measure, if you really make a move, your side will only be more passive. Moreover, there is an even greater risk that the plan will fail in the future. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito's expression darkened even more. Just a short while, no matter how much he thinks about it now, Uchiha Obito can't find the perfect solution. It seems that I can only be led by the nose and cannot resist at all. His face was extremely gloomy, and his heart was covered with a layer of haze. He was still there before. A very confident plan. After Gong Yi came out today, it actually made him feel that there was no end. Because of this sudden change, he never thought that this would happen. His identity was exposed, which is the most deadly. Because in the next plan, the identity of Uchiha Madara will determine the future of everything. Chapter 743. Realize true peace. You better stop thinking here. Gong Yi looked at Uchiha Obito a little funny. Gong Yi had already thought about Uchiha Obito's reaction. After all, it was still there before. I felt that I mastered ninjas, and mastered everyone's dynamics. Looked back, I found that I was also under control, and at the same time, it was clear to others. This kind of feeling is indeed a little uncomfortable and a little unacceptable. Especially knowing the current Uchiha Obito, his plan is about to be completed. Now such a thing, no doubt, is actually a great blow to him. But Gong Yi doesn't matter, this is what he wants. Only by letting his mental defenses gradually collapse first can he better execute his plan. Gong Yi didn't wait for Uchiha Obito to speak again, but continued to laugh. I came to see you today, but I actually have a very important matter. Very important thing. Uchiha Obito looked at Gong Yi with a hint of surprise on his face behind the mask, but he was quickly suppressed. There can be anything important between you and me. Hee, since I said there is, then naturally there is. The smile on Gong Yi's face was undiminished. I came here today for a very simple purpose. I want to join hands with you to start the fourth ninja war together. What did you say? Uchiha Obito seems to have heard it wrong. As soon as Gong Yi's voice fell, he immediately couldn't believe it. Cooperating with me in the fourth ninja world war opened his heart trembling, and now he is a little bit at the Gong Yi in front of him, completely unable to see got it. This plan seems to be what I want to implement next. But he couldn't imagine how this Gong Yi in front of him knew. Could it be that his own plan was really exposed? Such a seamless plan, Uchiha Obito could not imagine how it could be exposed. At the same time, now in this situation, Uchiha Obito can also clearly understand. Only oneself and Ju are the only ones who really know about this plan, and it is absolutely impossible for a third person to know about it. Never betrayed himself when Uchiha Obito thought of this, he couldn't help but laugh. It's impossible to betray yourself, and it is impossible. Therefore, thinking about it like this now, Uchiha Daiichi's face became more and more fearful. Forcibly suppressing all negative emotions, Chia Obito sneered. Hokage, you really surprised me a little, and you can still come up with such a thing. Joining with me to start the First World War, this really doesn't look like the fifth generation of Hokage, you said it yourself. Tone in his voice, Uchiha Obito wanted to let it go and preempt it. Oh, is this kind of weird? Gong Yi was not affected at all, but continued with a smile. Now the entire ninja world has been rotten for too long, and a real war is needed. And your plan is to want peace, so is my plan to want peace. His hands, Gong Yi no. Waiting for Uchiha Obito to speak, he said lightly, it's just that your peace is illusory, while mine is real. It's real. Do you want to be like the original Hokage Senju Hashirama? You just want to rely on those ridiculous tailed beasts to shock and restrain each other in order to achieve the so-called peace. Uchiha Obito has been shocked many times, and he seems to have gradually calmed down for. Gong Yi said such words. He already knew that Gong Yi in front of him seemed to know everything about him. When thinking of this, Uchiha Obito let go of himself instead of being scruples and hiding. Of the two at the moment is to open the skylight and speak brightly. The idea of the original Hokage Senju Hashirama was too stupid for me. Gong Yi shrugged and said in a deep voice, and your idea is also a bit stupid, and I can't agree with it. The real peace I want to implement is to completely unify the ninja continent. Gong Yi also made no secret that he still needs Uchiha Obito later, so it doesn't matter what the blueprint of this plan is. He is only revealing his ultimate goal, not his own plans. Smile, Gong Yi said, it's very simple to want true peace. With Konoha village as the core carrier, the overall master and the rest of the big villages will not be hindered by any interests. All the separate individuals, there will be greed, and the greed will be war. It's just a matter of integrating these bodies into one, then there will be no competition for each other. Gong Yi's righteousness is right now, but in reality it's just for the sake of being able to rule the ninja continent. Achieving true peace. Sorry, Gong Yi is not really that great. All of this is nothing more than just fooling Uchiha Obito. Well, now your last resort is to cooperate with me. Not giving Uchiha Obito a chance to think and speak, Gongyi said thoughtfully, Akatsuki has already existed in name only, and there is no one who can help you. And with you, you can catch the tailed beast, but you can't get the tailed beast in my hands. Gongyi smiled unabated, and said as if showing his cards, now I can tell you, the 3 tails, the 4 tails, cubit 9 tails are all in my hands. If you want to complete the next plan, I don't think I need to say more about the importance of the 3-tailed beast. Now with your current ability, I don't think it's possible to do much. Ignoring Uchiha Obito, Gongyi said to himself, if you simply want to use Kabuto, it's not enough. After all, if you don't promise me, Kabuto won't help you either. At the same time, you may also lose the identity of Uchiha Madara, as well as your next plan, and the tailed beast. Gongyi's face was more playful, and there was no hidden threat at all. If you lose your identity as Uchiha Madara, you are just a joke, and without the tail beast, your plan will end. Well, what is waiting for you may be the endless pursuit and killing, as well as the wanted of the entire ninja continent. Damn. As soon as Gongyi finished speaking, Uchiha Obito couldn't help cursing, clenching his fists. Now that he was beaten to death, he never thought that Gongyi would know this level. And you will be threatened unexpectedly. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read and collect. Push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates, find 99 novels. Chapter 744. Threats and warnings. Hearing Gongyi's words at the moment, Uchiha Obito fell into passive even more. Gongyi's unreserved threat successfully silenced Uchiha Obito. Behind the Uzumaki-shaped mask, there is an indescribable expression. Gloomy as water, his eyes were full of cold killing intent. But Uchiha Obito held back, he still didn't choose to do it. In this situation at this moment, everything still has a chance to ease. Once you do it yourself, then you will have to fight with the 5 generations of Hokage Gongyi in front of you. And die endlessly. Uchiha Obito is naturally not stupid, he will not put himself in such a dilemma. Now, once they fall out, the only one who suffers is himself. His 5th generation Hokage Gongyi master has his own identity, the master has the purpose of collecting the tailed beasts, and the 3 subsequent tailed beasts are all under his control. No matter how he goes thinking, Uchiha Obito can only be a little embarrassed. But now Uchiha Obito has not given up. How can Uchiha Obito be relieved to cooperate with Gongyi without saying a few words about such a thing? If this is the case, it is impossible for Uchiha Obito to plan the entire ninja continent. Thinking of these, Uchiha Obito snorted coldly, plan to end the endless wanted without Uchiha Madara's identity. Lord Hokage, you are threatening me. Threat. Looking at Uchiha Obito still unwilling to compromise, Gongyi doesn't seem to bother to say more. What do you have to threaten me? What I just said should be called a warning. Based on your ability at the moment, it seems that you can't fight against me at all. Whether it's your Sharingan or Nagato's Rinnegan, it's useless at all. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't agree with me today. Gongyi said that he had turned his body sideways, showing that he was about to leave. However, on his face, the previous smile was no longer there, replaced by a piece of frost. But then, I will help you spread the plan well, and then grab you with my own hands, and finally use the ninja world continent. In the name of a hero, I can still complete my plan. Yes, think about it carefully, it's very convenient. The words were over, Gongyi was already there. Dodge to leave. I don't seem to get any benefit from joining forces with you. At this moment, Uchiha Obito's clenched fists slowly loosened. A rare dignified expression appeared on his face. He finally gave in. Although there is no real agreement, saying this sentence also shows his position. To cooperate is to cooperate. But, it must be mutual benefit. In the end, Uchiha Obito dared to gamble. Well, he couldn't gamble arbitrarily at all. What Gongyi said, although he obviously listened to it, he ignored it. But according to Uchiha Obito, Yi,'s understanding of Gong Yi in front of him, what I just said is not impossible. Therefore, if everything is really done according to what Gong Yi said, then his plan is likely to fail completely. A 5th-generation Hokage Gong Yi alone is enough for Uchiha Obito. If you add the rest of the shadows and the power of the ninja village, according to the current situation, it is not very optimistic. Although he is not afraid of the entire ninja continent, it is enough to make him very uncomfortable with Gong Yi constantly messing around here. As an old classmate, how could you be disadvantaged by joining forces with me? Seeing Uchiha Obito compromise, Gong Yi's face returned to a smile. He turned around, looked at Uchiha Obito and said lightly, 3 tails and 4 tails, I can give them to you. In this way, I don't think I need to say more about your future plan. Basically, it can be considered a success. Gong Yi knew what Uchiha Obito meant. Now, at this moment, is when you use your chips. Tailed beast, the reason why I wanted to capture it before is to use it now. The 3 tails are in Gong Ling's body, so naturally it is impossible to give them all to Uchiha Obito. Gong Yi has obtained a lot of chakras belonging to the 3 tails by using secret techniques before. That case, it's enough to populate Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. As for the 4 tails, Gong Yi also made arrangements. It is this time that it is ready to take the lead in weakening the opportunity of Iwagakure village. Iwagakure village has not been war-torn these years, and has been developing smoothly. Although it is not as good as Konoha village, but Onoki has been in control these years, and the strength is even more unbearable. 5 major ninja villages in the ninja continent, the overall strength of Iwagakure village has become the second only to the existence of Konoha village. This 4th ninja war, although all the villages seem to be doing their best. However, for villages like Iwagakure village and Konoha village, which have deep roots, there should be some reservations. This case, Gong Yi's first step in controlling Uchiha Obito is the matter of the 4 tails. 3 tails and 4 tails. Here, Uchiha Obito's words interrupted Gong Yi's thoughts. Just listen to him ask lightly, then what do you mean by EPUB, 9 tails? Hehe, what I said was to cooperate with you, not to help you complete your plan. Gong Yi's smile continued, and he said in a deep voice, EPUB, 9 tails, is up to his own abilities. I won't leave it to you easily. HMPH, as expected of 5 generations of Hokage, I really can't refute anything. Gong Yi's words left Uchiha Obito speechless. Just think about it, the relationship between the two seems more like a transaction. Gong Yi pays the tailed beast to keep the secret, and he needs to do a few things for Gong Yi. Not too bad. Although EPUB, 9 tails can't get it at the moment, but it's not in a hurry. In Uchiha Obito's mind, thoughts were racing, weighing the pros and cons in front of him. He wants to really resurrect the 10 tails and become the 10 tails people Jinchuriki, column force. Uchiha Obito doesn't think Gong Yi knows. His own plans for the Eye of the Moon were known to be irrelevant. The real plan is to resurrect the 10 tails and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, column force. At that time, he will have the power to suppress Gong Yi, and the other so-called shadows will not be his opponents at all. Once you get rid of these pesky guys, you will be able to recreate a truly beautiful world. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito's face returned to a smile. Feeling of letting his master take the initiative again seems very comfortable. As soon as I become a 10 tails Jinchuriki, column force, everything becomes, it seems less important. After returning to his senses, Uchiha Obito smiled and said, in this case, what exactly do you want me to do? Chapter 745. Cooperation with Obito. My request is simple, and you will do the same. Hearing Uchiha Obito ask, Gong Yi didn't talk nonsense either. Now that he has chosen to join forces, he has no reservations. Told Uchiha Obito what he had thought about for a long time. The first thing, I will hold a meeting of the 5 shadows later. And you need to appear in the Five Shadows conference and use the identity of Uchiha Madara to officially announce the opening of the Fourth Ninja World War. Gong Yi paused for a moment, then continued. The second thing, in the Fourth Ninja War that follows, I need your help to weaken the ninja power of the other 4 major ninja villages. Well, in general, it's these 2 things. Smile, Gong Yi shrugged and said, if you think about it carefully, I seem to be at a disadvantage. Well, I really didn't expect it. This, after being silent for half a second, Uchiha Obito smiled. The rest of the ninja village probably wouldn't have thought that the 5 generations of Hokage, the dignified Konoha village, had secretly counted them all. In order to unify, isn't such a thing inevitable? Gong Yi's face didn't change, he just responded lightly. If that's the case, I'd be happy to work with you to accomplish this. This is your best choice. Hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Gong Yi responded with a smile. Then when are you going to hand over the 3 tails and the 4 tails to me? Turning the corner, Uchiha Obito asked. Although it seems that the 2 have cooperated sincerely, in fact, Uchiha Obito is not a child. He doesn't trust the 5 generations of Hokage Gong Yi in front of him at all. Who knows now that he will suddenly play other tricks for himself, and it is true only when he takes the tailed beast into his hand. As a matter of sincerity, I will give you the 4 tails first. Gong Yi pretended to be thinking, he smiled and said, as for Sanwei, just wait until the end of the 5 Shadows meeting. No problem. Uchiha Obito also replied very happily. Gong Yi's words, he was not too surprised. If it were him, he would do the same, and would not hand over all the chips at once. However, in order to prove that we have joined forces for the first time. Waiting for Uchiha Obito to speak again, Gong Yi continued, this time I will give the 4 tails to Iwagakure village. When you want to get the tailed beast, go directly to Iwagakure village to capture it. And what I need you to help me is to weaken the power of the ninjas of Iwagakure village first. ... Uchiha Obito was speechless. Such a thing made him unexpected and did not seem to have imagined it. Sure enough, I cooperated with Gong Yi, and I didn't have an expected single. The tailed beast to the village of Iwagakure, so that if you want to get the 4 tails, you need to fight against Iwagakure. Once the situation is like this, the village will naturally suffer losses. And because of his, there will be some loss. In this way, he just paid an insignificant tailed beast, but it killed 2 birds with 1 stone. But even though I think about it now, I can't refuse it at all. Because Gong Yi had already promised to call the tailed beast to himself, but it was not given by himself. Hehe, Your Excellency Hokage, you are really calculating. Sneer, Uchiha Obito said. I don't mind if you understand it as a calculation. Gong Yi's expression didn't change, he just said lightly, now the people in the ninja continent have the 4 tails of the wind in my hands, so now I will give it directly to you, so I will sell myself equally, I will not do this. Do it. If you don't agree, you can choose not to. He shrugged, showing a look of indifference. Now in this situation, I have been constantly taking the initiative. Uchiha Obito, as long as he wants to complete the plan, he also wants to end it all smoothly. Then, he must obey himself. It seems that I have no choice at all. A hint of helplessness appeared on Uchiha Obito's face, and he said slowly. He was really helpless. Up with Gong Yi made him feel a little powerless. But every time he thought about what happened next to 10 tails, he could feel better. Now, things like this are bearable, and when the 10 tails are resurrected, they will all be the first to die by their own hands. Sake of the tailed beast, Uchiha Obito also rarely chose to be patient. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito asked, when are you going to hand over the 4 tails to the village of Iwagakure? Hearing this, Gong Yi replied, after I go back, I will contact Tsuchikage in Iwagakure village. But now there are some lack of Akatsuki members on my side. If you want to truly weaken Iwagakure village, the effect may not be very good. Nodding, Uchiha Obito looked at Gongyi and said thoughtfully. You don't have to worry about it. Isn't there Kabuto now? A smile, Gongyi replied as if he had already guessed what Obito was going to say. Kabuto. That's right. That guy is still a little unreliable. Uchiha Obito shrugged and spread his hands. His impure world reincarnation, as far as I know, has quite a few cage-level powerhouses. With a playful expression on Gongyi's face, he continued, using them, not only can you easily grab the tailed beast, but also simply weaken some Iwagakure villages. I see. Uchiha Obito's face was cloudy, but he didn't refute anything. In fact, he couldn't help but scold him. He seemed to understand the 5 generations of Hokage in front of him a little too much. Even though he has only a few subordinates at present, Gongyi is clear about their affairs, but he just thought about it. When Kabuto captured the 4 tails, he met Kabuto once. Well, thinking about it this way, maybe he should have known it at that time, but it doesn't matter. Such a thing could not help reminding Uchiha Obito. Although Kabuto can't threaten Gongyi, it doesn't mean he can't threaten the rest of the ninja village. In the 4th Ninja World War that followed, either I had to fight these. The village is an enemy. It's not a bad thing to weaken them first. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito looked at Gongyi again. Then I'll leave first, and I'll wait until the 4 tails enter Iwagakure village. Action. Good. Gongyi nodded and didn't try to keep Uchiha Obito. It's rare for old classmates to meet and reminisce about old times. But they don't exist, they just want to expand each other's interests. Chapter 746. The First Strong Village. 2 days later, the Ninja Continent. After Gongyi and Uchiha Obito reached a cooperation, the 4 tails were captured by Gongyi's Konoha village. The other 4 major ninja villages have all begun to learn about this matter. In fact, some people have speculated before that the 4 tails may have been resurrected and taken away. But many people are suspecting that it, like the 8 tails, was secretly captured by Akatsuki. And there are a few people who are also suspecting that it was Hokage Gongyi of Konoha village who caught it. Today, when this news came out, there was also an uproar. Because Konoha village is already strong enough, ninja power, resource development, all have opened a great distance from the rest of the village. Now especially in the entire ninja continent, the rest of the ninja villages have no tailed beasts, but Konoha village still controls Kyubi, 9 tails. Kyubi, 9 tails, is the strongest tailed beast in the entire tailed beast, and it is enough to be feared. Now that Konoha village, which is the strongest, has a lot of people who have won the 4 tails, I am a little bit worried. Human nature is like this, they are all greedy, and they all look down on others. Now the situation in Konoha village makes the rest of the ninja village begin to express their opinions a little bit. Because they worry that once the balance is lost, there may be things that everyone is unwilling to face. Iwagakure village, Tsuchikage office. Now the 4 tails have really been taken away by Konoha village. Onoki looked at Yamazaki Akashi in front of him and asked in disbelief. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage, we have accurate information to prove it. Aka Yamazaki nodded, looked at Tsuchikage, who had become a little old man sitting in front of him, and replied, 4 tails are not rumors in Konoha village, but true. I've met the spy in Konoha before, and I'm pretty sure. With an extremely solemn and serious face, Yamazaki spoke in red. Well, he is a ninja with a high voice in Iwagakure at the moment, and his strength is also the target pursued by all ninjas in Iwagakure village at this moment. At the same time, he is also Gongyi's avatar of consciousness, and also the strongest undercover agent Gongyi placed in Iwagakure. Today's avatar of consciousness has completely reached the core high-level position of Iwagakure village. He also learned a lot of many secret things one after another. It can be seen from today's time that Tsuchikajinoki was able to let his divine consciousness do it, which is enough to prove how much he values him. Years of camouflage, and the show of strength, made Onoki trust him more and more. Just after Gongyi came back from Uchihaobato's side, he had already given him the news. Let him say and confirm that there are 4 tails in Konoha village. All of this was a plan that Gongyi had planned. Wanting to give the 4 tails to Iwagakure justifiably, I naturally took the initiative. First, I took the initiative, which is not a good thing for the reputation of the village and my own prestige. This will make people mistakenly think that Konoha village is afraid of Iwagakure village, so Gongyi will not do it if he wants to use the tailed beast to show his favor. Konoha village is already the #1 village, and it doesn't need to bow its head like anyone else. And the second, and the most important one. If I took the initiative to give the tailed beast to the village of Iwagakure without any trouble, Akatsuki at Uchiha Obito's place would immediately to take away. At the same time, the village of Iwagakure was destroyed. It's all about shifting the target to your own face. By some conscientious people, their cooperation with Uchiha Obito will definitely be made up by them. So now Gongyi has decided a long time ago to play a hard-to-find game. Only let Iwagakure village take the bait. In fact, this is the best choice. At that time, he can also use the return of the tailed beast as a price to extort some supplies. Well, the same routine, the same feeling, just a different village. Uchiha Obito has actually thought wrong before. He is killing 3 birds with 1 stone, not 2 birds with 1 stone. No, it can also be called 4 birds with 1 stone. Because when Iwagakure's 4 tails are lost again, the ninja power is also weakened. You can also go to the daimyo, and in his name, officially start to convene the rest of the daimyo for a meeting. Then, with the help of Uchiha Obito, a new round of 5 Shadows Conference was officially opened. In this way, all the plans after that are also linked, and you can also carry out your own final steps. Everything is ready, only the east wind is owed. At the same time, hearing Yamazaki Akaki's words, Onoki's face was gloomy, and his thoughts appeared. Gongyi's real plan, of course, he didn't know, and he couldn't think of it either. This will work. As Gongyi expected, Onoki is moving towards the next thing. He was really tempted, and wanted to go back to the 4-tailed Son Goku in Konoha village. As the strongest force to frighten the ninja village, it is impossible to say that Onoki is indifferent. Instead, he was desperately wanted by any ninja village to get the 4-tailed Monkey King. 4-tailed Sun Wukong is originally the tailed beast of their Iwagakure village. Laozi, a Jinchuriki column force of the 4-tailed Sun Wukong, is also a ninja of Iwagakure village. Put it bluntly, it should belong to its own Iwagakure village. If Laozi hadn't left, he would have died in the end. It's impossible for the 4 tails, and now Kabuto turns around and changes into the hands of Konoha village. Tsuchikage, now Konoha village has 2-tailed beasts. Looking at Onoki's gloomy face, the avatar of consciousness seemed to say with guidance, I think we should ask the 4 tails back. The 4 tails were originally from Iwagakure village, and they really shouldn't stay in their Konoha village now. Putting his hand on his chin, Onoki didn't know what to think. However, after speaking of the avatar of the consciousness, he actually has confirmed his thoughts. Send messengers to negotiate with Konoha village about the 4 tails Monkey King. The 5 tails in my current village have been captured by the hateful Akatsuki. Although they didn't suffer much loss, losing the tailed beast was extremely uncomfortable after all. If you can get the 4-tailed Monkey King back, maybe the development of their Iwagakure will be much better. This way, the missing loophole of the 5 tails is virtually filled. Akatsuki's current leader has been killed by Gongyi. From a normal point of view, the entire Akatsuki is now dead in name only. So the tailed beast is now in disguise, maybe it will be a little safer. Akatsuki probably won't act in time. Furthermore, Onoki was not afraid of Akatsuki, he had never seen Akatsuki before. So he thought that Akatsuki, perhaps, was afraid to set foot in his Iwagakure village lightly. Chapter 747. The Actions of Iwagakure Village. Yamazaki, what are your thoughts now? Onoki regained his senses in his thoughts, and asked Takashi Yamazaki again. I think it should be resolved in a peaceful way, and should not go to war with Konoha village. After thinking for a while, Yamazaki Akashi chose a very conservative answer. Well, that's what I think too. Although it was the same as not saying, Onoki nodded. Konoha village is developing strongly, we have absolutely no advantage over it. Especially the 5th generation Hokage, he's not a bad guy. When Onoki mentioned Gangyi, his expression changed a bit. He is also very strong now. If we try to provoke it, it will only make us passive. I don't think it's better that we send a mission to discuss with him. Yamazaki Akashi agreed with Onoki, saying, using the resources we currently have, we can exchange tailed beasts. Waiting for Onoki to speak again, Gangyi's divine avatar, Yamazaki Akashi continued. After all, Hokage of Konoha village is very arrogant. He doesn't think the tailed beast is of any use, and it is estimated that the reason why he has captured the 4 tails is for the sake of go in exchange for resources. Konoha village is currently developing strong and consumes a lot of resources. I think he will agree to our deal. Furthermore, since the 5th Hokage has the power to suppress the tailed beast, the 4 tails are not important to him at all. After careful analysis, according to what Gangyi explained to him before, he basically said it along the way. You're right. Moment of contemplation, Onoki nodded and replied, the best way now is indeed this. But this is our tailed beast, and it's really a bit uncomfortable to actually give them resources. Tightly, Onoki also fell into a tangled state. If he wants to get the tailed beast now, then naturally he has to pay a price. This price will definitely not be an ordinary price, and he is naturally a little troubled. According to Onoki's idea, he just wants to take back the 4-tailed Monkey King by himself. But when he thought about Gangyi's 5th-generation Hokage character, Onoki knew it was the most naive idea. He wouldn't agree with this statement of his Iwagakure village at all, and if he didn't fix it, he would have a deadlock relationship with. Although the relationship is not much better at the moment, but once there is a stalemate, I am afraid that the 4 tails will not be able to be obtained by myself no matter what. Lord Tsuchikage, you'd better think about it carefully. Yamazaki Akaji's face was expressionless, and he continued to speak. If we don't act first and let the rest of the ninja village take the lead, this is not a loss of resources. Starting to press Onoki a little, Yamazaki Akashi kept talking here. Just wait and see for a few days. You secretly spread some news to Konoha village and see their reaction. Thinking for a long time, Onoki said, then we try to get the 4 tails back at a very low price. Onoki is still Onoki, scheming. Having lived in Tsuchikage for decades, he is also a very cunning old fox. At this time, he is naturally thinking of self-interest. If he was directly asked to use the supplies to get the tailed beast back, he would still be a little uncomfortable. So, he is still trying to use opportunistic methods here. I understand Tsuchikage-sama. Yamazaki Aka nodded and didn't say anything more. Seeing that Onoki nodded silently, he immediately flashed away. Following Onoki's side, the consciousness clone is naturally careful everywhere. Once something is exposed, it can make a lot of things fall apart. Therefore, the avatar of consciousness seldom speaks, and rarely does too much advice. In this way, Onoki couldn't find any flaws, and he trusted him even more. This is the situation, and now there is no more suggestion for the avatar of the consciousness. Under such a rhythm, the avatar of the consciousness knew, and Gangyi also explained it. Everything can be clicked. Onoki will naturally weigh the pros and cons in it. Gangyi actually knows that this time Onoki will never watch the tail beast slip away. The village of Iwagakure is currently developing very well, and without the tail beast, Onoki would definitely consider it a huge shortcoming. Therefore, he will never give up easily. Konoha Village. Lord Hokage, things may be going bad. With a gloomy face, Nara Shikaku entered Hokage's office with a document. What's wrong? Hearing Nara Shikaku's voice, Gongyi looked up at him and asked. The fact that you took the four tails back to Konoha village has already been rumored. Nara Shikaku handed the document in his hand to Gongyi, and he said in a deep voice, I don't know what's going on, everyone in the ninja world knows it. Haha, was it spread out? After simply flipping through 2 pages of the document, Gongyi smiled lightly. There was nothing ugly on his face, but he was as calm as ever. He let Kimimaro spread the news. At the same time, it is just to attract the village of Iwagakure. To put it bluntly, everything is for planning, but also to promote the progress of things in the future. But these words, Gongyi is now not talking to Nara Shikaku first. Things may not be very good, and in that case, we will be passive. Still, Nara Shikaku, who doesn't know anything, analyzes it carefully. At this time, he fully played the role of a Hokage think tank. It will indeed be passive. After all, we have mastered the last 2-tailed beasts in the entire ninja continent. Closing the document, Gongyi nodded, agreeing to what Nara Shikaku said. However, at this moment, before Nara Shikaku could speak, Gongyi continued, our Konoha village is not afraid of any one person, nor any one village, and it is possible that they will cause a war. Right now, apart from Iwagakure village, the rest of the ninja villages can't protect themselves, and war is absolutely impossible. Shaking his head, Nara Shikaku said without veto, with their words, it is not easy to do anything with us now. So there's nothing to worry about right now. Shrugging his shoulders and showing a smile, Gongyi said, the 4 tails thing leaked out, and it's nothing, just let it go. But Shikaku-sensei doesn't need to worry about that. Interrupting Nara Shikaku, Gongyi knocked on the table, 4 tails have no meaning to us. In turn, if we can get some resources, it is actually not bad. Nara Shikaku looked at Gongyi for a while. Chapter 748. Weakness is the original sin. The crazy idea of exchanging 4 tails for resources, I am afraid that only the 5 generations of Hokage in front of me can think of. No ninja village on the entire continent would be able to say such a thing. Since Senju Hashirama was distributed to each ninja village tailed beast, they have been the strength of each other's ninja village to contain each other. Its location also symbolizes the power of a ninja village. The role of the tail beast is a symbol and a shock to the ninja village. Now Gongyi doesn't have them at all. Treat them as one and the same thing. But in fact, if you think about it, you can fully understand it. Because Gongyi is already strong enough, there is no need for a tailed beast to prove anything. Kill the 8 tails with 1 sword. Suppress the 6 tails at will. Catch 4 tails easily. Tailed beast, for the man in front of him, seems to have no threat or use at all. Yes. Perhaps their last function is to obtain resources and then improve the entire Konoha village. Now Nara Shikaku has a lot of thoughts in his mind, and he can't help but think a lot here. Silence for a moment. Nara Shikaku came back to his senses, seemed to sigh softly, and shook his head and said, anyway. That's right, then I'll just follow you, Lord Hokage. Well, now anyway, it has been leaked out, so just wait and see how it gets better. Gongyi nodded and smiled, and said lightly, actually, through this matter, Shikaku-sensei, you should go and investigate the spies in the village. This kind of thing has already been leaked out, so the level of this outer village spy is definitely not low. Gongyi looked up at Nara Shikaku and said lightly, shifting his gaze to another location. Of sending out the 4 tails is nothing more than a deal with Uchiha Obito. So he doesn't need Nara Shikaku, he cares too much about such things. I'm already investigating, and now this spy must not be appeased. Nara Shikaku's face was serious, and the whole person said in a deep voice, as we develop and become stronger, the number of spies in each village is also increasing. Under great power, these spies are nothing but clowns, no need to worry. Gong Yi didn't show any resentment on his face, he just murmured lightly. At the current state of Gong Yi, in fact, there is nothing that needs him to fight. As the power gradually became stronger, these people were not worth caring about to him. As a giant, why should you care about the current Gong Yi and the people in the ninja world? They are completely two-level existences. So no matter what they do, it won't affect me at all. All Gong Yi needs to care about at the moment is just follow his own plan and implement it normally. Well, now the rest of the ninjas. Indeed, the strength is not enough to fear. Nara Shikaku nodded and couldn't help but agree. It's true that they can't affect us alone. So Shikaku, sensei, these jumping beams need to be found one by one, and then solved. Opening another document on the table, Gong Yi said with a smile. Okay, I'll do it now. Originally, I wanted to come here and go to Gong Yi to discuss what should be done next. But when Nara Shikaku looked at it like this, he didn't seem to need it at all. Because after finishing speaking through Gong Yi, he felt, all of this seems really unnecessary. Today's Konoha village is no longer what it used to be, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Today's ninja power, as well as the overall comprehensive strength, Nara Shikaku still knows. Konoha village has enough proud capital. Thinking of this, Nara Shikaku can't help but admire Gong Yi secretly. The previously decayed village of Konoha seems to be reborn because of his appointment. No, it should be called transformation. The original Konoha village, although it is also known as the largest ninja village in the ninja world. However, in fact, it is still held back by the major ninja villages. At that time, Konoha village was strong, but one village could not fight against many villages. Such a delicate balance makes Konoha village not very comfortable. Because it can't really develop effectively, and it checks and balances each other. Sarutobi Hiruzen, when Namikaze Minato was in power, though also wanted to develop. Pity that after all, there is no such courage as Gong Yi, so I can only have regrets in my heart. Well, now it's different. Konoha village is no longer an existence that can be threatened and restrained by the outer village. It has risen completely. Nara Shikaku actually felt a little excitement in his heart, as well as the pride of being a Konoha village ninja. Able to be in Konoha village has long been a blessing for everyone and every ninja in their lives. The night is very quiet. The time of the day flies by in a blink of an eye. After briefly checking Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and briefly pointing at Naruto for a while, Gong Yi returned to the palace. He came into the house at this moment. Gong Yi just saw the little black snake coming with a snake letter. Not long after the bang, the little black snake turned into a white mist and disappeared in front of it. There was a hint of enlightenment on Gong Yi's face, and he murmured, "Is there any news from the avatar of the consciousness?" With a hint of a smile, Gong Yi disappeared immediately. The technique of Hiraishin is activated. By the time he reappears, he has already left the palace. After a few dodges, he was already standing at the border of the Fire Nation. Ahead is the Land of Grass, which links the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. As the buffer zone of the two major powers, they are naturally not strong. Small capitals and small ninja villages are all standard for passers-by. Their current existence can only be called a battlefield. When I see this, I can't help but think of the tragedy of Yahiko Nagato Conan 3. This is the sadness of a small country, and this is also the sadness of the weak. If a country is not strong, it will be reduced to the battlefield of a strong country. Strength is not strong, it will be reduced to cannon fodder in the war. Weakness is the original sin. This is also the reason why Gong Yi has not been easily neglected even though he has reached the current level of power. As long as you are not strong, it is very likely that you will be killed. Ninja World continent is like this, there is no fairness at all. When he came here, Gong Yi was clearly aware of it. Ninja continent, Just look at the power to speak. It is far from the harmony and happiness in the anime that Gongyi saw in his previous life. 4. A weak existence, the ninja continent, but an unimaginable darkness. Please download Fei Lu Shao Kan's latest chapter Baidu Search 99 Playmate Find 99 Novel Network and LT collection. Please keep this paragraph, otherwise you will be banned from collecting IP. Chapter 749. Country of Grass. In a barren and hidden jungle. With the help of the moonlight above, you can vaguely see a person standing in this jungle. He was wearing a black combat uniform, and his face was very handsome. Man is Gongyi. After Gongyi got the news of the avatar of the consciousness, he immediately came here. Things have been progressing very quickly, and Gongyi is not procrastinating. Iwagakure village's problem with the tailed beasts is resolved. Gongyi will immediately. I will communicate with the famous name of the country of fire and start the Five Shadows Conference. In this way, things in Iwagakure village need to go faster now. There is nothing that needs to be done slowly, there must be progress made faster. Swish. A dark shadow dazzled, and the speed was extremely fast. The moment he appeared, it was immediately kneeling halfway in front of Gongyi. Master. Avatar of Consciousness also came over from the village of Iwagakure, and he looked at Gongyi with respect on his face at the moment. How are things going? Seeing the appearance of the consciousness clone, Gongyi asked lightly. As a puppet created by himself using the seeds of divine consciousness, Gongyi doesn't have much politeness. His life is given by himself, and such respect is deserved. Moreover, now to put it bluntly, he and himself are completely one existence. Now the Tsuchikage side has shaken. Consciousness clone stood up and looked at Gongyi, and said in a deep voice, he wanted to wait and see before, but later, according to the master's words, I secretly put pressure on him. At the same time, this afternoon, you spread the news that the rest of the ninja village is ready to move, and the news that you want to get the Four Tails has been known to Tsuchikage. The consciousness clone continued carefully. Not long ago, Tsuchikage has notified me to send a team of messengers to officially enter Konoha village to discuss the issue of the Four Tails with you. Hehe, this Onoki moves so fast. Hearing the divine consciousness clone finish saying this, a smile appeared on Gongyi's face. Although it was Gongyi, he didn't think that Onoki would make a decision just after the news spread for a few days. Originally, due to Onoki's cautious and suspicious character and unwilling to suffer losses, Gongyi felt that he would have to think about it for a few more days. After weighing the pros and cons, this will carefully consider the next thing. But this time, Onoki was so happy that he didn't wait at all. If it weren't for the news of the divine consciousness clone, I wouldn't believe it. After all, Onoki has been in Tsuchikage's position for several years, and he is not a little old man for ordinary people. It must be because of a series of things such as the gods, clone being in the way, the loss of their 5 tails, and the severe situation in the ninja continent. Onoki reckoned that this bit Kiba. I want to use resources to recycle the 4-tailed Monkey King. Otherwise, according to Onoki's character, Gongyi would not believe that he would be like this. He is indeed a little anxious. The consciousness clone nodded and continued. After the 5 tails were captured by Akatsuki for a week, Tsuchikage has been brooding about the bosom-tailed beast. Now that I can finally see that the 4 tails have a chance to get it, it is estimated that this Tsuchikage should not want to wait. After careful analysis, the consciousness clone looked at Gongyi. In addition to the news that you keep spreading, Master, Tsuchikage was afraid that the rest of the ninja village would take the lead, so he did it immediately. Order was given. That's fine too. Gongyi smiled and said lightly, now Onoki can quickly take the tailed beast, so that we can continue to execute our next plan quickly. I've made all the secret arrangements for Iwagakure village. Avatar's face was serious, and there was no nonsense in the whole person. As long as Akatsuki arrives, Iwagakure village will definitely lose a huge part. Yes, although the power of Iwagakure village is not as good as that of Konoha, it is still a big threat. With satisfaction on his face, Gongyi said with a smile, although the fourth ninja war in the later period will weaken a lot of their ninja power, it is not enough. With this tail beast as an introduction, it is just right for them to lose first. Say it again. Well, Master, your plan is really perfect. Speaking of these, the Divine Consciousness Avatar couldn't help but praise. For everything in the future, it is natural to be cautious. Gongyi twitched the corners of his mouth, and there was always a smile on his face. As his avatar, he is the most trustworthy. My plan needs to be promoted by the avatar of my consciousness, so naturally I didn't hide it from him. As for the follow-up plan, Gongyi didn't say anything, and it will be gradually improved after preparation. However, here in Iwagakure village, it is necessary for the Divine Consciousness clone to come and go to the Master. After all, with his current identity, there is no way to appear in Iwagakure village. But the avatar of consciousness is different. He is Anbu who has completely mastered the village of Iwagakure, and Onoki has been very at ease with him. At the same time, using his status now, he can consume some of the ninja power of the whole Iwagakure village. Resist Uchiha Obito to take away the tail beast, and a large number of ninja forces are used to block it. Well, how to think about it, this is absolutely nothing wrong. After all, he is Onoki, but he needs to consume a certain amount of resources before Gongyi can return the tailed beast to him. Although he gave the four-tailed Monkey King to Uchiha Obito for the plan, he would not really suffer. Except, with the help of Uchiha Obito's hand, I was the first to consume the ninja power of Iwagakure village. Now he is just using the four tails to extort a lot of money from the upper Iwagakure village. Right now, Konoha village is booming, even though there are materials from Sunagakure village and materials from Kurigakure village. But it's a bit unbelievable, this is actually not enough for the Konoha village at the moment. Gongyi's methods are terrifying, and what he calls development is basically rebuilding the village of Konoha. Even the back mountain at the moment has been developed, and towering buildings have been built. Today's scene is really a bit similar to the scene in Naruto's blog in the next few decades. No, it should be taller than that time, and even more expansive. Gongyi's development of Konoha at the moment is far ahead of the ninja village in the ninja world for decades. Well, this has been removed. Relying on the experience retained in Gongyi's mind in his previous life, that is, the constant input of materials. In fact, this is the case, so now Gongyi is still trying to find supplies as much as possible. After all, if you don't want it for nothing, Gongyi will not refuse. Especially now, when there are still some shortages, this is even more so. Chapter 750, Resource Chips. Lord Hokage, there's a message from Iwagakure village. The next morning, Nara Shikaku came to Hokage's office. What's the news? Gongyi pretended to be completely ignorant at this moment and looked at Nara Shikaku. He had already returned to Konoha village after a brief communication with the Divine Consciousness clone last night. Now, seeing Nara Shikaku coming in here undoubtedly confirms the news of yesterday's avatar of consciousness. Now they are going to send an envoy to discuss with you, Lord Hokage, about the four tails. Sure enough. Hearing Nara Shikaku finish, Gongyi couldn't help but secretly said, "Send an embassy to discuss the matter of the four tails." Next second, Gongyi's face showed contemplation. Although he knew it in his heart now, he didn't show it very clearly. At this moment, Nara Shikaku didn't notice at all, but nodded solemnly and replied, "Now that the news has spread to the entire ninja continent, it is estimated that the village of Iwagakure, who is the original Master Four Tails, can't bear it anymore." "It's okay." Gongyi shrugged, put down the pen in his hand, and said with a smile, "Since they sent a mission and nothing else, it also shows that their Iwagakure village seems to want to resolve this matter in a peaceful way. Well, now if they can give some resources, it doesn't matter if the 4 taels are returned to them. At this moment, it is justifiable. Gong Yi said all the next arrangements. Now the 4 taels must be handed over to the village of Iwagakure, and I don't want to be left alone. It is useless except to promote the plan for itself in exchange for a lot of resources. Now I can clearly understand that my power has reached this level, and the tailed beast has not helped me at all. The tailed beast is a kind of tyrannical and shocking weapon for the ninja village of the entire ninja continent. But for Gong Yi, that's not the case. It should just be called resource chips. Well, if everything goes well, it is indeed a good choice. Nara Shikaku nodded and put down the document in his hand. In the village of Iwagakure, I think I should choose to compromise and not deal with this matter head-on. There was no difference in his face now, but it was still very plain. Nara Shikaku once talked to Gong Yi about the 4 taels before. Gong Yi had given Nara Shikaku a vaccination for a long time, and wanted to use the tailed beast to trade resources. So, now hearing Gong Yi say this, Nara Shikaku was not surprised, but was thinking about the next thing here. That is how to maximize the benefits of the current tailed beasts and ask for resources from Iwagakure village. World is intriguing. The ninjas are constantly confronting each other in the open and secret, and looking at each other is not pleasing to the eye. Now in the current situation, Nara Shikaku people, he will naturally choose to let Konoha village get more benefits. Especially now that he is at the core of Konoha village, the think tank of Hokage, and now he needs to play a bigger role in this situation. Looking at Nara Shikaku's appearance, Gong Yi revealed something unexpected. If Nara Shikaku didn't think about Konoha, he was still worried about the situation of Iwagakure village, which would be surprising enough. Now in such a situation, you can actually see that Nara Shikaku has been able to help himself to complete these. Thinking about it for a while, Gong Yi looked at Nara Shikaku and said, now the affairs of the Iwagakure village mission will be handed over to Mr. Shikaku, and the follow-up resource request will be based on your ideas. Don't worry, Hokage-sama, I'll prepare first. Nara Shikaku nodded, but did not deny it. Before many such similar things, Gong Yi also let Nara Shikaku do it. As a Hokage, it's not. Big and small matters are all up to you. Especially with the passage of time, the position of Hokage is more highly weighted. A small negotiating mission from the village of Iwagakure, who showed up to meet them in person. Obviously, things like this don't fit Gong Yi's current identity. There is nothing wrong with Gong Yi leaving Nara Shikaku to handle such a problem at this moment. The problem of resources is small, and now Gong Yi's main goal is to hand over the 4 taels to the village of Iwagakure smoothly. This is how the next plan can continue. Otherwise, it would be useless to keep 4 taels here. It doesn't bring anything to itself. Shocking and frightening the production resources of the outer villages, it is obvious that the 4 taels cannot occupy any of these 2 points. Not long. When Nara Shikaku left, the negotiating delegation from Iwagakure village arrived at Konoha village in the afternoon. They are extremely efficient and there is no delay at all. After sending the news with the ninja pigeon in the morning, I set off immediately. Of Earth and the Land of Fire seem to be very close. It still takes a few days to travel on a regular basis. However, Onoki already had an order, and the negotiating mission did not delay. They were non-stop, basically it took nearly a day, and they finally entered the village of Konoha. Central Administration Building, the conference room of Nova University. After being arranged here by the leading ninja, a group of negotiating Iwagakure village ninja delegation rested for a while. No one showed any negative expressions. Gong Yi has been famous for a long time in the entire ninja continent. What kind of character he is probably, there are still people out there who don't know this. Hokage is notoriously moody, and he can't be provoked at all. Of the various ninja villages were all afraid of him, and even the leader of Akatsuki was killed by him. Now in the entire ninja continent, if you think about it carefully, it seems that there is no such thing that the 5 generations of Hokage in Konoha village dare not do. Also, before they came, they were told by Tsuchikajinoki not to provoke Konoha village. Because their goal today is the tailed beast. If there is a problem, then the tailed beast will die prematurely. This is not allowed by Onoki, they all know it in their hearts. Even if the Konoha village goes too far today, a group of people in the Iwagakure village don't dare to say anything more. Of course, now Konoha village, not to mention, is also a regular reception, and they have not neglected them. Crunch. At this moment, the front door was pushed open, and Nara Shikaku walked in with a document. Everyone, I will replace Lord Hokage this time and discuss with you about the ownership of the tailed beast. I don't think you have any opinions. Nara Shikaku smiled and looked at the group of people in front of her. Chapter 751. Iwagakure Negotiating Mission. I don't mind, of course I don't mind. Seeing Nara Shikaku walk in and finish speaking, an old Jonin man headed by the negotiating mission smiled and replied. Joke, now they dare to say how they disagree. It is estimated that with their knowledge of Konoha village, the moment they say they disagree, they will be invited out. If it was because of them that the tailed beast thing was broken, then no one would return to Iwagakure village with the slightest face. At the same time, it also failed Onoki's trust in them. Assigned this time are senior fellows with high power in the Iwagakure village. They have the right to decide. For example, the allocation of resources, and all kinds of etc. A series of full force, they can all decide on their own. So now their city government is very deep, their faces are all smiling, and there is no displeasure at all. Hehe, if you don't mind, it will be easy. The smile on Nara Shikaku's face did not diminish, and he sat directly in front of him. Now about the question of the 4 tails, I have clearly understood your thoughts. Nara Shikaku said, and opened the document in his hand directly. It is not impossible for your village to take the 4 tails away. Hearing Nara Shikaku's words, the Iwagakure village ninja who was in charge of the negotiating mission was also stunned. None of them thought that Konoha village would easily agree to let them take back the 4 tails, which is completely different from what they thought before. Originally, a group of people thought that they would waste half a day of speech and use various routines to get Konoha village to agree. But this time, they found that the words they had prepared before seemed to be completely useless. Because of Nara Shikaku in front of him, he actually stated their purpose straight to the point. Retrieving the tailed beast is indeed the main thing, Master Tsuchikage explained. Iwagakure Jonin, who was in the lead, smiled and said, I don't know how Lord Hokage wants to return the tailed beast now. Since they were sent, they were naturally not fools. Now if they want to take back the tailed beast without paying at all, they don't dare to delusion, because this is simply impossible. With the character of the 5 generations of Hokage, if the tailed beast is given to them for no reason, it will make people more careful. Because there is no benefit to the transaction, there are definitely some risks they can't see. In this way, they are also waiting for the next request from Konoha village. 4-tailed is a tailed beast. It is naturally very difficult to capture. Nara Shikaku was not polite and said with a smile, it took us a lot of trouble to catch it in the 5th generation of Hokage, so which tailed beast you want? Naturally our Konoha village needs some resources. All Iwagakure village negotiating mission. Everyone immediately speechless. Hearing Nara Shikaku's shameless remarks, they all held back and wanted to speak out. As a tailed beast, the 4-tailed animal naturally took a lot of trouble to catch it on behalf of Hokage. They now have endless resentment for these 2 sentences. The power of the 5 generations of Hokage, the old guys in the high-level positions of the Iwagakure village, they see and understand it. 8 tails at the beginning, and the 6 tails who easily suppressed the Kurigakure village, as well as all kinds of other deeds, are still vivid in my mind. Now a 4-tailed may be a threat to them. But for the 5 generations of Hokage Gongyi in Konoha village, there is no difficulty at all. You just think about it, you can guess that the Nara Shikaku in front of you is just fooling them. But although they knew it clearly in their hearts, they could only laugh and wait for Nara Shikaku to continue talking. Well, so if you think there is no problem, we will continue to discuss the next step. Hee hee, of course there's no problem with that. Of Iwagakure Janan's mouth twitched. He looked at Nara Shikaku and said, your village is looking for and captured the tailed beast on our behalf. We will naturally agree to such a deal. If that's the case, it's basically a very good conversation. The smile on Nara Shikaku's face grew wider, and he nodded. Our request from Konoha village is very simple, that is, need. At the document in his hand, 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. The Iwagakure village ninjas of the negotiating missions before, gradually resisted and did not change their expressions. Although Nara Shikaku doesn't have a lion's mouth, it is also a disguised form of biting down on their Iwagakure village. And tea hurt the muscles, but it hurts a bit. Everyone, what do you think? Closing the document, Nara Shikaku asked them without changing his face. And this time, from the negotiating mission in Iwagakure village on the opposite side were silent. They looked at each other and communicated simply and softly. A long time, the old Iwagakure Janan, who was headed by him, had already made a decision on his face. Next second, he looked at Nara Shikaku and said, okay, we agree. ... Night, quiet Shisui. It was already late at night in Konoha village, and it was even more quiet. As only an empty street around except for the creatures that come out at night. As expected of Shikaku, sensei, this transaction is still very profitable. Sitting in Hokage's office, Gongyi closed the document with a smile on his face. Recorded in the document that it was the resources that came from the four-tailed transaction this time. These, the same big trails that Gongyi had thought before, not too much of a difference. To be said that now Nara Shikaku has completely inherited his tradition. With Nara Shikaku by his side right now, it would be impossible if he wasn't deeply affected. Judging from these several things, Gongyi is still very satisfied with the things Nara Shikaku has done. Four tails gave out, and the plan has been carried out smoothly for a long time. The way, I also took a bite of Iwagakure village and got such a big piece of fat. Either way, it's enough to make Gongyi in a good mood now. Senses, Gongyi looked at Nara Shikaku. This time, after we get the resources of Iwagakure village, the construction of the whole village will grow even more. Well, it's all thanks to you, Lord Hokage. Instead of being complacent, Nara Shikaku put the entire credit on Gongyi. After all, he is only in charge of negotiation, and everything is executed by Gongyi. He moved his lips. There was a real gun and a real knife compared to Gongyi, so now he also looked at Gongyi with respect, and there was no other emotion on his face. Chapter 752. The Hatred of the Ninja. 2 days later. At this moment in Konoha village, there are already quite a few Konoha village ninjas. They looked around and the front was looking forward. I were hundreds of ninjas from the village of Iwagakure. Basically most of them are wearing normal ninja costumes. The dozens of people headed by them are wearing special uniforms, and they also have strange patterns painted on their faces. On everyone, the fluctuation of chakra is also extremely tyrannical. It is an elite Anbu special unit in Iwagakure village. All Konoha village ninjas are strictly guarded here. Although each ninja village is currently not at war, they are also guarding each other. Even ordinary ninjas from the outer village need to be strictly controlled when they enter Konoha village individually. Not to mention today, there are hundreds of ninjas. A group of ninjas from the village of Iwagakure, looking around, the ninjas from the village of Konoha have completely surrounded them. There are still many Anbu ninjas standing on the eaves, and there is a chill in the eyes through the mask. Obviously, if they had the slightest bit of other action, they would immediately. Sanctions are here. However, the ninjas in Iwagakure village didn't care. They didn't come here to fight the Konoha village, nor to find fault. After the team of messengers in charge of the negotiation returned, they came here to prepare to take the four tails of Konoha village. At the same time, it was also delivered, and the promised resources were originally promised. Well, such a big fight is enough to see that Onoki still attaches great importance to the four tails. At this moment, in the central administration building, Yamazaki Akaki came here in person. This time, the one responsible for leading hundreds of Iwagakure village ninjas and escorting the tailed beast back to Iwagakure village is he. As one of the most powerful ninjas in Iwagakure village, Onoki trusts him very much. Therefore, this very important task was entrusted to him. At this moment, as Hokage, Gangyi has personally come forward and handed over the scroll containing the tailed beast to him. This is a special scroll with a yuhi-colored seal written on it. Word. Around the font, there are many dense small runes. Lord Hokage, what's in here is four tails. At this moment, Yamazaki Akashi, who was a clone of divine consciousness, pretended to be surprised even though he clearly understood in his heart. The several elite Anbu members who followed him also frowned. That shocked the ninja continent. They have never heard of it, and they have never seen it now that it is sealed in the scroll. Originally, for a group of people, they thought they were one person. This is a new type of ninja tool developed by me using the special ninjutsu collection scroll technology. A smile, Gangyi wasn't unhappy about Yamazaki Akashi's doubts. He spoke lightly, and in fact, in order to dispel the concerns of the group of guys behind the consciousness clone, he continued to say, now its function is to load tailed beasts and seal them. I think a tailed beast like this will make you feel more at ease. Gangyi didn't have too many emotions, just jokingly said, I am now handing over the power of the Jinchuriki column people in my village to you. With Tsuchikage, I may be more worried. Of course, if you don't believe it, I can unseal its seal, and then you can recycle it. There is no need for Lord Hokage, we naturally believe in your village and you. Yamazaki Akachi would go down the stairs when he saw it, no nonsense. That the two sang together made the elite Anbu members of Iwagakure village behind them also nod their heads. Gangyi has been in the world for so many years, and his character is naturally guaranteed. There is no doubt about this, it is indeed worthy of everyone's trust. Especially at his level of power, that ignorant deception and lies will only make him look ashamed. So no one really doubted anything, or felt that Gangyi was fooling them. Besides, now that it's time to go, I heard Gangyi just said. I want to release the seal of the tailed beast, and then let me and others recover it. Think of this topic, their expressions are also a little unnatural. If they can really have the power to suppress the tailed beast, they will not waste resources and take the tailed beast away. Now obviously, they don't have the strength to seal the tailed beast at all. If this is because of them, they annoyed the fifth generation of Hokage at this juncture, but it is quite not worth it. Therefore, under the circumstances so far, a group of Anbu elite ninjas headed by Yamazaki Akashi did not say any nonsense. Well, since that's the case, the four tails will be handed over to you. Gangyi didn't talk nonsense either, smiled and nodded and looked at Yamazaki Akashi and the others. Okay Lord Hokage, then we will stay for a while and leave now. It's a long way, and I bring a tailed beast, I won't leave you. Well, Lord Hokage, let's say goodbye. Yamazaki aka put away the reel with four tails, and immediately he walked away with the rest. Not long. Hundreds of Iwagakure village ninjas who were in Konoha village just now also left here in a mighty manner. They didn't cause trouble, nothing else happened. Cut, this is gone. A Konoha village chunin standing in the dark, his face showed disappointment and a little unhappy. HMPH, count them as acquaintances. Another ninja standing next to this chunin took back his hand and snorted coldly. Sounds like this appeared one after another in the entire Konoha village of Nuoda. Because of Gangyi's special cultivation. Now the ninjas in the whole Konoha village are very hostile to the ninjas in other villages. He would never use some kind of chicken soup to soothe these ninja of Konoha village. In turn, he would often secretly allow Kimimaro to create hatred, spreading it among the ninjas in Konoha village. Now such an invisible long-term brainwashing, the Konoha village ninjas have long lost the slightest affection for Suzumura. All of this is in preparation for the unification of the ninja world continent in the future. It has been implemented as early as a few years ago, and now there are rare effects. Today, if Gongyi wants to get rid of the other 4 major ninja villages, then these Konoha village ninjas will definitely support him. Not like when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power, he was unwilling to start a war and maintained all kinds of things. Unconsciously, the subtle influence has completely changed the ninjas of Konoha village. Standing in front of Nuota's floor-to-ceiling windows, Gongyi looked down at the central street in the heart of Konoha village, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. Chapter 753. Powerful Intelligence System. It was night, thick as black ink. There is a cave in the jungle on the border of the ninja continent. It is very hidden, surrounded by towering trees, like a natural barrier. Under this dark night, no one seemed to be able to notice it at all. Inside. At this moment Gongyi is sitting here quietly, cross-legged, eyes closed, as if waiting for something. Phew, next second. Gongyi felt something, and he slowly opened his eyes. The air in front of you was invisible and intangible, and it began to twist gradually. Uchiha Obito quickly stepped out of it and came to Gongyi's eyes. At this moment, he is completely different from the previous dress. The orange wooden Uzumaki-shaped mask is gone, replaced by the white masks of the 3 Tomo Rinnegan's. Behind a set of dark blue robes, there is also a huge fan-shaped ninja gear. And this time his eyes were no longer a single one, but 2 were revealed. The left eye is a rippling Rinnegan, and the right eye is the Sharingan of Yuhi Santomo. Call me here, what's the matter? Uchiha Obito looked at Gongyi and said in a deep voice. I have handed over the 4 tails to the village of Iwagakure, you can act now. Gongyi also didn't say anything polite, but responded coldly. Although the 2 are working together at the moment, they are the biggest enemy in the real sense. But Gongyi didn't take Uchiha Obito seriously, but Uchiha Obito didn't think so. He is still here on guard for Gongyi. This 5th generation Hokage is cunning by nature, and Uchiha Obito has completely lost his understanding of him. Besides, he knew himself like this, which made Uchiha Obito even more careful. The cooperation between the 2 is in each other's use. Once this kind of interest disappears, then it is time for the 2 to tear their faces once again. 4 tails have been handed over to Iwagakure village. Uchiha Obito's face froze behind the mask, a little weird. He really didn't expect that, in just a few days, Gongyi would unknowingly send the 4 tails out of Tsuchikujinoki in Iwagakure village, but he has always acted cautiously. Now for the situation on the side of the 4 tails, even Onoki needs it very much. Then it is impossible to take back the 4 tails of Konoha village so easily. Is there any trap in it? Uchiha Obito couldn't help thinking a lot in his mind. Yes, it is estimated that the tailed beast has arrived. Gongyi nodded and stood up. He smiled. If it doesn't matter what you say, then just leave the 4 tails there first. Hehe, since the 4 tails have already been sent to Iwagakure village, it is natural to capture it. Uchiha Obito shrugged without thinking. Anyway, next to the 4 tails of Iwagakure village, I don't need to do it myself. With Kabuto's impure world reincarnation, those pointless adventures naturally don't use him. Even Gongyi and Onoki, now that they have some traps and plans, they won't have the slightest influence on themselves. The 4 tails are already a must for Uchiha Obito. Gongyi wants the plan to go faster, and now Uchiha Obito does the same. The plan has been going on for too long, and Uchiha Obito doesn't want to go to such a pointless delay anymore. That's fine too. Gong Yi pondered for a moment, then said, now, after you capture the 4 tails, I will be able to open the 5 Shadows conference rightfully. Next, at that time, I also need to watch your performance. Up at Uchiha Obito, Gong Yi smiled. Don't let me down, after all, we still need to join forces later. Since I have agreed to cooperate with you, I naturally understand. Uchiha Obito didn't say much, just nodded in response. Well, since you already have Rinnegan, your strength will be greatly enhanced. Gong Yi's eyes were fixed on Uchiha Obito's left eye, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Although this doesn't work for me, you should still be able to handle the other 4 shadows with ease. Hehe, Rinnegan's power is not just those used by Nagato. Feeling that Gong Yi was a little arrogant, Uchiha Obito smiled disdainfully. It's real power now, but it's very beautiful. It's just the eyes of Uchiha Madara. No matter how strong it is, how can it be? Gong Yi shrugged with a playful look on his face. Uchiha Madara's eyes. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito stared at Gong Yi. You sighed. I have to say, Gong Yi, your intelligence system is really powerful. Although I don't want to admit it, I do look down on you. Uchiha Obito is not very comfortable right now. He really underestimated Gong Yi. His own secrets, Uchiha Madara's secrets, did not seem to escape his eyes. Especially at this moment, Uchiha Obito was really surprised. He even knew about something so obscure as Rinnegan. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but be worried. Under such circumstances, would it affect his future plans? But after thinking about it, now Uchiha Obito is also gradually take it easy. I want to use the Resurrection 10 Tails, and then become the Jinchuriki column force of his own person. He should kill Gong Yi and he can't imagine it. Well, everything will come to an end at that time, and everything will dissipate completely. All the two and the grievances with the ninja continent can also be completely resolved. It's not that my intelligence system is strong. Shaking his head, Gong Yi sneered and vetoed. I've said it long ago, I know everything about the entire ninja continent, and neither you nor Uchiha Madara can escape my control. Can't escape your control. Hearing Gong Yi's arrogant tone, Uchiha Obito's face behind the mask showed frost. Although he didn't express anything, he took Gong Yi's words as a joke. The foresight Uchiha Obito naturally didn't know. All he knew was his own 10 Tails plan. With it as the core, you can end everything. Even including the very arrogant 5th generation Hokage Gong Yi in front of me. Every time I think of these, the current Uchiha Obito doesn't say much. He suppressed his thoughts, looked at Gong Yi and said indifferently, since the matter over the 4 tails has been settled, I will immediately to arrange. Okay. Gong Yi's face didn't change, and as soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared with a bang. HMPH, is it just a clone? Seeing this, Uchiha Obito looked stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but secretly said. Chapter 754. Not long. When the two have finished talking. When Gong Yi left, Uchiha Obito had also disappeared. Uchiha Obito has found Kabuto's place after getting the news that the 4 tails have now been handed over to the village of Iwagakure. In order to prevent too many dreams at night, Uchiha Obito also prepares without delay. Immediately after the arrangement is complete. Go to Iwagakure village to capture the current 4 tails. Ghost knows Gong Yi, will he have any other things? Now, only by grabbing the 4 tails and controlling them in his own hands, can Uchiha Obito feel at ease. Remained in the village of Iwagakure, Uchiha Obito is also extremely worried that something will happen. Resurrect the 10 tails is imminent, and Uchiha Obito has speeded everything up. Kabuto. Kamui's space ninjutsu was released, and an ethereal voice turned into reality. When Kabuto looked up, Uchiha Obito had appeared in front of him. It's been a long time, Mr. Madara. Looking at the appearance of Uchiha Obito, Kabuto pushed his glasses without revealing any surprises. At this moment, his entire face hidden under the brim of his hat was smiling faintly. There is one thing here that needs to be done by you. Uchiha Obito didn't say much, just straight to the point as always. As his current identity is Uchiha Madara, he is arrogant and defiant. For one such, junior, he naturally cannot show how respectful. At this moment, Kabuto naturally didn't mind at all, just sneered and said, "What's the matter?" Now Kabuto, although he knew something, he didn't expose it. Uchiha Obito's clumsy performance, Kabuto wanted to ridicule, but he held back. Now the 5th Hokage of Konoha village, he has handed over the 4 tails that he took away from you to Iwagakure village. What do you mean? You want me to go to Iwagakure village again and get the 4 tails back? Kabuto looked at Uchiha Obito and asked in a deep voice. That's right. Uchiha Obito nodded. I mean now, as you think. Since it has been handed over to the village of Iwagakure by the Hokage of the 5th generation, there is no problem in going anywhere. Silent for half a second, Kabuto nodded slowly. Since the 4 tails were lost in my hands last time, it is indeed what I need to catch it now. Then hurry up, Kabuto. Hearing that Kabuto agreed, Uchiha Obito continued, the plan can no longer be delayed. Don't delay the matter of the 4 tails. Of course I know that. Shrugging, Kabuto kept saying, I'll leave for Iwagakure village immediately. Then the 4 tails will be handed over to you. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito glanced at it and nodded, immediately. Disappeared here. Quote. See Uchiha Obito ahead. The smile on his face hidden under the brim of Nuo's hat gradually disappeared, replaced by a cold look. The faint candlelight flickered all around, and his round-framed lenses reflected a cold light. At this moment, Kabuto is like a cold-blooded poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity at any time. This time, although he knew the identity of Uchiha Obito, for his own purposes, he did not take the initiative to expose it. Everything is for his own future plans, and Kabuto also hides everything perfectly. Silence for a moment. The corners of Kabuto's mouth redrawn a smile. As if thinking of something, he turned around and left here. After half a day. Lord Hokage, something has been done in Kabuto. Konoha village, Hokage office. At this moment, Kimimaro stood in front of Gong Yi and reported. Has he left already? Stopping, Gong Yi looked up and asked Kimimaro. Yes, now he has left his position. Kimimaro nodded, but hesitated for a moment before continuing, but I'm not sure if it's as you guessed, Hokage-sama. However, his current direction should be the village of Iwagakure, the land of the land. Basically it's not wrong. Gong Yi smiled, a hint of enlightenment on his face. Now Uchiha Obito naturally needs to use Kabuto, his master's impure world reincarnation, to capture the 4 tails. This, he had also spoken to Uchiha Obito before. After all, if you simply want to recover the tailed beasts and weaken the power of Iwagakure village, using impure world reincarnation is the most practical way. Especially now that Gong Yi actually knows one thing, Uchiha Obito is very cautious. As he thought, now the two seem to have teamed up. But he doesn't trust him at all, and Uchiha Obito doesn't trust himself at all. This 4-tailed Monkey King, although there is a great temptation for Uchiha Obito, he also needs the 4 tails very much at the moment. But, Uchiha Obito will never go to Iwagakure himself to collect the 4 tails. Because he doesn't want to show the slightest in this current moment, nothing has happened. In this case, he can only choose Kabuto. After all, with the body of impure world reincarnation, Kabuto can easily run amok in Iwagakure village and get the 4 tails. Kabuto, I can also be safe, avoid risks, and get 4 tails at the same time. Very good and simple calculation. Gong Yi naturally knew Akatsuki long ago. Now if Uchiha Obito personally went there, Gong Yi would actually feel unbelievable now. Hearing Kimimaro's news today, Gong Yi's face showed a smile, there is no need to worry about the Kabuto side, let's arrange the next step first. Basically, a series of things after that, Gongyi has already explained to Kimimaro that he has cultivated since childhood. He is completely the super help that belongs to Gongyi at present. With him and Neji, and now with Sasuke, he has saved himself a lot of trouble. As for Naruto, Gongyi plans to use him to execute his plan after the Fourth Ninja War begins. After all, this protagonist, he is still a bit warm-blooded, and at the same time a bit brainless. His current plan still chose to hide him. After all, it has come to this moment, and Gongyi doesn't want too many bad situations. Blink of an eye, Gongyi continued to explain a few things to Kimimaro, and he left. And Gongyi here is also not idle. He immediately separated a Mokuden wood-style clone and left Konoha village. At this moment, he would naturally choose to monitor things in the Iwagakure village from the dark. Not enough just to have a consciousness clone, Gongyi still has to master the overall situation in person. Chapter 755. Disaster instead of peace. Open black lens bracket. Happy New Year's Eve. Close black lens bracket. The wind whistled by. Every time it is lifted, it will bring a piece of stone. Looking around, the whole place is full of towering rocks. They are very densely connected. That is to say, because of the environmental problems here, it has achieved its name as the Land of the Land. And because there are many top-secret natural fortresses formed by rocky mountains here, it has an easy-to-defense location, and it is difficult for the enemy to break into its interior, so the Land of the Land rarely encounters war. But, again, they have little communication with the outside world, which is also very difficult for environmental reasons. Iwagakure Village. As the armed forces of the Land, their overall combat power is also very high. At this moment, it was because of the birth of Gongyi, which in turn completed the village of Iwagakure. The leadership of Onoki, their entire village has developed into a strong and powerful ninja power. At present, in addition to Konoha village, Iwagakure village has become the second most powerful Omura in the ninja continent. At this moment, outside the village of Iwagakure, standing quietly in the distance, his eyes fixed on the position of the door, while a white spitting snake letter swam over under his feet. Looking down, it came up to his wrist. While there was a bang, and the white mist filled the air. The white snake has disappeared. Hee, I didn't expect to find the four tails so smoothly. The face hidden under the brim of the hat revealed a smile. Just after being separated from Uchiha Obito, Kabuto came to Iwagakure village without any delay. Of course, even though he came here, he could use the impure world reincarnation to make a fuss about the village of Iwagakure. But Kabuto didn't use any kind of stupidity. Not long ago, he used the reconnaissance white snake he channeled to find the location of the four-tailed Jinchuriki column force in the village of Iwagakure. This case, now he can also easily capture the four tails directly. Failed once before because of Gongyi. This made Kabuto feel a little ashamed. Now this time, if Iwagakure village is failing here, then Kabuto, he will doubt his current ability. Of course, at this moment, Kabuto quickly suppressed it. Having already obtained the power of Orochimaru-sama, no, even more than that. How could I fail? Okay, the game can begin. Hidden in the shadows in front of Iwagakure village, Kabuto curled his lips into a characteristic sneer. Say, immediately. Hand seal with both hands and pat down. The art of impure world reincarnation. Rumble. A coffin rises in front of Kabuto. With a bang, the coffin opened and there was a person inside. I saw that this man was very strange, and he did not wear a forehead guard on his head. And the whole body was wrapped in white bandages, only the eyes were exposed. At this moment, when the man opened his eyes, he looked at the village of Iwagakure in front of him, suddenly showing a hint of surprise. Why am I here? Seal. But without waiting for the man in front of him to think again, he drank with Kabuto's one-handed imprint. The man's eyes widened immediately, becoming emptiness. It might be more interesting though to keep you thinking. But just to be on the safe side, you'd better let me control it. Kabuto smiled and thought to himself. Next, it's time for your performance. Kabuto stared at the man covered in bandages in front of him, and he said with a faint smile, "Come on, second generation Tsuchikage, sama." Huh. As soon as Kabuto's voice fell, the second generation Tsuchikage's whole person immediately dodged away. The pair of eyes that seemed to have some memories of surprise just now have long since become, there is no expression at all. When he reappeared at this moment, he had already arrived at the gate of Iwagakure village. Phew. The number of ninja team guarding the door, they immediately saw the second generation Tsuchikage at this time. Tension appeared on his face. Although they are the ninjas of Iwagakure village, they belong to the new generation of ninjas. Their impressions of the second generation of Tsuchikage are very vague. Although they know it, no one can tell the living person in front of them. Lenovo into the second generation Tsuchikage. A group of ninjas from Iwagakure village took out kunai and shuriken from their ninja kits behind them, and looked at the second generation Tsuchikage on alert. Although Gongyi killed the leader of Akatsuki, no one in the entire ninja continent let their guard down. In the current situation, especially in the village of Iwagakure, they have just spent a lot of resources to regain control of the four tails in the village of Konoha, and naturally they need to be strictly defended. From the current door, there are several patrolling ninja squads, so it can be easily seen. Doden Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. Hula Chakra burst out, condensing a huge Earth Dragon. Next second, the second generation Tsuchikage didn't say any nonsense at all, and released the ninjutsu directly with both hands hand seal. And waiting for those patrolling the ninja team, is a terrifying Doden Earth-style dragon. It's the enemy, hurry up and inform Lord Tsuchikage. This guy, what do I look familiar to? Defense first. Iwagakure village ninjas led the team, they immediately drink up immediately. Hand seal. Doden Earth-style wall art. Doden Earth-style wall art. One after another towering earth walls at once. He jumped up from the ground and stopped all in front of him. However, these thick Doden Earth-style walls did not make them feel at ease for a while. Only a loud bang was heard, and the first Earth-style wall in front immediately shattered. Countless gravel constructions spread all around, and it can't stop the Earth Dragon of the second generation Tsuchikage at all. Of course, this didn't end at all. The roaring sound continued to appear, and only the last few Earth-style walls were actually disintegrated. Although it looks like the second generation Tsuchikage, what he unleashes is just an ordinary ninjutsu. But it's definitely not like them. Genin Chunin, it can be easily resisted. Ah! Get out of here! We simply can't resist him. Screams and roars, accompanied by the roar of the surrounding, have already been composed into the dirge of Iwagakure village. They would never have dreamed that the arrival of the tailed beast would bring them not peace, but never-ending disasters. At this time, the Earth Dragon released by the second generation Tsuchikage in front of them was already in the village of Iwagakure, running rampant in the ninja squad. It went, there were pieces of corpses. All the ninjas of Iwagakure village still can't resist it at all. Just a short while, there were no living people at the gate of the entire Iwagakure village. The entire land was severely damaged, and countless rubble was scattered on the ground. At this moment, it looked like ruins. And the expressionless second generation Tsuchikage, also immediately stepping into the village of Iwagakure. I wish everyone a happy New Year's Eve. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read and collect, push the latest chapter. Chapter 756. No second generation Tsuchikage. Haha, Kabuto actually brought out the second generation Tsuchikage and Pure World reincarnation. In the dark place on the other side, this place is far away from the village of Iwagakure. At this moment, Gongyi used his powerful spiritual sense to feel everything in Iwagakure village quietly. Just after the battle between the second-generation Tsuchikage and the Gate Patrol Ninja, he clearly felt it. Strange smile appeared on his handsome face. Gongyi's kung fu skills couldn't help but play. This Kabuto is really good at playing, and he actually used the second-generation Tsuchikage to destroy his own village. Hehe, I don't know what Onoki will look like if he sees this. The second-generation Tsuchikage. Whispering inwardly. As the master, Gongyi, who has almost everyone on the entire ninja continent, is also very familiar with the second-generation Tsuchikage in front of him. His name is Nothing. Is the second-generation Tsuchikage of the village of Iwagakure in the land of the land. Wise general, known for intrigue and politics. Has a blood-following elimination that surpasses Kekkei Genkei, Jinten particle style. He is also one of the few ninjas who can fly in the 5 kingdoms. The ability of the third-generation Tsuchikage Onoki was still taught to him by the second-generation Tsuchikage. Onoki, the stubborn little old man, is the disciple of the second-generation Tsuchikage. As for the reason why he is like this now, it is because of the second-generation Tsuchikage, when he fought against the second-generation Mizukage Ghost Lantern Moon when he was young. Because the skin of the whole body was steamed up by the second-generation Mizukage. Because of the burns, the whole body was wrapped in bandages, and it was impossible to see its true face. Gongyi is completely familiar with this picture of him wearing a black ribbon as a forehead guard and wearing black pants. Of course, Gongyi seems to be a little bit unclear about his real face. No, I should say I haven't seen it at all. The blood of the second-generation Tsuchikage has been eliminated. It can simultaneously emit the nature transformation of local fire, and uses Jinten particle style as a weapon. It was in a world of war. Has excellent perception ability, and is also good at using stealth, splitting and other colorful ninjutsu. Well, Kabuto should also know the second-generation Tsuchikage. Him deal with this village of Iwagakure will indeed have a miraculous effect. The second-generation Tsuchikage in his own consciousness perception, his ability is very difficult to check and balance. It is estimated that now that Onoki has seen this, the second-generation Tsuchikage, his thoughts must be very complicated. After all, after the death of the first-generation Tsuchikage, there was no successor to Tsuchikage, and during the period of his control, Iwagakure village got 4 tails and 5 tails. The appearance of the tailed beasts consolidated the village's defense against the invasion of the enemy, which made Iwagakure village attempt to acquire more tailed beasts. The second-generation Tsuchikage, he later developed a series of blood that can reduce everything to ashes with fewer enemies, Jinten particle style. This ability has a profound impact on future generations. During his tenure in office, Wuya imitated the superb political tactics carried out by the second-generation Hokage, and established a ninja school in order to protect the inheritance of his will. Among the gods that only high-ranking people can enter, put the precious stones of Iwagakure village. As the symbol of the village. He will of stone. Of Iwagakure village, influence the growth and development of Iwagakure younger generation. It can be said that he is also the man who truly started the era of Iwagakure village. If the first war did not break out at the end, the second-generation Tsuchikage and the second-generation Mizukage would not have perished in this war. Then the subsequent development of Iwagakure village will definitely not be as strong as it is today. Meanwhile, on the field. Doden Earth-style clay giant. When the second-generation Tsuchikage entered the village of Iwagakure, he continued to release his ninjutsu with both hands and hand seal. A stone giant with a height of 5 or 6 stories, it immediately appeared at the foot of the second-generation Tsuchikage. Are many ninjas in the village of Iwagakure around, and there Yuhi keeps throwing kunai shuriken with eyes. And the crisp sound appeared one after another, and there were countless dense kunai and shuriken. After they hit the stone giant, all of them just stirred up a burst of sparks. Damn, did you notify Tsuchikage-sama now? Iwagakure village, who is in charge of the second defensive line here, turned his head and shouted. The second generation Tsuchikage ahead, he is completely unstoppable. The stone giant under his feet is destroying wantonly at this moment, constantly trampling on all the ninjas that block it. Someone has been sent to inform. At this time, another elite Iwagakure responded immediately. Sir Yamazaki will bring Anbu right away, we are persevering. Understood. Understood. Iwagakure village all around, after hearing the name of Yamazaki Akashi, also showed a burst of excitement on their faces. This is currently trusted by Tsuchikage and is the number one Anbu with powerful strength, and every ninja in Iwagakure village is also very optimistic about him. With him here, at least he won't be as passive as he is now. Bang! What did you say? Just as the fighting continued at the gate of Iwagakure village, Onoki also got news. His face was extremely gloomy at the moment, and the murderous intent on his entire face could not be hidden at all. Akatsuki really thinks I have no one in Iwagakure village and can be bullied at will. Onoki slapped the table angrily, he couldn't keep his composure at all. He was humiliated by Akatsuki having taken the 5 tails before. Now, he has just brought 4 tails back from Konoha village using resources. They Akatsuki actually came here and wanted to take away the tailed beast. No matter how good-tempered Onoki was, even if he was scheming, he couldn't help it. For Onoki, Akatsuki completely touched his bottom line. Coming to his Iwagakure village again and again, this is ignoring Onoki. Onoki, who was stubborn and narrow-minded, was about to leave immediately. Yamazaki. But next second. When he was about to leave, it was immediately. Drink. Lord Tsuchikage. Yamazaki Akashi immediately appears in front, looking at Onoki. Akatsuki entered my Iwagakure again, you immediately. Leave the Anbu ninja and leave him to me. With a gloomy face, Onoki bit Kiba and cursed. This time, no matter what, leave him to me. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. Aka Yamazaki nodded, immediately. Dodge and disappear. Lois, you immediately. Protect the 4-tailed Jinchuriki column force with a large force. Although Onoki was extremely angry, he was not carried away. When everything was arranged, he did so immediately. Dodged and left the office. Chapter 757. Boom, boom. In the Iwagakure at this moment, a huge sound is constantly appearing. Stepping on the stone giant, the second generation Tsuchikage is staring at him at the moment. Ordinary genin can't resist him at all. And there were only a few jonin and chunin, the only ones who could hold him back. But, that is, it can only drag his footsteps. Now because they are in the village of Iwagakure, their group of ninjas dare not use large-scale ninjutsu and compound ninjutsu at all. The ninjas in Iwagakure village are good at Doden, Earth-style ninjutsu, but basically all Doden, Earth-style ninjutsu are extremely destructive ninjutsu. Everyone in Iwagakure village is also really very uncomfortable. Because they don't dare to use other ninjutsu easily here except using the small Doden, Earth-style ninjutsu. If one is not careful, the enemy in front may have nothing to do, then the village of Iwagakure was destroyed by more than half. Doden, Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. But, soon, while a group of Iwagakure village ninja kept retreating, a powerful Doden, Earth-style, ninjutsu came galloping from behind. Growl. An Earth Dragon condensed from Earth Attribute Chakra, its pair of Yuhi eyes glowed, and its tail was waving towards the second generation Tsuchikage in front. Another loud roar came out. But it's not that the ninjutsu is useless this time, but it really has an effect. I saw the stone giant at the foot of the second generation Tsuchikage immediately collapsed and shattered into countless pieces of mud. Who just went forward bravely and was not afraid of any ninjutsu has completely become nothingness. It's Yamazaki-sama. Hey, you, re-saved. Yamazaki-sama is here. All Iwagakure village ninjas are excited at the moment. They turned around and saw that it was Yamazaki Akashi who had just released this ninjutsu. Hehe, the plan seems to be very successful. Gong Yi, who was hiding on the outskirts of Iwagakure village, had been using his spiritual sense to observe and sneered. Now seeing the appearance of Yamazaki Akashi, combined with the reactions of the ninjas in Iwagakure village, Gong Yi's game of chess can be described as killing more birds with one stone. Today, the 4 tails will not only be successfully obtained by Uchiha Obito, but the follow-up plan can continue smoothly. The appearance of this second generation of Tsuchikage, Iwagakure village was severely weakened. At the same time, by taking advantage of today's disaster, one can also make one's own consciousness clone prestige in the entire Iwagakure village and rise to a new stage again. Well, it is estimated that no one will think of it now. Now they rely on Yamazaki-sama who they support, who is the avatar of their current biggest enemy. If once the 4th generation Tsuchikage of Iwagakure village is really handed over to the avatar of consciousness, then everything will be very interesting. Gong Yi actually blinked a bit when he thought of this. In front of Iwagakure village, when Yamazaki Akashi appeared, the morale of the whole was also rekindled. The very elite ninjas he brought this time. According to Gong Yi's plan, Yamazaki Akashi selected many ninjas who would threaten Konoha village in the future. Today is just the opportunity to let them die here. As for Uchiha Obito, this is his arrest plan. But for Gong Yi, his plan belongs to the weakening plan. Ina, that's not the 2nd generation Tsuchikage, Sama. When coming to the battlefield, one of the Iwagakure ninjas immediately. His face changed dramatically, he looked forward and exclaimed. As an elite of the older generation in Iwagakure village, he still has some impressions of the 2nd generation Tsuchikage. I said how familiar it is, this is really the 2nd generation Tsuchikage. What's going on? How could the 2nd generation Tsuchikage suddenly come alive? Quote. At this moment, a group of Iwagakure village ninjas were all shocked one after another. With the superb Doden, Earth-style, ninjutsu ahead. And he can float above the sky hole. Everyone can be completely sure. The man in front of them is none other than Tsuchikage, the 2nd generation of their Iwagakure village. It's impure world reincarnation. At this time, Yamazaki Akaji, immediately. Open your mouth to clear everyone's confusion. This is a forbidden technique that revives the dead and erases consciousness. Yamazaki flashed in front of the crowd with a stern expression on his face and shouted, he is no longer the 2nd generation Tsuchikage we know, now give me all my power to stop him from entering Iwagakure village. Tumu, go and lead the Perception Ninja team and find me the Akatsuki members who performed this technique. The entire front. At this moment, Yamazaki Akashi has become the commander. He was also very calm at the moment, and said here, only need to find the Akatsuki member who performed the spell, and the 2nd generation Tsuchikage in front of him can truly disappear. Yes, Yamazaki-sama. The rest of the Iwagakure ninjas in the rear were not unhappy at all, but immediately nodding and walking away from each other. As for the other Iwagakure village ninjas, their faces were serious and immediately looking forward to confront the 2nd generation Tsuchikage. Doden, Earth-style, rock drainage technique. In the blink of an eye, it took less than half a second, and the 2nd generation Tsuchikage continued to hand seal expressionlessly. It seems that now he has only one goal. That is to destroy this place, kill the ninja blocking him in front of him, and capture the 4-tailed Jinchuriki column force. Boom! The buildings in the village of Iwagakure in front of Yamazaki were completely damaged, and the whole piece of land began to crumble. They are continuously attracted to the sky, and then condensed into the shape of small meteorites. Swish swish swish, when they were all condensed, they slammed down toward Yamazaki and the others in front of them one after another. Of course, it's not over. Doden, Earth-style, super-weighted boulder jutsu. When the 2nd generation Tsuchikage pointed forward. Those dozens of Doden, Earth-style, meteorites, they immediately It seems to have been a lot heavier. The howling wind was louder before, making people feel a sense of oppression that they couldn't breathe. Quick, defense. Yamazaki Akashi waved his hand and sent all the elite Iwagakure village members he brought to the front line. In such a panic, no one has noticed the scene of Yamazaki Akashi using his ninja power indiscriminately. Other hand, a group of ninjas from the village of Iwagakure are still there, thinking that this is Yamazaki Akashi's righteousness, and letting them resist on the front line is to protect them. Doden, Earth Style Wall Art. Doden, Earth Style. One after another of ninjutsu at once. Appearing, after all, he is indeed the elite of Iwagakure village. They are fast, immediately. Begin to show strong qualities. Who was beside them, showed a faint smile. Gong Yi had fully explained him before, and now the avatar of consciousness naturally knows what to do. Today, just take advantage of this good opportunity to consume the power of Iwagakure village as much as possible. Chapter 758. The Role of the Elite Ninja. It seems that this time, Iwagakure village is really going to suffer heavy losses. Standing here quietly, Gong Yi looked at the village of Iwagakure ahead. Although the distance is not very close, the thick smoke wafting from above can still be seen. At this moment, the Iwagakure village has been destroyed beyond recognition. Although the second-generation Tsuchikage was blocked at the entrance of Iwagakure village, it was because of the avatar of divine consciousness. Just this short time, there have been countless deaths and injuries. Especially when being cloned by divine consciousness, that, carefully selected. As elite. They also died a lot by accident. At least for the next few years, Onoki will be sore enough. Ninjas are symbols of strength, and their number depends on the strength of the village. And those elites are the top priority of a ninja village. Their future, but the top combat power of the entire village, is also the power to deter other villages. Their existence, the village can have a better development. Pity that ninjas are difficult to cultivate, but the elites of these ninjas are even more difficult to cultivate. Gong Yi, who is the 5th generation Hokage, has a very big emotion. At the beginning, he actually didn't know all of this, and he didn't feel anything. After all, in his perception, geniuses are generally running all over the place, and monsters are flying all over the sky. Looking at Hokage ninjas at the time, it was just a Konoha village. A dozen young men came here and so on. However, after Gong Yi really became the 5th generation of Hokage, he didn't know. I really think too much. It's impossible to really train a ninja like Kimimaro, Hyuga Neji, and Sasuke. Basically, I can't find one out of tens of thousands of people. And the existence of Konoha 12 Shaoqiang is also almost difficult to encounter. After becoming Hokage, Gong Yi feels that he is also the son of luck. Met and Got were all very powerful and talented ninjas. Think carefully, whether it is Iwagakure village, Sunagakure village, or Kurigakure village. They are all ninja Omura, and they are very famous in the ninja world. But if you think about it carefully, there are very few ninjas who can really take out their hands. At the beginning, only Sanin in Konoha village was famous enough. Because they are elite enough, the rest of the ninja Omura are very afraid. Well, that's it, it's enough to see that the elite ninjas are a very valuable resource for the ninja village. They are the absolute force to frighten the outer village, and also the branch Jinchuriki column of a ninja village. But that's how it exists. Now that this is a kung fu, Iwagakure village has lost so many elite ninjas without doing anything. Onoki was not only in pain, he was feeling the pain right now. In fact, thinking of this, Gong Yi's handsome face smiled even more. But, that's fine. Invisibly, he made Iwagakure village an Akatsuki, making Onoki even more resentful of Akatsuki. Wouldn't it be possible to start the Five Shadows Conference by himself after fulfilling himself, presumably not waiting? The rest of the ninja villages responded, and the first Iwagakure village would actively call for it. After all, Akatsuki, they could touch Onoki's bottom line. entering the village for the first time and snatching the 5 tails. This time, Impure World Reincarnation released the second generation Tsuchikage to destroy their Iwagakure village and kill their countless ninjutsu and elites. The end, he also captured the tailed beast that was traded with high-value resources. Shaking his head, Gongyi felt that Onoki was a bit miserable now. If it were him, he would have gone directly to Akatsuki's headquarters to erase it all. After all, as a shadow, such provocation, and such a thing, is a serious humiliation. Damn Akatsuki, it's so deceiving. At this time, there was a sound of anger. A gloomy little old man, he stood in the air biting kiba and cursing. Third generation of Tsuchikajinoki, the moment has finally arrived. He looked at the door of the Iwagakure village, which was now in ruins. At the same time, looking at the corpse of the ninja, the whole person is also heartbroken. I finally pushed Iwagakure village to its peak and became the existence second only to Konoha village. Now, because of Akatsuki, all my hard work seems to have been in vain. Especially this skill, and now Onoki is even more angry after seeing the second generation Tsuchikage in front of him. That was his teacher, and someone he greatly respected. Now this skill is being used by Akatsuki's people as a killing machine to destroy Iwagakure village. This is Onoki, completely unacceptable. Impure World Reincarnation. Although this ninjutsu was developed by Hokage Senju Tobarama, the second generation of Konoha village. But this forbidden technique is not only the master of Konoha village now. In this way, Onoki did not suspect Konoha village at all, but he was still angry with Akatsuki here. After all, in the entire ninja continent, only Akatsuki needs tailed beasts. And after the 5 tails of their own village were captured, their Akatsuki actually came here and wanted to get their hands on the 4 tails. A powerful chakra suddenly vented out. Still a cage-level ninja, and he is also a master who has existed in Iwagakure village for so long. Onoki's strength is still very strong. If not for his advanced age, some of them are aging. Now that Onoki is placed in the ninja continent, and his blood is eliminated, he is already a first-class ninja. Enough to make countless people in the ninja village fear. Like the original Sarutobi Hiruzen, no matter how powerful he is, he cannot escape the baptism of time. That Onoki can really exert now is actually very limited. Looking at Onoki at this moment, his hair and beard had already turned white, and his face was even more wrinkled. Such a little old man makes people feel weak just by looking at him. Doden, Earth-style, rock fist. However, at this moment, Onoki burst out with chakra. Of being a cage-level ninja is once again revealed. At this moment, Onoki, who was already angry, immediately. One of the arms entered the petrification. Immediately afterwards, it seemed to skyrocket countless times. This arm is equivalent to 30% of Onoki's body. Whoosh! Blink! Onoki immediately when everything is ready. Rush out. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the second generation Tsuchikage. Doden, Earth-style, rock fist. At this time, the second generation Tsuchikage also responded quickly. He was also immediately single arm petrified and became thick and huge immediately. Confronted the past. Boom. To read the Chapter 759. A puppet show in the ninja world. Incomparable anger on his face, Onoki is now fighting against the second generation Tsuchikage. When the two fight, Yamazaki Akaji and others will immediately dodged back to the back. Now that Onoki has taken action, naturally there is nothing to do with them. Doden, Earth-style, Tsuchikage. Onoki began to release chakra continuously, condensing it into a ninjutsu attack to the second generation Tsuchikage. Doden, Earth-style, wall. The second generation Tsuchikage also began to defend instinctively, and did not bite the bullet and rushed forward. Onoki is still a cage-level powerhouse after all, and at this moment he is not at all disadvantaged. On the other hand, the second generation Tsuchikage, although not weak, is the body of impure world reincarnation after all. His power has been completely shrunk long ago, and he can't even play half of what he was before birth. Well, that's why a group of ninjas alone can stop him. The current second-generation Tsuchikage has long since erased his personality, has no self-awareness, and has become a pure murder tool. At this moment, he can only act according to the arrangement of the caster Kabuto. Were loud noises all around. Onoki and the second-generation Tsuchikage, although most of them use small doden, earth-style ninjutsu. But the tens of kilometers around the gate of Iwagakure village were all destroyed and turned into ruins. Houses collapsed, and the flat earth shattered into gulfs. The dense cracks on it continue to spread, like a big spider web. These 3 generations of Tsuchikage are really young. When the 2 Tsuchikages meet and start a fight. As the controller of the whole situation, Gong Yi laughed secretly and joked. It's probably still there now. Onoki biting Kiba and fighting the second-generation Tsuchikage, you can't imagine it. He has been clever and calculated all his life, but in the end he was turned into a pawn by Gong Yi. The terrifying sense of consciousness continued to spread, and at this moment Gong Yi had already enveloped half of the Iwagakure village in front of him. At this time, most of Onoki's strength was also exposed to Gong Yi's eyes. Of course, now Gong Yi is just there to monitor the whole situation. Gong Yi has absolutely no interest in Onoki's strength. Whether his strength is strong or not has no effect on Gong Yi. As a perfect master, he has the power of 10 tails, and there is nothing he fears in the entire ninja world. Only people who can be called Gong Yi's enemies at this moment are the 10 tails Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya. No, even the 2 of them wouldn't be worth Gong Yi's fear at all. Looking around, he has already stood at the top of the ninja world continent. Ninja continent is like an interesting puppet show. And Gong Yi, who is behind the controls, the puppet performer. In the field, the fighting between the 2 sides has intensified. At this moment, although Onoki bit Kiba with all his strength, he killed the second 2 shadows twice. But almost nothing works. As an impure world reincarnation, he can only be killed and can only be sealed. And Onoki also already knew that it is impossible to completely solve the second-generation Tsuchikage without sealing. Yamazaki, immediately. Get all the seal classes, and when I disperse his body again, immediately. Seal it. Understood, Tsuchikage-sama. Gong Yi's consciousness clone Yamazaki Akashi, he nodded immediately. Left here. Now basically Iwagakure village has been weakened a lot, and Gong Yi's mission has been completed. Well, to put it simply, he has nothing to do here. Jinten particle style detachment of the primitive world technique. Seeing that Yamazaki Akachi had left, Onoki's side was also immediately used his own blood to follow the elimination. Jinten particle style detachment of the primitive world technique. Conversely, the second generation of Tsuchikage is also immediately used out. Onoki's blood continued to be eliminated, or from the second generation Tsuchikage. The murderous intent soaring to the sky was vented around, and a white square light Jinchuriki column came out between Onoki's hands. The square white light Jinchuriki column, although it looks like an ordinary light. But it's not. It already contains a shocking atmosphere of destruction. Everything around it, as long as it is close to the light Jinchuriki column of this detachment of the primitive world technique, any object will be turned into an atomic state. White square light Jinchuriki column, it is unstoppable, and everything that hinders it, will immediately turned into dust. But the other side. Waiting for Onoki, not the second generation Tsuchikage turned into dust. Now his hands can only be seen, and a white light Jinchuriki column has already appeared. Although the aura of destruction was somewhat weakened, it was still shocking. Same as Onoki's blood follower elimination, except this is a light Jinchuriki column in the shape of a round Jinchuriki column. This Jinten particle style, with two forms but the same essence, just one circle and one circle, shocked all the ninjas in Iwagakure village. In their eyes, this is no longer Akatsuki and Iwagakure village. It's the second generation Tsuchikage and the third generation Tsuchikage. A battle across the century. The scene is so shocking that people can't help but open their mouths and exclaim. Bang! When the two attentions met, it was just a soft sound for a moment. Immediately, with a loud bang, the two rays of light Jinchuriki column began to devour each other. Now it can be clearly seen that Onoki's Jinten particle style gradually began to suppress Jinten particle style of the second generation Tsuchikage. It is still the body of the impure world reincarnation. After his consciousness was wiped out, Kabuto deliberately weakened his strength in order to prevent accidents. In this way, the second generation Tsuchikage in this state is very difficult to compete with Onoki. Teacher, it is shameful for you to appear again in this way. A white light reflected on Onoki's face. He bit Kiba and secretly said, now the disciple will send you back. Boom. As soon as Onoki's voice fell, the square-shaped Jinten particle style light Jinchuriki column instantly devoured the second generation Hokage's circular light Jinchuriki column. Next second, I saw that his entire body, which was attached to it, once again collapsed and turned into molecules. Now it seems that Onoki destroyed the second generation Tsuchikage, but no one cheered. Because the scene can be seen once again, the corpse of the second generation Tsuchikage has been transformed into a molecule and reorganized again. Secret seal art. Secret seal art. But at this time, when the body of the second generation Tsuchikage was about to recover, the seal class brought back by Akaka Yamazaki had already fled. They looked serious immediately. Take out the scroll that you carry behind you, and then immediately open the imprint with one hand. The entire surrounding seal class, immediately, completely seals the body of the second generation Tsuchikage in front of it. While, his whole person was wrapped into a zongzi. Oh, it's so naive. When Iwagakure village seems to be very efficient. Gong Yi, who was on the periphery, showed a sneer. Chapter 760. The Death of Lois. Peripheral. Onoki seems to have sealed the second generation Tsuchikage here, but Gong Yi shook his head. Because now all this is not as simple as they thought. Great, we made it. Next we just need to find the Akatsuki guy and win. This time, our tailed beast will never be taken away again. Meanwhile, in the village of Iwagakure. When they saw that the second generation Tsuchikage in front of him had stopped moving, a group of ninjas from the village of Iwagakure who knew nothing at all couldn't help but get excited. A pair of eyes gleamed in their eyes, and their faces showed a look of excitement. All the ninjas in Iwagakure village gradually let go of their hearts that were just hanging. The fierce battle just experienced has finally come to an end. But, now though a group of ninjas from the village of Iwagakure are very excited. Onoki, who had just fought the second generation Tsuchikage, his face did not relax at all. Because of the current Onoki, I felt something was wrong. His face is serious, but now the whole person has not found the cause of the problem. His eyes away from the second generation Tsuchikage, who had been completely sealed, Onoki always felt that something was wrong. It's a pity that he's a bit biased, and he can't always say it now. No, not right. Next second. When Onoki seemed to recall something, his face immediately turned. Become pale. A sigh inwardly. Onoki immediately. Look in the other direction. There is the location where Lois is leading a large force and is evacuating Iwagakure village with Jinchuriki column force. Boom. At this look, that location has already started to blaze into the sky. Although the location is not close, the tremors from there still spread to here. All are still there, the excited ninjas of Iwagakure village, all stunned here. They were totally unexpected. Not over yet, and Akatsuki has another impure world reincarnation guy. No, it's not the impure world reincarnation guy, but the second generation Tsuchikage. Onoki immediately. Frowning tightly, he cursed in that direction. This is the second generation Tsuchikage's secret technique. Wu Chen is obsessed. Wu Chen fans. All the ninjas in the village of Iwagakure were taken aback. They have never heard of it, and now there is still this secret technique. This is a kind of auxiliary ninjutsu with only one function. That is to have the terrifying invisibility ability that makes people unable to perceive chakra. Right. Gong Yi, who is now on the periphery, is actually long overdue. Just when they sealed the second generation Tsuchikage, he used Jin Chan to escape from here. Today's goal is to weaken the village of Iwagakure. But now the real purpose is Sun Wukong. Kabuto is not stupid. Naturally it is impossible to continue to consume in such a senseless way. Wu Chen's magic of confusion. The original second generation Tsuchikage Wu is relying on this ability, is known as No One. Although this secret technique can make people unable to perceive chakra. But it has no effect on Gong Yi. When the fourth seed of consciousness has appeared, none of the invisible ninjutsu in the entire ninja world can escape Gong Yi's perception. Well, this is why Gong Yi mocked the relationship between Iwagakure village and others before. They've been deceived, and they're still complacent there. Of course, today's action, I know it. At the same time, this is the opportunity to get rid of Onoki's son Lois. As long as we take advantage of the chaos today and kill Lois directly, the position of the fourth generation Tsuchikage will basically belong to the avatar of divine consciousness. If Lois doesn't die, Onoki probably won't let go easily. After all, they still insist on wanting a family inheritance. This is not allowed by Gong Yi. Allowed. Today, by mistake, I used Kabuto's impure world reincarnation to get rid of Lois. Isn't it beautiful that I have paid 4 taels, but it has given Gong Yi an unprecedented benefit. At the same time, while Gong Yi was still thinking to himself, Onoki here quickly left. Although he is old now, he has consumed a lot of physical strength in the battle with the second generation Tsuchikage. However, with such an imminent matter now, he didn't feel tired at all. This will follow, and now Yamazaki Akashi and the rest of Anbu's elite ninjas. The rest of the ninjas bit Kiba's teeth, all wanting at once. Supporting the troops on Lois' side, but Yamazaki Akaji just wanted to get some information. Yamazaki Akatsuki naturally didn't know Akatsuki when Gong Yi came here, so he was still there, act according to his own instincts. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Spear Technique. Doden, Earth Style. On the second battlefield, at this moment, one by one Iwagakure village ninjas are struggling to resist. Kiba with pale faces, and kept releasing ninjutsu with hand seal. No one would have imagined that the enemy who was still at the gate of Iwagakure village would suddenly appear here. Now the entire force of the escort Jinchuiki column has suffered heavy losses. Lois, who was in charge of commanding them, was immediately killed by the second generation Tsuchikage's poisonous hand. The rest of the Iwagakure village ninjas who did not react also died in an instant. The person they are protecting now, Jinchuriki column force, is also caught in the hands of the second generation Tsuchikage. He had closed his eyes and was apparently in a coma. Damn, now we must keep him. We'll be fine when Lord Tsuchikage comes here. You must not let him leave and escape. All the ninjas in Iwagakure village, they are holding a look of death, and they are constantly releasing ninjutsu to contain the second generation Tsuchikage. Now, he is not fighting back at all, but immediately. With the power of the four-tailed Jinchuriki column, it immediately rises to the sky. Left. Everyone does not have a secret technique that master can fly to the sky, and each of them can only watch all this powerlessly. In this way, I can only watch the second generation Tsuchikage and take away the Jinchuriki column force of the four-tailed man. Everyone was very frustrated, and some even couldn't help but want to vomit blood. The second time, Akatsuki took their people Jinchuriki column force for the second time. Also this time, their Iwagakure village suffered a heavy loss. Historically, the village they had just risen to seemed once again lost because of Akatsuki. And looking at the corpses around them, their overall combat power can instantly drop to the bottom. Now no one thought that the return of the Four Tails would bring such a disaster to the village of Iwagakure. Hint of despair on their faces, and they could only watch the second-generation Tsuchikage in the sky gradually turn into a black spot and finally disappear. The distance of ninjutsu cannot be reached, and they have no way to chase. Chapter 761. Freezing and Heavy. Damn Akatsuki. The village of Iwagakure, the old man, is at odds with you. The second-generation Tsuchikage left, Onoki and others also rushed here. Seeing everything in front of him, Onoki's heart was splitting. Especially looking at the corpses, Lois became one of them. At this moment, Onoki seemed to grow old again. His eyes were already full of coldness at this moment, and even the ninjas of Iwagakure village couldn't help shivering when they saw it. This is enough to see that Onoki is really angry now. Well, don't say it's Onoki, but any ninja in Iwagakure village also has a murderous look on his face, and blue veins burst out of his clenched hands. This time Akatsuki came here, it's a shame for their Iwagakure village. This thing, for a group of Iwagakure village ninjas is actually a blow. Because of the expansion of the ninja power, the development is also very strong. They were still complacent before, feeling that nothing on the ninja world could threaten their existence. Even in the village of Konoha, although the army is equally strong, and there are 5 generations of Hokage Gongyi sitting in town. In Iwagakure village, they felt that they could not do anything. But today, Akatsuki here, has given them a good lesson. This is just a corpse from impure world reincarnation. Half of the strength of the second generation Tsuchikage before his death. But in the end, the four-tailed Jinchuriki column force was captured, Tsuchikage's son Lois was killed, all the buildings in front of Iwagakure village were destroyed, Anbu elite ninjas suffered countless casualties, and ordinary Iwagakure village ninjas also died in pieces. Now a series of blows, the village of Iwagakure is not only weakened. Now Gongyi's plan behind this, when implemented, has achieved unexpected results. The overall morale of Iwagakure village is completely low. Because of today's battle, the ninjas of the entire Iwagakure village are covered in a haze. In any case, they are actually unbelievable. In the end, this happened. The four-tailed Jinchuriki column force was as simple as that, and they were captured so easily. It seemed that there was no equivalent to what they thought before. Even now Onoki, he couldn't help feeling something, powerless. The reason why he used so many resources, dared to get the four tails back from Konoha village. So invisibly, it's actually, very confident in myself. The last time Uchiha Itachi and Afei captured the tail beast, they also had no intention of fighting with. However, Onoki thought that Akatsuki was actually afraid of himself. As long as you defend yourself comprehensively, after encountering an invasion by an organization, you can go and stop it yourself. A while, Onoki realized that he really wanted to. Akatsuki wasn't afraid of themselves at all, it was just that they were too lazy to do it. This, Onoki couldn't help but want to curse again, feeling so aggrieved that he vomited blood. Today's losses are borne by Onoki. At the same time, his hatred for Akatsuki has also reached its peak now. Even more than the rest of the ninja village, more than Gongyi's side, hated Akatsuki. Lord Tsuchikage, now it's true that we restore the village first. At this time, came to Onoki's side, whispering. Looking at the silent Onoki now, there was a faint smile on the face of the avatar of consciousness. Apparently this time, Gongyi's plan went very well. Everyone is on alert, sort out the ninja corpses first, and count the casualties and losses. Onoki came back to his senses, and the whole person seemed to be a little helpless. You are responsible for Yamazaki. Now that the four tails are lost, and the village of Iwagakure is destroyed, Onoki may just be angry. But the death of Lois made this stubborn little old man a little hard to accept. Lois is his only son. At the same time, Onoki also really wanted Lois to take over the position of his fourth-generation Tsuchikage. After all, he has also cultivated Lois's reputation over the years. But now, all his efforts have been in vain. Onoki's heart was dead, and there was no other emotion except anger. He is more at the moment, actually thinking about the next decision to deal with Akatsuki. Everything has happened, and Onoki will not give up easily. Years flies, time flies. Days passed by in a blink of an eye. The ninja world continent has begun to be a little restless. The four tails of the village of Iwagakure were captured by Akatsuki, and it was a bombshell. Originally, the ninja world continent had gradually become a calm lake. After the news of Iwagakure village came out, it seemed like a heavy stone was thrown into it, causing endless ripples. The entire village was destroyed. Tsuchikage's son was killed. Human Jinchuriki column force was caught, and the elite ninja force suffered heavy losses. In the village of Iwagakure before seems to need to be done all over again. Seeing the situation in front of me at this moment, it is a bit unbelievable. Looking at it, in the entire ninja continent, only Konoha village is currently the safest. Through this incident, I have to ask people to think, is Konoha village really the last harbor because of the existence of Hokage Gongyi of the 5th generation? It seems that Akatsuki is very afraid of them. Akatsuki hadn't shot when the four tails were in Konoha's hands. Once this side just handed it over to Sunagakure village, such a thing happened, and all the ninja villages in the entire ninja world seem to have begun to worry. A total of 9-tailed beasts, and now the remaining 2-tailed beasts have not been captured. One of the 3 tails has not been heard from, and some people think that Akatsuki has taken it away. Only one they know of Akatsuki is Kyubi, 9 tails, of Konoha village. Now that Akatsuki's intentions are clear, many of them have to worry. Even the Kumogakure village, which has been silent for a long time, seems to be considering the previous joint plan of Gongyi. Akatsuki has become the climate and they have to be careful. Once let them use the tail beast to do something. If they hadn't joined forces, they would have been isolated from the rest of the village. So what awaits them may be a devastating blow. Since he can become the famous Omura in the ninja world, it is not stupid. Small villages can think of it, how could they not think of the wind, whizzing past? A scene where the mountains and rains are about to come and the wind is full of buildings appeared unknowingly. Of the incident in the village of Iwagakure, the ninja continent began to enter a freezing point. Chapter 762. Akatsuki getting worse. Sky is clear and cloudless. The warm sun shines down, reviving everything. Konoha village, Central Administration Building. Lord Hokage, now Iwagakure village, S4 tails are sure to be captured by Akatsuki. Nara Shikaku's face turned serious, and she came to Hokage's office. Still, Nara Shikaku, who doesn't know anything, seems a little worried at the moment. After Gongyi killed the Akatsuki leader, Nara Shikaku, like the rest, seemed to let their guard down unknowingly. But now when what happened in the village of Iwagakure, Nara Shikaku knew that it didn't seem to be the case. Akatsuki and the others are still in action, and at the same time they are even more aggressive. This makes a group of ninjas headed by Nara Shikaku feel a sense of urgency. Thinking about it carefully, at this moment, only Kyubi, 9 tails, of their Konoha village are left, not captured by Akatsuki. Akatsuki captured the 4 tails of Iwagakure village. Looking up, Gongyi pretended to be surprised, and said in a deep voice, "These Akatsuki people, it seems that they did not choose to give up." Now that the 5 Shadows Conference has not started, Gongyi is not ready to confess some obscure things to Nara Shikaku. Only when the 5 Shadows Conference is completed and the 4th Ninja World War is determined to kick off. this case, the current Gongyi will be assured to inform Nara Shikaku and let him cooperate with him. At the same time, it is only under such circumstances that we can guarantee that our follow-up plan can go smoothly. Well, as for the current situation, Nara Shikaku can only continue to hide it for a while. That's right. Nothing, Nara Shikaku nodded, opened the file and said, the entire Iwagakure village has suffered heavy losses, and nearly hundreds of ninjas and Tsuchikage's son Lois were killed in action. The madam has turned down again. Is that so? Gongyi was silent for half a second, and a smile appeared on his face. Actually, this is fine. Iwagakure village has been a little arrogant now, and at the same time it has been developing secretly, although he does not pose a threat to our Konoha village, but Akatsuki's disguised weakening of them also benefits our Konoha village. Although this does benefit Konoha, what's going on with Akatsuki is also a threat to us. When Nara Shikaku heard this, he didn't refute anything. The ninja world continent is intriguing, and each other is eyeing each other. Now that Iwagakure village has encountered such a thing, it is a stealing thing for the people of the outer village. Naturally, Nara Shikaku is not exempt. For Konoha village he is dedicated and a think tank at the same time. But he always belongs to Konoha village, and he has no mercy for other ninja villages. Especially the village of Iwagakure. Recent years, they have developed rapidly, gained the momentum of Gongyi, and virtually completed Iwagakure village. Now they have suffered devastating losses under Akatsuki's attack. According to common sense, Nara Shikaku is indeed worthy of coursing. Because the village of Iwagakure is now destroyed like this, then the village of Konoha has been pulling them farther and farther away. But now that it's time, Nara Shikaku doesn't care about Iwagakure village, but about the current affairs of Konoha village. Akatsuki's side was not calm, but was still moving. From the situation in Iwagakure village, Nara Shikaku can guess. Now Akatsuki has become more and more crazy, and equally more and more unscrupulous. With their situation, Nara Shikaku couldn't help thinking about whether Gongyi and Uchiha Obito joined forces in the same way in Konoha village. Hehe, you don't need to worry about Shikaku-sensei. Closing the documents on the table, Gongyi said with a nonchalant expression on his face, now Akatsuki and the others cannot threaten Konoha village. Let's not say that there are not many members of their leader and the leader is dead, but with their little tricks, it is estimated that they will be completely disintegrated before they enter the Konoha village. An incomparable self-confidence was revealed, and now Gongyi continued, our Konoha village has grown strong enough, and it is not comparable to other ninja villages. Akatsuki may be very apprehensive about other ninja villages, but Gongyi smiled, then paused before speaking again, they Akatsuki can't threaten us at all. From this four-tail incident, it can actually be seen. Gongyi didn't wait for the current Nara Shikaku to speak, and smiled, four tails have nothing to do in our Konoha village for so long, and Kyubi 9 tails is also the same, but why is the four tails just taken by Iwagakure village? Go and you'll be attacked by Akatsuki. Apparently, Akatsuki is afraid of our Konoha village. Nonsense, Gongyi looked at Nara Shikaku. Well, in fact, this is indeed impossible. Denial. Nara Shikaku put his hand on his chin, touched his goatee and muttered, Akatsuki seems to be very afraid of us. The constant thoughts in his mind, Nara Shikaku also completely felt that there was nothing wrong with what Gongyi said. Combine all events. Iwagakure village, Sunagakure village, Kurigakure village, etc. Several large villages, all of them were attacked by Akatsuki. At present, they are the only ones who are not attacked by Akatsuki in Konoha village. Hokage Gongyi from their Konoha village, who took the initiative to attack directly. Before they came here, in turn, they all got rid of their group of people. Invisibly, Nara Shikaku also felt that Gongyi's analysis was correct. As for the ninja continent, there are indeed people who doubt Gongyi's Konoha village. If it weren't for the previous incident in the Temple of Fire, and Gong Yi not. The matter of killing the Akatsuki members and the leader appeared. A group of them will think that Akatsuki is a secret organization created by Konoha village, and some people even suspect that all these conspiracies are the ghosts of Konoha village. Of course, now that those things have appeared, everyone has naturally dispelled this idea. If all this is really Konoha village, it is really the work of the 5th generation Hokage Gong Yi. They wouldn't be so stupid to kill the guys they found. Well, now it's time to work, and they all start to shift their attention to other positions. The situation on Akatsuki's side is urgent for all the ninja villages in the ninja world. They are thorns in the eye, and now they are seriously threatening to affect the peace and balance of the ninja continent. Chapter 763. Break the balance. Although the entire ninja continent has always been dominated by balance, every ninja village is also restraining each other. Although there are rankings, no one can draw too much distance. Although Gong Yi appeared, now he has completely broken this deadlock. Of the entire ninja continent was also completely destroyed by Gong Yi's hands. But in the end the essence is different. Konoha village is a large village of ninjas, so it is natural to act without principles. Gong Yi's strength is strong, he naturally won't shoot at will. But Akatsuki is different. Now their appearance has seriously affected and threatened every ninja village. People Jinchuiki column force, destroy ninja village, slaughter ninjas, destroy buildings. Akatsuki now has become a terrorist extremist organization in the ninja world. Every ninja village has strong killing intent and fear towards them. Every ninja village actually hates Kiba for their situation. So unscrupulous, that's how they collected tailed beasts in front of their ninja village. Although it was the Iwagakure village that attacked, it was the ninja village in the entire ninja world that provoked. Such behavior is undoubtedly disguised ignoring them. At the same time, in the current situation, it is undoubtedly enough to make people feel understandable. Akatsuki wasn't afraid of them at all, but still went his own way. At the same time, Nara Shikaku has a lot of thoughts in his mind at this moment, and he thinks a lot. However, he quickly suppressed his thoughts and looked at Gong Yi, who was sitting in front of him. Then, Lord Hokage, what are you going to do next? At this moment, Nara Shikaku, he did not go out to express his opinion. Following Gong Yi's side for a long time, it seems that without knowing it, Nara Luji also got to know Gong Yi. Now that this has happened, Nara Shikaku knows that the 5 generations of Hokage in front of him will come up with a solution. Actually, it's very easy to deal with Akatsuki. Hearing Nara Shikaku ask, Gong Yi said with a smile. It was very simple. Yes, very simple. Looking at Nara Shikaku's confused expression, Gong Yi continued, it only takes the whole ninja village to unite and get rid of them directly. All ninja villages united. Nara Shikaku thought of a certain possibility, but his face was still stunned, but such a thing is easier said than done. That's what we need to guide. Knocking on the table, Gong Yi smiled and said, go to the land of fire in person to meet the daimyo. When the time comes, I will communicate with the daimyo and let him hold a meeting with other major powers, and at the same time accomplish my purpose. Gong Yi informed Ju of the future plans. I want a meeting in the name of the name. Face again, Nara Shikaku said, isn't it true? That's right, the next thing we have to do is hold the 5 Shadows Conference. Gong Yi nodded with a smile on his face. Only when the 5 Shadows Conference is held can we be able to join forces in the true sense. To deal with Akatsuki, I certainly won't let Konoha village take the risk alone. Now the rest of the ninja villages are also needed to jointly undertake the crusade against Akatsuki. After what happened in Iwagakure village, Akatsuki has completely made all the ninja villages jealous now. Gong Yi kept talking and fully stated his own opinions, so this time the 5 Shadows meeting will not fail, and we have taken the initiative, and at the same time, this will also eliminate Akatsuki, saving the constant fear in Konoha village. The attack of Akatsuki. All this at the moment, now is indeed the best way. This, Nara Shikaku pondered for a moment and nodded in response. At this moment, Gong Yi's method is indeed a very effective solution to everything. The first national meeting was held in the name of the big name, and then Gong Yi came forward to join the shadows of the rest of the ninja village to hold a meeting of 5 shadows. At that time, with the cooperation of each other's villages, the arrogant Akatsuki will be officially launched in an all-round way. In the entire ninja continent, whether it is Kumogakure village, Iwagakure village, or Kurigakure village, etc. They have all been attacked, and all were taken away from the tailed orc Jinchuriki column force. Now this is going to work, and for them, they are both victims to each other. But there is only one core missing at the moment. Gong Yi is. It is this core. As long as he starts calling for the opening of the 5 Shadows Conference, he will definitely get the response from all the villages. This is not what it used to be. Now all the ninja villages want to kill Akatsuki and hurry up. In everyone's heart, no one can really veto it. Especially now that everyone is not stupid, Akatsuki has collected so many tailed beasts. Then there will definitely be a shocking plan. If you don't choose to join forces now, you will be left behind. When the disaster occurs later, it is completely impossible for them to join forces. Nara Shikaku can think of these. How can the other old guys in the ninja village not understand the opposite? Now they may have a choice. But right now there is no caller. Thinking of this, the more Nara Shikaku felt perfect. Gong Yi at this moment, he is completely. A word that wakes up the dreamer. Nara Shikaku came back to his senses and continued with a smile. Lord Hokage, it's really time for you to start the 5 Shadows Conference. Well, I've already made arrangements for all this. Gong Yi didn't say much, just responded lightly, I'll get it ready now, and I'll do it right away tomorrow. Go to the capital of the Land of Fire. Then Hokage-sama, what do I need to do now? Nara Shikaku looked at Gong Yi and asked. Shikaku-sensei, what you need to do next is simple. Gong Yi smiled and said slowly, you just need to rectify the government affairs of Konoha village after I leave. Hearing this, Nara Shikaku was also taken aback. But the next second, he smiled awkwardly. Don't worry, Lord Hokage, things in the village are completely fine. Well, that's fine then. Gong Yi shrugged and stopped talking nonsense. Now that what's happened at this moment has happened, it's okay to push the boat completely. As for other issues, Gong Yi doesn't need to worry about it now. The current primary goal is to use the help of another disaster in Iwagakure village to become the reason to start the 5 Shadows Conference. Gong Yi knew perfectly well that no one would deny it at all, and no one would disagree. Now they probably have this idea long ago, but they are just waiting for someone to take the initiative to speak. Well, this initiative sponsor is Gong Yi. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push and watch the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates, find 99 novels and LT, otherwise block collection IP. Chapter 764. The Future of Ninja World. The sky is just getting brighter. At this moment, Gong Yi has left the Konoha village with Kimimaro. Now that he has teamed up with Uchiha Obito and experienced this incident in Iwagakure village, Gong Yi will not continue to delay time. Today, Gong Yi's goal is to the Land of Fire. Communicated with Nara Shikaku yesterday, today he needs to meet the daimyo. Then, discuss with it, the next thing to hold the 5 Shadows Conference. The entire ninja world continent is already in a serious situation, but it is not as free as before. Every village is actually in a state where the arrow has to be shot on the string. As long as you call on yourself, then no one will refuse again. After all, everything before, all ninja villages are there for all to see. Only with their own cooperation, now is their last way out. They try to use their power to disintegrate and destroy Akatsuki. In this case, they will naturally reduce their losses. After all, both sides are people in a big boat. But, in fact, they are not. really use it. It's not that they used Gong Yi, but Gong Yi used them in turn. For this Five Shadows meeting, Gong Yi really worked hard. After planning for a whole number of months, it can be officially opened. But actually, when you think about it, it makes sense. In Gong Yi's impression, since the establishment of Ninja World, it seems that only 3 Five Shadow conferences have been opened. The first Five Shadows conference. After the establishment of Konoha, the other 44 countries followed suit and established their own ninja villages. Then, when the 5 great ninja villages were officially established, it was officially opened. Because at that time, there was still a small amount of war and hostility between them. Therefore, at this time, Senju Hashirama, as his god of ninjas, summoned the shadows of the other 4 ninja villages to sit together for the first time to discuss the future of the ninja world. Attending this meeting included the first generation of 5 shadows. Standing behind the first generation of 5 shadows are the candidates of the next generation of 5 shadows. It can be said that a group of heroes gathered. And at this first 5 shadows meeting, what it mainly discussed was the distribution of tailed beasts. In order to let the 5 major ninja villages have their own capital and avoid attacking each other for profit, Konoha decided to separate the tailed beasts. This is also Senju Hashirama, who wants to use the tailed beast to exchange for the balance and peace of the entire ninja continent. However, this group of people, except the first Hokage, are all human beings. They fought hard for their own interests at the meeting. Sunagakur village even put forward very excessive demands and almost fought. But in the end, the meeting ended successfully after the first Hokage kept bowing his head. The god of ninja used his humility to win the approval of the other 444 shadows, and the ninja world officially entered the first peaceful era after the troubled times. Well, though. Pity. After thinking of this, Gong Yi also shook his head and smiled. As a junior, I really disapprove of what Senju Hashirama did. He forgot that man is greedy, but it is like a bottomless pit that cannot be filled. Although they have tailed beasts, they can check and balance each other. But in the end, it just made the war intensify. Well, as for this second 5 Shadows conference, it is now myself this time. Originally, the opening of the second 5 Shadows conference was initiated by Raikage. Because when Sasuke invaded the village of Kumogakure and captured Killer Bee, the 4th generation of Raikage was furious and wanted to hold a meeting to fight against Sasuke and Akatsuki. It's almost the same as my own rhythm. It's just that he has long since died, and the plot has been completely changed. So all these things can only be pushed by oneself. Normally speaking, this 5 Shadows conference is actually quite turbulent. Because each shadow treats each other with the slightest opinion, it is extremely unpleasant. First, Hokage Danzo's sloppy tactics to control Mifune were exposed. Then Sasuke rushed into the venue to interrupt the meeting, and finally Obito himself announced the start of the 4th Ninja World War. These accidentally changed the theme of the 5 Shadows meeting. Originally, this meeting was just for the 5 countries to unite against Akatsuki and Sasuke, but this turned into a mobilization meeting before the 4th Ninja World War. The commander of the ninja coalition has emerged. Pity that the pictures that Gong Yi knows about will almost never appear. Now, the entire unknown 5 Shadows conference, at this moment, is more like a master by oneself. Whether it's its opening, or Uchiha Obito's use of Uchiha Madara's identity to directly announce the opening of the 4th Ninja World War, it all has its own shadow. There is no way. In the entire Hokage world has shifted very seriously. If you want to complete his ultimate plan, Gong Yi at the moment doesn't. He needs to complete these things step by step by himself. Coming here by myself was an accident, an anomaly belonging to the ninja continent. A small butterfly can have a very big effect. More so in the current situation. Anomalies that might have appeared, were even more confused by Gong Yi. 4 generations of Raikage, and Killer Bee Jinchuriki, Column Force Killer Bee. Collect the tailed beasts secretly, quietly resurrect the 10 tails, and become the human Jinchuriki column force. At the same time, the two sons of luck, the reincarnations of Asura and Indra, were all accepted as disciples. Invisibly, it also changed their will. Not only these. After coming to this Hokage world, Gongyi has touched a lot. In the initial conditions can drive a long-term huge chain reaction of the entire system. His appearance made the world of Hokage even more chaotic. Fortunately, all this, Gongyi does not seem to be too serious at present. At least I can still live with the master, and everything is going smoothly. That's all. That's enough. As for other issues and matters, it is not within Gongyi's consideration. Mr. Gongyi, are we ready to implement that plan? At this time, Kimimaro, who was following Gongyi, asked in deep thought. Now Gongyi has informed Kimimaro of some follow-up plans. Invisibly, preparations have already begun at this moment. When the Five Shadows Conference ends, the war can begin. Therefore, Gongyi secretly needs to take the lead in making arrangements. That's right. In front, Gongyi glanced at Kimimaro out of the corner of his eye. After this Five Shadows Conference starts, we can officially execute it. It's been so long, it's time we start pulling the curtain. Smiling, Gongyi responded lightly. I understand, Teacher Gongyi. Hearing this, Kimimaro nodded heavily. Chapter 765. And he know where Kimimaro is now. Gongyi's plan has been in the works for a long time. Therefore, Kimimaro, who is the most loyal to Gongyi, also shows a hint of firmness on his face. Gongyi's goal is Kimimaro's goal. Now he knows in his heart that he must do everything perfectly in place of Gongyi. After all, this plan is not an ordinary petty fight. Kimimaro can clearly recognize how rigorous it is. Not bad. And at the same time, when Kimimaro was still thinking secretly here, Gongyi's face also showed a hint of admiration. For Kimimaro, this great help, Gongyi still trusts him very much. Chose to accept Kimimaro at first, and spare no effort to train him. In addition to the only Shikatsumyaku Dead Bone Pulse special Kekkei Genkei in the ninja world, there is. Kimimaro is loyal enough. In the original book, Kimimaro is also the same, loyal to Orochimaru, will do his best to eliminate people who are useless to Orochimaru or hinder Orochimaru, and sacrifice his life for Orochimaru. Once someone denies, Orochimaru will be emotional. Afterwards, although he was terminally ill and had a short life. But in order to fulfill Orochimaru's wish, dragging his seriously ill body, he went to Konoha village in person to take Sasuke away. In the end, in order to stop little Lee and Gaara, he was exhausted and died on the spot. It can be said that Gongyi still admired Kimimaro's character very much. And it just so happens that I still need such a person. Whether it's right or wrong, just look at the person. Just like Kimimaro now, although he knew about Gongyi's plan, many people would die. Of the ninja continent will become completely different, which will lead to loss of balance. However, Kimimaro has no dissuasion. Contrary, Kimimaro, he is still, how can his thoughts make the things explained by Gongyi more perfect? Well, in Kimimaro's world, only Gongyi is the only one. As for the others, dead or alive, so what? Kimimaro naturally doesn't care at all. Time is fast. While, the country of fire has come into view. The capital of the country of fire, it was originally established within the scope of the country of fire. Gongyi and Kimimaro are not slow, they have come here almost quickly. The land of fire, as the most powerful country in the ninja continent, is naturally built very magnificently. Seriously, this should be Gongyi's first visit to the land of fire. Usually, there are usually some things. Or some kind of task. Also by Nara Shikaku, and the rest of the ninja here. As a Hokage, naturally I can't. What are you doing here since you came here? Now if it wasn't for the opening of the Five Shadows Conference this time, it would be impossible for him to come to this country of fire. Master Hokage is here in person, and you say it too, it's really a loss to welcome you. After layers of notification, Gong Yi has now entered the daimyo's mansion. Him and Kimimaro was a minister, who was talking with a smile on his face at the moment. At a glance, the robes he wears are also extraordinary, obviously not an ordinary official position. But at this moment, the minister did not dare to breathe at all. Still here, squinting and constantly flattering Gong Yi. Still famous. The entire ninja world continent speaks with true strength. Therefore, even as a minister now, he also has his own pride. But that depends on who you are going to see. At this moment, in the subordinate Konoha village, the 5th generation Hokage Gong Yi is enough to make him tremble. Fear that he would not be considerate, he had made an enmity with the 5 generations of Hokage. Gong Yi is notoriously moody and cannot be easily provoked by anyone. The ninja world continent, the 5 major ninja villages, were restraining each other and have come to achieve a balance. But now, after Gong Yi took over the village of Konoha, it has developed wildly, and there is no hidden adoption of war orphans. The Konoha village of Nuoda has been built to be comparable to their capital of the Land of Fire. Of various ninjas has reached a very shocking state. Well, albeit recklessly. But I was stunned that no one existed, and I dared to say nothing. Of the country of fire on their side also turned one eye away. The existence of the entire ninja world seems to have an unspeakable fear of the 5th generation of Hokage Gong Yi. As a little minister with no power, he is still arrogant. Now as a minister who has the opportunity to contact the 5 generations of Hokage, there is only one thing he can do. Do your best to make a good impression. This may be helpful to your future self, maybe one day. Thinking of this, now this Minister of Fire Nation is even more enthusiastic. Okay, Your Excellency Minister, you don't have to rush in and out. Gong Yi's face. Rong showed a smile, and the whole person looked as if people and animals were harmless. Now that it's here, I'll go find the name myself. 4. At this moment, Gong Yi is not too much like Kimimaro behind him. His face is indifferent and his eyes are constantly on guard. There is no one here at all, who can threaten oneself. Their defensive strength was still the ninja they had arranged. It is estimated that a powerful ninja bodyguard who has come out now may be sent out by his own hands. After a long corridor, there is now a wide door ahead. Lord Hokage doesn't have to, the daimyo is already waiting for you inside. With a smile on his face all the time, the minister leading the way stopped, then turned his body and said in awe. Kimimaro, just stay at the door and wait for me. Nodding his head, Gong Yi said lightly, pushed open the door and walked in directly. Hokage, it's really a long way to go. Who was sitting in the first place, said with a smile on his face when he saw that Gong Yi had walked in. He was holding a small fan at the moment, and it was half slanted on his face. It can be seen now that even though he is the name of the country of fire in front of him, he does not appear to be too aloof at all. Gong Yi's reputation has spread far and wide. As a famous name in the country of fire, how could he not know that although there are some murmurs in his heart, he knows that he is not. A good time to show it. Being able to become the daimyo of the strongest country, his scheming and ideas are naturally impossible to be as stupid as they appear. 4. Gong Yi, he can only obey, not go against. In this case, he is good for himself, and the country of fire is still strong. At the same time, with Gong Yi Master's Konoha village, the position of Fire Nation will naturally rise. He has already opened up the rest of the great powers, already very far away. Chapter 766. The name of the country of fire is naturally clear, and now the stakes are involved. Current relationship with the 5th generation of Hokage Gong Yi is actually a thin layer of white paper. Although it can be clearly seen, it is absolutely not allowed to pierce. Otherwise, at that time, the real embarrassment will be only yourself. The Konoha village is currently the dominant family, and naturally has a very good interest in the country of fire. When one person attains the Tao, the chicken and the dog ascend to heaven. The same reason can also be used as a metaphor for Konoha village and the land of fire. Although the two are now separate entities, they always belong to one outside. Therefore, in the entire ninja continent, the country of fire is also very high. Thinking of this, the fire country daimyo also immediately suppressed so many thoughts. He immediately, fanning the fan in his hand, he looked at Gong Yi and said, "If you have something to do, sit down and talk about Hokage. I came here today to see your excellency Daming, but there is only one thing." Gong Yi didn't show any politeness, and sat directly on the side seat. Looking at the big name sitting above, Gong Yi only had a smile on his face, not too much awe. This is a little thin. Looking at the dazed name, Gong Yi should be the first time he has officially seen it. Behind that head, it seems to be dressed like a fan, which is a little disrespectful to Gong Yi. The village of Konoha, although it seems to be a subordinate of the land of fire. Not so. And the daimyo, although he seems to have complete control over the village of Konoha. Actually, it is not. Put it bluntly, Konoha village should actually belong to an independent force. And instead of the country of fire, it's just a relationship of cooperation. Daimyo can intervene in the affairs of Konoha village, but cannot make final decision on the choice of Konoha village. Such as Shadow, in Konoha village. Be appointed directly by the previous Hokage. When Hokage suddenly dies or falls unconscious like Tsunade, the daimyo can appoint a deputy Hokage. But proxy Hokage. If he wants to become a real Hokage, it will still need a vote from Jonin of Konoha village to decide. From this, it can be seen that the daimyo should not interfere too much in the affairs of Konoha village. Of the country of fire seems to be the absolute controller, but it is just a joke here in Gong Yi. His real role is the diplomacy, internal management, alliance and other matters belonging to the Fire Nation. So far these, the big name of the country of fire, they are just ordinary people, and they have no strength. And Konoha village is different, and my Hokage is also different. Partnerships are just unnaturally beginning to arise here. The fire country daimyo can provide financial support to the Konoha village, and the Konoha village is to maintain the safety of the fire country. Well, that is the relationship between force and economy. Therefore, it is like this. The daimyo seems to have a high weight, but in fact it has more power to speak. The two are actually not on the same level at all. Oh. After hearing Gong Yi's words, the name of the country of fire showed a hint of surprise on his face, a little puzzled. What is Hokage for? It's actually quite simple. The smile on Gong Yi's face did not diminish, and he said slowly, "However, this still needs your support, Your Excellency." Support from me? That's right. Gong Yi nodded and continued to speak. Your Excellency daimyo must have heard about Akatsuki. That Akatsuki organized by Missing Nin, I have indeed heard of it. It seems that when it comes to this, daimyo's somewhat casual look has gradually become serious. I heard that the missing nins are now collecting tailed beasts from various ninja villages. Like your information, Your Excellency daimyo, Akatsuki is indeed collecting tailed beasts in various ninja villages in the ninja world. Gong Yi smiled. The name of the Fire Nation knew about these things, so it would be easy to say. But think about it, as the lord of a country, how could Akatsuki come back to his senses for such an important matter? Gong Yi continued. In the entire ninja continent, there are basically only Kyubi, 9 tails. It was not taken by Akatsuki. Hokage, you are very powerful. I heard that you killed Akatsuki's leader. I think Akatsuki will naturally be afraid of you. The small fan in his hand, the fire country daimyo also smiled. If they want to come to the fire country, they naturally need to see whether you agree or disagree with Hokage. Well, although I am here, Akatsuki should not dare to come. Gong Yi shrugged and said helplessly, but I will leave here one day. If Akatsuki invades Konoha village while I leave, it's not a good thing. Hokage, do you want me to give you resource subsidies? When the Fire Country daimyo heard this, he said without changing his face, now that Akatsuki is so rampant, he should take precautions. Naturally, there is no problem with this subsidy. No, Your Excellency, you have misunderstood. Gong Yi shook his head and said, resources are important now, but they are not a long-term solution. What can really solve everything is to cut it off at the root. Cut at the root. That's right. Before waiting for the Fire Kingdom to speak again, Gong Yi said again, the thing I need your help now is that I need to start the Five Shadows Conference. And today, as a daimyo, you need to hold a meeting with the daimyo of the other 444 major countries, and ask them to notify the major ninja villages below. After the brief talk, Gong Yi has already started straight to the point. My time is precious, and when I come here, I naturally don't have too many polite words. At present, the daimyo needs to rely on himself, rather than relying on him. So if it was useless, Gong Yi didn't say it at all. Quote. Along with Gong Yi's voice, there was silence from the Fire Nation's daimyo. Immediately, there was a hint of disbelief on his face. Hokage, you mean to hold the Five Shadows Conference? The famous name of the country of fire, he asked again for fear that he had heard it wrong. The Five Shadows Conference was only successfully opened in the first generation. In the countless years that followed, it was never executed again. Now, after Gong Yi finished saying this, the Fire Country daimyo also asked again as if he was safe. Yes, Your Excellency, you heard it right. Looking at the big name sitting above, Gong Yi said again, I really need you, help me start the Five Shadows Conference. Although Gong Yi has basically confirmed that the Five Shadows Conference can be successfully opened. But this superficial process needs to be negotiated by the daimyo of the country of fire. And this also requires the rest of the great powers to come and go to send manpower to inform each other. Just relying on oneself to spread the news here is not capable of execution at all. Chapter 767. 5 Famous Meetings. Do you want to start the Five Shadows Conference? The big name of the country of fire froze, and the fan in his hand was no longer waving. Obviously, he was thinking at the moment. This isn't something you can think of in a jiffy, just right away. Able to perform what is to be done. Of the Five Shadows Conference is not something that can be successfully opened by talking about it here. Talks with the other 4 kingdoms including the Kingdom of Wind, the Kingdom of Earth, and the Kingdom of Thunder. Afterwards, the purpose and the core of the content are clearly explained, so that they can weigh and vote on it. Finally, they sent messengers to go to the major ninja villages to issue orders and continue to wait for a reply. Layers of things are completed, and the 4 ninja villages of the 4 great nations have agreed, the Five Shadows Conference can be officially opened. Although it hasn't been opened in the real sense, but these process fire kingdom's name is known. As a big name, some of these things are actually very clear. Don't worry, Your Excellency, the other big countries will agree, and the rest of the ninja village will not refuse. Seemingly seeing what the Fire Nation daimyo was thinking, Gong Yi immediately dispelled his concerns. He said, now Akatsuki has no scruples, forcibly breaking into the major ninja villages to capture the tailed beast. The tailed beast was the first generation, the ultimate weapon that he distributed to frighten each other. Gong Yi looked at the name of the land of fire and said in a deep voice, if Akatsuki gets all of them, the consequences will be devastating. In this way, only one guide is needed to condense the entire 5 ninja villages. To deal with Akatsuki, of course, we cannot rely on the contributions of Konoha village and the land of fire alone. With a smile on his lips, Gong Yi's face showed playfulness. After all, for such a major event, the rest of their big country and ninja village also have to contribute. What do you think, Your Excellency? The words were over. Gong Yi didn't say any more. At present, basically everything that needs to be said has been said, as long as the Fire Country daimyo is not a fool. then he will definitely agree to his plan. Okay, I know about Hokage. Sure enough. When the big name of the Fire Nation was silent for a while, he still nodded and said, but I can't guarantee whether it will succeed or not. After all, the guys from the other big countries are not easy to deal with. It's natural. Gong Yi nodded and said with a smile, but, Your Excellency, don't worry. Now that the Akatsuki incident has threatened everyone's safety, they will not disagree. I am very confident, and now I don't have the slightest worry like the Fire Country daimyo. I have been planning for a long time, isn't it, just for the smooth opening of the Five Shadows Conference? The other four major countries, the other four major ninja villages, they have no reason to refuse. Akatsuki has reached such a rampant level that if they still want to protect themselves, it is completely impossible. Sunagakur village had suffered at the very first moment, the other major powers might not have agreed. Because they want the ninja power of the enemy country to be weakened. Not only can they fail to unite, they may even use some stumbling blocks. But now it's different. The ninja villages of every big country have been invaded and destroyed by Akatsuki. Tailed Beast was lost, the ninja died, and the newly developed building was damaged. No matter which one, it is enough to make the ninja villages of other big countries hate them to the core. At this moment, someone suddenly called, and they naturally would not miss this opportunity to destroy Akatsuki. After all, this is the only way to truly get it done once and for all. Well, in fact, if you think about it carefully, it is enough to know now. There is Gaara in Sunagakur village, so don't worry, he will definitely agree. If there is Terumi Mei in Kurigakure village, then it will not be a problem either. Not to mention Iwagakure village, now the whole ninja continent hates Akatsuki the most, it should be them. The only thing is, only the Kumogakure village is left. But Gong Yi doesn't care. Once the other four big ninja villages agreed, how could Kumogakure village be not smart, but stupid? Because once the Akatsuki counterattack occurs, then in the end, it is very likely that the first to be hurt is them. Not long. Here, Gong Yi took Kimimaro back to Konoha village after he finished talking to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. After the matter here has been explained, then I just need to go back to the village and wait for the news. As for other things, Gong Yi can only wait slowly with time. After all, although Gong Yi knew that the Five Shadows Conference would be opened, it also took time to inform. Therefore, he did not appear to be in a hurry. Everything is still light and cloudy. Fire Nation, Communication Room. Akatsuki already owns 8-tailed beasts and can't keep turning a blind eye to them like this. Sitting in the communication room, the Fire Country daimyo looked ahead. There are 444 small TV sets. Although the TV is a little small, it can't match Gong Yi's previous life, but there are dozens of thick wires behind it. It can also be seen that there are also small wooden signs on the 444 TV sets. A carved, water. A carved, wood. The other is engraved with, thunder. With, wind. After Gong Yi left, the Fire Nation daimyo. A video conference call was held with the daimyo of the rest of the great powers. This Hokage world is a bit twisted. Now their communication can only rely on the TV-like thing in front of them. Akatsuki is really tricky right now. The name of the Kingdom of Thunder nodded, but did not reject it. I know that too, but isn't it more important to need a solution now? The Land of Water daimyo shrugged, helplessness on his face. The way is as I just said, let's join forces and use the power of the ninja village to defeat Akatsuki together. Gong Yi's words, the daimyo of the Land of Fire directly stated all the arrangements. There is no doubt that with the power of Gong Yi, they don't need to worry. Now it's not a bad idea to directly use this opportunity to open the Five Shadows Conference and jointly solve Akatsuki's role as the daimyo of the Land of Fire, after he has said all these words. The four big names in the TV show, they rarely refuse the first time. Everyone closed their eyes and meditated. As expected by Gong Yi, they were naturally really tempted. At the same time, I really think about this matter again. Akatsuki is like a cancer now, and it is already facing a situation where it cannot be eliminated unless it is removed. Chapter 768. Don't look at the people who are hit by Akatsuki now, all of them are major ninja villages. However, as a country belonging to the major ninja Murakami, they still suffered losses. Respective ninja villages were destroyed, but they also needed to send resources to repair them. At the same time, Akatsuki's situation also seriously threatens their rule. For countless years, they have naturally maintained a balance with armed forces like their respective ninja villages. Sudden appearance of Akatsuki, who appeared out of thin air, is now a challenge to the great powers. These organizations formed by rank-missing nin are completely unreasonable. Ghosts know if they will suddenly come to their country and destroy it. A group of big names appeared calm on the surface, but in reality they were all worried. How about? Seeing that the four daimyo seemed to have already made a choice, the daimyo of the Land of Fire asked, "Do you think my plan just now, do you agree? Since things have developed to such a situation, even if you don't agree, there is no good way." The daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind was the first to speak, with a serious nod on his face. "Daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire, I agree with your opinion. I think there will be absolutely no problems in Sunagakure village." As the country directly under the Sunagakure village, the daimyo of the Kingdom of the Wind still doesn't know why this is the best way. When Gaara called on the rest of the ninja village to join forces, he still got the support of the daimyo of the Kingdom of the Wind. In such a severe situation, the daimyo of the Land of Wind naturally did not hold back any longer. "My country also agrees." Equally serious expression, the Land of Earth daimyo nodded. "Now, your plan, daimyo of the Land of Fire, I think is very good. Village of Iwagakure that suffered the most losses in recent days, the daimyo on the Land of the Land naturally also lost a lot of resources. The defeat of Iwagakure village made him extremely angry and embarrassed. Now that we can join forces, we have a chance to kill Akatsuki. Then, the great name of the Land is also the same immediately, and there is no more talk about it. The Land of Water has also approved this plan. The Kingdom of Thunder also recognizes it. Here, the voice of the name of the country of Water has just fallen, and the name of the country of Thunder has no nonsense. At this moment, the presence of the Kingdom of Thunder has been very low. Lost their Jinchuriki column power in Kumogakure village, they disappeared completely. No one knows exactly what they are working on. Of course, under the circumstances at this moment, the Kingdom of Thunder did not choose to continue like this. He knew that, if it continued like this, it would be for the Land of Thunder and the village of Kumogakure. In fact, it will enter passive, and even some unexpected dangers will appear. Then, like this, let's take this opportunity to join forces with the other great powers to get rid of Akatsuki. That way, they don't need to worry about it all the time. Wind, the country of water, the country of earth, the great names of the country. Now, it's actually because of Gong Yi's relationship, that's why I recognize the plan of Nokuni Daimyo. Gong Yi's strength, they have long ago failed. A guy like that, it goes hand in hand with the current prosperity of Konoha village. Can naturally have many benefits from behind. Nice to enjoy the shade under the big tree, they all know this truth. Of course, when they thought they had taken advantage, they didn't realize that Gong Yi had calculated them all. The opening of the Five Shadows Conference is the first step in the tragedy after them. Okay, then everyone agrees, and my country of fire will naturally not be ambiguous. The fan opened by the famous general of the country of fire closed and tapped the table directly, then it's settled. ... Day and night alternate, 1 day later. Konoha village, Central Administration Building. Lord Hokage, the messenger of the Fire Country Daimyo is here. Kimimaro, wearing Anbu's costume, flashed to Gong Yi's eyes. Oh. Hearing this, Gong Yi looked up at the document in his hand and smiled. A messenger was sent so soon. Gong Yi never imagined that the daimyo of the Land of Fire would be so efficient. Originally, he was still thinking that it would take a few days. But it's only been 1 day, and there is a message from the Fire Country daimyo. I think the Fire Country daimyo also feels the threat now. Kimimaro thought for a moment, then said what he thought. Since you already have such a good opinion, Hokage-sama, the daimyo there probably won't waste any more time. After all, he can't guarantee Akatsuki's affairs. What will happen? These, the so-called daimyo are just ordinary people with a little power from the master. Gong Yi smiled and said lightly, once there is an enemy that threatens them, I guess I would like to get rid of them quickly. Lord Hokage, what you said is. Kimimaro nodded and couldn't help but agree. With Lord Hokage, you can take action yourself. These daimyo will naturally not miss this opportunity. That's fine too. Gong Yi closed the documents on the table, and he said slowly with a smile, they agree as soon as possible, and it will be more convenient for us to arrange the next plan. Go, bring the messenger of the Kingdom of Fire over here first. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kimimaro, no bullshit, right away. Dodge away. Lord Hokage. Knocking on the door and entering, the envoy of the Kingdom of Fire also walked in respectfully. First, he bowed in awe, and then walked in front of Gong Yi. Directly took out a scroll in his wide sleeve. This is the secret scroll, Your Excellency, and asked me to bring you, Lord Hokage. Now the messenger of the country of fire lowered his head and stretched out his hand. He is also like the minister of the country of fire, and he does not dare to say much. Too many words will be lost. 5 generations of Hokage from Konoha village, his moody personality has long been known. Basically, ordinary people like them, who dare to say more, the more powerful people like him, the more they are actually afraid of death. In this way, I didn't dare to talk to Gong Yi at all. Is it the daimyo's secret scroll? Gong Yi also shook his head when he looked at the envoy of the Fire Nation, and directly brought the secret scroll in his hand. Gong Yi is actually used to the attitude of these people now. But, Gong Yi has always been puzzled. In the ninja world continent, who is the one who spreads that his character is moody? Thinking of this, he can only laugh and cry a little. In front of him gave Gong Yi an illusion. As if he is like a devil who kills without blinking an eye, making everyone fear. Forget it. Suppressing his thoughts, Gong Yi doesn't. He's thinking a lot. Gong Yi naturally doesn't care what the attitudes of these people are. He opened the secret scroll, ready to take a look first and then. Chapter 769. Opened the secret scroll, which contains some information written by the big name himself. Gong Yi simply read it, then put it on the table. Smile gradually appeared on his handsome face. The content of the secret scroll is very simple. It was very successful to negotiate with the big names of the 4 major countries such as the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Thunder. They agreed very much and held the next 5 shadows meeting. Moreover, they have already started sending messengers to communicate with the shadows of the major ninja villages. No worries at all. Now Gong Yi knows that everything worked out. Whether it's these daimyo, or the rest of the next 4 shadows. Gong Yi can clearly know that they will not refuse this meeting. Things have progressed to this point. Gong Yi believes that there should be no fools in the rest of the ninja village. As they can have a little brain, they will not veto Gong Yi's call this time. After all preparations are completed, after waiting for the reply of the other 4 major ninja villages, I can continue to plan the next step here. Soon. After simply sending off the messenger of the country of fire, Gong Yi looked in front of him, Kimimaro. Lord Hokage. As soon as Gong Yi's voice fell, Kimimaro immediately dodged to the front. Normally, Kimimaro would hide around Gong Yi if he didn't have a mission in Anbu. Although Gong Yi's strength does not require any protection at all. But for Kimimaro, then it's different. In a fundamental sense, Kimimaro naturally still maintains his loyalty and stays here. Of course, Gongyi didn't mind at all. From childhood to adulthood, he was completely familiar with Kimimaro's character. Should even be said simply, and it has been completely used to it. You go now and send someone to spread the news. I, Konoha Village, open my mouth and announce that I want to hold the Five Shadows Conference. Senses, Gongyi looked at Kimimaro and said lightly, now that the 5 great kingdoms have all agreed, the next step is only the 4 major ninja villages. Although they won't refuse, the news must be spread to dispel their fears. Gongyi had made plans for a long time, and smiled. Now there is an old saying that shoots the first bird, so let's act as the bird. Gun hit the bird. Kimimaro's face was taken aback, apparently he had never heard this sentence at all. Haha, to put it simply. If something happens, the first person to start or try it may be at the greatest risk. Seeing the confusion on Kimimaro's face, Gongyi was naturally clear. It's really strange to know this famous quote from his previous life. Of course, after Gongyi spoke like this, the Kun showed his enlightenment. So, Lord Hokage, you want to treat us as a first-timer and let the rest of the ninja village relax their guards, so as to support the opening of the Five Shadows Conference even more strongly. Oh, that's exactly right. Yes, as expected of my disciple, I already understood what I meant when I heard it. Gongyi nodded and said lightly, now the other 4 major ninja villages will definitely have their own ideas, and naturally they will not be the first to be the first. This is also the reason why all the tailed beasts were taken away, and the reason why no village opened its mouth first. Well, this is also the reason why they didn't openly resist even if they were provoked by Akatsuki. A sarcastic smile on his face, Gongyi continued, but it's different now, as long as we set the precedent, they will all follow suit. After all, with me and the big ship in our Konoha village, they all want to hide. HMPH, the 4 major villages think very well, but they don't know, it's all just an illusion. Kimimaro snorted coldly, his face also sneered, he couldn't help but secretly said, Mr. Gongyi, they say that they can calculate. This is naturally, so, they will only fulfill us, and there is no need to worry about other things. The smile on Gongyi's face did not diminish, and he said in a deep voice, it's better to let them think this way now, it can save us a lot of trouble. The rest of the 4 major ninja villages, naturally, did not know Akatsuki. Gongyi had already joined forces with Uchiha Obito. So this so-called early bird, something that is easy to be pegged by Akatsuki, doesn't need to be worried by Gongyi at all. The entire progress of Akatsuki's events was planned by himself. Now they naturally can't think of it, so Gongyi can estimate that they should still be secretly happy. Because no one would have thought that the most powerful village in the ninja continent, the 5th generation of the dignified Hokage Gongyi, he would actually join forces with the notorious Akatsuki. Well, Gongyi doesn't care about that now. For his future goals, then these things have long been irrelevant. It has already reached the current level, so there is nothing else to worry about. Simply thinking of this, Gongyi looked at Kimimaro. After this news is spread out this time, you can proceed with your previous plan. I understand, Hokage-sama. Kimimaro nodded. But when he was about to leave, he asked hesitantly, those war orphans, they will be used now. After the Five Shadows Conference is over, it will be immediately. Get into combat readiness. Gongyi did not show impatience, but responded lightly, in fact, there is not much time left for us now. Get ready earlier and have less trouble. Yes. Kimimaro didn't talk nonsense anymore. Next second, immediately. Dodge out of here. Huh. Sensing that Kimimaro had gone far, Gongyi turned around and looked back. That's one side. The remodeled floor-to-ceiling windows. Standing here and watching quietly, the most central and prosperous location of the entire Konoha village has a panoramic view. The entire Konoha village of Nova has long been different. After spending countless materials and money, Gongyi has also seen results. The towering buildings are connected one by one, and the small streets that used to be on both sides are now very spacious. If there are some people who haven't come to Konoha village for a long time, when they enter here now, then definitely immediately surprised, and definitely immediately stunned, is completely different from what they thought. It should even be said that this is very different from the Konoha village in their impressions. No matter what, anyone who sees it will definitely be in disbelief, and even they will show a ghostly expression. This is still a ninja village. Thinking of this, Gongyi suppressed his thoughts and shook his head and smiled. As time passed, everything came to an end. It can be said that in the whole Hokage world, he can graduate immediately. Chapter 770, The Shadows, Choice. The night is very quiet. The sky is full of stars. The full moon hanging high in the air reflects the bright white on. It swayed the entire ninja continent, making it not so dark. Sunagakur village in the land of winds. At this moment, when the 5 famous meeting ended, their ambassadors have been dispatched to their respective shinobi villages. Lord Kazekage, basically, these things. The envoy of the Kingdom of Wind showed a faint smile on his face and said to Gaara, "Well, now such a thing, I have said it before." With a serious look on Gaara's face, he said thoughtfully, "It's just that no one responded except the 5 generations of Hokage in Konoha village. Lord Kazekage, isn't now the best chance?" The envoy of the Kingdom of Wind raised his head, looked at Gaara and analyzed. This will be preceded by the 5 generations of Hokage in Konoha village, and the name of the Kingdom of Fire, who will be the first to speak out against Akatsuki. We just need to follow behind to respond, and we must be affected by it. The impact will not be very big. Touching the mustache under his nose, the envoy of the Kingdom of Wind continued, especially, Konoha village has 5 generations of Hokage in town, and now he is the strongest in the crusade against Akatsuki. We don't need to spend much resources at all. Quote. Hearing the messenger of the Kingdom of Wind finish saying this, Gaara suddenly frowned. Obviously, these words just now made Gaara not very comfortable. Whether it is the daimyo, or this messenger, and the rest of the Sunagakur village. They didn't know that Gongyi had already planted the seed in Gaara's heart. Invisibly, Gaara's relationship with Gongyi has long been there, which is not an ordinary relationship at all. You know, Gongyi's original thought was to use Gaara to inform Sunagakur village. Now that the messenger of the Kingdom of the Wind has finished saying these, it is undoubtedly a calculation of Gongyi's words, so Gaara is naturally unhappy. However, this expression was suppressed by him in an instant, and Gaara's face did not show much expression. After pondering for a moment, Gaara said slowly, "So far, this is indeed a very good opportunity, so I naturally have no problem with the 5 Shadows Conference. Of course consent is required. Even if the messenger of the Kingdom of the Wind doesn't say these things, Gaara will naturally agree. No need to think about it at all, this has completely overlapped with his original opinion. So, plus Gongyi's reasons here, Gaara doesn't have much thought. At the same time, just as the discussion on Gaara's side in Sunagakur village, in the village of Kurigakure, the land of water. Ao stood in front of Terumi Mei at the moment, his face was full of complexity. Just before, he had seen the messenger of the water country. Here, after Ching finished understanding, it was also immediately inquire here. But when he finished saying this, Terumi Mei was silent. Ching also asked uncertainly, "Mizukage-sama, it's basically these things, what are your thoughts?" "My thoughts." Terumi Mei came back to her senses. She looked up at Ching, and replied lightly, "My idea is very simple, that is to agree to the opening of the 5 Shadows Conference." Agree to the opening of the 5 Shadows Conference. That's right. Terumi Mei nodded and continued. Now with Akatsuki, although it has been seen for a while to our Kurigakure, there has been no actual harm. But, Terumi Mei said here, she paused, and continued, you don't forget Akatsuki and the others, but they are collecting tailed beasts. Once they collect all the tailed beasts, then what awaits us may be a devastating disaster. Still Mizukage after all. Terumi Mei watched everything for a very long time. This is no petty trouble, and now Akatsuki's affairs are related to the safety of every village. Especially thinking of something, Terumi Mei didn't wait for Ching to speak, and said again, and because of the environment in our Kurigakure village, I think Akatsuki's first target to choose to do it will be us. We belong to an island country and are surrounded by seas. If there is a war now, we will be isolated and helpless. Terumi Mei's face couldn't help but show a trace of worry. So, now, according to the 5 shadows in Konoha village, and then jointly discuss the countermeasures against Akatsuki, is the best way. Indeed. As Terumi Mei's right-hand man, naturally listened to these words. These things that Terumi Mei thought about, Ching also thought about it. Therefore, when Terumi Mei's first sentence agreeing to the 5 shadows talks blurted out, Aoya didn't reject it. He also knew that if he wanted to develop truly comfortably now, then Akatsuki would be a disaster if he didn't get rid of it. Thinking of this now, Ching also nodded heavily, then I will immediately notify the messenger and convey our message to the past. Well. Terumi Mei's face didn't change too much, she also nodded and replied, it's not too late, the 5 shadows talks really need to be as soon as possible. The only known tailed beasts in the entire ninja continent are Kyubi, 9 tails, in Konoha village. Terumi Mei was looking at the documents on the table unintentionally, and she couldn't help but murmured worriedly, if Kyubi, 9 tails, these 9-tailed beasts, are lost in Konoha village, what kind of disaster will they cause? It's just unimaginable. So far, now we have a chance. Ching didn't talk nonsense anymore, and simply replied, as long as the 5 generations of Hokage are in Konoha village for one day, I think Kyubi, 9 tails, will not be easily succeeded by Akatsuki. Although the 5 generations of Hokage are powerful, Konoha village cannot always rely on him. Terumi Mei shrugged and shook her head with a wry smile, so that, SY Hokage 5 generations called on all shinobi villages to attack Akatsuki. Once and for all, the solution, I think, is also the best plan. Blue can't deny. After he simply said a few words to Terumi Mei, he immediately out. The messenger of the Kingdom of Water is still waiting, and he can't be too late. Night seemed to go by very fast, just closed my eyes and passed by in a trance. However, it is actually very long. Sunagakure village and Kurigakure village have already had a choice here. At this moment, the other villages of Iwagakure and Kumogakure have also made decisions. Onoki bore the brunt, agreeing more than anyone with Gong Yi's plan. Onoki already hated Akatsuki. Gong Yi didn't open his mouth here, and Onoki was even thinking about opening his mouth to hold the 5 shadows talk. As for the village of Kumogakure, although they are very low-key these days. But after getting the news, after a core high-level meeting was held, their answer is also in agreement. To see the ununderlined version of the novel. Chapter 771. Recognize the reality first. Overnight, the ninja continent seems to have begun to change. When Gong Yi was here, after using the daimyo of the Land of Fire to hold a daimyo meeting, the messengers also entered their respective ninja villages one after another to notify. Sunagakure village, Iwagakure village, Kurigakure village, and Kumogakure village are tied for the other 4 major ninja villages in the ninja world. Their respective controllers, Shadow, all agreed. The 5 Shadows conference has become a sure thing. Especially later, Gong Yi let Kimimaro spread widely, and opened the 5 Shadows conference with the call of the 5th generation Hokage Gong Yi. Now that there are people who are in their early stage, the 4 major ninja villages are all at once. Respond. The sky is just getting brighter. A new day begins. Nara Shikaku has already arrived in the palace. Immediately after he got the news of the other 4 shadows. came here. Master Shikaku. Opening the door, Gong Yi was a little surprised to see Nara Shikaku appear here. But after thinking about it, he also smiled. Why, what happened? Lord Hokage, today I got news that the 4 great ninja villages have agreed to your plan. With a hint of excitement on Nara Shikaku's face, she said. Now, the 5 Shadows Conference is actually very difficult to really start successfully. After all, they still don't trust each other, and they won't leave the ninja village easily. Otherwise, it is impossible that since the beginning of the ninja village, it has only been opened once after countless years. And this time, it is really not easy for Nara Shikaku to see the opening of the 5 Shadows Conference with his own eyes. At the same time, the opening of the 5 Shadows Conference now represents the real crusade against Akatsuki. As long as Akatsuki is killed, then his Konoha village will no longer have to worry about it. Things can be done once and for all, making Nara Shikaku feel a lot better. Originally, he had been worried about Akatsuki's problems before, but now it seems that he does not need to pay too much attention. He needs to do is to keep the Konoha village arrangements in place while Gong Yi leaves Konoha village. After all, this was a gap for Gong Yi to leave Konoha. Thinking of this, without waiting for Gong Yi to speak again, Nara Shikaku's heart sank again, and he said with a little worry, but even though you agree, Hokage, if you leave the village, Naruto is here. Haha, now that the 5 Shadows Conference can be held, it is already the best result. If the convening is not successful, this is the most worrying thing. Gong Yi smiled faintly, without much worry on his face. As for Naruto, I will arrange it myself, you don't need to worry about Shikaku, sensei. Well, now I work with Uchiha Obito, although I have already said that the Kyuubi, 9 tails, in Naruto's body is absolutely impossible to hand over to him. However, with Gong Yi's knowledge of Uchiha Obito, he clearly understands. He will easily destroy the current cooperative relationship between the two, and he will not easily cross the line. After all, the master had enough chips in his hand to threaten his things. If he really wants to break the jar and break the 5th, then it will only fail miserably. Uchiha Obito can calculate the entire ninja world behind the scenes. It is impossible for him to be unable to calculate his current thoughts. Furthermore, I need him to go to Wushang, officially as Uchiha Madara, to announce the start of the 4th Ninja World War. In this way, it is impossible for him to easily come to Konoha village. Konoha village at this moment is not. He can easily come here. After being nurtured by Gong Yi, now the ninja power of Konoha village is not. Just kidding. Kakashi, Might Guy, and Hyuga Neji et al. Just that they stayed in Konoha village was enough to resist him for a while. Also, there is his own Mokuden, wood-style clone to stay here, if something happens. Only need a few Hiraishin techniques, and you can come back in a breath. Well, so what Nara Shikaku was thinking about didn't make Gong Yi worry at all. Because long ago, he had already thought about it all and planned it perfectly. At the same time, Nara Shikaku heard this. After half a second of silence, he nodded. I see. The rest, we'll wait until we get back to the office. Gong Yi smiled and looked back at Nara Shikaku. Good. Seeing that Gong Yi wasn't wearing a formal suit, Nara Shikaku also immediately flashed away. So excited today. That's because of the opening of the 5 Shadows Conference. This backlog of things in Nara Shikaku's mind seems to be finally dissipating. Well, to put it bluntly, the current Akatsuki, they are really a sharp blade hanging in everyone's mind. At some point, it will come down without any sign. And waiting for them, will also be the end of death. Blink. Seeing Nara Shikaku leave, Gong Yi also immediately. Both hands hand seal. Mokuden, wood style, wooden doppelganger. Gong Yi looked at the wooden avatar on his side, and the two looked at each other. There were no words at all, but it seemed to be tacit. This Mokuden, wood style clone who was split by Gong Yi, he immediately He walked away from here with a look of indifference. Now that the Five Shadows conference has been confirmed, it can be officially launched. Well, with Uchiha Obito, he naturally needs to be notified. Gong Yi doesn't want to. Now he has no problem here, and finally let Uchiha Obito mess things up. Then your future plans will be greatly affected. That's it, Gong Yi decided on the safest way. That is good, once again use the chips to make Uchiha Obito recognize the reality. Accomplish all his so-called plans by cooperating with himself. A smile on his handsome face, Gong Yi turned his head to the side, looking at the position where Mokuden, wood style, had left. Although I had discussed it with Uchiha Obito before, Uchiha Obito didn't trust him, and Gong Yi didn't trust him either. Well, the last chip, I haven't used it yet. Today, it seems that the use of it is. It's time. Believe the current Uchiha Obito, if he really sees this chip. Then the face on the face will also be very, very wonderful. There is no way, Gong Yi just is such a safe person. He never likes to do things that he is not sure about at all. I didn't like it before, and I don't like it now. After regaining his senses, Gong Yi strolled into the house. Gong Ling and Ariri were still sleeping, and he didn't wake them up either. Simply put on Yuhi's white and white Hokage cape, and he immediately did too. Activate the Hiraishin technique and leave. Chapter 772. Uchiha Madara's corpse. What's wrong with me? Inside a foggy jungle. With a voice, the air in front of Gong Yi Mokuden, wood-style clone distorted. I saw Uchiha Obito with a white mask of Tomo Rinnegan on his face, a dark blue robe, and a Uchiha fan behind him. He appeared here. The Five Shadows conference has officially started. Gong Yi's Mokuden, wood-style, avatar didn't have the slightest expression on his face. He just said in a cold voice, I hope you follow the agreement and don't mess things up for me. Haha, since it has been turned on, then I naturally understand. Uchiha Obito's face behind the mask also didn't show much expression, and he also smiled. What do I want now? It seems that I don't want you to direct. Oh, so. Hearing Uchiha Obito say this, Gong Yi did not show the slightest anger. On the cold face, it seems that Uchiha Obito's attitude can be imagined long ago. He smiled faintly. What do you want? You really don't need me to direct, but if you want to destroy my affairs, then I won't be very happy. Huh. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito couldn't help snorting. Now Gong Yi, the master, is taking the initiative, and Uchiha Obito is very uncomfortable. With the passage of time, there was indeed a slight thought in his heart that he wanted to destroy the cooperation. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want to cooperate with me. Gong Yi's Mokuden, wood-style, avatar, he showed playfulness, and before Uchiha Obito spoke again, he immediately. Both hands hand seal. The technique of impure world reincarnation. Rumbling. The ground in front of Uchiha Obito trembled, and a coffin slowly grew on it. Uchiha Obito, who was standing in the same place, saw this. His expression froze. What do you want to do? Bang! Uchiha Obito's voice just fell, and the coffin in front of him immediately open. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The man inside with his eyes closed, who was standing quietly inside, made Uchiha Obito immediately. Pupils narrowed. How is this possible? This is impossible at all. Uchiha Obito's indifferent face before changed, at this moment, immediately changed. With a sigh in his heart, Uchiha Obito showed an unbelievable look. I found it there, how could it be possible? Hehe, I found it there, and it seems that I don't need to report to you yet. Gong Yi sneered, and replied in the same way that he would retaliate. Damn. At this time, Uchiha Obito is naturally at a loss. His lack of cooperation spirit just now really made him not know how to answer the call. You can choose immediately. And the cooperation. Gong Yi's face turned cold. He threatened with no shyness. As long as I kill you and control this corpse, the fourth ninja war can be successfully started. Speaking of this, Gong Yi's Mokudan wood-style avatar smiled. After all, this real thing is more convincing than some fake things. That's right. What Uchiha Obito is looking at this moment is the one who has been dead for a long time. Uchiha Madara, the body that Orochimaru and Kabuto could not find, was found by Gong Yi. Although it took Gong Yi's time and resources for a long time, it was the last bargaining chip. He is a heavyweight. As expected, after seeing the body of Uchiha Madara at this moment, Uchiha Obito really lost his popularity. It was true that in an instant, he didn't know how to speak. Because he has already forced himself to a dead end. And it is getting narrower and narrower, and it may finally enter the abyss. Originally, Uchiha Obito felt that his current identity was revealed, but in fact he was not convincing. After all, Uchiha Madara is also good, and Uchiha Obito is also good. Now no one is fully sure that they can fully prove anything. Today, but it's completely different. Now this time, Gong Yi's corpse from Impure World reincarnation completely shattered his previous luck. Because you can know. In front of him appeared in the Ninja World continent, everything he had was turned into a joke. Since I have already agreed, I will naturally not break my promise. After returning to his senses, Uchiha Obito also suppressed his horror, and Yuhi said without a heartbeat, after the Five Shadows conference starts, I will go directly as we agreed. Haha, since you still remember it, that's fine. Gong Yi made a seal with one hand, a rumbling sound came out, and the coffin in front of Uchiha Obito slowly sank into the ground. With guys like Uchiha Obito, if you don't have a trump card, then in the end, the one who suffers will be often only yourself. Gong Yi still knew this clearly, so he didn't expect all this in front of him. Put it bluntly, Uchiha Obito, he is an untrustworthy guy. It can be clearly seen from the original. Although he is a poor man, I have to say that he is just a guy who lives in his inner world. No matter Uchiha Madara, Kakashi, or Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Obito is very selfish from the beginning to the end. For such a guy, Gong Yi doesn't actually have much affection for him except using him as a puppet. If it wasn't for the need for him to do things for himself later, Gong Yi would have come in person and strangled him in the cradle. Unconsciously, Uchiha Obito should actually be more fortunate. Thankfully he also played a role in Gong Yi. Otherwise, he would have been really killed. Uchiha Obito's Kamui seems to have no solution, plus Rinnegan and other powers, it feels very arrogant. But for Gong Yi, such power no longer has the conditions to fight against him. He can get rid of Nagato clearly, and he can still get rid of Uchiha Obito easily. This has nothing to do with Kekkei Genkai, and it has nothing to do with Pupil. Now the power of the two has already reached a different level. Soon. Briefly explaining 2 sentences to Uchiha Obito, Gong Yi's Mokudan wood-style avatar was immediately left. He didn't go to talk to Uchiha Obito anymore, and disappeared indifferently. And Uchiha Obito, he was silently looking at where Gong Yi left, thinking. The previously dropped arms gradually clenched into fists. Now his face behind the mask has revealed a very dark killing intent. Gong Yi's threat, after the appearance of Uchiha Madara's body, has reached unprecedented levels for him. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu Shao Kan's latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmate find 99 Novel Network. Keep this paragraph, or block the collection of IP. Chapter 773. Village Level Disaster. Chapter 3. 2 days later. When everything is in order. The entire ninja continent has ushered in an upcoming major reform. With the 5 generations of Hokage Gong Yi as the first, the other 4 ninja villages have been called on to open the 5 Shadows Conference. After the 5 famous names came forward to agree, The other 4 shadows also got news one after another. Without exception, they all agreed. Akatsuki's threat has reached its peak for them. No one chose to choose Mingzi to protect themselves, but all began to prepare for a counterattack. Tailed beasts are used as weapons to stun the ninja continent, and they were collected by Akatsuki to 8. In the impression of all the ninja villages, it seems to be very taboo invisibly. The unknown is the most terrifying. Because no one knows the real purpose of Akatsuki's collection of tailed beasts. A group of ninja Omura people are stupid. They can also understand. Don't say what to do, just simply throw the 8-tailed beast into each other's village. Then the consequences are no joke. This is what can be called a village-level disaster. Therefore, when they had this opportunity to get rid of Akatsuki, they did not hesitate anymore. All are very efficient, everything has been arranged. Konoha Village, Hokage Office. Shikaku, Sensei, how is everything going? Seeing Nara Shikaku walk in, Gongyi asked lightly. A few days have passed, and presumably all arrangements have been implemented. At this moment, on Kimamaro's side, almost everything is done. Next, you only need to get the position of the general in the 5 Shadows Conference. Then, it's about Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi. These are resolved. I can quietly wait for the next 4th Ninja World War. There's no problem, Hokage-sama. Nara Shikaku nodded and said, the daimyo side has already discussed the details. The next meeting of the 5 Shadows has already been set in the Iron Country, a neutral country. As the country of iron. Hearing Nara Shikaku finish, Gongyi was not surprised. The Iron Country is indeed the best place to hold the 5 Shadows Conference. Exactly like the original, Gongyi can also be imagined long ago. After all, although it seems to be a sincere cooperation, they will join forces to fight against Akatsuki. But they don't trust each other either. As a shadow, that is the head of a village, the most powerful main force of a village. Once killed, it will be a loss that the major ninjas can recover. No one wants to take risks and enter the territory of an enemy country. In that case, the ghost knows what awaits them. I also think the Iron Country is a good location. Look, Lord Hokage. Seeing that Gongyi was thinking, Nara Shikaku asked. The country of iron is naturally the best place, I have no problem. After regaining his senses, Gongyi smiled without showing too much emotion on his face. Now the 5 Shadows Conference can be held normally, so that's enough. As for the location and the various procedures, Gongyi didn't care at all. Anyway, it's halfway through, it'll be right away. Been interrupted. Of the 5 Shadows, for the other 4 major ninja villages, is to crusade against Akatsuki. But for me, it's just a reasonable start to the 4th Ninja World War. So, now these normal things, Gongyi doesn't care at all. Then I'll do it right away. They've been notified. Seeing that Gongyi has no opinion, Nara Shikaku said with a sigh of relief. That's right, Nara Shikaku breathed a sigh of relief. Because now he doesn't know what Gongyi, the 5th Hokage in front of him, is feeling. But Nara Shikaku knew that if Gongyi would not agree to the meeting location of the Iron Country, then this 5 Shadows Conference is likely to fail halfway. After all, the entire 5 Shadows Conference is now centered on Konoha Village in the Land of Fire and his 5 generations of Hokage. Fortunately, Gongyi didn't seem to care about these things. This case, it can undoubtedly mean that the entire 5 Shadows Conference can be opened normally. As it can be turned on normally, then the next thing can continue. Thinking of this, now Nara Shikaku is also immediately leaving the Hokage office. It's finally time to really start. Staring forward, Gongyi's expressionless face just now gradually revealed a smile. After waiting for so long, finally everything can come to an end. Weaken the remaining 4 ninja villages, then eliminate Uchiha Madara, and then eliminate Otsutsuki Kagaya. In the end, you will be able to complete the grand plan to unify the entire ninja world. Day and night alternate, day and night are constantly changing. Everything seems to be going round and round, and nothing has changed. 4. Ordinary people, it's all like a replica of life. Soon, a few days passed by in a blink of an eye. At this moment outside the gate of Konoha village, Gongyi is wearing Yuhi's white Hokage robe and a hat. He was standing here with Kimimaro. Today, Gongyi is ready to set off for the Iron Country. Iron is closer to the country of Earth and Thunder, and borders the country of Fire, the country of Taki and the country of Sound. So to say it is far, it is not very far. 4. Being in the land of Fire, Gongyi can arrive almost instantly. But with Kimimaro, Gongyi was not prepared to rush too fast. Taking advantage of the sunny weather, Gongyi decided to enjoy the last relaxing moment. Next time, there won't be another chance. Master Shikaku, everything in the village is up to you. Returning to his senses, Gongyi looked at Nara Shikaku who was standing beside him and smiled. Don't worry, Lord Hokage, there will be no problems in the village. Nara Shikaku looked serious, he nodded and responded immediately. Good. Gongyi smiled, without any worries, turned his head to look at Kimimaro. It's almost there, let's go too. Yes, Teacher Gongyi. Kimimaro looked respectful, bowed his head and responded. Now for Kimimaro, it is possible to accompany Gongyi to the Five Shadows Conference. This is a very high honor. Invisibly, Kimimaro also knew that Gongyi trusted himself enough. That is, when he thought of this, Kimimaro's eyes continued to bloom. In his world, it seems that only Gongyi is the last one left. For Kimimaro, the existence of Gongyi is the meaning of his life. When his thoughts came to this point, Kimimaro immediately recovered his senses and followed Gongyi's back. The goal of the Iron Country. The goal of the Five Shadows Conference. Feilu reminds you. An LT, otherwise collection will be banned IP. Chapter 774. Entering the Iron Country. At the same time. Just when Gongyi set off with Kimimaro. Sunagakur Village. It's too slow, Kankuro. Assembling new puppets, wasting some time. The voices of Tamari and Kankuro came from the village. Lord Cascade should be careful during this Five Shadow meeting. Soon, the gate of Sunagakur village was already filled with a lot of ninjas. They looked at Gaara in front of them and said respectfully with all their faces. The leading Jonin also looked at Kankuro and Tamari and said, Lord Kankuro, Lord Tamari, please. Understood, don't worry. Tamari, who was standing next to Gaara, smiled and continued, however, Gaara doesn't need guards at all, right? Just stay safe and wait in Sunagakur village. Gaara looked at the group of Sunagakur village ninjas in front of him, and said that he also turned around. It's getting late, we should leave too. Okay, let's go. Kankuro's lazy expression gradually became serious, nodded and said. Iwagakure village. Yamazaki-sama, everything is left to you. Outside the door, a group of ninjas from Iwagakure village were also saying goodbye. This Five Shadow Conference is no small matter. At the same time, the shadow normally does not leave the village. Sudden departure of Onoki, who has not been out for a long time, made many ninjas a little worried. This time it's just the Five Shadows meeting, I'll be by Tsuchikage's side. Yamazaki smiled, looking at the group of Iwagakure ninjas in front of him. At this moment, he is the avatar of Gongyi's consciousness. After Lois's death, it is not what Gongyi expected. Now Onoki has put his focus on him. Although there is still a bit of grudge, but it has gradually cultivated him. Through this Five Shadow Conference, it is enough to see. Onoki did not go with the others, but only brought Gongyi's divine avatar. Yamazaki, let's go. Onoki looked gloomy at the moment, looked at Yamazaki Akashi and said. After the death of Lois and the second destruction of the village of Iwagakure. At this moment, Onoki's temperament has changed a bit. There was nothing else on his mind, more revenge. Nothing was more important to him than destroying Akatsuki. After all, the two have a very bitter hatred. Kurigakure Village. Mizukage-sama is going to the inland. The journey is long, but don't work too hard. An old man stood here tremblingly, holding Mizukage's hat in his hand and handing it over. He looked at Aoyuchojiro, who was following Terumi-mei, and continued, Mizukage-sama's safety depends entirely on you. Got it. Ching shrugged, looking at the old man in front of him and responding. And Chenjiro also nodded and said nothing. Thank you, sir. With a smile on her face, Terumi-mei took the old man's hat. She looked at the group of people in front of her, and said solemnly, this time I will bet on the name of Mizukage to ensure the smooth completion of the Five Shadows Conference. ... Dodai, don't screw things up this time. Although there has been no movement in our Kumogakure village at the moment. Outside the gate of Kumogakure village, several elderly Kumogakure village elders looked at a man in front of them and said in a deep voice, but don't let them underestimate. Although I'm just representing Reikage, I'll be responsible for it. Dodai nodded with a serious face. Elders, just wait for my return. ... Not long. When the Five Shadows meeting that had been arranged before had no time for a few days. Of Ninja Omura have also set off one after another. The second Five Shadow Conference held since the establishment of the Ninja Continent in the true sense. Each of them naturally knows through various records. The last time the Five Shadows Conference was held, but they were the first generation of shadows. Now, in the era they belong to, they have successfully held the Five Shadows Conference again. Such a situation, for them, it is not really good or bad. Honestly, it's their honor. After all, during his reign, he also experienced the Five Shadow Conference that would not appear for countless years. But to say it's uncomfortable, it's really uncomfortable. Because this Five Shadows Conference was held to solve a problem that none of them could deal with. Well, that's how it is. Now, their feelings about the shadows of the major ninja villages are quite complicated. However, judging from the situation at this moment, they are also taking it very seriously. The Five Shadows meeting was no trivial matter, and none of them dared to delay in the slightest. There are still a few days of the Five Shadows Conference, but no one wants to step on the time to pass. Next, all they have to face is a confrontation with the major ninja village shadows. Everyone's face showed anticipation, but also showed a trace of excitement. Because this Five Shadows meeting is full of unknowns. However, it is also a very good thing to be able to get rid of the evil Akatsuki in their hearts now. Snow slowly fell from the sky. Looking around, the front is already a white fog. Along with the surrounding temperature, it has gradually dropped. Gangyi and Kimimaro also officially entered the territory of the Iron Country. The Country of Iron, although it is separated from the Country of Fire, is only separated by a canyon. But the weather here is very bad and cannot be compared with the Country of Fire. Snow in the sky is the portrayal of their country. When Gangyi came here, he also felt familiar with this environment. Is quite similar to the land of frost, where snow falls all year round. Of course, in terms of overall strength and level of development, the Iron Country is still much stronger than the Frost Country. The wind was still whistling. Pieces of ice and snow piled up ahead, covering the entire road for people to walk. Some slippery icy roads appear almost in pieces, making it very difficult to drive. But for Gangyi and Kimimaro, such conditions are actually no different from normal. For a level ninja like them, it's just the external climate like this so far, and it can't affect them for a long time. The Iron Country should be Gangyi. Anyway, there are not too many things. Gangyi doesn't mind waiting or not. All it takes is the Five Shadows Conference, which can be executed normally. As for other things, it is not within Gangyi's consideration. Chapter 775. Warriors and Neutral Nations. Enter the country of iron. It's white in the eye, and there's no more. The rest of the color. 4. Here, Gung-Yi has long been aware of it. As early as before, this country has been seen in the records. The Iron Country is also the neutral country of the entire ninja continent. The ninjas also agreed not to attack this country. Therefore, the Iron Country also avoided the baptism of several ninja wars. The reason why the 5 great powers chose the Iron Country as the venue for the 5 Shadows talks is also because of the neutrality of the Iron Country. When ninjas gave them promises, they also gave ninjas promises. That is the whole country of iron, and there are no ninjas. Their armed forces, all called samurai. The entire country is also guarded by the samurai fighting group. At the same time, in the Iron Country, they also have an independent culture, independent authority, and independent combat power. The warriors of the Iron Country, Gung-Yi also knows their fighting style, which is actually very interesting. They don't use ninjutsu, but they all concentrate chakra on the sword, and then use the sword to fight. This neutral country has a very deep heritage, and it is a country with a very strong inherent culture. But unfortunately, Gung-Yi also knew very well. After the Fourth Ninja World War started, the Iron Country was no longer able to neutralize. This has seriously affected the peace of the ninja continent, and the country of iron has also changed its diplomatic relations. Therefore, in the end, they also joined the Ninja Union Army and fought with Uchiha Obito, Kabuto and others. Teacher Gung-Yi, we should be there soon. At this time, Kimamaro's voice came. Gung-Yi regained his senses and looked forward. Snowflakes are still falling from the sky. The wind also kept whistling in his ears. Through the white fog ahead, you can vaguely see the black buildings. There, it should be the location of the 5 Shadows meeting that the 5 great powers had agreed on before. Outskirts of the Iron Country. When Gung-Yi has been with Kimamaro, it is about to approach here. In this building, samurai are constantly patrolling. This is where the Iron Country provides the 5 Shadows conference. I saw that at this moment there were a group of warriors in armor and helmets, guarding meticulously. There are also several warriors on the towering buildings, monitoring the situation in the distance. But if there is any wind blowing here now, it is impossible to escape the eyes of a group of samurai. Basically, some people can't experience the 5th in their whole life, it has already started. Well, here in the Iron Country, since it has been the venue for the meeting, they naturally did not take it lightly. So far, the existence he wants to meet is not a small fish or a shrimp. It is the controller of the major ninja villages, and the top existence of Chunin in the ninja continent. The guy called Shadow. At this moment, in order to wait for their arrival, the general of the Iron Country, Mifune, was standing at the door with his 2 subordinates at the moment, waiting to greet them. Mifune, he is the general of the Iron Country and the host of the upcoming 5 Shadows talks. Now standing here in his capacity, taking the initiative to welcome the shadows of the major ninja villages. It is enough to be able to see that for this meeting and the 5 Shadows 3 boats, he still attaches great importance to it. Lord Maiquan, the dark post 1,000 meters away found 2 people approaching. At this time, one of the tall warriors, he immediately came to the front of Mifune and reported. Mifune-sama, there are 2 suspicious people ahead, I don't know if we are going to take action. At this time, a warrior in heavy armor came directly to his side and asked. Don't do it yet. Hearing this, Mifune waved his hand, with a thoughtful expression on his face, let's go and have a look first. After a simple calculation of the time, the day when the 5 Shadows conference will start is just around the corner. Then at this moment, it should be the time when the shadows of the villages will come. In order to prevent any accidents and misunderstandings, Mifune is still very cautious. He naturally didn't hope that the good 5 Shadows meeting had a problem in his own hands. After he got the news from the 5 major countries, he prepared carefully and arranged for a long time. If there is such a misunderstanding, then everything he has is in vain. Well, this is just a joke, it's a big deal. Because of this situation, it will seriously affect the reputation of the Iron Country. At the same time, as a neutral country, this is likely to cause some unnecessary disasters. Thinking of this, Mifune also walked forward with two of his subordinates. The entire building is thousands of meters in radius, and there are countless bright and dark posts, and the three ships are not afraid of enemies at all. Based on his current strength alone, in the country of iron, there is no need to worry at all. Soon. When he stepped out, he also saw two people approaching. Looking at the man headed in front of him, Mifune's face showed a hint of surprise. I saw that he was wearing a Yuhi white robe and a Yuhi white hat on his head. It can be clearly seen that there is also a Yuhi colored fire written on it. Word. Hokage Gongyi, the fifth generation of Konoha village. I don't know the man at Mifune, but he is very clear about the man in front of him. Handsome face, a pair of dark eyes, and his black hair is meticulously tied back. This somewhat jealous face, coupled with the restrained aura all over her body, was enough to shock Mifune. As expected of the rumored ninja who can suppress the entire ninja world. Some people even call him, this is the second god of the ninja world after Senju Hashirama. After all, he can easily suppress the tailed beast, and he can completely resist tens of thousands of troops by himself. It's not like an ordinary ninja can do it. Even at the beginning of the battle with Kumogakure village in the Land of Thunder, there were shocking traces on the final battlefield. It is also enough to make everyone who sees it feel frightened. The country of iron to which Mifune belongs, although he is a neutral country. However, it does not mean that their information is blocked, on the contrary, they are also very well informed. About this, Konoha village's 5 generations of Hokage Gongyi's information, Mifune can be said to be all clear. It's actually 5 generations of Hokage. It's really him. And the group of warriors behind the 3 ships also said in surprise. Apparently, they also know something about Gongyi, and have done learning. When I saw Gongyi coming, the misunderstanding in my imagination did not appear. Chapter 776. General 3 Ships. Here. When Mifune can fully confirm, the oncoming is after the 5 generations of Hokage Gongyi. There was a hint of happiness on his face. Luckily, I have more minds and I came here to take a look. Otherwise, if the samurai under him attacked the 5th Hokage for no reason, then the matter would be really big. The Hokage who created Konoha village to glory is far from being as harmless as he looks like. How terrifying his strength is, you can clearly know through the records of which documents. It's really a loss. Suppressing his thoughts, seeing that Gongyi was about to come here, Mifune also walked over quickly with his subordinates. With a smile on his face, immediately. Looking at Gongyi, he said, waiting for a long time, Your Excellency Hokage. I am the 3 ships in charge of this 5 Shadows Conference, and I am also the general of the Iron Country. Mifune was extremely polite and did not show the slightest negative emotion. First meeting, I'm Hokage Gongyi. Seeing Mifune approaching, Gongyi didn't have the slightest pretense, smiled and said, in such a bad weather, I never thought that Your Excellency Mifune would be able to greet him in person. Now looking at this short middle-aged man with a 3-stroke beard, Gongyi is very familiar. Regarding his records, Gongyi also had an impression in his mind. Although his strength is not as good as his own, it should not be underestimated. Even the original Mifune had a fight with Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Omegakure village known as the demigod of the ninja world. Although he was defeated in the end, his one-handed swordsmanship was also very powerful. It's cold, Lord Hokage, let's go inside and have a cup of hot tea first. Seeing Gongyi, Mifune didn't have the slightest arrogance, and his senses improved a lot. He turned to the side with a smile on his face, and made way for him to enter the building behind. Originally, Mifune was still there before, I think that a genius ninja like Gongyi is so powerful now. Then it must be very difficult to contact, and the arrogance is definitely very big. However, after the simple conversation between the two was over, Mifune didn't think so at all. Powerful, calm, he treats others neither humble nor arrogant, without the slightest arrogance. With such a character, even Mifune had to secretly admire him. Your Excellency, Mifune is really polite. Gongyi did not refuse, but took the lead and walked over. At this time, Mifune also personally came to his side and took him and Kimimaro in. Because the Five Shadows conference is still long, naturally, I didn't bring Gongyi to the conference room. Mifune personally led them to a spacious lounge. Inside is clean and tidy, and at first glance, it has been carefully checked. Well, after all, those who come here are all high-weight cage levels. From these details, it can also be seen that the Kingdom of Iron is still very attentive. Mr. Gongyi, it looks like it's the first to arrive here. Seeing Mifune leaving, Kimimaro, who had been silent, looked at Gongyi and said, "Well, now we're rushing fast, which is normal." Gongyi smiled, turned his head and replied, "But we can't wait too long, and the rest of the images will probably arrive one after another now." Oh. Kimimaro looked stunned, obviously not understanding the meaning of Gongyi's words. The core content of the Five Shadows conference this time is precisely about Akatsuki. Gongyi shook his head and said slowly, "Akatsuki is already very dangerous now, and it is naturally difficult for them to sit still, so it should be impossible for them to wait until the real Five Shadows conference begins. The sooner it's resolved, the better." That's it. What Teacher Gongyi said makes sense. When Kimimaro heard this, he nodded and couldn't deny. On Akatsuki's side, they are now extremely dangerous. Therefore, it is naturally impossible for them to go and stay in Konoha village with peace of mind. Soon as the Five Shadows conference is held, Akatsuki can also be solved as soon as possible. Therefore, they didn't want to delay the time at all, and they would definitely come to the Iron Country early. At the same time, while the two were still talking, Mizukage Terumime from Kurigakure village also came here. Is absolutely no guess from Gongyi that the shadows of the other four major ninja villages have not yet been able to sit safely in the village. Terumime is now wearing a Mizukage robe and a Mizukage hat, almost the same feeling as Gongyi. It's just that there are two people behind her. One is Ao and the other is Changjiro, who stayed at the door, had already discovered Terumime at this time. This Mizukage of the fifth generation of Kurigakure village, she has long brown hair that completely covers her right eye. The two footballs in front of him, as well as the whole Meowman's posture, make people look fascinated. However, this did not make Mifune and others show any expressions for Terumime, who had a charming atmosphere. As samurai, and they all serve as a welcome solution, what should be seen and what should not be seen, what should be thought and what should not be thought, naturally all are clear. Mifune here, when they saw Terumime coming with Ao and Changjiro, also greeted them with a smile. The rest of the village, whether their shadows are women, and whether they are strong or weak, it has nothing to do with Mifune. He is here today, mainly to welcome the arrival of the respective ninja village shadows. Lord Mizukage, welcome to my country of iron. My name is Mizukage Terumime of Kurigakure village, and I am honored by Admiral Mifune. Terumime, who came here, saw Mifune greet her, but she didn't show any air. With a smile on his face, he said politely, "Although he is still a shadow, he is a powerful ruler. But here in the Iron Country, Mifune's status is just as noble and noble. He was able to come here and greet them in person, and the few shadows were naturally not stupid. It is clear that in the position of others, it is natural to be polite. Although they are neutral countries, their power cannot be underestimated. The weather is bad, Lord Mizukage, please go to the lounge to rest for a while." The smile on Mifune's face did not diminish, and he said slowly, "Good." Terumime nodded, but also did not refuse. In the Iron Country here is indeed a bit cold. They had thought of this before, but they never thought it would be so bad. Wearing a thin Mizukage robe, even Terumi-May felt a hint of coldness. Chapter 777. The Balance of the Land, Third More. Snow keeps falling from the sky. The wind kept whistling in his ears. On the periphery of the entire Iron Country are already very lively at the moment. At this moment, this place is the venue for the Five Shadows Conference. Countless samurai are patrolling here seamlessly. And at the towering lighthouse above, there are also warriors looking into the distance one after another. Within a radius, once any situation occurs, the warriors of the entire Iron Country can respond quickly. Today, just for a while. After the arrival of Gong Yi's side as the 5th Hokage, Terumi-May has also arrived here. And it didn't wait. Mifune went and waited for a while. Onoki from Iwagakure village, with Gong Yi's spiritual clone Yamazaki Akashi, he also came here with the same serious face. Now that he has experienced the death of his only son, he has always been very gloomy. And here at Maikwan, of course, he didn't mind either. They have also heard about Sunagakure village. Therefore, now it's just a few words of courtesy, and then greeted him as well. 4. Tsuchikage of Iwagakure village, what he experienced. Mifune actually expressed his regret. So far, such a thing, and now who is going to experience it, is indeed enough to change a person. The incident in Sunagakure village seems to have also dealt a serious blow to Onoki. The village, the loss of the tailed beast, the death of the only son. This series of blows is indeed easy to bring people down. At this moment, Onoki can still maintain such a state. It can be said that it is quite difficult. Looking at the back of Onoki's departure, a subordinate behind Mifune couldn't help but said softly, Iwagakure village is really unfortunate to have encountered such a thing. Now the Akatsuki thing is indeed a bit too much. Their appearance seriously threatens the balance of our ninja continent. Even guys like them who never play cards according to common sense, we even have to take strict precautions here in the Iron Country. Several quiet voices appeared one after another after Onoki walked away. Akatsuki right now, it's not just Sunagakure village, Kurigakure village, Iwagakure village, etc. A large ninja village. Like some small ninja villages, still small capitals, and neutral iron countries like them. In fact, invisibly, they also began to guard against it secretly, and at the same time, they also had a deep guard against it in their hearts. A group of high-level missing nin beings who act moody and everyone knows it. Today, they may have taken a fancy to something in their iron country, then they may ignore their neutral status at all, and then shoot directly. The danger is not the greedy ninja Omura, they at least still have principles. Really dangerous are these groups of renegade ninjas who are not at all controlled. Okay, don't do this. Hearing what his subordinates were saying, Mifune immediately. Shensheng shouted and said, all of them are the shadows of the major ninja villages. If you talk too much, you will lose it. Don't say anything that shouldn't be said. Now Mifune's smile is gone, replaced by a somewhat serious look. This will work hard, but it's not. Give it, when it's still discussing here. In the current situation, there is only one thing they need to do now. That is to greet the shadows of the major ninja villages, and then conduct the Five Shadows meeting. As for other things, Mifune had thought about it and was worried. But not in the current situation, he still needs to talk more. At this point, now he only needs to complete his current job. Yes. Yes. And here, when Mifune finished speaking, the rest of the people immediately followed. Shut up. They have a noble warrior spirit and are very obedient to orders. At this moment, the sound of the discussion just now has long since disappeared. Mifune also continued to look forward. Moment Hokage Gongyi in Konoha village, Mizukage Terumi-May in Kurigakure village, Tsuchikage Onoki in Iwagakure village. These 3 shadows also came one after another. Then as for the other 2 shadows, naturally it is impossible to delay. Mifune clearly knew Akatsuki at this moment, and it seemed that the opening of the entire 5 Shadows conference would not take long. Soon. Left Sunagakure village, came here with Tamari and Konkuro. The wind whistled. Gaara and Tamari haven't changed much, but Konkuro is shivering and obviously complaining about the weather here. Lord Casecage, welcome to the Iron Country. Arrival of Gaara wearing a Casecage robe, Mifune greeted him once again. Still the same routine, nothing has changed. After the two briefly greeted each other, Gaara also brought Tamari and the others inside. Of course, all the people in the Iron Country at this moment can also see a detail. That is the current Mifune, although they are all standing here to meet those. The shadow of the 5 major ninja villages. But from the beginning to now, it seems that only the 5th generation Hokage Gongyi was greeted by Mifune personally. Well, but if you think about it, it's understandable. Gongyi's strength is so terrifying, and now he is famous throughout the ninja continent. There was nothing wrong with Mifune being able to welcome Gongyi in person. The ninja continent has always respected strength. A powerful existence is naturally an existence that will be respected. As Gongyi knows, now the entire ninja continent is watching the fist speak. If you are weak, you will be bullied, treated unfairly, and even die. But if you are strong, you will earn everyone's respect. No matter who it is, it is the same. Who cares? The 3 ships here in the neutral country are also impossible to avoid. At the same time, while the snow is still falling, Dodai, the last Kumogakure village agent to arrive, also came here with his bodyguard. The shadows of the entire 5 major ninja villages have all arrived. The lounge. Lord Hokage. At this moment, everything has been prepared. Mifune came here in person. He knocked on the door and walked in. He said to Gongyi with a smile on his face, now that Mizukage, Tsuchikage, Casecage, etc. have all arrived, we can officially start the meeting. Good. Hearing this, Gongyi stood up and nodded in response. I waited for a long time and arranged a long 5-shadow meeting. Finally, it's time to start. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read and collect, and push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates to find 99 novels. Chapter 778. The 5 Shadows Conference officially opened. Outside the Kingdom of Iron, inside the building of the 5 Shadows Conference building. After being informed by Mifune, Gongyi brought Kimimaro to a large room. Crunch. Open the door. The arrival of Gongyi caught everyone's attention. Although he was the first to arrive in the Iron Country, it seems to be the finale here. The other 4 shadows looked at Gongyi, all with different hearts. Of course, following their gaze, Gongyi can also clearly judge. Casecage Gaara, here he is completely his own puppet, no need to say more. Mizukage Terumi Mei, her relationship with herself seems to be somewhat indescribable, and at the same time it is a cooperative relationship, and at the same time, she is more mastered by herself. As for the current Tsuchikage, his face is extremely complicated, and he is obviously more concerned about Akatsuki's problems. The end, what actually surprised Gongyi the most, and what he didn't expect. That is the current agent Reikage, and it is actually Dodai. The new generation of ninjas in Kumogakure village has lost a lot, and the new generation of Reikage has not been really recommended at this moment. So at this moment, Dodai, who has the best qualifications and the best qualities in the village, is acting as the agent Reikage. Dodai, he should be Jonin of Kumogakure village. Is also a courtier of Reikage in all dynasties, and he is also an examiner of all dynasties. And also has Yoden, lava style, special Kekkei Genkei. Because of his outstanding ability and strength, he was also trusted by 3 generations of Reikage when he was young. After thinking about these things carefully, Gongyi is actually hard to deny. At this moment in the Kumogakure village where the fourth Reikage died, Darui died, and Killer Bee died. I really can't pick out a character that can be similar to Dodai. Now he, in terms of strength and experience, is currently the best person to inherit Reikage. As for why he is acting as Reikage, Gong Yi is not clear. Of course, he doesn't care now. Anyway, after the Fourth Ninja World War, no matter what Reikage or not, Kumogakure village will be tamed by itself. Suppress your thoughts. With a smile on his face, Gong Yi walked forward. The spacious room, in front of the three ships, he was sitting in the first place. In front of him is a semi-curved conference table. On the wall behind the desk, there are also, fire, water, wind, earth, ray, equally written banner. Gong Yi was stared at by several eyes and sat down in the center seat. And Kimimaro, dodged to the top. There are the guards of all the rest of the shadows, stay. Ninja World, the Omura of Ninja of the Five Kingdoms, and the five supreme leaders, all have been completed. At this moment, since the establishment of the Ninja World continent, the second Shadow Conference can be said to be officially opened. Everyone sitting here at the moment did not speak to each other. Everyone is looking at the host of the Iron Country, that is, the three ships who are in charge of this Five Shadows Conference. I am in charge of the three ships. Next second. After everyone was already sitting here, Mifune was the first to break the silence. He glanced at the five shadows in front of him. Now that you are all here, I will officially announce that the five shadow talks can now begin. Then I'll start by saying, five shadows have really changed a lot. Here, just as Mifune's voice fell, Gaara, who was Keisuke, spoke only half a word. Before he could continue, Tsuchikajinoki interrupted him directly, and continued, Keisuke can sit in this position at this age, it is really terrifying. But it seems that you don't seem to have much education. Onoki's expression didn't change much, and he said coldly again, it seems that such a meeting requires respect for the old and love for the young. It's going to be hard work, and I haven't officially said anything yet, and sparks have begun to appear at this moment. Because Gaara was the first to speak, this made Onoki, the most senior here, a little unhappy. If Gong Yi is, forget it, after all, his strength is enough to have the right to speak. But now this Gaara is making Onoki a complete joke. After all, his strength is not very strong, and he is also too young. Unconsciously, Gaara made Onoki think that he is. This time, Akatsuki's crusade is likely to be a hindrance. Being able to become a shadow does not seem to be much different from age. Gaara looked at Onoki, but did not swallow her anger, but responded coldly, then if you are old now, do you have to leave this position? You are so arrogant. Seeing that Gaara actually said such words, she suddenly choked on herself, and Onoki's expression also sank. This bastard. Standing above, now heard where Onoki was provocative, and his face immediately became angry. Biting Kiba. Fists clenched, Kankuro could not wait to jump down and get rid of the little old man Onoki. What do you want to do? Gong Yi's avatar, Yamazaki Akashi, who accompanied Onoki to this place this time, turned pale and stopped Kankuro. Now, he is not trying to protect Onoki's safety. What's more, Gong Yi had told him long ago, don't let these shadows guards spoil this meeting. Okay, I want to start this Five Shadows conference. Don't forget the real purpose. At this time, when the situation did not wait for Onoki to speak again, he immediately said, Your Excellency Tsuchikage, now please immediately shut up. Since Lord Keisuke has something to say, we can just listen first. Humph. Hearing Gong Yi finish speaking, Onoki rarely spoke anymore, but just snorted coldly. Currently, as the organizer of this Five Shadows conference, Onoki naturally gave Gong Yi noodles. After all, such a powerful existence, Onoki still needs to rely on Akatsuki in the future. Although he was confident that he could still kill Akatsuki, wouldn't it be better to have Gong Yi's help? Hearing Gong Yi's words, Gaara's expression eased a lot, and he looked at Gong Yi with a deep smile. At this moment, the relationship between the two does not need to be spoken, and naturally they are standing on the same boat. Although outsiders don't know what's going on, Gaara knows it in his heart. Long ago, Gong Yi has completely given Gaara to the master. The current Sunagakure village is actually invisible, and it belongs to itself for a long time. Back to God. When Onoki's side has been silent, Gaara's side is ready to continue. Chapter 779. Quarrel of Four Shadows. I was originally a Jinchuriki column force, and was once detained by Akatsuki. Seeing that no one spoke anymore, Gaara said slowly, "So, I know clearly that Akatsuki's existence is a very dangerous disaster for us. I've also made requests to the Five Shadows many times before, wanting to use the power of our joint efforts to destroy Akatsuki." Gaara paused for a while, then spoke again, "Unfortunately, except Your Excellency Hokage, everyone else ignored me. Well, the current result does reflect what I expected at the time." Looking around, Gaara said in a deep voice, "Except Kyubi, Ninetails, in the Konoha village of Lord Hokage was not captured. The rest of the village's Jinchuriki column forces also seem to have suffered misfortune. There is no doubt that even though we have joined forces now, we have all experienced a lot of losses." Humph. Hearing Gaara finish speaking, Onoki's face was still gloomy, and he said coldly, "Under normal circumstances, the ninja villages in the 5 major countries, even though they have lost their human Jinchuriki column power, will naturally keep their mouths shut. After all, this is a great shame. The most perfect solution is usually to recapture it secretly. This is common sense." Onoki seems to have spoken out everyone's thoughts. The tailed beast in that village has just been taken away, and it is impossible for him to allow himself to seek help from the other large villages. Personality, prestige. Hearing this, Gaara sneered without changing his face. "This is really pedantic when it's boring. Really young." Onoki, not to be outdone, immediately counterattacked. And while Gaara and Onoki are still battling each other here, Gong Yi also just sat in the center position, staring at him without changing his face. This meeting, of course, is not really for discussing how to get rid of Akatsuki. It's a skill, and now they don't mind watching the show if they willing to quarrel. Anyway, everything will be destroyed in a while. Okay, pedantic and not pedantic, I don't want to talk about it for the time being. At this time, Mizukage Terumi May also suddenly interjected. As Mizukage, I admit that we are indeed too passive at the moment. But even if the tailed beast is taken away, it can't be done right away. Consider it a threat. Onoki said and shook his head. But in the next second, Onoki spoke again with a twist. But I have to say, this old man really thought Akatsuki simple. For Mizukage Terumi May's words, he really couldn't refute it. Even in Gaara's place, he did seem a little powerless to refute. If he agreed to join forces at the beginning, he would directly destroy Akatsuki. Then his only son Lois, and now the entire village of Iwagakure, also encountered such a loss. Now, Onoki also understood. He thought about it, and continued. No matter what, get rid of Akatsuki now. This is the core. What is the use of what happened before now? Everyone, I think the bickering at the moment doesn't seem to have much effect. Sitting on the side with his eyes closed, Dodai opened his eyes, looked at the crowd slowly and said, "After all, I came here today to get rid of the scourge of Akatsuki in the entire ninja continent. Also, Akatsuki's existence now is also formed by missing nin in your village. So, if there is really something to be annoyed with, it's only me in Kumogakure." The fiery temper of the 4th generation Raikage, Dodai was not too impulsive at this moment. But inside and outside the words, he did not spare any effort to complain about a few people. Okay. Just when the four of them were they were about to quarrel again. Gong Yi, who had never spoken, he immediately interrupted everyone. To come here now, indeed. To discuss Akatsuki. Looking at the people around him, Gong Yi said in a deep voice, I'm wasting so much time now, it's not. Listening to you here discussing what's wrong and right, these are of no importance at all. Yeah, so what? Gong Yi said, and looked at Onoki, could it be that everything can be sent back to you? And what is wrong, how can it be? Instead, Gong Yi looked at Dodai again, is it possible to recompensate for being wrong now? Obviously, now that you have chosen to join forces, you all recognize the dangers of Akatsuki. Seeing that the surrounding figures fell silent, Gong Yi smiled. Actually, it's not too late. It's better than all the tailed beasts being captured by Akatsuki, and then causing a series of disasters. After all, no one dares to imagine what will happen next. Shrugging, Gong Yi's words at this moment are still very powerful. When he finished talking, around Mizukage Terumi Mei, Tsuchikage Onoki, and Agents Reikage Dodai, Kage Gara. The four people who were still discussing fiercely just now did not speak anymore at this moment. Everyone fell into silence. Gong Yi is indeed very right, and everyone can imagine it in their hearts. Right, how can it be wrong, and how can these things have happened so far? It is no longer possible to recover the previous losses. And now, as Gong Yi just said, they need to be prepared for what might happen in the future. Because of Akatsuki, they are collecting tailed beasts. Because of Akatsuki, they are collecting the most troublesome thing for all ninjas in the ninja continent. When all 9 tailed beasts are captured by Akatsuki, as shadows, they dare not imagine that what happens. However, they can be sure of one thing. That is the next, it is absolutely impossible to be such a small fight. This case, if Akatsuki really uses the tail beast, he will come and go to do what he wants. Of each of their villages can no longer be judged according to the current situation. Totally. A devastating blow. The heritage has been destroyed, the civilians have died, and the number of ninjas has declined. Once such a thing happens, then their respective ninja villages can completely disappear in the true sense. You don't have to think about it. How could all the shadows be a fool and invisible? They can all know it clearly. And, now they have all thought about this in their minds long ago. Otherwise, they would not agree to start the 5 Shadows Conference. A group of filmmakers are still afraid that there will be more losses and casualties in the future. Philo reminds you. Read 3 things to collect. Push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmate find 99 Novel Network and LT. Chapter 780. The Legendary Ninja. To be honest with you guys. When they saw every shadow in front of them, they were completely silent. Gong Yi's face began to become serious. Now that he has sensed, it seems that Uchiha Obito has come around. Then at this last brief moment, Gong Yi also began to guide everyone at the moment. I may have discovered some kind of secret after killing Akatsuki's leader earlier. Hearing Gong Yi finish saying these words, the eyes of the rest of the people also looked over. Next second. Speak, Gong Yi continued. The real leader of Akatsuki, no, it should be said to be the leader behind the scenes, I found out that it should be Uchiha Madara. Quote. Hearing this, the already silent surroundings became even more silent. Whether it is Mizukage Terumi Mei, Tsuchikage, or the agent Reikage Dodai, etc. All of them had a hint of surprise on their faces. And the 3 ships standing in front, as well as the shadow guards who stayed on top, were all stunned. Everyone seemed to show a completely unbelievable look. They seemed to think that they are waiting for others. Have they misheard? Lord Hokage, are you sure? At this time, Gaara was the first to speak to break the silence. He looked at Gong Yi and said slowly, now Uchiha Madara, if he is still alive, shouldn't he have died more than 10 years ago? That's right, that guy shouldn't have died early, right? At this moment, Tsuchikajinoki also rarely echoed Gaara's mouth and said, "I can't understand the specific things in detail." Gongyi shook his head, not at all trying to reveal any news for them. 4. A series of things will happen next, you only need a simple guide. But although Gongyi is like this, but now their hearts are unknowingly, and they are really thinking about this matter. Because this sentence came out of his own mouth. Gongyi's words still carry a lot of weight in the entire ninja world at this moment. At the same time, I only need to use the identity of Uchiha Obito to announce it here. This can also be perfect, in line with what I just said. This in mind, Gongyi continued, although there is no detailed statement, but according to my investigations in Anbu, Konoha village, and all my own discoveries, it is very likely that Uchiha Madara is still alive, and is the master behind this Akatsuki. Lord Hokage, you mean to tell us? Agent Reikage Dodai also said at this time, Uchiha Madara, he is immortal. How is it possible that Uchiha Madara is really a monster? Mizukage Terumi Mei, who was sitting on the other side, had a complicated look on her face. Hehe, as you naturally don't know that there are so many secret techniques in the ninja continent that we can't even count them. Long silence, Gongyi smiled and didn't answer them, just said lightly, now this is a secret technique that can make people immortal. Maybe we don't know Akatsuki, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. In Akatsuki, I have killed 2 members before, I think you should already know Akatsuki about their information. One of the elite members of the original Taki ninja village is also a guy named Kaku, too, and his secret technique is, Earth Resentment. But it is able to use the capture of the heart to maintain one's own life. So in the ninja world, it is called a person with the same lifespan as the heaven and the earth. I know from his mouth that this guy had a fight with Senju Hashirama, the founder of my Konoha village and the god of the ninja world of the ninja world. Just such a small character can live for such a long time, so how can it be impossible for Uchiha Madara, a guy who is enough to influence the ninja continent? Furthermore, not long. Gongyi also simply gave some examples to everyone. Immediately, also through his own opinions, he casually said something. Now for Gongyi, it doesn't matter at all whether they really believe it or not. The reason why he opened his mouth to say this is only to cooperate with the appearance of Uchiha Obito later. At the same time, at this moment, the other 4 shadows in the audience have actually been silent. Now Akatsuki's problem, for them, seems to be getting worse. I thought Akatsuki's leader was the toughest guy with Rinnegan. After he was killed by Gongyi, Akatsuki's problems might be better resolved. But it's not. They found out. They and others think too much. Because once Akatsuki is here, Uchiha Madara is involved. Then it's completely different. Here, the difficulty for them to get rid of Akatsuki has gone up countless ranks. Uchiha Madara, although a ninja of Konoha village. But as shadows, they clearly understand how terrifying this guy is. The leader of the Uchiha clan at the time, and also recognized as the most powerful person in the Uchiha clan. When the ninja world just first appeared, he and Senju Hashirama were called the legendary ninja together. Even the Konoha village, which has been ranked first in the 5 shadows, is recognized as the strongest. It is still this Uchiha Madara, which was jointly established with Senju Hashirama. At the same time, this is also the first ninja village to appear in the ninja world. Is no doubt about his strength, it is definitely not something they can resist at present. Except, Gongyi, how could everyone not have this self-knowledge now? Now if Akatsuki, really like Gongyi said, the manipulator behind it is Uchiha Madara. Then their entire ninja continent and all ninja villages seem to have encountered unprecedented difficulties. Uchiha Madara, what kind of power he is now, no one can guess. But all the shadows here can be imagined. Uchiha Madara, if he is really still alive. Then adding these tailed beasts, everyone shudders, what awaits them next will definitely not be a good thing. terrifying and a little trickier than the Akatsuki they knew now. At this moment, these words of Gong Yi, unconsciously, cast a shadow on their hearts. Because unknowingly, they gradually felt that it was completely beyond what they expected. The meeting room that had just been buzzing. At this time, there was a sudden silence. Every shadow, every person, is thinking in their minds what to do next. Chapter 781. Huge Ambition. Cough. Soon, when the entire conference room had fallen into silence, Maiquan, who had never spoken, broke his silence at this time and said, "Since you have not spoken now, as a neutral country, let me say a few words." Sitting in the central position in front of him, Mifune swept his eyes and looked at the 5 shadows in front of him. The leader of Akatsuki, at this moment, the master has followed the trend of the times, and has expanded his strength by taking advantage of the suspicions hidden under the surface of stability by various countries. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Onoki looked at Mifune and asked in a deep voice. "Don't worry." The 3 boats did not stop, but continued. It's not a blessing for Sai Wang to lose his horse. It is very difficult and very rare for the 5 shadows to hold a meeting in such an orderly manner at this moment. I think it's better to take this opportunity, now that you all have the idea of joining forces against Akatsuki. Anyone could speak again, Mifune said slowly. At the same time, I learned that it may be Uchiha Madara standing behind Akatsuki, so I suggest that it is better to build a ninja that has never been before with the 5 major ninja villages as the core. Allied forces. In this way, our strength is enough to easily destroy Akatsuki, or Uchiha Madara. He expressed his inner thoughts, Mifune, in front of someone. Allied forces. Tsuchikajinoki's expression froze, and the whole person showed a complicated look. Obviously, now he is also struggling. Had it been with Akatsuki before, they might have only needed a small amount of force. Then it will be completely clear, and the few Akatsuki left will be completely wiped out. But now, with Gong Yi talking about Uchiha Madara, everyone knows that the things they thought before. It seems impossible. The strength they have put in so far, if it is to deal with Uchiha Obito. That is no doubt, it is completely a fool's dream. All the shadows, that is, because they understand these, can't help but bite Kiba and look ugly. Gong Yi's words have caused them to start getting into trouble gradually, and they have to rethink their thoughts. That's right, what Admiral Mifune said, is indeed the best way. Nodding, Gong Yi's face here. The color did not change, but continued. Now is an extraordinary period, and we need to work together. As Lord Hokage said. Sanchuan echoed and explained, this can also unify the command and avoid a more chaotic situation. But, now Uchiha Madara, the ninja of his Yi village, why is he fighting like this? Agent Reikage Dodai, with a hint of suspicion on his face, asked, now that Senju Hashirama is dead, it would be best if Uchiha Madara is still alive and should return to the village of Konoha. Hehe, back to Konoha village. Hear from Agent Reikage Dodai. Gong Yi showed a sarcastic smile. Lord Reikage, you still don't know enough about Uchiha Madara. This guy's ambitions are far higher than Akatsuki's, you know. Gong Yi knocked on the table and said thoughtfully, after the establishment of our Konoha village in the early days, the reason why Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were separated, and finally left, and at the end there was a war with Senju Hashirama. His ambition is really too big. It's just a ninja village, it seems that I can't satisfy Uchiha Madara. Gong Yi looked at Dodai, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. And today, without Senju Hashirama blocking him, I think this Akatsuki, he has been looking for a long time, and the reason why he captured the tail beast, I also feel it is inseparable from plotting the entire ninja continent. Uchiha Madara, it's far more terrifying than you know. No matter what, Gong Yi is exaggerating Uchiha Madara at this moment. Of course, it wasn't that Gong Yi deliberately wanted to brag about Uchiha Madara. The reason why I said so much today is just because this is a skill, Gang Yi wants to use the identity of Uchiha Madara to put pressure on the rest. At the same time, Gang Yi's purpose is also very clear, the position of the General of the Ninja Coalition this time. Naturally, he had already thought about it, and it must be obtained by his master. This is of vital importance to Gang Yi's future plans. The Uchiha Madara thing, if it's true, we really don't have to be negligent. Mizukage Terumi Mei, at this time, she nodded and replied in a deep voice. Now for Gang Yi's plan, as well as certain things, there is already invisible support. After all, the two of them have already reached a cooperation agreement, and at the same time, Kurigakure village and Konoha village are allied villages. Now the various mission points in the inland make the village of Kurigakure a lot of money. Although there is a lot of fruit to give to Konoha village, Terumi Mei still feels that it is nothing. General, the opinions of Gang Yi from Konoha village and Terumi Mei on behalf of Kurigakure village are actually unconditional support. At the same time, today, with such a big event, Terumi Mei is even more afraid to take it lightly. I also think Lord Hokage, what he's saying now makes a lot of sense. Soon as Terumi Mei finished speaking, Kazekage Gaara nodded and said slowly. As an ally of Konoha village at the same time, Gaara who is also obeying Gang Yi in disguise. Impossible for him, not immediately here. Express your attitude. And now this Kung Fu, Agent Reikage Dodai, and Tsuchikage Onoki, and Admiral Mifune, the three of them still can't see Mizukage in Kurigakure village, and Kazekage in Sunagakure village, they are already standing on the same boat with Konoha village. It can be vaguely known that the three ninja Omura are completely tied together. And Terumi Mei and Gaara, headed entirely by Gang Yi, seem to be waiting for his plan here. Onoki frowned, feeling a little heavy inside. But although this passive taste, a little uncomfortable. Have to admit that it seems that it will work hard now, and it should be the most correct choice to follow Gang Yi and Mifune's plans. Because no matter how you think about it, there is really no way to solve the current situation. Onoki has been in Tsuchikage's place for decades. Having experienced countless things and experienced several large-scale battles, he did not take chances at all. Thinking about it, now Onoki closed his eyes and said slowly, then if it becomes a coalition army, who will the issue of command be handed over? That's right, Onoki is still there at the moment. He's worried, it's this issue at the moment. Chapter 782. Enemy. No, the matter of command is easy to talk about. Gang Yi looked at Onoki, he didn't say anything right now. But this time, a playful smile appeared on his face. Now, let's welcome our enemy first. What? Enemy? What enemy? Hearing Gang Yi's words, sighing and Mifune present immediately. Complexion changed greatly. The first to bear the brunt is Mifune. This is the country of iron, and it belongs to his home court. Therefore, he can clearly know the defensive patrols around the whole area, and how strict the various measures are. This is definitely not for ordinary people, you can walk in. No, in terms of normal people. The whole area cannot be stepped into, let alone the conference room where the Five Shadows conference is being held here even if it is Akatsuki's group of members. How tyrannical they were, but it was impossible to escape the eyes of his warriors. And now the other four shadows, also immediately. His whole body was tense, and at the same time, there was a look of surprise in his mind. They also couldn't imagine that the Five Shadows conference is being held here. How could there be enemies? Besides, what kind of enemy is the enemy in Gang Yi's mouth now? Is it his enemy, or is it their enemy? At the moment, Gang Yi has already left his seat. So fast. Everyone was caught off guard, even though they were already tense. But Gang Yi's terrifying speed still made each of them unable to react at all. By the time he saw Gang Yi, he had come to the center of the curved conference table. With a buzzing sound, Gang Yi immediately threw his fist down. Now he didn't use any power at all, it was just A kind of physical power to throw a heavy punch. Boom, boom. A shocking sound immediately filled the whole house. Just flat concrete floor, immediately. Rubble flew horizontally and sputtered all around. The location of the 5 shadows meeting at the moment was the roof, and now Gong Yi's punch caused the surrounding to collapse in an instant. All the shadows didn't know anything at all, so they immediately dodge out of here. When the power of terrifying Gong Yi was really strong, they also burst and retreated. Those who followed, shadow guards, Mifune and the others did the same. When the cracked ground was like a spider web, it gradually stopped spreading. An endless stream of white smoke filled the surroundings, and all those who were already standing on the edge of the house looked straight ahead. Within the thick white fog at this moment, 2 black figures stood impressively. What's the situation? Someone eavesdropped on our conversation. How could this happen? I didn't find the slightest. ... Seeing a black shadow appearing inexplicably at the moment, everyone is shocked now. The 4 shadows, the shadow guards, and the 3 boats are all looking forward nervously. Soon, when the dust that blocked their realization had completely dissipated, everyone's eyes widened. One was wearing a dark blue robe and a white mask of 3 Tomo Rinnegan's on his face. With Uchiha's fan behind him has appeared in everyone's eyes. That's right, it was Uchiha Obito who was just discovered by Gong Yi. As long as he had come here, Gong Yi had already discovered it. Now, with the help of the key point of this topic, it is also possible to make him appear. Damn, you really almost killed me. Uchiha Obito couldn't help scolding inwardly, and now a pair of eyes were vaguely angry. He really didn't expect that Gong Yi, who was in front of him, was really merciless. Don't look at the punch just now, it doesn't seem to have done him any damage. But the real power, now only Uchiha Obito knows. Which had been penetrated, the entire floor around it was shattered and about to collapse. Uchiha Obito clearly knew that if the punch hit him, although it won't really be killed, it definitely won't feel comfortable. Damn, you look at his eyes. Agent Reikage Dodai, his pupils constricted, immediately. Cannot help but exclaimed. Next second. Terumi Mei and the others also followed their gazes. It's Sharingan. It's Rinnegan. Almost in unison. Now Uchiha Obito's appearance of Rinnegan in his left eye and Sharingan in his right eye has shocked everyone. They still don't know that this mysterious guy in front of him actually has such a terrifying pupil technique. Whose heart is beating wildly has completely overlapped what Gong Yi said before. Sharingan in front of you, plus the logo of the fan of the Uchiha clan. Looking at it this way, it has such a powerful aura, space ninjutsu and so on. All of this is enough to be confirmed now. It seems that this guy is Uchiha Madara. Doden Earth-style rock fist in their impression technique. An angry scream appeared, and everyone saw Onoki immediately. He punched and rushed out. His previously thin arm has now become extremely thick and completely petrified. Everyone has not recovered from the shock of Uchiha Obito's appearance. He has come to Uchiha Obito's eyes. Hee. Seeing Onoki's hatred full of hatred, Gong Yi's face. With a sneer, wrong dodge to the back. What should be guided has been guided, and all that he should do by himself, he has done the same. Next, I just need to watch Uchiha Obito's performance, that's enough. Boom. At this time, when Onoki's sharp blow came out, everyone imagined the scene where Uchiha Obito was shot flying. Didn't appear at all. Now it can be clearly seen that Onoki's punch just passed directly through Uchiha Obito's body and bombarded the wall behind. That was already full of cracks just now shattered in an instant, revealing the outside scene. And Uchiha Obito, he still didn't make any movement, just stood here quietly, swept to the 5 shadows standing in front of him. What's the situation? Looking at the scene before, it was a little difficult for everyone to understand. Knows what just happened. Tsuchikajinoki's blow, now actually pierced through all the shadows of the past and his guards directly on Uchiha Madara's body. They can't understand the role of Kamui now, they just sigh that Uchiha Madara is as powerful as the rumors. And LT, please keep this for collection segment. Chapter 783. Impulsive Junior. Hehe, you guys. Juniors are really impulsive. When the scene fell silent, Uchiha Obito showed a sneer. At this moment, he seems to be really like Uchiha Madara. Calm, and he didn't care about anything at all. In particular, this powerful and invincible sense of self-confidence made Gongyi also amazed. If a person has been pretending for a long time, maybe even himself has been deceived. If he is not a transmigrator, it looks like it is purely based on the current situation. It seems that this will be Kung Fu. Gongyi will really doubt that the mysterious guy in front of him is not really Uchiha Madara. It is the identity of the Uchiha family, and the ability of Sharingan and Mangekyo Sharingan. Now, at this moment, it is replaced by Rinnegan. Just the current posture of Uchiha Obito makes people easily misunderstood. Especially before, Gongyi also said something about Uchiha Madara. This will, and now when Uchiha Obito appears, no one sees the slightest clue. Everyone in the Four Shadows frowned, and the chakra in the body was constantly rising at this moment. Shadow guards behind them released all their ninja tools. Tamari held a gigantic fan, and Konkuro's puppet stopped directly in front of Gaara's eyes. And the rest of the shadow guards here are all at once stopped in front of their respective shadows. They came here today, naturally not listening to the Five Shadows conference. The meaning of shadow guards now is to protect their respective shadows. Bang, 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 bang. Not only that, but there are also a series of footsteps outside. It was very heavy, and it was obvious that the heavily armored warriors who had been arranged outside the three ships came here. Window, the cold wind whistled past. The whole scene has begun to reach a state where it seems that at any moment, a battle is about to be fought. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Uchiha Obito, apparently waiting for his first shot. Why, you seem to be very nervous. Uchiha Obito sneered and broke the silence again. At this moment, the air in front of him cracked immediately. Twisted and began to inhale his entire being. Next second, anyone could speak again, he had already appeared on the other side unknowingly. At this moment, he is standing here, and everyone who can understand clearly is looking in his eyes. The reason why I came here today is because I have a very simple idea. Uchiha Obito looked at them coldly, and said slowly, today is not an action, but just a notification. HMPH, Akatsuki's notification, what can be good now? Onoki turned around, biting Kiba and gnashing his teeth, who is the one who hated Akatsuki the most? Not Konoha, it's not Kurigakure village, it's not Sand. It's Iwagakure village. Onoki died of his only son and was humiliated continuously, and the excellent ninjas of Iwagakure village were killed and injured countless times. My countless things were wasted because of Akatsuki. The current Onoki has long since become a completely immortal situation with Akatsuki. This is why, just after seeing Uchiha Obito appear in Onoki, he was very emotional. For Onoki, all Akatsuki members are now his mortal enemies. And Master Akatsuki, this may be Uchiha Madara, the leader behind the scenes, then it is even more so. Calm down Tsuchikage a little, now we listen to what he has to say, and there is no loss. Mizukage Terumi may looked serious, immediately. Socket said. At this moment, she was very alert, waiting for Uchiha Obito to speak. Yes, the scope of this scene is well arranged. Stand behind. Gong Yi's face showed an undetectable smirk. But it disappeared in an instant, and no one could notice it at all. Originally, Gong Yi felt that there was no more trouble on Sasuke's side. At the same time, the plot has been completely changed. The appearance of Uchiha Obito will not cause any pressure on these ninja villages at all. However, this is a skill, and now Gong Yi has discovered that he really thinks too much. In front of him, Gong Yi clearly understood their individual appearances. Now all my plans are going very smoothly, and there are no accidents. I think you must feel very suspicious. Why should I collect tailed beasts? Uchiha Obito said coldly, without any pressure at all. Even though he was facing the 5 shadows, everything he showed was very relaxed. In front of him could not threaten him at all. Tailed beast. HMPH, you want a tailed beast, how could we possibly know? What the hell do you want to do? Hearing Uchiha Obito's question, everyone's faces are gloomy now. It seems that the Uchiha Madara, in front of you now, is making fun of them. Now no one knows Uchiha Obito, what tricks he wants to play. Haha, in fact, the purpose of collecting tailed beasts is very simple. Uchiha Obito ignored them, but spread his hands and smiled, because only by collecting the tailed beasts, can the Moon Eye plan be carried out smoothly. That's right, no shyness at all. Now Uchiha Obito has decided to fully inform everyone of his plans. This is a blatant scheming, without the slightest concealment. Now that we have begun to fight the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, we have officially declared war. There is no need to hide this plan. Now Uchiha Obito, he is really ready to officially announce this plan to the entire ninja continent. At the same time, Gong Yi at the moment, now he is also unchanged. 4. Uchiha Obito, ready to reveal his plans. Such a picture has long existed in Gong Yi's mind. According to the original work, now Uchiha Obito should officially announce the plan and then officially start the 4th Ninja War. Well, now that his plans are announced or not, it doesn't matter to Gong Yi at all. Today, he just wants to use Uchiha Obito to start the 4th Ninja World War smoothly. As for other things, Gong Yi really doesn't care. Of course, now that Uchiha Obito has finished talking about his plan, he can't actually threaten his future affairs at all. Contrary, it can actually help you even more and consolidate the heart of the 5 shadows to gather together the coalition forces. Now all of this is really a good thing for me. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push and watch the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates, find 99 novels and LT, please keep this for collection segment. Chapter 784. The conference room that has become half a ruin. At this moment, the 5 shadows and the 3 ships were on one side. Everyone looked at Uchiha Obito who was standing in front of him. I didn't expect this. Uchiha Madara, he is still alive. Agent, Reikage Dodai, looked forward with fear on his face at this moment. He couldn't believe that what the 5 generations of Hokage Gong Yi said was actually true. Originally, he was still skeptical. Although Gong Yi has talked a lot, but Dodai has lived for so long, it is naturally impossible to be fooled by a few words. In fact, from the bottom of his heart, he still felt that it was impossible for Uchiha Madara to be alive. Now this time, when Uchiha Obito appeared, the agent Reikage Dodai really doubted life. HMPH, according to Uchiha Madara's character, if you are so powerful. Here, Mizukage Terumi snorted coldly, and couldn't help thinking, why do you keep beating around the bush like this, using methods that make people feel sick? With your ability, you can execute any plan. Now this is not your style. Terumi showed no mercy and spoke directly to Uchiha Obito. Hehe, not my style. When Uchiha Obito heard this, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he sneered and said in a deep voice, when I fought with the original Hokage Senju Hashirama, I was seriously injured, but now I have no strength at all. Well, to put it bluntly, it's just a shell. So the so-called Eye of the Moon plan is a plan for your own recovery. This is the real purpose you want to carry out by catching the tailed beast. Hearing Uchiha Obito's words, the rest of the shadow guards said solemnly. What is the Moon Eye plan now? They naturally don't know at all. All rely on the current words of Uchiha Obito, so as to make pure guesses. If you think so, it's actually possible. Uchiha Obito did not remain silent, but continued, of course, it is not limited to this. What the hell are you trying to do? Mifune's face was a little gloomy at the moment, and the whole person looked at Uchiha Obito and asked, what is your so-called Eye of the Moon plan? Mifune is very nervous now that this elusive Obito. He couldn't imagine that his tight defense could actually let him in easily. If Ganyi didn't find out, I'm afraid they didn't know Akatsuki's guy came in until the meeting deadline. Thinking about it carefully, they were all overheard by the enemy when they were making plans. Horrible thing this would be because once such a thing was exposed, it would only be necessary for Akatsuki to set up an ambush along the way. Then it is enough to make the 5 major ninja villages, or the other country immediately. Defeated. Defeated, this is not country to country. Battle between ninja village and ninja village. Now Akatsuki's group of guys, but will seriously threaten their heritage. Once the background is gone, then the village or the big country will also decline, and it will also disappear. Eye of the Moon plan. Uchiha Obito looked at Mifune, but he didn't answer directly. Instead, in front of the 5 shadows, in front of everyone's eyes, he slowly sat on a chair. The whole person is calm, as if he doesn't care at all. Under such a serious situation, his appearance now gives people a kind of like, chatting at home. Everyone was a little bit unbelievable, and felt that this Uchiha Madara was too arrogant. It's really enough to pose. Standing in the back, now in the whole surrounding, only Ganyi is still in a state of expressionless. Looking at Uchiha Obito now, Ganyi can only shrug. Ganyi doesn't really want to see his bad acting skills. Because it really doesn't make any sense at all. Originally, Ganyi's plan was very simple, it was just Uchiha Obito was needed to directly announce the start of the 4th Ninja World War. Unexpectedly, this guy in front of him is actually here, adding so many scenes to himself, and his face is vaguely displeased. Ganyi still feels very much that Uchiha Obito is really wasting his time. What he said, some of them are basically meaningless. A simple guide can actually do it. But thinking about the original book, Ganyi could only shake his head secretly. Hey, what about you? On the other hand, Kankuro was also a little unhappy. Watching Uchiha Obito sitting there, he drank with a serious face. Obviously, Uchiha Obito's behavior made him very angry. They were still very nervous here, and this Uchiha Madara in front of him. He actually sat there very relaxedly. Since this is the case at the moment, it is invisible and does not prove a thing. Uchiha Madara, there is no fear of them at all. Put it bluntly, now Kankuro feels the shame. He felt that Uchiha Madara didn't take them seriously at all. Nibbling on Kiba, now Kankuro can't help but want to do it. But no matter what, now Gaara has not issued an order, and he is not really right now. Hands on. Although Kankuro seems to be out of character, he is very obedient to orders. At least, on this occasion, now he won't easily spoil Gaara's affairs. You guys, juniors are really impatient. Seeing Mifune and Kankuro's appearance, Uchiha Obito didn't have any anger. Instead, the whole person remains the same. As if right now, there is nothing at all that can make him change the pervert degree. This time, I saw Uchiha Obito, he just smiled and continued to speak. Now this month's I plan, since you want to know. Saying that, Uchiha Obito paused. His Rinnegan, a special pair of Sharingan eyes, swept over everyone, and said lightly again, then listen to me and explain it to you. Everything is one with me. Uchiha Obito stretched out a finger and compared the shape of a word. But it was this small action that made the other 4 shadows involuntarily back. The rest of the shadow guards were also immediately. A moment of tension. But immediately, their hearts sank and they felt ashamed. Because Uchiha Obito, just sitting there talking. Them were startled now. This is invisible, and it is all proof. At present, they are still very afraid of the identity of Uchiha Madara. Chapter 785. The Legend of Six Paths Immortals. The Whole Who Unifies All. Uchiha Obito ignored their actions. A pair of eyes, still looking at them, said. But this time, when his second sentence fell, everyone's faces showed gloom. 2 in 1. Unify everything. 4 shadows, Mifune, and a group of shadow guards all murmured involuntarily. What's the situation? Temari, who was standing in front of Gaara, was a little pale and puzzled. Hee. Uchiha Obito looked at the group of people who were a little confused on their faces. He smiled and said, from the beginning, Uchiha has a stone tablet passed down from generation to generation. If it is now, it should have been lost. You may not know, maybe not even the people of Konoha village. Uchiha Obito said, his eyes locked on Gongyi, who was standing behind. Now that the stone tablet was taken by Gongyi, Uchiha Obito naturally didn't know. At this moment, he seemed to have fallen into memory and said, on that stele. The secrets that the Six Paths Immortal once wrote were recorded. Of course, without the powerful pupil power of the Uchiha family, it is impossible to interpret it. Only after awakening Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, and Rinnegan, can the contents on it be read in turn. What the hell are you trying to say? At this time, Onoki couldn't listen anymore, and his face showed anger. Your words are really getting more and more bizarre. Even the Six Paths Immortal said it in your mouth. It's just a fact, he existed and left that stone tablet. Looking at Onoki, Uchiha Obito responded lightly. Don't you think it's off topic now? Agent, Reikage Dodai, apparently didn't want to listen to Uchiha Obito's pointless tirade either. At this moment, he stepped forward, looked at him with a serious face and said, what does your plan have to do with the Six Paths Immortal? The reason why he became a legend and was enshrined as the god of ninjas. Do you know? That's my purpose and my relationship with this man. Sitting on the large chair, Uchiha Obito's face behind the mask showed memories, and he said slowly in thought. Uchiha Madara, you have Mangekyo Sharingan, and now you have Rinnegan. Mizukage Terumi also stepped forward and said to Uchiha Obito in a deep voice, you must know everything by now. Everyone may wish to let Mr. Chia Madara speak and listen. Gongyi, who had been silent and did not speak, smiled and said to Uchiha Obito. Now when Gongyi said these words, the rest of the people also fell silent. Obviously, now that Gongyi is here at the moment, his words still carry weight. At the same time, these few words of Uchiha Obito now make them have a lot of doubts in their hearts. He once saved the world from a certain monster. Uchiha Obito also did not remain silent, but continued to speak. From the hands of some monster. Gaara's face was even more confused, and she couldn't help but murmur. 10 tails. Gaara. At this time, after Uchiha Obito said 10 tails, everyone except Gongyi became shocked in an instant. Everyone seemed to become, immediately, silence, another incomprehensible disbelief on his face. They know 1 tail, 2 and 2. 6-tailed Kyuubi, 9 tails. But at this moment, the 10 tails, 4 shadows, Mifune and others from the mouth of Uchiha Obito are completely unheard of. 10 tails, what are you talking about 10 tails? How could there be 10 tails? Isn't the one with the most in the entire ninja world? Kyuubi, 9 tails. Out next to Mizukage, now he stared at Uchiha Obito and asked aloud. The current situation here is completely difficult for him to understand. 10 tails, to put it bluntly, it is a collection of all tailed beasts. Uchiha Obito shrugged and responded lightly, well, it should be the existence of the strongest chakra in the entire ninja continent. How could there be that kind of thing that shouldn't be the strongest? Only Kyuubi, 9 tails. Temari waved his hand, completely rejecting Uchiha Obito's words. Because this is so simple, Tamari feels that his 3 views have been subverted. Hehe, I already said it. Uchiha Obito sneered, showing a sarcastic taste. That's the collection of all the tailed beasts. 1-tailed Shukaku, 2-tailed Tuor, 3-tailed Isofu, 4-tailed Sun Wukong, 5-tailed Mawang, 6-tailed Rhinoceros, 7-tailed Shigame, 8-tailed Ox Ghost, and Kyubi, 9 tails Demon Fox. Completely speaking out all the tailed beasts in the ninja continent, Uchiha Obito explained in a slow voice. This tail goes to Kyubi, 9 tails, the tailed beasts you know, they are all just separated from 10 tails. It's just chakra. And they are nothing but the products of the 6 paths sage who separated their 10 tails. This topic is nasty, so that's why you collect tailed beasts. Konkuro's expression was still gloomy, and he was staring at Uchiha Obito in front of him. 6 Paths Immortals developed some kind of ninjutsu in order to protect the world from 10 tails, and now this ninjutsu has been passed down in secret. The sealing system of the human Jinchuriki column force. Anyone could speak. Uchiha Obito nodded unconsciously. Yes, 6 Paths Immortal, he is actually 10 tails, Jinchuriki column force. In order to suppress 10 tails, he sealed 10 tails in his body. In the end, this will be saved by the people the 10 tails have been scourged by. So in the end, he was also enshrined as a god. But the too powerful and evil 10 tails chakra, after his 6 Paths Immortal's death, will definitely come out to make trouble again, so the 6 Paths Immortal, before his own death, exhausted his last strength to destroy 10 tails, chakra, divided into 9 types, scattered all over the place. The sealed 10 tails body was sent out of the ninja continent by the power of 6 paths and placed in the sky. Uchiha Obito said, smiled and looked at everyone in front of him. That is the moon you know. The topic is too grand. Humans can really do this. Agent Reikage Dodai sneered and looked at Uchiha Obito. These topics are indeed a bit too shocking for them. At least so far, now that they want to absorb the words. Still need to wait for a while. Phylou reminds you. An LT, and GT. Chapter 786. Super Large Demonic Illusion. Not long. When Uchiha Obito appeared to the present. The entire 4 shadows and 3 ships are completely. Complexions are constantly changing. From the previous fear to horror, and finally to shock. Then to now. Absolutely unbelievable. Although they are in the ninja world, they seem to be standing at the top. But it's not so. Almost everything they know is still very little. They don't even know the secrets of the entire ninja continent. Gong Yi, who is standing here now, is not surprised by their expressions. Although what Uchiha Obito said, Gong Yi already knew all about it. But, for the rest of the people, Gong Yi didn't teach them science either. Of course, Gong Yi is not here to talk much now. Was still a smile on his handsome face, and Gong Yi just listened quietly. This is what Uchiha Obito said from the beginning, although boring to Gong Yi. But for the rest of the shadows, it is the secret of the ninja world that cannot be discovered. Well, actually listening to it is also a good choice. Now they listen more, and they can let themselves explain less later. Otherwise, they would never realize how serious the situation was. Therefore, now what Uchiha Obito said, Gong Yi has gradually accepted it. After he has finished talking about this here, he can also encourage himself to waste less words. No matter how he thinks about it, Gong Yi feels that this is really a good choice. With humans alone, it is naturally impossible to do this. At the same time, Uchiha Obito, still here, responded in a deep voice to the sudden confusion of the front agent Reikage. 6 Paths Immortals are the 10 tails, Jinchuriki column power, mastered the power that belongs to it, and can't be counted as a human category for a long time. I already understand what you mean. Here, before Dodai could speak again, Mifune stared at Uchiha Obito and said, the purpose of catching the tail beast is to reunite the power of the 9 types, and then obtain the power that is beyond the realm of human beings. If that's the case, then what do you want to get that power for? A gloomy look gradually appeared on Mifune's face. Obviously he was very afraid of Uchiha Obito. Since Gongyi has finished speaking before, Mifune has changed a lot from Uchiha Madara. Since he has such big ambitions. Then, once he has obtained such power, Mifune does not believe that he will do anything good. What you said is actually quite correct. Hearing Mifune finish speaking, Uchiha didn't hide the slightest bit. He nodded, and the whole person immediately. Standing up, he smiled and said, "Resurrect the 10 tails, and then I will become the 10 tails, Jinchuriki column force. Use the power of these 10 tails to strengthen my pupil power, and then use some kind of ninjutsu." Some kind of ninjutsu. Seeing Uchiha Obito so straightforward, Gaara asked with a confused expression, "What the hell are you talking about?" "It's a super large ninjutsu that can project its own eyes onto the moon. The name of the art is Infinite Tsukuyomi." His hands, Uchiha Obito seemed to be welcoming something. "With this, I will use this ninjutsu to perform demonic illusion on everyone in the entire ninja continent. Finally, it's up to me to all the people in master demonic illusion and make the world one. No greed, no war, no death, no division, a truly united world." Speaking, Uchiha Obito seemed a little excited, and raised his voice to preach again. "Everything is rooted. I am one, the unity of all. Simply put, this is my Moon Eye plan." The words fell, and now Uchiha Obito glanced at everyone in front of him indifferently. "Hihi, Infinite Tsukuyomi. Standing here, Gongyi doesn't. You sneered." For Kage, Mifune and others standing here at the moment, although they heard Uchiha Obito finish. Everyone's faces were shocked, and their brains began to go blank. But Gongyi didn't. After all, he already knew this. And Infinite Tsukuyomi, he has already fully figured it out. Short, Infinite Tsukuyomi should be a large demonic illusion with a very wide range. It can also be called a world-destroying move, and only those with Samsara Sharingan can activate this technique. And its usage is the same as what Uchiha Obito said. That is, the ultimate, pupil power is mapped on the moon, and people all over the world fall into demonic illusion. And for those who fall into demonic illusion, everything he experiences will be mastered by Uchiha Obito. But generally speaking, people who are hit with Infinite Tsukuyomi will enter a dream and their wishes will come true. This super large ninjutsu has only been released twice as far as Gongyi knows. First released by Otsutsuki Kagaya, it nearly wiped out the human race in a short time. The second time was released by Uchiha Madara later. Infinite Tsukuyomi is actually quite scary, and its scope affects the whole world. No matter where you hide, the light of Infinite Tsukuyomi can penetrate. In the blink of an eye, you can instantly pull the hit person into the caster's construction. In the illusory world, it is impossible to react at all. Of course, Infinite Tsukuyomi is indeed enough to destroy the world, but it has no effect on Gongyi at all. That he is already a 10 tails person Jinchuriki, column force, a perfect master of 10 tails, power. It is impossible for this Infinite Tsukuyomi to affect him simply by sublimating his spiritual level with those 4 seeds of divine consciousness. What are you kidding? At this time, the agent Reikage Dodai came back to his senses immediately. His face has changed from fear and shock to now, and has gradually become angry. "I will not give the world to a person like you." And the next second, Agent Reikage Dodai drank it, and the rest were still there. The people who were horrified and shocked came back to their senses. The illusory piece is just a lie, the real greed is your ambition. Gaara clenched his fists here and said, "True peace can only be realized in the real world, this is the real meaning. Living in your so-called illusory world, which is only in the demonic illusion of the master, how can there be peace?" As soon as Gaara's voice fell, Tsurune also immediately said, "This is a coward who has no dreams and only knows how to escape. I see that your real goal is not peace, but to unify the world, right?" Onoki's face was even more angry, and he was already burning with anger. Seeing Uchiha Obito now, after speaking so recklessly. Onoki's whole person is even more unable to bear the heart to do it himself. Chapter 787. Officially declare war. There is no dream, just know how to escape. Real peace has no real meaning. Hearing the four shadows in front of him keep talking, Uchiha Obito lowered his arms. Speaking these words now is actually the result of no meaning at all. Uchiha Obito glanced at the four shadows and three ships, and finally stopped at Gong Yi. Now that I'm here today, of course I am not sharing my Moon Eye plan with you this time. Waiting for anyone to speak again, Uchiha Obito's whole body has changed now. A tyrannical chakra power suddenly burst out. With a loud bang, the already fragile conference room began to collapse even more. Those places that were already cracked like spider webs have now become a rubble. Now I am officially here to inform you of one thing. Voice was indifferent, and Uchiha Obito didn't talk nonsense at all. In the name of Uchiha Madara, on behalf of Akatsuki, I declare war with all of you in the ninja continent. The Fourth Ninja World War is officially opened by me. Domineering aura, without the slightest fear at all, has long been shown. At this moment, no one doubted at all. Be able to dare to do this, presumably except Uchiha Madara, who was as famous as the god of the ninja world at the time. There is absolutely no one who can say such a thing. Declaring war with the entire ninja world is not something that a normal person can think about. The Fourth Ninja War. At this time, Agent Reikage Dodai said again, "You are serious. Everyone, let's see you on the battlefield next time." Uchiha Obito has said enough for today. He didn't answer anyone's question at all. The voice fell, and Uchiha Obito immediately launched Kamui. The air in front of him began to twist in an instant, and a majestic attraction suddenly erupted, sucking Uchiha Obito's whole body into it. When almost no one reacted, he disappeared without a trace. Was still a cold wind blowing outside the window, as if no one had appeared at all. Then what should we do next? After a moment of silence, Mizukage Terumi looked at Joe, and finally fixed his gaze on Gong Yi. Now it's going to work, and it seems that Terumi is waiting for Gong Yi's opinion. Now that he, Uchiha Madara, has officially declared war here. Then we might also. Feeling Terumi Mei's words, Gong Yi smiled and said, "We already wanted to join forces to destroy Akatsuki completely. And he, Uchiha Madara, has put this war on the bright side, and it is more conducive to our next shot. The opening of the Fourth War is more comfortable than when we secretly carry out encirclement and suppression. So to suggest that, as Your Excellency Mifune just said, the 5 major ninja village alliances will be officially established, and the ninja coalition will be established. He, Uchiha Madara, since he dared to declare war without any fear, we naturally have no reason to retreat." Gong Yi's simple words made everyone look over. Of what he's saying now that people can refute it. In the current situation here, it is very clear. Situation has entered a situation that makes it impossible for people to even think about it. Just now Uchiha Madara, he has officially opened the Fourth Ninja War in front of everyone. In front of their 5 shadows, he declared war so arrogantly. If they do back down at this point, it's not just a matter of making people laugh to death. The Infinite Tsukuyomi Project, 10 Tails, the super large demonic illusion. The words of Uchiha Madara just now have already made them all remember in their hearts. Now this has become a haze lingering in their minds. Uchiha Madara is really going to succeed, then the entire ninja continent may be over. I don't even need to think about it now, as a shadow, as the supreme existence of the Master Ichimura. These things that Uchiha Madara brought to them have seriously threatened them all. This matter is really urgent. As soon as Gong Yi finished speaking, Gaara nodded. Now his face is also not good, he said in a deep voice. Now that Uchiha Madara has obtained the 8-tailed beast, the power of its master is completely beyond our estimation. And maybe, he may also have ninjutsu that can use tailed beasts, or other trump cards. That's right. Kankuro, who followed Gaara, nodded, bit Kiba and said, otherwise, Uchiha Madara wouldn't be able to be so arrogant, and he would dare to tell us his plan here, and officially start the fourth ninja war here, against us. On the bright side, it looks like we can't dodge it now. Only Kyuubi, Ninetales, in Konoha village has not been captured, and it is Uchiha Madara's plan, the last breach. Temari put his hand on his chin and couldn't help but murmured. I suggest now that if this is the case, then Kyuubi, Ninetales, should be more strictly protected. Here, the agent Reikage Dodai, now looking to Gaara's side, said his thoughts. Now this fourth ninja war, in addition to completely destroying Akatsuki, I think another goal is to protect Konoha. Kyuubi, Ninetales, Jinchuriki call him force to prevent him from being captured by Uchiha Madara. Agent Reikage Dodai thought a lot and continued to say, after all, now Uchiha Madara, if he wants to resurrect Ten Tails, he has to collect all the nine-tailed beasts, and now he wants to completely match the Eye of the Moon plan in his mouth, then the premise is to resurrect the Ten Tails. Looking at everyone looking at him, the agent Reikage Dodai did not hide, and said, therefore, as long as Kyuubi, Ninetales, is protected now, everything in Uchiha Madara will naturally collapse. I think so too. Mifune nodded and said in agreement. Now the purpose of this Uchiha Madara launching the Ninja World War, I think it is for this Kyuubi, Ninetales. There are 5 generations of Hokage guards in the village of Konoha. With the current weak Uchiha Madara, he may not be able to defeat Lord Hokage. He should be using this war as a trick to confuse the public and secretly capture Kyuubi, Ninetales. After careful analysis, Mifune thinks this may be the reason. And the rest of the people heard what Mifune said, and in fact, they all started to think about it. Chapter 788. The 5 Shadows Allied Forces. Your Excellency, Mifune is right. The current Gaara nodded and said analytically, now with the weak Uchiha Madara, and the Akatsuki members who have almost no members, they want to enter the Konoha village to snatch the Kyuubi, Ninetales guarded by Hokage. I think the risk is very high. Big, and with the possibility of failure. So judging from what Uchiha Madara has done so far, he wants to rely on the war to lead Lord Hokage out and take the opportunity to arrest Kyuubi, Ninetales. Then now on Akatsuki's side, no matter what, we have to do it all in one go. Onoki, who has not spoken all the time, is now also immediately expressed his opinion. Now, in the entire ninja continent, the one who hates Akatsuki the most should be Tsuchikajinoki from Iwagakure village. Everyone looked at Onoki's appearance at the moment, but they didn't even have to think about it. As long as Akatsuki can be eliminated this time, Onoki won't have any other problems at all. Because I came here today and looked at Onoki's attitude, in fact, everyone knows it well. As the shadows of the major ninja villages, they naturally received news of what happened in Iwagakure village. At the same time, they also feel a little pity for it now. After all, so many carefully cultivated elite ninjas and buildings that spent resources were all destroyed. Civilians and ninjas were also killed and injured countless times. At the same time, even as the only child raised by the next generation of Tsuchikage, he was killed just like that. Moreover, the tailed beast that was brought back from Konoha village where so many resources were consumed, instead fulfilled Akatsuki. This kind of thing, I'm afraid it won't be good if it's placed on anyone now because so far, the hatred between Onoki and Akatsuki is really difficult to resolve. Since Uchiha Madara has declared war, then I, the village of Kumogakure, agree to form a coalition. Here, no nonsense. Agent Reikage Dodai was the first to speak. Although the Kumogakure village has been kept low-key at the moment, there is not much loss at the same time. But Uchiha Madara today really made Dodai feel deeply afraid. Now he is still very worried if Uchiha Madara's plan is successful. So what awaits them is not just a disaster of destruction. They enter the illusion world controlled by people. I am afraid that even their descendants will be like this forever. This is definitely not something that Dodai can accept now. In the name of Kazekage, I declare that Sunagakure village will also form a coalition army. As soon as Dodai finished speaking, Gaara nodded firmly. Now what Dodai is thinking, Gaara naturally understands it very well. This will be Kung Fu, and now Gaara is also afraid of Akatsuki and Uchiha Madara. The Infinite Tsukuyomi plan, which has begun to affect everyone's, Kurigakure village, now also agrees with the army. After Dodai and Gaara, Terumi May also nodded and said the same. Now Uchiha Madara is not only threatening the inland ninja village as a separate island on their side, once Uchiha Madara succeeds. They don't even want to be able to escape here. Listening to Uchiha Madara's undisguised plan, Terumi May did not naively think that Uchiha Madara would allow their village of Kurigakure to multiply on an island outside the ninja land. Since it is impossible, then it is also a side note, they must also put in their strength now to resist Uchiha Madara's ambition. The old man also accepts that as long as those guys can be eliminated now, I am willing to fully support the coalition. As Iwagakure's Tsuchikajinoki, it is now also immediately. Speak up. At the same time, more sincere than anyone else. Now Onoki, he has no nonsense. It seems like it's going to be right now. Team, find Akatsuki and start a battle. Hee. Looking at the stubborn little old man in front of him, Gong Yi doesn't. A sneer appeared on his face. Now Onoki and Akatsuki and Uchiha Madara, now the bigger the hatred, the better. After that, Gong Yi even thought about using Uchiha Madara's side to kill Onoki quietly. So far, only this master, Onoki, who has remained in Iwagakure village for decades, is the most threatening to him. If you want to accept Iwagakure village, you must first pass the Onoki level. Now Onoki is here, but there is a serious threat to himself. He has long been ingrained in the hearts of Iwagakure village ninjas and commoners. If you use forceful means, it is likely to achieve bad results. Then you just need to get rid of Onoki here, and then use the avatar of divine consciousness. In fact, Gong Yi doesn't need to consume any power at all, and wait. Resources, he can easily take down Iwagakure village. Just like the current Sunagakure village, the Sunagakure with the Gaara master is actually no different from his own in disguise. For so many years, Gaara has provided information and resources for himself. The entire Konoha village is also growing more and more under the nourishment of Sunagakure village. Well, it's not bad for Gong Yi to see Onoki's appearance now. He is not afraid that Onoki will lose his mind and affect the outcome of the entire ninja coalition. Now he's still worried about Onoki, he's too indifferent. Then it's not a good thing. Not long. A short while of effort. Onoki from Iwagakure village, Terumi May from Kurigakure village, Gaara from Sunagakure village, Dodai from Kumogakure village. Moment, the 4 strongest ninja villages in the ninja world have all agreed to gather the first ninja coalition to officially start the 4th ninja war. So far, Gong Yi has prepared several years of plans, and it has been completely completed. Next, it has fully entered the final coda. Gong Yi only needs to weaken the fighting strength of the remaining 4 ninja villages in the 4th ninja war. At the same time, he can officially complete all his plans. After he traveled to this place, what he had planned for decades has already ended successfully. Thinking of this, even though it was Gong Yi, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart. Everything is going well now, and there are no surprises that I was worried about before. Everyone, since the ninja world continent has become like this now, then my iron country can't continue to stick to the rules. After seeing the 4 shadows here, Mifune, the general of the country of iron, also said, now Uchiha Madara's behavior has seriously affected the entire ninja continent, so our country of iron cannot be spared, so I also decided, now officially join the coalition. Chapter 789. Everyone who considers. The current 3 boats also naturally think very clearly. At the same time, he also has his own consciousness. The entire ninja continent is about to fall into fire and water, and his country of iron cannot escape. As the other four shadows thought, this is not a war that can still be alone. Uchiha Madara's plan, he has seriously affected everyone's due interests. The Infinite Tsukuyomi Project, which activates the super-large demonic illusion's ability, makes people feel powerless just thinking about it. Once a problem really occurs, none of them can escape. If there is no real meaning of life, but in a dream, it will sink forever. Just thinking about it makes me feel a little scary and unacceptable. Living forever under the control of others is not the life they want. On this issue, it seems that it is rare for everyone to be unified now. In fact, peace is one aspect, more of them, and now they don't want to be controlled by others in a vague way. As ninjas, as shadows, as the top existences in this ninja world, they naturally have their own will and ideas. A plan like Uchiha Madara's completely deviates from what they all thought. So now they have no one at all, thinking about getting out of here. This is a matter of fact for everyone. Can't escape, you can't hide, you can only face it upright. The four shadows present, and the three ships of the Iron Country. Everyone, now has awakened. Okay, I called the Five Shadows Conference to destroy Akatsuki this time. So now this Uchiha Madara, since he came here to officially declare war on us and provoked our 5 major ninja villages, he is now threatening the interests of all of us. Seeing that no one was going to speak, Gangyi smiled and said, then I, Konoha village, naturally won't look at it, so now I agree with the arrangement of your coalition. Exactly what Gangyi meant. Under the current situation, Gangyi is eager to form an alliance as soon as possible. The next time I complete the plan, it seems that it will go more smoothly. Get Uchiha Obito today and accompany me to play this scene. The final result is not to put pressure on all the ninja villages to force them to form a ninja coalition. Now that the goal has been achieved, Gangyi has no more worries. All people, all things, are still on their own track. Now that the 5 shadows have all agreed, who should the position of the general of the coalition be given to? Hearing Gangyi's voice, the agent Reikage Dodai said thoughtfully. Now he put his hand on his chin, the whole person seems to be thinking. And the rest of the people, now hearing this. After that, they all became silent one after another. The Alliance army is actually very well formed. However, he is currently the general of the ninja army of the 5 master ninja village alliances. This seems to start, and everyone has to go and take a good look at it because it's not a little post. In the future, he will be the most core high-ranking position in the entire ninja. And just when a group of shadows were still there in contemplation, Mifune looked around, in his mind. Start thinking. The first to bear the brunt is Keisuke Gaara, the nearest village of Sunagaku to him. Gaara, although he is sitting in Keisuke's position, he is too young after all. It seems a bit inappropriate to hand over the entire coalition to him. Followed by Mizukage Terumi Mei. As a woman, she may sometimes act out of sensibility. If this is really the case, it is absolutely impossible to go to the Master Alliance. At the same time, let a group of ninjas be captured by a female general, master. Maybe this will make some people unhappy. And the most senior Tsuchikajinoki. Now he has been blinded by hatred, if he encounters some enemies. The end, it is very likely that they will act on their own accord, which will easily cause unnecessary losses to the coalition forces. And the agent Reikage Dodai, now he does look good in every way. Unfortunately, he is acting as Reikage. Now, the 5 villages coalition forces are handed over to Yinglai with such an identity to lead them. Then it is very likely that some people will be unhappy. At a glance, among the 5 shadows, Mifune has now rejected 4 of them. Fix the last scene on Gangyi, the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. He should be the best candidate for Mifune right now. Powerful enough to suppress everything is daunting. Not only is there a lot of master ninjutsu, but also the power of the seal-tailed beast. At the same time, others are not impulsive in doing things, and are completely calm and calm. Whether it's making a plan or going through the battlefield. Every one of them, the 5 generations of Hokage in front of you can be perfectly competent. Just a simple thought, Mifune already has a lot in mind. Thinking about it, Mifune looked at Wying and coughed lightly. I have a proposal now. I think it would be better for the 5th Hokage to be the general of the coalition forces this time, so I recommend him. Don't question. Now the 3 ships, naturally have to choose an existence that can truly lead them to victory. He has also joined the ninja coalition at this moment, but he can't have any thoughts that have nothing to do with him. Since so far, the arrow has to be sent on the string. Mifune, now naturally decided to find someone who can truly rely on, to take up this important position. I also think the 5th generation Hokage is the best choice. So I believe in Hokage unconditionally. At this time, after Mifune finished expressing his views, Terumi nodded and said to Gong Yi involuntarily. In fact, as early as on Mifune's side, he hadn't opened his mouth to say it. Terumi has already thought of it, and also wants to recommend Gong Yi for this position. After looking around, she found that only Gong Yi was the most suitable for this position. Hee. Hearing Mifune and Terumi finished talking, Gong Yi smiled inwardly. Now, the reason why he didn't say anything first is because waiting for the others to recommend him. So far, as long as they are not stupid now, all of them will agree to be the general. It can already be seen among the 5 shadows. Is no one else except yourself who is truly qualified. At the same time, Gong Yi is also confident because he has already mastered Terumi and Gaara. Now the 2 will naturally support themselves unconditionally. Now this is a kung fu, and basically Gong Yi can already know it. Of the general commander of the ninja coalition is already a certainty. Even who it is impossible for him to shake his position. Chapter 790, The General of the Allied Forces. That's true, leave it to the 5th Hokage. As soon as Terumi finished speaking, Gong Yi was still there, while thinking. Gaara's voice, as expected, has already come out. He nodded, also showing his full support for Gong Yi. A short time, the whole house is now Mizukage Terumi, Kazekage Gaara, and Admiral Mifune. They have all been, totally unconditionally that Gong Yi is the most suitable candidate. 5 generations of Hokage are indeed a good candidate for this time. Tsuchikajinoki, who was silent for a moment, nodded unexpectedly at this moment. Onoki said and looked at Gong Yi. This time I don't want to fight for anything, I just want to eliminate Akatsuki. As long as they are eliminated, I have nothing to ask for. It is obvious inside and outside the words, and the meaning of Onoki is also very simple. Has no interest in the position of the general of the coalition army at all. As Gong Yi expected. Now Onoki, he wants to get rid of Akatsuki more, and more to get revenge. And what Onoki said just now, is saying that invisibly. Now Gong Yi has become, he can be the general of the coalition army, as long as he can complete the task of destroying Akatsuki. As for the rest, Onoki didn't seem to care. 5 generations of Hokage, it seems that it can only be like this. Seeing that Tsuchikajinoki let go, the agent Reikage Dodai did not go silent again. Now the situation here is obvious, and he actually has no desire to serve as the general of this coalition. He is currently only an agent Reikage. Even if he had this thought, he would have completely suppressed it by now. Since this is the case, then I will naturally not betray everyone's trust. Seeing that everyone had no opinion, Gong Yi smiled along the way. Then this time the ninja coalition will be commanded by me. Gong Yi naturally wouldn't pretend to refuse. To hold the 5 Shadows conference, there are only 2 things in total. The first one is, Uchiha Obito is used to officially open the 4th Ninja War. The second thing is that he is now sitting on the position of the general of the 5 Master Ninja Village Coalition forces. Just 2 things have been done. So the current Gong Yi, there is no more politeness. He didn't want to have another accident at that time. Well, then it's not so much fun. Gong Yi, who has always acted cautiously, would never play any tricks. When all the dust settles, it's natural to accept everything completely. It's like the position of the general, since everyone has already elected themselves. Then Gong Yi, he just accepted it with a smile. And, he didn't have any denial, anything. Okay, now our coalition is officially established. Hearing Gong Yi's agreement, Mifune didn't think too much about it. He just smiled and nodded. Since the coalition has been established, the first thing we do is very simple. Looking around, seeing that no one has spoken now, Gong Yi's face. The color became serious. He didn't smile anymore, but said seriously, although we are going to fight Akatsuki, so far, we don't know their main strength at the moment, so we can't take it lightly. So the most important thing is that now we return to our respective villages, immediately. Start collecting ninja power. After all the ninjas are arranged, we are starting to prepare for the evacuation of civilians. Although Gong Yi clearly knew what the war would be like in the future, he would not talk about it here. Need to tell them that Uchiha Obito Master has 100,000 skills, and can impure world reincarnation out of the army of the dead, unless it is the current Gong Yi, he is really crazy. Otherwise, such a thing will only be buried in his heart forever. After all, the less they know now, the less the better. Because in such a situation, Gong Yi just wanted to use the 4th Ninja War to wipe out the power that weakened the major ninja villages. Apart from these, he has no other ideas. Going back to his senses, Gong Yi also showed his contemplation, and said with an oath, the civilians of the village are our top priority. We don't know what Uchiha Madara wants to do, in order to prevent him from sending Akatsuki's people to attack our villages. This is still very important. That's right. Terumi nodded, obviously thinking seriously. In the current situation, it is true, Uchiha Madara is cunning, and he really needs to be careful. No one knows what this guy will do. Gong Yi's words really started to make everyone think. Shameless Akatsuki, no one can really figure out their routine right now. Onoki bit Kiba and nodded involuntarily. Now the guards at the rear are indeed very important. Then let's go back immediately to organize the distribution of ninja power, and then arrange civilian affairs, and then we will discuss it. Agent Reikage Dodai recovered from his thoughts, looked at the people in front of him and said. That's fine. Now that the war has come, we naturally need it without delay. Gong Yi nodded in agreement, and then continued. Then after we have made arrangements, we will go to the Iron Country to formally discuss the arrangements for the next battle. Good. Four Shadows and Mifune responded quickly. The urgency is imminent now, and there is not much time to waste. In the end, after a simple communication between the people, they took the shadow guards and started to leave. In the entire 5 major ninja villages has finally come to an end at this moment. Now except Gong Yi, everyone's face actually doesn't look good. Heart was extremely gloomy, and his mind was thinking about the next countermeasures against Akatsuki and Uchiha Madara. The Eye of the Moon plan really touches everyone's heart. In their minds, they have begun to swear secretly. This time, Uchiha Madara will definitely not be able to succeed. If he really succeeded, it would not only be their suffering, but also the endless descendants of their descendants. The entire ninja continent will be wiped out immediately. Now they will never allow such a thing to happen, and they will never allow Uchiha Madara to truly succeed. Everyone is now using the fastest speed to move towards their own ninja village returns. To inform everyone that the real battle has come. Chapter 791. Madara. Gong Yi has returned to Hokage's office after the country of Iron hastily returned. At this moment Nara Shikaku, he has also knocked on the door and walked in. It was Gong Yi who called him just now. Now that the Five Shadows Conference has been held, Gongyi naturally needs to start arranging the next ninja power. At the same time, Gongyi is also naturally prepared now, and Nara Shikaku directly stated his plan. If he agrees, then everything will be easier in the future. However, if he doesn't agree, then he can only use Uchiha Shisui's eyes to control him. Now everything, Gongyi has already arranged. Things that have been planned for so long, if this is the case, there will be omissions. Well, that was the most unacceptable thing to Gongyi. Of course, Gongyi will not allow such omissions to appear. Lord Hokage, the Five Shadows meeting is going well now. Walking in, Nara Shikaku, who still knew nothing, looked at Gongyi and asked. It's fair to say it wasn't very smooth. Hearing this, Gongyi shook his head and looked at Nara Shikaku. Just as the Five Shadows meeting was going on, Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared. What? Hearing the name Uchiha Madara, Nara Shikaku's face changed greatly. Who had been confused before, was immediately at this moment becomes serious. Uchiha Madara, did he actually interfere with the Five Shadows Conference? Now, although the other four major ninja villages have just learned of the existence of Uchiha Madara, Nara Shikaku is different. Long ago, he knew that the leader behind Akatsuki was Uchiha Madara. All this is not what he investigated, but what Gongyi told him. Nara Shikaku, who was just starting out, naturally didn't believe it at all. Like the four big shadows this time, his face is full of impossible looks. This thing is too unbelievable now. That coexisted with Senju Hashirama and created Konoha village at the same time, belonging to the old ancestors. The existence of. He is still alive for anyone to hear this, and it is true that they will not believe it. But later, after Gongyi's various fabricated reasons, plus his own ability to foresee. This made Nara Shikaku really understand that Uchiha Madara may really be alive. Maybe these words, if they were said in the mouths of others, would definitely make people impossible to believe. But it's in Gongyi's mouth now. This can be called the Ninja Continent, the god of ninja Gongyi. At the same time, he is also the supreme controller of the Konoha village, Hokage. In the mouth of such existence, what he said came out. With Nara Shikaku's opinion, it has to be impossible to be fake. After all, Gongyi doesn't have a picture at all, nor does it benefit him at all. Such nonsense can even be misunderstood. So Nara Shikaku knew that since Gongyi said it, there is absolutely no way it could be fake. And today, when Gongyi said this, Nara Shikaku's heart was also stunned. If Uchiha Madara is really still alive and destroying the Five Shadows Conference. Well, Nara Shikaku knows this, there is absolutely no way that good things will happen. Nara Shikaku can't believe it. The current Uchiha Madara just wants to see the current Five Shadows. Since he has already appeared in the Five Shadows Conference, he must have a plan. Moreover, now he is definitely, and it is impossible for ordinary things at all. When a person exposes himself to everyone's eyes, then Nara Shikaku knows that this matter will not be easy. After thinking of this, Nara Shikaku couldn't help looking at Gongyi. Then what happened, Lord Hokage? Then what? Seeing Nara Shikaku's gloomy face, Gongyi's face gradually became serious. Uchiha Madara, he has officially declared war with the entire ninja world. Nara Shikaku. Hearing what Gongyi said. After that, Nara Shikaku was silent for a moment, and his face immediately turned pale. Immediately, it was an incomprehensible expression. Declare war to the entire ninja world. At this moment, Nara Shikaku, he is just a stunned look. This will work hard, as if he heard it wrong now. Declare war. Declare war on the entire ninja world. This is something Nara Shikaku can't even imagine. Now Nara Shikaku, he thinks of all possibilities. However, he really did not expect that such a situation would occur now. If it wasn't for what Gongyi said, Nara Shikaku would have listened to it as a joke. After all, he suddenly appeared at the Five Shadows conference, and the reason for it was that he wanted to declare war. Nara Shikaku couldn't imagine how this Uchiha Madara would become like this. At the same time, I want to challenge the ninjas of the entire ninja continent. Nara Shikaku, who was equally unbelievable. How much power does it take to be able to face the entire ninja village so recklessly? 5 major ninja villages have now been taken away from the tailed beasts. However, their background and ninja power are more than that. And this time, I still have to challenge all the ninja villages. Nara Shikaku seems to feel that this Uchiha Madara must be crazy. Hehe, Shikaku, sensei, you must think that Uchiha Madara has gone crazy. Seemingly guessing Nara Shikaku's heart, Gung-Yi suddenly showed a sarcastic smile. I actually felt that way at first, Uchiha Madara is really crazy. But after that, I actually don't think so. Gung-Yi stared at Nara Shikaku, and explained lightly, now Uchiha Madara has all his plans out of the tray. All his plans have been palletized. Hearing Gung-Yi finish speaking, Nara Shikaku's expression has been constantly changing. This wave after wave of things, even though it was Nara Shikaku, he didn't react. After all, what's going on here at Uchiha Madara is a little too shocking. At least at this moment, it is not Nara Shikaku at all, he can imagine. Now all this, Nara Shikaku can't even think about it. As can be expected, this will be Kung Fu. Uchiha Madara apparently said something unknown. Next second, Shikaku asked with a very curious expression on his face, Lord Hokage, what is Uchiha Madara's plan? Uchiha Madara's plan is crazy and scary enough. Looking at Nara Shikaku's question, Gung-Yi didn't hide it, but explained it along the way. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, push the latest chapter Baidu search 99 Playmate find 99 Novel Network and LT, collection please keep this paragraph, otherwise you will be banned from collecting IP. Chapter 792. The Eye of the Moon Project, 2nd. Now Uchiha Madara, his plan is called Eye of the Moon. Eye of the Moon. That's right. Gung-Yi nodded and said to Nara Shikaku. But does this Moon Eye plan have anything to do with collecting tailed beasts? There is indeed an inseparable relationship. Wait, Nara Shikaku spoke again, and Gung-Yi said directly, the purpose of his collection of tailed beasts is to unite the 9 tailed beasts and resurrect 10 tails. Resurrect 10 tails. Now, Nara Shikaku doesn't know how to speak. One thing after another, Nara Shikaku began to doubt life. 10 tails, Uchiha Madara, began to declare war on the 5 great ninja villages. Nara Shikaku had no idea that so many things would happen after Gung-Yi opened the 5 Shadows conference. 10 tails, according to what Uchiha Madara said and the information I got, it was transformed from a divine tree, and it is a super creature with the strongest chakra. Currently, the 9-tailed beasts are 10 tails. Tails, chakra split from. Gung-Yi also took the trouble to explain carefully to Nara Shikaku. Want Nara Shikaku to be a part of my next plan. Then there are some things that Gung-Yi naturally needs to let him know. At the same time, when Nara Shikaku knew about this, after that, it was also beneficial to his next arrangement. If he doesn't want to accept it, then waiting for the end of the entire ninja continent will naturally be ruined. After all, through these things, if Nara Shikaku is not stupid, he will naturally know some trade-offs. Long time. Nara Shikaku, who was standing in front of Gung-Yi, also had an enlightened look on his face. It feels a little dreamy, Nara Shikaku has to say. 10 tails is resurrected, it will be the end of the entire ninja continent. Thinking of this, Nara Shikaku can't help but ask solemnly, now that 10 tails are so scary, why does Uchiha Madara want to resurrect it? Hehe, this is the plan he told us before. Gung-Yi continued, the purpose of his resurrection of the 10 tails is to the Jinchuriki column force of those who want to become 10 tails, and then use the power of the 10 tails to strengthen their pupil force, and finally activate a Infinite Tsukuyomi, S ninjutsu. Infinite Tsukuyomi. It's a kind of ninjutsu that maps ultimate, S pupil power on the moon, and then plunges people all over the world into demonic illusion. Gong Yi didn't hide anything, what to say. The current Nara Shikaku, he seems to be a child who doesn't understand anything. What Gong Yi said, he was simply ignorant. The next one is suddenly completely unknown. If you get hit with Uchiha Madara's Infinite Tsukuyomi, then the person in the surgery, everything he experiences, will be mastered by Uchiha Madara. And according to what he said, this Infinite Tsukuyomi is actually very terrifying. Its scope affects the whole world. No matter where it hides, the light of Infinite Tsukuyomi can penetrate. Once you are touched, you can't even react, and you will be instantly pulled into the illusory world constructed by the caster. When Gong Yi finished saying this, Nara Shikaku was also rarely silent. The silence again made Nara Shikaku think a lot. Uchiha Madara, if that's what Gong Yi just said, then he is simply the biggest enemy of all ninja villages in the entire ninja world. At the same time, he is also the biggest scourge. Once Uchiha Madara is really successful, then the entire ninja world will really be finished. Back to his senses, Nara Shikaku looked very serious. Lord Hokage, then now you and the other 4 shadows will go next. What are you going to do? Now that this situation has occurred, Nara Shikaku knows that there must be a strategy to deal with it. Not to mention Uchiha Madara now, he has already declared war on him. In front of everyone. To resurrect the 10 tails and implement the Moon Eye is enough to threaten everyone. Demonic illusion that can't be escaped, and can't be reacted at all. Once it is really applied, no one can escape alone. Still a Hokage think tank, and he is also a good thinker. At this moment, Nara Shikaku also had countless plans in his mind. But no matter what, in fact, there is only one core. Protect Kyuubi, 9 tails, kill Uchiha Madara, and get rid of Akatsuki. This is the only way to truly avoid apocalypse. Nara Shikaku thought clearly. Now the ninja continent seems to usher in a very major tsunami. Now 555 large-scale ninja villages have officially formed an alliance. Gong Yi smiled, looked at Nara Shikaku and said lightly, and this time, the 5 major ninja villages will also gather their respective ninja forces, collectively called the Ninja Coalition. The 5 major ninja villages have actually joined forces. Hearing this, Nara Shikaku was still a little surprised. And together we gathered our strength and became a ninja coalition. Now Nara Shikaku has guessed. Seems that because of Uchiha Madara's incident, all the ninja villages have let go of each other's jealousy and hostility towards each other. Now that they are waging wars against each other, there may still be some wiggle room. But, now, about Uchiha Madara, he is about to destroy the ninja world continent. Nara Shikaku thought about it for a while, but it was actually excusable. So far, Nara Shikaku also feels that it is the most correct choice for the 5 major ninja villages to join forces. Because of Uchiha Madara, he is indeed very tricky. Although Gong Yi has killed Akatsuki's leader on the bright side, no one can be sure in the dark. This Akatsuki secretly developed into by Uchiha Madara. Therefore, Nara Shikaku could not help but feel a lot more at ease. Now that the 5 ninja villages have joined forces to collect ninja power and create a ninja coalition. Well, even if Uchiha Madara is strong, it is very difficult to resist this power now. Tens of thousands of ninja powers, all united against him. Nara Shikaku couldn't imagine that Uchiha Madara could still think about how to complete this plan. Nara Shikaku's heart that had sunk to the bottom before, gradually calmed down a lot. At least for now, it seems that there is still a chance to save it. At the same time, Nara Shikaku also knows that the 5th generation of Hokage Gong Yi is in front of him. This powerful and terrifying power has even been rumored to surpass the existence of Senju Hashirama. Now Uchiha Madara, it is very difficult for him to really complete the so-called Eye of the Moon plan. At least now Nara Shikaku, he has begun to be full of self-confidence. That Uchiha Madara will not succeed with the presence of the Ninja Alliance and Gong Yi. Chapter 793. Showdown. That's right. Silent for half a second, Gong Yi nodded. Now the other 4 major ninja villages and the Kingdom of Iron have officially announced that I will be the commander-in-chief to start the alliance of the 5 ninja villages, and gather the power of ninjas to form a coalition, crusade and stop them. Akatsuki's plan with Uchiha Madara. Hearing Gong Yi's reconfirmation, Nara Shikaku couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, if everything is ready, we won't have any problems." Now that all the large ninja villages have been established, the alliance can be officially confirmed. The Ninja Alliance will not cause any problems. At the same time, their Hokage became the general who could have the most power this time, and Nara Shikaku couldn't help being excited. Because this seems to be a good thing for Konoha village. Hehe, Shikaku-sensei, there really isn't any problem with that. Seeing that it was almost over, Gong Yi stopped talking nonsense. But at this moment, he said with a showdown, "In fact, what I really want to tell you is not this matter, but a matter that just used the 4th Ninja World War to start and benefit our Konoha village. Things that are good for Konoha village." Nara Shikaku looked confused and asked in a deep voice. "I have been preparing for this plan for a long time, and it can be officially implemented with the help of this 4th Ninja War." "Hokage, you've been planning for a long time." Nara Shikaku was stunned for a moment, and when Gong Yi finished saying this, he was completely stunned. This morning, it seems a little too much information for Nara Shikaku. Uchiha Madara, Moon Eye Infinite Tsukuyomi, 10 Tails, 5 Village Ninja Coalition. Hokage in front of me has the same plan. Hehe, Shikaku-sensei, you can understand that these things are all included in my plan. It seems to have been seen that the current Nara Shikaku is a little brainless. With a smile on Gong Yi's face, he looked at Nara Shikaku and said, "This plan is very simple. As long as it is successful, our Konoha village will always be the largest ninja village in the ninja continent, and the entire ninja continent will never again there is turmoil, thereby truly opening a period of peace and tranquility." Although Gong Yi's real purpose is to unify the ninja continent. But he couldn't reveal these things. Some plans do not just need a little reason to defend themselves. Just like a fig leaf, only such reasons are more acceptable. Man, that's exactly what it is. How great it is on the lips, in fact, only oneself knows the real selfishness in the heart. Gong Yi didn't think he was a saint again. It's enough for him only for himself. Ninja World Continent is now intriguing. Only great power can speak. If your strength is weak, you may die somewhere. Here, comeback is not the place to talk. So now that Gong Yi has enough power, he naturally has to develop his own ambitions. Konoha Village will always be the largest ninja village in the ninja continent, and the entire ninja continent will not have disasters and truly open a period of peace and stability. Nara Shikaku's face was full of confusion. He had no idea what Gong Yi was talking about. At this time, Nara Shikaku asked instead, "Lord Hokage, what do you mean by this plan?" "Shikaku-sensei, my plan is actually very simple." The sake of saying this, Gong Yi did not hesitate at all, but explained with a smile, "I will use the 4th Ninja War this time to let Akatsuki of Uchiha Madara come and weaken the rest of the ninja village. Power, at that time, we will use the power reserved by our Konoha village to completely destroy the rest of the ninja village, and then master their shadows, so as to achieve the true ultimate unity. Only when all the individuals become the whole, there will be no more wars." Gong Yi knocked on the table, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he became very serious. "This plan, I have thought about it a long time ago, so now with this opportunity, it is our Konoha village that really rises, and it is Shikaku-sensei that we have the best chance to pass on through the ages and become a good story in the ninja world." I have cultivated 20,000 sacrificial powers, and they are only harmful to my Konoha village, so this time I can replace the real ninja to die. Gongyi told Nara Shikaku about his plan, roughly. But the real core, and the rest, he kept. Now Nara Shikaku, he just knows this, then that's enough. As for other things, Nara Shikaku he doesn't need to know. This time, in fact, the reason why Nara Shikaku was informed was also because of the follow-up battlefield issues. Nara Shikaku will be in charge of war logistics information. There is also Yamanaka Inoichi, who is also responsible for contacting various battlefields, as well as the information sent by the battlefield, and he will also be notified here. So, once there is some kind of problem, the two of them can naturally help themselves to hide it. Well, Master Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi. Then the entire rear intelligence system will be instantly paralyzed. Only in this way can the whole plan be carried out recklessly. Otherwise, Konoha village has been fine now, but all the ninjas from the other ninja villages have died. Even a fool would have doubts. So now Gongyi has decided to use Nara Shikaku's perfect help to hide this. Fire, Lord Hokage, your plan actually. This moment, Nara Shikaku's face changed a lot after hearing Gongyi's words. He obviously didn't expect that Gongyi has such a huge ambition now. Nara Shikaku's heart, at this moment, has shaken the sky. This is a bit too crazy. Such an ambition, Nara Shikaku didn't even dare to think about it. Today, in front of him, the 5th generation of Hokage, he is about to implement Nara Shikaku. Now his brain is blank, and his heart is extremely complicated. He can't immediately answer Gongyi at this moment. This thing is no small matter. If it is successful, as Gongyi said, the Konoha village will be the only one from now on. The entire ninja continent will usher in peace and tranquility, and there will be no war at all. But this plan, if once revealed, fails. Then what kind of ending will be waiting for Konoha village? Nara Shikaku he can't imagine, and he can't guess. Great benefits always come with great risks. Nara Shikaku knows the meaning of this sentence. Chapter 794. The Spirit of Adventure. How about Shikaku, Sensei, do you think my plan is feasible? Looking at the silent Nara Shikaku, Gongyi didn't speak directly. He just smiled and asked Nara Shikaku in front of him. In addition to these, Hokage, you also. Back to his senses, Nara Shikaku was still full of shock. Very normal reaction. Hearing such crazy news, almost everyone will have the same reaction. Because of this plan, it's not an ordinary petty fight. If it is implemented now, it will change the entire ninja continent. It is as if they are walking on the cliff of the abyss. If you really walk past, then there is an endless treasure ahead. Once you are in this, if you fall directly, then you will definitely die. People are selfish. In Konoha village, Nara Shikaku naturally hopes that Konoha village will be well. And, everyone in Konoha village hopes that Konoha village can become the strongest ninja village. There is no doubt about this. As a core executive, Nara Shikaku thinks more than anyone else. But so far, and now Nara Shikaku also feels, it's a little too risky. The entire Hokage office, there was no sound at this moment. Nara Shikaku is actually still, thinking, carefully analyzing this plan in his mind. Apart from these, there is nothing left. Shrugging, looking at Nara Shikaku's troubled appearance, Gongyi smiled even more. Now he's not afraid of Nara Shikaku's hesitation here. Reason why he hesitated was because he had some ideas about this plan. If he chooses without any hesitation at all and chooses to directly deny it, then this is Gongyi, who needs to worry the most now. After all, he doesn't want to use Koto Amatsukami to control Nara Shikaku. Fortunately, the current appearance of Nara Shikaku has made Gongyi have an estimate in his heart. Only need to convince it, then Nara Shikaku will absolutely agree. Unify the entire ninja continent, make Konoha village the only one, and there will be eternal peace. All these things, even Nara Shikaku has to be tempted. Gong Yi didn't guess wrong. Now if Nara Shikaku said he wasn't tempted, it would be a complete lie. But the only thing he worries about is if he counts Konoha village in the ninja continent. Shikaku, sensei, I don't have much time left for you and me now. Watching Nara Shikaku still silence, Gong Yi said. It's going to work, and now he's putting pressure on Nara Shikaku. Want to wait for Nara Shikaku to figure out that maybe the fourth ninja war is over. Gong Yi doesn't have time, so go here and wait for Nara Shikaku to figure it out. But once this matter is exposed, it will be extremely passive for our Konoha village. Nara Shikaku looked at Gong Yi, his face was full of seriousness. Nara Shikaku dares to jump to conclusions about this matter. Shikaku-sensei, you still disappoint me a little. When Gong Yi heard Nara Shikaku finish saying this, he shook his head and said, now your thinking is like everyone else before, sticking to pedantry, without the slightest bit of adventurous spirit. Wait, Nara Shikaku opened his mouth and Gong Yi continued, just like Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage, who created our Konoha village. Original Hokage. Gong Yi said this, Nara Shikaku couldn't help but look condensed. As early as the beginning, the first Hokage could actually use its own power to completely unify the entire ninja continent, and at the same time, it could turn Konoha village into the only ninja village, and then master the rest of the people. Unfortunately, in the end, he clearly mastered the first Hokage of the nine-tailed beast, but he had to condone the others to follow suit, and in the end he had to obey them and send all the nine-tailed beasts in his hand. The battles with countless casualties after that, as well as all the strife that followed, were actually all caused by him. Gong Yi's face. Rong continued to speak with a contemplative expression. If the original Hokage, if he were like me, after mastering the nine-tailed beast, he would use his absolute power to contain the rest people, so as to develop and expand the Konoha village, and finally achieve unity, then there will be no such thing as it is now. Looking at Nara Shikaku's face, his face gradually loosened. Gong Yi spoke again. Now my plan, Shikaku-sensei, you should be able to understand that, in fact, I am in disguise to correct all the problems left by the first Hokage, so that this greedy and deformed ninja continent will change. It's better. Now our Konoha village has developed to the current state. Knocking on the table, Gong Yi's face showed firmness. Then why don't we take advantage of this fourth ninja war, so as to truly complete the unity we have never had? And Shikaku-sensei, you are the first person to know about this, and you are the one who will cooperate with me in the future, so we will definitely be praised by everyone in the future. This reform will save everyone in the ninja world from the chaos of war. What Gong Yi said at the moment was impassioned, and the whole person made a promise. Through Gong Yi's no. According to what Gong Yi described, it is indeed the best way and the best plan at present. And then there's the sneaky implementation with Gong Yi, which is some pretty crazy plan. Once it really works out, it's going to be a real reform for everyone in Konoha village. And for the entire ninja world continent, the pattern will indeed change. Although the risks are huge, the corresponding benefits are also very tempting enough. Now that Gong Yi said this. After that, Nara Shikaku had to really reconsider. To say that before, he still had some tangled thoughts, but now he has completely lost it. Because it will take time, he feels that in the current situation, it seems that there is no need to tangle anymore. Because Nara Shikaku's heart, in fact, this time has already been answered. Although he did not immediately respond to Gong Yi, his face gradually became less tangled. How about Shikaku-sensei, say your last thoughts now. Looking at Nara Shikaku's appearance, Gong Yi also asked the last question with a serious face. Apparently, now Nara Shikaku's answer is related to what Gong Yi arranges next. He agrees or disagrees, Gong Yi has corresponding arrangements. Chapter 795. The most correct choice. Oh, I really didn't expect it. This, Nara Shikaku stared at Gong Yi in front of him. He couldn't help shaking his head and sighing, feeling a little complicated. At the beginning, this unknown young man has actually grown to such a state. He seemed to be in a trance and could still see that back then. Still, the boy at the ninja school. At that time, Nara Shikaku followed behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, but met Gong Yi many times. Even after that, Sarutobi Hiruzen told himself a lot about Gong Yi. Are many decisions that Sarutobi Hiruzen and him made secretly. Shaking his head. Unimaginable. Young man at the time has actually risen up now. It was ignored from the beginning, and then slowly began to be discovered. Then, it was an out-of-control start. Rise, uncontrollable rise. From one person who can decide the war, to the completely stress-free slaying of the tailed beast. The end, even the major ninja villages had to bow their heads when facing him. The strength of his whole person has almost reached the peak of the entire ninja continent in the blink of an eye. But now, when he saw the big child almost from a young age, he has already said such a plan. This plan that was enough to change the entire history of the ninja world, Nara Shikaku couldn't help but feel a trance. But now, he is no longer concerned. The whole person's face, Nara Shikaku has begun to gradually become firm. Wealth and risk are sought. Although this sentence does not appear in the Hokage world, Nara Shikaku also understands the meaning. Next second. Nara Shikaku finally showed a wry smile and said slowly, now it seems that I have no other choice but support you. Sir Shikaku, this will be the right choice for you. Hearing Nara Shikaku's sure answer, Gong Yi showed a smile on his face. Now all of this is still going according to his plan. Now that Nara Shikaku has agreed, there is nothing else to worry about here in Konoha village. Of the entire Konoha village have been brainwashed by themselves without knowing it. Therefore, now on their side, there is no need to worry at all. I was almost completely able to do it myself, in an effect of 100 responses. That's it, now only Nara Shikaku is the most critical point. Thinking of this, Gong Yi's smile gradually disappeared, and he said solemnly again, Master Shikaku, since you have agreed, then I hope you must complete this wholeheartedly. If it really fails, then the whole Konoha the village may have very passive results. To ensure that Nara Shikaku, in future plans, is reserved. Gong Yi still said something about the village, threatening Nai Shikaku in disguise. In fact, even if the plan fails, it has no effect on Gong Yi. But for someone like Nara Shikaku. But it's totally unacceptable. Now in Konoha village, it's everything Nara Shikaku has. It develops well, then Nara Shikaku will be very excited. But if it doesn't develop well, then Nara Shikaku will also be a little unspeakable and sad. After all, there is his family here, and everything in half his life. With traversers, like Gong Yi. Different, Konoha village is for ninjas like Nara Shikaku who were born here. It has a different meaning. That's it, now Gong Yi is talking about Konoha village, which makes Nara Shikaku's face even more serious. He nodded and said, since I have agreed with your plan, Hokage, then I will naturally use all my strength to complete it. After all, this plan is really successful now, then our Konoha village will be truly sublimated and transformed. This time, Nara Shikaku really has no second heart. At this time, since it has been fully explained, Nara Shikaku also fully understands. Now he's not going to take the rest here as a joke or something. Uchiha Madara, SI of the Moon Project, this is no joke. Of the Fourth Ninja World War is also no joke. Now Gong Yi's plan is no joke at all. As a Hokage think tank, Nara Shikaku's position is still very firm. Just like what Gong Yi had predicted. There is no real justice and evil in this world, it's just that the will is different. Uchiha Madara, he may not be really evil either. Gong Yi, how can you judge that he is the real righteous? Obviously, the position is different, which has led to all the current disasters. The ninja world continent is intriguing. So far, in this situation, each ninja village represents a different position, so their will is naturally different. Beneficial to one's own village is the right thing to do. Other hand, anything that is going to endanger one's own village is a wrong thing to do. Now Nara Shikaku, he works as a senior ninja of the Konoha village. Than anyone, he hopes to see Konoha village rise and truly reach its peak. Therefore, now Gong Yi's plan is not to make Nara Shikaku feel wrong. More, he was just worried that something bad would happen to Konoha village. But at the moment Nara Shikaku looked at Gong Yi with a completely confident look on his face. Nara Shikaku didn't talk anymore, instead he felt relieved. In fact, that's it, Nara Shikaku thinks it's over, and it's one of his plans to agree with Gong Yi. Because I also understand that I have been with Gong Yi for so long. For Gong Yi's stubbornness, Nara Shikaku doesn't need to say it. Since Gong Yi has made a decision this time, he will not be easily changed. He doesn't agree now, I'm afraid it's not going to work at all. Then, in this case, Nara Shikaku still has enough wisdom. He felt inferior to himself, so he really chose to believe in Gong Yi's plan this time. As long as the two of them and the entire Konoha village work together this time, maybe a different era of ninjas will really be created. Thinking of this, Nara Shikaku can't help but get excited. For him, in his lifetime, he can do such a feat. So definitely, he was the most honorable record in his life. Unconsciously, Nara Shikaku thought of this. After that, his face was also firm. Lord Hokage, since it has been decided, do we also need to make a real plan? The words have already been spoken. Nara Shikaku simply began to have a deeper discussion with Gong Yi. Chapter 796. Crazy Plan. Yes, Shikaku-sensei, I really need to talk about it. Gong Yi nodded and responded involuntarily. Now on Nara Shikaku's side, it seems that there is no problem at all. Then Gong Yi started his own arrangement. Now since Hokage you want to weaken the power of the rest of the ninja village, is it difficult to really implement it? At this time, Nara Shikaku asked the most practical question. Now Gong Yi's plan sounds really good. Of this fourth ninja war to invisibly weaken the rest of the ninja village. Then secretly retain the ninja power of Konoha village, so that the remaining four major ninja villages of Master will follow. But this is only a general concept, and there are many details that need to be paid attention to. Although Nara Shikaku agreed, the next thing he needed to be concerned about was the first point is the most puzzling, and that is how Gong Yi wants to weaken the power of the rest of the ninjas. Now that the opponents are Uchiha Madara and Akatsuki, they can't directly defeat the troops. They are exhausted, and start to attack the other four ninja villages. Invisibly, they have become Uchiha Madara's accomplices, helping other plans. This is Nara Shikaku, totally unacceptable. If this is not the case, Nara Shikaku can't think of what will happen next. If you defeat Uchiha Madara first, then go back and secretly attack the other four ninja villages, then it is even more unrealistic. While dealing with Uchiha Madara, their ninjas will naturally lose a lot. A brief thought, Nara Shikaku's face was full of confusion. Shikaku-sensei, it's actually quite simple. Hearing Nara Shikaku's question, Gong Yi didn't hide it. Things have come this far, so don't talk nonsense anymore. Under such circumstances, Gong Yi continued to preach, as long as you cooperate with Uchiha Madara, it will be fine if you don't. Quote. There was an instant silence in Hokage's office. When Gong Yi finished saying these words, Nara Shikaku's face froze again. As if he had just heard it wrong, Nara Shikaku asked aloud, Hokage, you said. You want Uchiha Madara to cooperate. What a crazy plan this is. Nara Shikaku, now he feels like he doesn't know what's going on. Yes Shikaku, sensei, now my Uchiha Madara collaboration is the best way. Gongyi nodded with a smile, and explained aloud, if Uchiha Madara cooperates now, then he will avoid the ninjas in our Konoha village, so he will focus on killing the rest of the ninjas in Omura. At that time, we will use those useless ninjas to send death, in order to disguise our intentions, which is also a cover for the rest of the ninja village. When the power of the rest of the ninja village has been weakened, our real power is dispatched to officially suppress them. Gongyi kept smiling, and said to Nara Shikaku in a deep voice, when the time comes, I will take action against Uchiha Madara and settle it directly with him. It can be said that the existence of Uchiha Madara is the promoter of the unification of our Konoha village. At the same time, here, Gongyi also continued to talk about the rest again. Simply put some of your future plans, and then integrate them separately. Nara Shikaku was really silent for a long time. After a while, he came back to his senses and was amazed. I really didn't expect that, Hokage, you would arrange such a precise arrangement, and even Uchiha Madara thought about it. However, Uchiha Madara, it will really be like what you said in Hokage. Nara Shikaku shook his head and said with a worried face, this plan now seems a bit risky. Uchiha Madara, you don't need to worry about Shikaku-sensei. Gongyi didn't go to reveal too much, but arranged to Nara Shikaku, now Shikaku-sensei, you just need to finish the next thing, then that's it. What's the matter? Nara Shikaku asked. Next, when the coalition is formed, I will use the position of the general to arrange you and Yamanaka Inoichi to the headquarters in the rear. You are in charge of gathering information and sending information at the same time, while Yamanaka Inoichi is responsible for the follow-up and remote contact with the ninja allied forces. Now as long as the two of you know my plan, immediately conceal the affairs of the ninja alliance. When it came to the topic, Gongyi didn't stop saying, now only the news from the rear side has been concealed, so there is no fear of anything in the front. At the same time, in disguise, as long as you cut off the intelligence system at the rear, then you don't need to worry about everything. Gongyi put his hand on his chin, and he looked at Nara Shikaku. So now, Shikaku-sensei, your next thing, then you just need to convince Yamanaka Inoichi, and you don't need to worry about the rest, I'll do it myself. I know. Hearing Gongyi's arrangement, Nara Shikaku was actually very horrified. He didn't expect that Gongyi had such a deep scheming. Nara Shikaku couldn't help but feel fortunate that he was born in Konoha village. And Gongyi, fortunately he is also the ninja of Konoha village, is the Hokage of Konoha village. Otherwise, even if it is calculated by someone now, it is estimated that they will not know the intelligence system behind the master, then it is very deadly. The four shadows in the rear are responsible for controlling the coalition forces, no doubt like a blind man, unable to move the master correctly at all. All his men were killed, perhaps they were still here thinking the war was won. The ninja coalition in front has no support from the rear, no news and orders from the rear. If they got the other orders to die in disguise, they might not even know it. Therefore, the intelligence system in the rear is the lifeline of the entire ninja alliance. Gongyi's plan is very simple. He is to use Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi to directly cut off the ninja alliance. I have to say, Nara Shikaku is he can no longer see clearly. Young Hokage of the 5th generation in front of him made him stunned enough that he didn't know how to speculate. Because even he couldn't estimate what the whole plan would be like. Nara Shikaku knows that she seems to be just one part of Gongyi's whole plan. Chapter 797. Cannon Fodder Ninja Power, Second More. The night is late. The sky is full of stars. The bright full moon hangs high in the air, spreading white light to the entire ninja continent. After telling Nara Shikaku all her arrangements, Gong Yi also immediately leaving Konoha village. The Fourth Ninja World War has begun at this moment. Afterwards, there will be no more leisurely days. Gong Yi has already started preparations to complete all his next deployments. Inside the palace. When he returned from the Hiraishin spell, Gong Yi had already entered a spacious room. Mr. Gong Yi. Mr. Gong Yi. Quote. Just came here. 3 different voices came. 3 people standing in the house at the moment 3. Each of them looked indifferent before, and the chakra fluctuations of all their strength were also extremely tyrannical. When Gong Yi came here, their faces also showed respect, and everyone was no longer the same as before. Here it is. Glancing at the 3 of them, Gong Yi was not surprised by their appearance, but smiled and nodded. 3 people in front of them, 3, are his disciples, and they are also the strongest warriors who are loyal to him at the moment. Kimimaro, Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke. The battle with Uchiha Obito is close at hand. Next, it is not too late for Gong Yi to arrange the rest of the ninja village. Now the trio 3 is here and it is Gong Yi who called it. Now all the things, I believe you already know. Signaling a few people to sit down, Gong Yi said slowly. Yes, Teacher Gong Yi. Kimimaro, Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke 3 nodded. Everyone's face showed comprehension, and there was determination in their eyes. Unlike Nara Shikaku, Trio 3 believes in Gong Yi completely and unconditionally. They perfectly inherit Gong Yi's will, and also have plans for any Gong Yi. They also all know that they only need to complete it, and the rest is not important to them at all. Start the Fourth Ninja World War with the power of Uchiha Obito. Come and go to drain the power of the rest of the ninja village. At the same time, the real Konoha power is secretly activated to control the rest of the ninja village. Gong Yi's plan to unify the ninja continent has already been informed. At the same time, they have been secretly making arrangements for so long. Long ago, Gong Yi had the 3 of them constantly preparing for the next war. Today, when the Fourth Ninja, after it has officially opened, of the 3 of them can finally be officially implemented. Now Kimimaro, how are things going on your side? Seeing the 3 of them nodding, Gong Yi looked at Kimimaro and asked. There are no problems now. Kimimaro nodded and said, there are now a total of 21,000 ninja powers, all of which have been arranged. It's all useless power in our Konoha village. Waiting for Gong Yi to speak again, Kimimaro said in detail, these 10,000 ninjas are from the training of war orphans. They have been counted by Anbu before, and they have no sense of belonging to Konoha village, and there are many of them. I tried to leave Konoha and go to the other villages. And 11,000 other, famous ninjas, all from the imprisoned renegade ninjas, and those around the wandering ninjas disturbing the safety of my Konoha village. Now everyone has been imprisoned by me, and can be used normally at any time to die in place of the real ninjas in our Konoha village. Nice. Hearing Kimimaro say this, Gong Yi nodded with great satisfaction. Now Kimimaro is doing very well, as expected by Gong Yi. A total of 21,000 cannon fodders, which Gong Yi never thought of. On his own side, he can really gather so much power. In this way, invisibly, Gong Yi doesn't need to waste any ninja power in his hands. Seems that his development in recent years has also increased the power of ninjas in Konoha village. Of course, wasting resources in vain is not good, but now, it's actually good to think about it. Now that they have them as cannon fodder, it can be considered that Gong Yi's next arrangement can be much smoother. Of more than 20,000 ninjas has been poured out, and the rest of the ninja village will not doubt themselves. With their presence, Gong Yi's whole plan will be much more convenient. Well, now I have to say, God has helped Gong Yi. Before the Fourth Ninja World War was started, Gong Yi had already explained Kimimaro. These days, Kimimaro has been taking advantage of Anbu's convenience, constantly gathering the power of these cannon fodder ninjas, and using the secret techniques given to him by Gong Yi, and then controlling them. The strength of more than 20,000 cannon fodders. In fact, do not have to think about it. It is estimated that Kimimaro spent a lot of effort and time. But all of this is worth it without questioning it. Gong Yi thinks it is worth it, so does Kimimaro. Of his life at the moment is to help Gong Yi complete all the plans he has in mind. And so far, this is the most important thing. Kimimaro will naturally spare no effort. This is because time is running out. Otherwise, with Kimimaro's efficiency, he might be able to collect a lot of cannon fodder. Of course, Gong Yi is not greedy for anything. Now, just so far, such power is enough. If you guessed correctly, the strength of the remaining ninja villages is estimated to be only about 10,000 to 20,000. And he took out 20,000 ninja powers at once, which is also very sincere, invisibly. Therefore, now that there are cannon fodder ninjas, then there is no need to worry about people doubting themselves. That case, Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi don't really matter. Their existence, Gong Yi has long thought about it, and properly spread some bad news for them. This case, there will also be an effect of causing the entire ninja coalition to be in chaos. As long as the ninja alliance can be weakened, Gong Yi will do whatever it takes. The purpose of this fourth ninja war is simple. That is to weaken the other four major ninja villages, get rid of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito and Otsutsuki Kagaya these. Scourge. After everything is completely resolved, then the entire ninja continent will usher in its own complete rule. Just like Qin Shuang in the previous life, everything will be unique. This is a grand and impossible wish. Gong Yi gradually saw the dawn. Chapter 798. Konoha's Ancient and Famous Door, Third More. Neji, how are you doing now? Senses, Gong Yi looked at Hyuga Neji again and asked. Now that I am here, there is basically no problem. Hyuga Neji nodded and said softly, now the Hyuga clan already knows everything about the next arrangement, and I am responsible for the preparations on their side, and for the rest of the clan, except the Nara clan and the Yamanaka clan. I am also invisible. Some information was infiltrated into it, and your will, teacher, was also conveyed invisibly. Now I think, as long as you call, then they will definitely choose to support it. With confidence on his face, Hyuga Neji smiled and said, basically, with our current ninja power, no one will ever refute you, teacher. Well, now this matter is indeed very important. Gong Yi thought for a moment, then said slowly, as for the movements of the rest of the clan, you must also monitor them. Got it, teacher Gong Yi. Hyuga Neji nodded again. That's right. Now when Kimimaro's side moves, Hyuga Neji and Gong Yi also make arrangements. As a Hyuga clan, Neji's role now is naturally to guide the clan he belongs to. The Hyuga clan, one of the ancient and famous families of this Konoha. Kekkei Genkai Byakugan inherited from his family, and has one of Konoha's most powerful martial arts genres, Gentle Fist, also known as Hyuga, is the strongest in Konoha. Not false rumors, and it's not that they are arrogant. After the Uchiha clan was wiped out, the Hyuga clan was indeed powerful. The most powerful clan in Konoha village, questioned by Mu-young. Their Hyuga clan came from Otsutsuki Kagaya, the mother of the Six Paths Immortals, and Byakugan was also one of the three major pupils. Therefore, there is this excellent pupil technique Kekkei Genkai, and at the same time, it cooperates with the popular secret technique. Now they are in Konoha village and their status is very high. From the very beginning, the Hyuga family had a close relationship with him, and after that, he supported himself as a Hokage with the power of the whole family. Of course, Gong Yi also knows this. After Gong Yi assumed the position of Hokage, he arranged a lot of key positions in the village, all of which were given to the Hyuga family. In the entire Konoha village also knows that the Hyuga family and Gong Yi, the fifth-generation Hokage, have a close relationship. As a result, they have won a lot of respect and awe, and now they are flourishing in Konoha village. Now, when Hyuga Neji keeps revealing Gong Yi's plan, the Hyuga family naturally supports without the slightest hesitation. Although it is a bit risky, the Hyuga family still has no hesitation. Their previous support for Gong Yi was actually a big gamble. But in the end, the Hyuga family made the right bet. And now, they are still a bigger battle, they think, maybe they can too. As for the other families, although they are not the same as the Hyuga family. But for Gong Yi, they all belong to support. After all, Gong Yi's appointment as the 5th generation Hokage has brought a lot of benefits to everyone. Over the years, Gong Yi, the 5th generation Hokage, has indeed done a great job. He was generous with his money, and he didn't have the slightest bit of petty arrogance, which really made everyone admire. These various resources obtained, Gong Yi did not keep. Instead, all of them were used to vigorously develop Konoha village. Then, because of this plan, Gong Yi had already secretly arranged it a few years ago. For those grassroots ninjas, Gong Yi time are often small favors, and various benefits are also constant. Medical ninja talismans, creating a ninjutsu library, creating a ninjutsu training ground, and so on. Something in the series. Over the years, whether it's those ordinary ninjas, or those families, they have really softened their hands. Now, that's why Gong Yi says that he absolutely responds. They will fully support themselves, and Gong Yi is confident that there will be no bad voices at all. As soon as Hyuga Neji finished speaking today, Gong Yi also strengthened his inner thoughts. Now the most important thing this time, 20,000 cannon fodder, the true power of Konoha village, seems to have all been arranged. Next, be steady, just wait for the 4th Ninja World War to start, then you can. And at this moment, Gong Yi's thoughts came to this point, and then he looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, what's going on your side? Teacher, there is no problem at all. Sasuke also nodded and looked at Gong Yi respectfully. According to your previous arrangement, teacher, I have used demonic illusion to hide all the scrolls you gave me in those locations along the way. Basically now, no one will notice at all. Sasuke's face showed confidence and immediately responded to Gong Yi. Very well, so that everything will be fine. Seeing that Sasuke was also successfully completed here, Gong Yi's face became even more smiling. This time for Sasuke, Gong Yi did not arrange too important. However, his link is also indispensable. That is the only road that Gong Yi will pass by after the ninja coalition forces, and all traps are arranged. Sasuke's current demonic illusion is a barrier, no one will be able to notice it at all. After that, I sent incorrect information through Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi. After letting them step into it, you can use the scroll trap to put them into a mortal situation. This time, all plans are linked together, even if it is discovered after the 4 major ninja villages. Then Gong Yi will not at all, giving them any chance of being saved. The whole plan has been arranged by himself for so long. Naturally, no one needs to be disturbed, and naturally no one is allowed to be disturbed. At night, the tranquility is endless. At this moment, there are only nocturnal animals outside, making noises. Inside the house. After Gong Yi briefly explained Hyuga Neji, Kimimaro, and Uchiha Sasuke, they all went back. Everything is ready, everything only owes the east wind. Nara Shikaku has chosen to submit himself and agree to his own plan. And everything that the 3 people 3 explained before can also be fully implemented. Next, I just have to wait until tomorrow, and I will announce the 4th Ninja War in Konoha village. After that, you can officially step into your own plans and arrangements. Seeing the 3 people leaving, Gong Yi let out a long breath. The nerves that had been tense all the time gradually loosened up a lot. Although Gong Yi has 100% self-confidence, he is plotting against the whole ninja world. In fact, it is also quite exhausting. Baidu search 99 playmates to find 99 novel network. Chapter 799. Madara who committed suicide. Open black lens bracket. Morning, the sun is shining. Of warmth spreads over the entire Konoha village. A new day has begun. But at the moment, all the civilians are still busy with their lives. The ninjas fell into a tense range. Central administrative building, large conference room. Gong Yi, wearing the Hokage royal robe, is sitting in the first place at the moment. On both sides of the front, all seats are full. Exception, all of them are the patriarchs of the Konoha village family, as well as the excellent Jonin Corps ninjas. The head of the Hyuga clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Choji clan and so on, one after another. And Might Guy, Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma and others are also sitting here. Looking around, all the people here already represent the top power of Konoha village ultimate. If at this moment, someone takes this place away, then Konoha village will be destroyed immediately. Today, everyone sitting here is also looking serious, waiting for Gong Yi to speak. They knew that Gong Yi had attended the Five Shadows conference before. So, looking at such a battle now, a group of people also thought of a certain possibility in their hearts. Although they didn't open their mouths, they were all tacit. This time, since everyone has been summoned, they can also guess what will happen next. Even they knew that since the return of Hokage Gong Yi of the 5th generation, the tasks entrusted to Konoha village began to decrease. Unconsciously, in just half a day, all the Konoha village ninjas who went out began to be constantly summoned back. They know that something terrible may happen next. Okay, since everyone has arrived, then I don't need to wait. Hokage hat I was wearing on my head and put it on the table. I saw that the 2 rows in front of me were already full, and the ones in the back. The stools were also full of people. Gong Yi looked at them and spoke directly from the beginning. I call on the 4 major ninja villages to hold the Five Shadows conference. I believe you all already know. Well, that's right. Hearing Gong Yi finish saying this, everyone nodded in response. I was supposed to hold the Five Shadows meeting this time for Akatsuki's sake. Seeing that no one spoke anymore, Gong Yi continued, however, things often go the opposite way. Now at the Five Shadows meeting, something happened and we had to change our plans. Change plan. What happened to the Five Shadows conference? Everyone's faces showed confusion, and they didn't quite understand Gong Yi's intentions. They couldn't understand, could it be that they dared to cause trouble in the Five Shadows meeting? Yesterday, although Gong Yi informed Nara Shikaku did not say it. Because this plan of the 2 at this moment is not a good time to reveal it. Gong Yi knows, then Nara Shikaku is just more cautious. At this moment, this is an issue related to the future pattern of the entire Konoha village in the ninja continent. How could Nara Shikaku be easily exposed as the think tank of Hokage, as well as the patriarch of the Nara clan, and the core executive of Konoha village? He was even more afraid to reveal these things completely. For Nara Shikaku, what he needs to accomplish is his own share. As for other things, of course, I still need the 5th generation Hokage Gong Yi in front of me to arrange it. As a strategist, Nara Shikaku is very principled and has a strong position. In fact, this is also the reason why Gong Yi is optimistic about Nara Shikaku, willing to cooperate with him, and revealing his plan. Because of Nara Shikaku, he is trustworthy enough and very stable. Working with it, at least there won't be some unexpected leak issues. This plan is no trivial matter, and despite Nara Shikaku, Gong Yi did not fully inform him of all his plans. Even Kimimaro, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, Gong Yi is the same. In this ninja world, Gong Yi is still very cautious and follows the philosophy of only believing in himself. Although he is strong enough, Gong Yi is not lawless, he no longer sees people without eyes. That way the villain ignores everything, Gong Yi doesn't want to try it. Returning to his senses, Gong Yi's face. Wrong said solemnly, This time the five shadows meeting, Uchiha Madara, the leader behind Akatsuki, appeared. And he has officially declared war on Sunagakure Village, Kurigakure Village, Iwagakure Village, Kumogakure Village, etc. And the five major ninja villages including my Konoha village. Gongyi didn't hide anything, but spoke these things out. War has already started, how could Gongyi hide this? After discussing with Nara Shikaku yesterday, the two have already started to study the deployment of this battle. Now that everything has been resolved, it is time to mobilize. However, before mobilizing, they naturally need to let them know the end of the war. Uchiha Madara dared to appear at the Five Shadows conference. He's really brave, this guy. Officially declare war on the five major ninja villages. Quote. Hearing Gongyi finish saying this, the entire conference room was in an uproar. All the people, all their faces could not help but change color. Whether it is Kakashi, or Might Guy and others. All of them sank inwardly, feeling that they had never expected this to happen. Before that, they thought of all the possibilities. But unfortunately, they did not expect that such a problem would occur now. Originally, they thought it was nothing more than clearing Akatsuki, but this time, when Gongyi said the news, it was like a blockbuster. The existence of Uchiha Madara, these core high level, all know Akatsuki. For today's battle, Gongyi had already told them invisibly before. The group of them did not expect that Uchiha Madara would dare to provoke the entire ninja continent. Just like Nara Shikaku heard the news yesterday, they all had disbelief on their faces. Five major ninja villages are not ordinary small ninja villages. Their ninja power and background are very powerful. What's more, it is still the strength of the entire five ninja villages. Uchiha Madara's strength is so powerful that it is difficult to resist it. In the current situation, all the core and high-level ninjas here feel a little unacceptable. They think Uchiha Madara, this is simply a too bold choice. Because, this is undoubtedly a meaningless thing to commit suicide. Chapter 800, Konoha High-Level Mind, 5th More. Hee, I know all of you are unbelievable. Gongyi smiled without showing the slightest displeasure. Under such circumstances, they would behave very indifferently. Then Gongyi, it will be a bit difficult to understand. Looking at the appearance of everyone in front of him, Gongyi could have imagined it for a long time. For native ninjas like them, Uchiha Madara's actions are a bit too bold now. If it weren't for Gongyi's foresight, and himself being the driving force behind all this. It were him, he would definitely think that Uchiha Madara was crazy. But everyone, you heard right, the Fourth Ninja World War is about to begin. Before, I also established a complete cooperation with the four major ninja villages, and united to form a five-village coalition. Now all this is precisely because of the need to fight against Uchiha Madara together. Looking at the group of people with serious faces, Gongyi also said solemnly. But Hokage-sama. At this time, Homura Mitokado, who was sitting next to him, showed confusion on his face. Even if it is Uchiha Madara, does he need an alliance of the five nations to deal with it? Homura Mitokado is actually a little puzzled. Even though Uchiha Madara is going strong, Homura Mitokado thinks it's too aggressive. He actually needs the five major ninja villages to join forces, and even to form a coalition to fight against this short time. Not only Homura Mitokado thinks so. The rest of the people, although they don't say it now. However, they all seem to agree with what Homura Mitokado said. Uchiha Madara is indeed strong, but it is not strong enough to take five villages to deal with it, and it still needs to be assembled into a coalition force. Just for Uchiha Madara, he may not be really strong in the record and in the impression. To rival. As if to dispel everyone's thoughts, Gongyi didn't ignore Homura Mitokado. But at this moment, he stared forward and said solemnly, but don't forget, the Akatsuki that Uchiha Madara once led, they alone can freely come and go in the major ninja villages, and Sunagakure village, Iwagakure village. and the village of Kumogakure. But they were all destroyed by their own hands. Especially, Uchiha Madara was originally a person with the first Hokage, who was collectively called the god of ninja world at that time. Knocking on the table, Gong Yi made everyone get to know Uchiha Madara again after a while. On Homura Mitokado's side, his expression changed, and there was a rare silence. Now he doesn't know, if it's really all according to what Gong Yi said, this Uchiha Madara is definitely a huge threat. I think Hokage-sama said it too. Kakashi, who was sitting on the other side, opened his mouth and said, Akatsuki now, they have already got the eight-tailed beast. If they use the tailed beast as a weapon, then they must be prepared for everything. Kakashi analyzed it carefully, and said, after all, not every one of us has the super strength that can suppress the tail beast like Lord Hokage. Yes, now I also think that Hokage-sama is right. Here, the head of the Hyuga family also nodded and said, if all this really gets out of control, then not only our Konoha village will suffer, but the whole world will usher in a crisis of destruction. The Fourth Ninja World War seems to be really urgent. Damn Uchiha Madara, we really need a good deployment arrangement. I never thought that Uchiha Madara would become such a scourge. Now his existence has indeed threatened us. Quote. At the conference table, everyone is now discussing with serious expressions. But without exception, all are one point of view, and that is to agree with Gong Yi's words. Uchiha Madara is not as weak as they thought. Contrary, after hearing what Gong Yi said, they all began to feel a sense of crisis. Disaster that no one can avoid in the entire ninja continent. The opening of the Fourth Ninja World War is indeed urgent. Kaharu Udatane, who had never spoken, looked at Gong Yi and asked, but do we now know where Uchiha Madara and Akatsuki are? Now that the coalition forces are assembled, we can't wait for Akatsuki to attack. Kaharu Udatane also said a more realistic and important thing. You don't have to worry about this, elder. Gong Yi smiled, looked at Kaharu Udatane and said, not long ago, I have received a contact from the Enko unit, and it has been confirmed that a person suspected of being Uchiha Madara has been found. Now I think as long as the details are further investigated, then there will be no problems. Hearing Gong Yi's words, Kaharu Udatane couldn't help but nodded and replied, that's fine, at least we won't be so passive like headless flies. Since it has been organized into a coalition, it will only be us who will take the initiative. Nara Shikaku also spoke directly at this time, completely dispelling the worries of Kaharu Udatane. Okay, this time the battle must be fought, and there is no way to escape. Gong Yi shrugged, revealing a helpless smile. Now Uchiha Madara has clearly told us the shadow of the 5 great ninja villages about the purpose of collecting tailed beasts. The meeting room was just bustling, when I heard Gong Yi say this. Except Nara Shikaku, everyone was stunned. As if they had heard it wrong, they once again showed disbelief. Uchiha Madara, he has clearly told the purpose of collecting the tailed beasts to the shadow of the 5 major ninja villages. This is not a joke. Everyone in the room looked at Gong Yi with astonishment. He named this plan the Eye of the Moon Project. Since everyone wants to realize the seriousness of the matter, Gong Yi has no nonsense. A short period of time, he told everyone about Infinite Tsukuyomi and a series of other things. Now in disguise, I also want to cheer them up. Otherwise, it is estimated that some of them will slack off the war. Although his goal at this moment is to weaken the other 4 major ninja villages. But in the early stage, this skill will still need to compete with Uchiha Obito for a while. After all, he is still a master of 100,000 skills. First, use the rest of the ninja village to eliminate this scourge. Chapter 801, Mobilization Before the War. Konoha Village Meeting Room. It was serious at the moment. Everyone didn't speak too much. More existence is already sinking to the bottom of my heart. For them, Uchiha Madara's plan has to be said. A bit too crazy. How could it be possible to sink into the illusion of his master forever, so that they could accept all the existences who knew the news, frowning and looking gloomy. At this moment, Uchiha Madara has begun to seriously threaten each of them. To say that I thought that with the cooperation of the 5 major ninja villages, Uchiha Madara was terrifying. But it might not be difficult for him. Especially now there is Gong Yi, and the other 4 big shadows. Then there may be no problem with Uchiha Madara. Now, it's different. Now the plans of the Eyes of the Moon have forced them to take it seriously. Because once they are defeated, there will be very serious consequences waiting for them. Their own family members, their own children, their own descendants will all be living in an unrealistic dream. Now, just thinking about this kind of thing makes them clench their fists tightly. To believe. This is not what they expected. How could everyone live forever in a fantasy world? The hearts of a group of core executives in Konoha village couldn't help but curse at this moment. Uchiha Madara is really a lunatic. Yes, it should be called an uncompromising deducted madman. Okay, now that he has informed us of the plan. Seeing everyone go silent, Gong Yi smiled and said, then it is absolutely impossible for us to make Uchiha Madara successful. Soon. Gong Yi's sighed, also immediately. Beginning, it arranged its own later, and began to deploy it. Everyone here, no one dares to question now. At this juncture, they all know that only following orders is the most important thing. At the same time, on the Konoha village side, the mobilization has already begun. The Land of Thunder, in Kumogakure village. In the current conference room. Agent Reikage Dodai, who is also here speaking. Okay, what I'm about to say. That's it for now. Basically it's the same as what Gong Yi said. The thing to do at this moment is to mobilize the emotions first. Of the real seriousness of this war. Otherwise, a group of people will feel that the Great Ninja Village Alliance is what they should be looking at. In the end, it is very likely that bad things will happen. Each other will feel that they have each other, and they will not have to work hard. This final outcome, in fact, the 5 ninja villages have different hearts, but Uchiha Madara has been fulfilled. If this is the case, then it will definitely not be accepted by anyone. Except Gong Yi. The shadows of the other 4 major ninja villages completely prevent such a thing from happening immediately. Gong Yi also wanted to use this war to complete his ultimate plan. However, the shadows of the other 4 major ninja villages have no such idea. Instead, a group of people are here, carefully studying the next countermeasures. Reikage-sama, it is imperative to assemble into the coalition now. Hearing the agent Reikage Dodai, a senior of the Kumogakure village, said helplessly, but the information on the master in our hands is very little. If this is the case, there may be no small obstacles to our next actions. Since you has now formed an alliance with the 5 ninja villages, the information will naturally be shared. Agent Reikage Dodai looked at the executive and responded. We are empty-handed, but we have to ask other villages for information. Hearing this, another high-level executive looked surprised. The other 4 major ninja villages are also cunning, will they tell us easily? The current situation in the ninja world has developed to the current situation. Agent Reikage Dodai shook his head and smiled bitterly, and said, if everyone keeps their hands, I don't think there is any point in forming this ninja coalition. Therefore, now we have to trust the other 4 big ninja villages, and we can only trust the other 4 big ninja villages. Face became serious, and the agent Reikage Dodai looked at everyone in front of him. Uchiha Madara has little time left for us, and now we have no spare time to stop. Maybe now our 5 ninja villages are mobilizing. Uchiha Madara has already started the next step to start the war. Agent Reikage Dodai was thinking a lot at the moment, and he couldn't help but be very worried. Yes, Lord Reikage is right. Now is not the time for intrigue. Uchiha Madara's plan is crazy. Indeed, it's not all ninja villages now, it's time to keep something. Intelligence sharing, this is also a very normal thing after joining forces at present. Agent Reikage Dodai finished speaking, a group of Kumogakure village executives nodded in agreement. At this moment, they are also very nervous. As the agent Reikage Dodai said, if you continue to talk nonsense, you will be hesitant to do anything. Very likely that Uchiha Madara was there. He had already called with Akatsuki. Thinking of all these things, all the senior members of Kumogakure village nodded in agreement. The gathering of the ninja coalition is a must. At the same time, they are also starting to be very serious now. Every high-level executive did not slack at all, and all began to plan in great detail. The next series of arrangements are all related to their future affairs. Soon. Just after the Konoha village has finished everything, the Kumogakure village has officially started to mobilize. All the Kumogakure village ninjas have also begun to be recruited for this kung fu, and their respective high-level executives have also been notified one after another. One of the 5 most powerful ninja villages in the ninja continent. Their various battle reserves and various contingency plans are also very thorough and numerous. Everything started out fairly orderly, and nothing deviates from it. This time, Uchiha Obito, after revealing his plan, it has completely stimulated the nerves of every Omura. Although the current Gongyi, he did not care at all, still, complete his plan. But the rest of the ninja Omura had to be put in their hearts and become the most important thing. Phyllu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, and push the latest chapters. Baidu search 99 playmates find 99 novels. Chapter 802, Ninja Power Assemble. Not long. When Konoha village, Kumogakure village's side, has been mobilizing before the war. The Land of Winds, Sunagakure village. The Fourth Ninja World War is roughly like this. Here in Gaara, he also began to tell everything. As for Uchiha Madara's problem, now a high-level mass in Sunagakure village is also feeling serious. And here Kankuro and Tamari are constantly talking while talking. The entire Sunagakure village here, invisibly already understood everything. The Fourth Ninja War that followed was no longer the same level as before. Compared to their previous battles were completely more like petty fights. Because it is clear that this time the battle, if it really fails, then what awaits them next is the fall of the entire ninja continent. Now Uchiha Obito, SI of the Moon Project, this oversized demonic illusion called Infinite Tsukuyomi. It has begun to surprise everyone, enough to fear, and unacceptable. After all, no one wants to be mastered by others using illusions all their lives. In this case, it would be even more uncomfortable than killing them. Living like a disconnected puppet, how could they, as ninjas, want to accept it? Therefore, when Gaara has said enough here, it is clear enough. The entire Sunagakure village has already begun to arrange and mobilize. Now that they have been seriously threatened, everyone has also put down their hatred for each other. Even between villages and villages, there has been a gap before. However, now they all understand that this is not the time to be arrogant. Not here, and it's time to refute anything. The Land of Water, Kurigakure village. When the Konoha Kumogakure Sunagakure mobilized, the time was almost in sync. Mizukage Terumi Mei, she is announcing all the next things with a serious face. The Fourth Ninja World War has begun. Now Terumi Mei is also showing a face that is not allowed to refute. This skill has come to the point where the arrow has no choice but to strike. But, today is unprecedented. All the high-level officials of Kurigakure village did not say much, but showed a very solemn appearance. Uchiha Madara, SI of the Moon Project is not only threatening a single ninja village. The rest of the ninja villages all know that now they are not sticking to the rules of the Kurigakure village. Now that it is necessary to unite the power of ninjas to fight against Uchiha Madara and Akatsuki. Then, the high-level officials of Kurigakure village, no one will speak out and refute Terumi Mei's plans. Mobilization before the war, and the subsequent sharing of intelligence, there are also a series of things that must be done before the war starts. All the high-level officials of Kurigakure village have acquiesced. The next thing is simple. Then there is only one, and it goes down layer by layer, and it is arranged layer by layer. Apart from these, there is no other nonsense. Here in Kurigakure village, arrangements have also begun without further delay. All the Kurigakure village ninjas are also starting to return to the mission point in the inland at this moment. At this moment in the entire ninja world, all the quests began to decline. All the people have already begun to prepare for the next war. Then, it's almost synchronous. One night after the Five Shadows Conference. The land of Earth, Iwagakure village. At this moment, the conference room of Nuoto was also full of people. At this moment, Onoki is in the first place, and Gong Yi's spiritual avatar, Yamazaki Akaki, is sitting next to him. Front, there are 2 rows of core high-level and elders of Iwagakure village. Of the war and the mobilization of ninja power or not, Onoki can do it alone. Here, other high-level forces are still needed to mobilize. Only when everyone works together can everything be done more quickly and efficiently. Well, this is why all the ninja villages, before the real mobilization of ninja power, all will first notify all senior management to hold this meeting. First, they must be notified first, so that they can make better plans in the future. The second is that after the high-level people know about it, they can also quickly assemble the troops and notify them. A big ninja village is actually inseparable from everyone. Now it can be known that even though Shadow is the most powerful existence in the entire ninja village. But once such a thing occurs, he also needs to negotiate with all the high-level officials. In addition to expressing respect, it is also to make the entire ninja village run faster. Onoki at this moment, the reason why the meeting is held is exactly the same. He has been Master Iwagakure for decades, and the higher-ups below him are generally obedient. Unlike other ninja villages, the village of Iwagakure controlled by Onoki is still very solid. It's basically, that's all, you understand now. Onoki sat in the first place with a serious face and asked. Now basically what has to be said, Onoki is also completely finished here. Next, it's time to arrange. Understood Tsuchikage. Give an order, Tsuchikage-sama. Iwagakure village ninjas who were silent for half a second also nodded one after another. They don't have much to say, and now they're all here waiting to be dispatched. Onoki has made it very clear that for Uchiha Madara's plan, they naturally have to do their best to stop it. 5 major ninja villages have joined forces, and they can't just sit still. It's not too long. Throughout the ninja world, all the ninja villages have begun official operations. Uchiha Obito, this time, after announcing his plan without any hesitation. There is no ninja village at all, how dare you keep the rest of your mind? In their eyes, it is the best choice for the 5 ninjas to join forces now. At the same time, what they are most concerned about is how to destroy Uchiha Madara's plan. As for other issues, it is not what they are currently thinking about. For a group of ninjas on the ninja continent, Uchiha Obito's Eye of the Moon project is undoubtedly the craziest. But any ninja absolutely does not want his future life to be controlled by demonic illusion. Soon. There are 5 major ninja villages including Konoha village, Kurigakure village, Sunagakure village, Iwagakure village, and Kumogakure village. They have already completed the mobilization, and now they have all launched the Ninja Power Assembly. And as the 5 Shadows, they are also coming to the country of Iron for the second time. They are ready to negotiate the next arrangement plan. Chapter 803. The Second Meeting. The first 5 Shadows meeting was disturbed by Uchiha Obito. From the beginning, I wanted to discuss things together to encircle and suppress Akatsuki. Of a sudden, the 5 villages joined forces to form a coalition to resist Uchiha Obito. Although they don't know Uchiha Madara, they are actually Uchiha Obito in disguise. And Uchiha Obito's Eye of the Moon plan is actually not that scary. However, at this moment, only Gong Yi thinks so. The rest of them, the rest of the ninjas, naturally didn't even think about it. Therefore, the first 5 shadows meeting ended hastily with everyone thinking about it. Today, when everything has been prepared for the second 5 shadows conference, they were still in the mood to start. It looks like everyone is ready today. Agent Reikage Dodai, seeing everyone sitting here, couldn't help but be the first to speak. Now everyone's face, although still serious, but not as heavy as before. Apparently, everyone seems to have already arranged everything about the ninja army now. So far, in fact, this is the only way to make people feel more stable. The situation is urgent right now. There was not much expression on Gaara's face, and she responded lightly, make arrangements as soon as possible now to avoid accidents in the future. Akatsuki, who should be now, has stepped on his head. What if he's not ready? Onoki said the same with a sullen face. Now obviously, the hatred between Onoki and Akatsuki, unless one of them is ended. Otherwise, with Onoki's stubborn character, he wouldn't give up at all. After all, Akatsuki's side has indeed done too much damage to the village of Iwagakure in Onoki. Don't say it's Onoki, maybe it's someone else, and Akatsuki and I may never die. If there is no doubt about it, don't say it again. When he still wanted someone to speak, Mifune shrugged and said, we're running out of time, let's start the meeting first. Hear this, when everyone is silent. Mifune continued. First it is about the arrangement of the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column force, then the enemy headquarters, and information on the combat power. I think the current information on Akatsuki and Uchiha Madara may not be too worrying. Soon as Mifune finished speaking, Gongyi spoke first. After we ended the meeting, I have already sent a pair of elite members to use clues to find the suspected enemy headquarters. Of course, it could also be a trap. Wait, someone speaks again, Gongyi continues. The specific situation requires follow-up reports and reconnaissance. Moment, although now Gongyi knows. Dispatched by herself, she will discover the location of Uchiha Obito. At the same time, 100,000 interest will also be found. But it will be hard work, and Gongyi has not said it now. Once too much information is leaked, it will undoubtedly make people suspicious. In order not to let it go, I set myself on fire. At present, Gongyi also decided to hide it first. Now on my side, I have also started to form a reconnaissance team and are constantly collecting information. Thoughts? The agent Reikage Dodai said in a deep voice. Since we have joined forces at this moment, we should quickly exchange information from each village. This is the most efficient way. That's right. Mizukage Terumi nodded and said in agreement. Uchiha Madara has begun to seriously threaten us, and the exchange of information will also facilitate the next thing. Then let's form another unit to gather information. Gongyi knocked on the table and suggested. That's a good idea. Onoki nodded and couldn't help but agree. Now is not the time to keep information, and if you keep wasting it like this, it will only make Akatsuki's side more successful. That's a good idea. Acting Reikage Dodai, he also nodded and said, if countries only consider their own national interests now, Akatsuki may really take the lead. Then next, about the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column force, how do you want to arrange it? Mifune had a puzzled look on his face, and at this moment began to ask. At present, the 3 tails are still in the hands of Gongyi, and of course they all don't know Akatsuki. In the entire ninja world continent have completely believed that 1 tail to 8 tails are all in the hands of Akatsuki Master. In the ninja continent, only Gongyi Master's Konoha village, Kyuubi, 9 tails, people Jinchuriki column forces left. Kyuubi, 9 tails, no need to arrange. At this time, Gongyi said lightly. Now Kyuubi, 9 tails, Jinchuriki column force, as long as he is in my Konoha village, he will never have any problems. Not that Gongyi is confident enough at the moment, but that he doesn't think it is necessary at all. To transfer Naruto. Now normally, it should be called Naruto and the Killer Bee Jinchuriki, Column Force Killer Bee of Kumogakure Village, and left the ninja world directly. For this reason, the two officially log on to Turtle Island, and Killer Bee teaches Naruto to control Kyuubi, Nine Tails. In the Fourth Ninja War also unfolded from this. Of course, currently Gong Yi doesn't need this. Not to mention Yao Killer Bee, who was killed by himself in the battle between the two armies. Even if Killer Bee is here, Gong Yi will not follow the plot. Currently, Gong Yi has also helped Naruto before, and was simply familiar with Kyuubi, Nine Tails. Thus, now Naruto just needs to stay in Konoha village, basically nothing will happen. This will be Kung Fu. In fact, these things are not the key. Gong Yi's real goal is not to get rid of Uchiha Madara and stop his plan. So now discussing these, 4. Gong Yi actually doesn't make much sense. It's not entirely certain what Uchiha Madara's plans are right now though. Seeing the embarrassed expressions on the other 5 people's faces, Gong Yi raised the corner of his mouth and smiled, but now I am absolutely sure that he, Uchiha Madara, would never dare to step into my Konoha village at all. You just need to rest assured. The smile on his face undiminished, Gong Yi said lightly, Kyuubi, Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, Column Force is the last key point in Uchiha Madara's plan. With me, naturally, he won't be able to easily succeed. And at this moment, the other 5 people, heard Gong Yi finish saying this. Now that they think about it carefully, they can actually understand it invisibly. So far, in fact, it seems that the Kyuubi, Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, Column Force is indeed the safest to stay by Gong Yi's side. Simply blindly transferring is likely to have the opposite effect. Thinking of this, the 5 of them could not help but nodded and agreed, that's fine too. Chapter 804. Rear Headquarters. Okay, now that the Kyuubi, Nine Tails aspect has been resolved. When everyone agreed, Terumi continued to ask, then the rear headquarters of our coalition forces should be located there, which is the safest place. As the command post in the rear of the coalition forces, it must not be sloppy. At this time, Mifune said in a deep voice. Now assigning the rear of the entire coalition as the master, its role is very crucial. Now about its establishment location, no one is the first to say. And they are all thinking. I think it would be better to set up the command post in the rear of the coalition forces in Kumogakure village in the Land of Thunder. Everyone was contemplating. Gong Yi's voice came out, only to hear him say slowly now, in the entire ninja continent, I think only Kumogakure village is the most suitable. Hokage, what are you saying? Agent Reikage Dodai asked with a confused look on his face. The rest of Mifune and the others also looked towards Gong Yi and waited for his answer. It's actually very simple, because the terrain of Kumogakure village is more suitable for it. Gong Yi didn't ignore Dodai at the moment, but explained slowly. Iwagakure village in the Land of Earth, where Tsuchikage is now, the geographical environment is a bit unsuitable for action, and there are too many junctures in front of the Land of Earth. Including the country of birds, the country of rain, the country of grass, the country of Taki, and the country of frost. If the location of Iwagakure village becomes a command post, it will be difficult for Akatsuki to effectively defend the command post first if he wants to attack first. And the country of wind, which is Sunagakure village in Kazekage, has an even harsher climate, and there are too many gates ahead. As for the Konoha village in the country of fire, it is surrounded by all the big villages, and it is the core position, so it is more difficult to defend against Akatsuki's attack. So in fact, at a simple glance, everyone can already think in their hearts that only Kumogakure village is an excellent place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Seeing that no one was talking, Gong Yi smiled and continued to speak. Now the front gate of the Kingdom of Thunder is only a barren land, and then it is surrounded by the sea. Even here in Akatsuki, it is very difficult for them to attack the headquarters. And with Kumogakure village as the center, it can also send information to the outer battlefield faster, because starting from the country of Thunder, whether it reaches the country of fire, the country of wind, or the country of soil. In fact, it's not that much of a time difference. Indeed, it seems to be the most correct choice to set up Kumogakure village as a rear command. Hearing Gong Yi finish, Mifune nodded in agreement. Gong Yi said at the moment is actually very reasonable. Akatsuki behaves in a weird way, and doing so will catch everyone off guard. And after controlling the coalition of the 5 major ninja villages, its safety is the top priority. Because once the headquarters that controls the ninja coalition falls, it will instantly enter a state of collapse. That is responsible for the control and command, and the troops are distributed in various locations on the ninja continent. Therefore, the headquarters here is a top priority. Indeed, if you look at it this way, it's actually more practical here in Kumogakure. Onoki nodded, still agreeing. Now he is actually more concerned about not these things, but about how to defeat Akatsuki next. After all, so far, Onoki can't wait under the current situation. How to completely eliminate Akatsuki, this is what Onoki needs to care about. Now that's what Hokage says. Normally, Kumogakure is the safest village. Then just set up the rear headquarters of our coalition forces directly in Kumogakure village. Terumi Mei and Gaara also expressed their opinions one after another. Hearing Gong Yi's simple analysis, no one felt inappropriate. Now the rear headquarters must be kept clear at all times. At the same time, the current rear headquarters is also the lifeblood of the entire 5-village coalition. Hearing Mifune and Sekage finish speaking, the agent Reikage Dodai, who had not spoken for a while, also fell into a thoughtful expression. Briefly thinking about it and weighing the pros and cons, Dodai also nodded. Then it seems that the headquarters does not have a good position to set up besides my Kumogakure village. At present, in order to take into account the overall situation, the current agent Reikage Dodai has to agree. Normally, a village of ninja village, it is the core. Under normal circumstances, the outer village ninja is absolutely not allowed to enter. What's more, this time, all the forces of the other 4 major ninja villages were gathered together. In fact, this is a very taboo thing. But so far, there is really no way to refuse. Uchiha Madara and Akatsuki have already provoked their heads. And also announced his ambitious plan, which made everyone have to really let go of their guard. Although Dodai thought about it a lot, he kept it all in his heart and didn't talk about it anymore. Okay, since the establishment of the headquarters has now been settled, then we can go back and prepare. 3 days later, we will take each other's large troops and directly enter the village of Kumogakure to officially enter the war. Gong Yi knocked on the table and said without further ado. Now that the decision has been made at this moment, there is no need to talk nonsense anymore. And then there's just 2 things. The first is to obtain information on Uchiha Madara and Akatsuki. The second thing is to start the distribution of the ninja coalition and start the battle. Everything has been discussed, and the rest of the 4 shadows, Mifune and others also nodded. Now Gong Yi, as the general of the coalition army, still has the power to speak during this war. After a simple arrangement, the second 5 shadows conference talks ended successfully. Dodai, on the Kumogakure side, immediately went back to make arrangements. The rest of the shadows are preparing to return to the village and set off to Kumogakure village with a large force. The entire calm ninja continent, after this meeting, is once again a storm. And this time, it's just not against each other, but simply limited to Uchiha Obito and his Akatsuki. Uchiha Obito, after he announced his plans. Invisibly, it also helped Gong Yi busy. Because all the ninja villages are actively preparing for the battle, it also saves Gong Yi wasting time to guide them. All the ninja villages have realized the seriousness of the matter. To read the Chapter 805, arrange the deployment of troops. Into the night. Konoha Village, Hokage Office. Shikaku, Sensei, how are things going on your side? Gong Yi looked up at Nara Shikaku and asked him. After the second 5 shadows meeting, Gong Yi returned immediately in the Iron Country. Now that everything has been finalized, Gong Yi has nothing to worry about. Next, you just need to arrange your own affairs completely. It's almost no problem. Nara Shikaku nodded. Yamanaka, he expressed his willingness to support your plan. Very good, then we can continue with the next arrangement. Hearing Nara Shikaku finish speaking, Gong Yi smiled and said solemnly. For now, he doesn't appear too excited. On the contrary, Gong Yi could have guessed all of this. The reason why I want to subdue Nara Shikaku, in disguise, is because I want to make things more convenient for me in the future. Yamanaka Inoichi, this time, if there is no Nara Shikaku, you need to persuade yourself. But now with Nara Shikaku, I naturally don't need to trouble myself. With Nara Shikaku here, he will do everything possible to convince Yamanaka Inoichi. All my guesses are also completely correct, and there are not too many deviations. At least for now, the decision was the right one. Now the matter of Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi has been resolved. Then the deputy staff officers and intelligence troops behind the Master's coalition are all his own. Basically, the matter of the Jonin allied forces can be arranged by the Master at will. There will be no embarrassing surprises if you wait until later. Now this is also the reason why Gong Yi would not hesitate to take advantage of Uchiha Shisui's Koto Amatsukami and control Nara Shikaku. Because of the follow-up things, they still need their cooperation very much. I don't know, Hokage-sama, what is your next plan? Nara Shikaku's face showed confusion, and the whole person was actually very worried. Now the Fourth Ninja World War is about to start faster and faster. And after the second Five Shadows talks ended, they were about to set off with a large army. Then Nara Shikaku, after knowing Gong Yi's plan at this moment, can't help but be very concerned. Now he doesn't want to mess this up. If it is really revealed, then wait for the Konoha village. Would make Nara Shikaku unimaginable. Even when he dissuaded Yamanaka before, he was completely suspicious. When Yamanaka Inoichi heard about Gong Yi's plan, he couldn't help feeling that Gong Yi was too crazy. But there is Nara Shikaku's side. Yamanaka Inoichi can only agree. At the same time, he must also do his best to complete all the next things. Because of this matter, for them, only success is allowed, not failure. Each of them feels that the fate of failure is not something they can afford at all. If it really fails, the entire Konoha village may be caught in fire and water. So now for these, Gong Yi's plans, they are even more serious than Gong Yi. Although Gong Yi can master the overall situation, he knows that his plan will never fail. But Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi, they really can't estimate 100%. The next arrangement is also very simple. Hearing Nara Shikaku asking here, Gong Yi didn't answer in a deep voice. Now 3 days later, I will personally lead the large force and officially enter Kumobukuro village. And the 21,000, the famous cannon fodder, now I will take all of them away, and the remaining 20,000 real ninja powers are left behind in the village. Gong Yi didn't hide much, but told Nara Shikaku about himself. Because next, Gong Yi also needs Nara Shikaku to help him arrange. Thinking of this, Gong Yi also said slowly, the next thing you need to do, Shikaku-sensei, is to first inform the 20,000 ninjas of their power, and for the next part of the plan, don't let them act rashly, just wait for my follow-up orders. I understand, Hokage-sama. Nara Deer Machine nodded and responded. However, before Gong Yi could speak again, Nara Shikaku continued to ask, but Hokage-sama, if this time all the 21 quadrillion cannon fodder ninjas and the rest of the ninja village will be used, will they find out? Right now, this is something that must be considered. Of ninjas seems to be quite numerous. However, if each of the signature ninjas of Konoha village is inside, it is likely to be suspected. After all, Konoha village has developed very powerfully, and there are many famous ninjas in the outside world. Akatsuki is widely known by other ninja villages, even more so. This time, after bringing 20,000 ninjas over, although there are quite a few. There are no real powerful ninjas in the lineup. How could a group of old and cunning guys not doubt that Nara Shikaku is actually thinking a lot at this time? Hehe, Shikaku-sensei doesn't need to worry about that. Shaking his head, Gongyi said with a smile, although the 21,000 ninjas I'm carrying are all irrelevant cannon fodder. But Kakashi might guy, there. Excellent ninja powers, I'll be in there too. As for the rest of the family, as well as some of their respective elite ninja teams, I will also be involved in this cannon fodder team to confuse the public. Saying that, Gongyi looked at Nara Shikaku. So, now they won't notice anything at all. The question that Nara Shikaku thought about, and now Gongyi naturally thinks about it as well. How could Gongyi make such a low-level mistake now? Since it is already planned to plot the entire ninja continent, it is naturally impossible to plan it casually. Over the years, Gongyi has repeatedly scrutinized this plan. No one will ever see his plan, and no one will actually find out. Unless you are at the current position now, tell everyone yourself. Otherwise, no one in the entire ninja continent would want to be able to discover their own plans. It's not that the current Gongyi is arrogant, but that he is very confident. In the entire ninja continent, he is completely master. As for everything that follows, there is nothing to worry about at all. Chapter 806. Obito's Lifeline. Time passed quickly. It is now into the night. Gongyi has left Konoha village after talking with Nara Shikaku. The art of Hiraishin is activated. When he reappears, he has come to the edge of the fire country. Then, just a few breaths, Gongyi entered the land of grass. The dense jungle, there is a cave. When he just entered here, the air in front of him also began to twist. Uchiha Obito, he stepped out of it directly. What did you call me to do? Gongyi looked at Uchiha Obito and asked lightly. Hokage office before, Gongyi received a message from Uchiha Obito. I came here now, naturally because Uchiha Obito wanted to meet him. Now that the matter is over, should you also leave it to me, Mio? Uchiha Obito shrugged and looked at Gongyi. Oh. Hearing this, Gongyi suddenly realized, I really forgot. I have fulfilled your request, and I hope you, Hokage, can also keep your promise. Seeing Gongyi's somewhat mocking look, Uchiha Obito's face behind the mask gradually became gloomy. He now completely feels that the 5 generations of Hokage Gongyi in front of him already have the idea of removing the grind and killing the donkey. This is not what Uchiha Obito can accept. Now resurrecting 10 tails, just 3 tails and Kyuubi, 9 tails. So for Uchiha Obito, it's not too late to get it as soon as possible. Of course I won't deceive you, and I won't lie about it either. Looking at Uchiha Obito's appearance, Gongyi also said with a funny smile, but you recklessly exposed your plans at the 5 Shadows meeting before, so why do you think that I will hand over the 3 tails to you? Your current Eye of the Moon plan has even threatened me. A sarcastic expression, Gongyi quietly looked at Uchiha Obito in front of him. Quote. At this moment, with Gongyi's voice just falling, Uchiha Obito also fell silent. Now he actually feels that his previous plan has been completely deviated. At that time, at the 5 Shadows meeting, he revealed his plan, which made Uchiha Obito feel inappropriate afterwards. Seeing the 5 ninja villages gradually unite, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but feel gloomy. Because it seems, I am currently planning on Gongyi's own plan, which seems to allow the 4th Ninja World War to really start. And all the ninja villages, at this moment, watched Yuli gather the power of ninjas. Invisibly, this actually makes Gongyi's plan more perfect. Because now all of their ninja villages, the more power they put out, the more they weakened afterwards. At the same time, Gongyi is now more convenient here, and all his plans will be arranged later. But here, it's a little bit bad. Apparently Uchiha Obito when he heard Gong Yi finish speaking, his face became even more remorseful. Why, Hokage, you are starting to be afraid of my plan now. After returning to his senses, Uchiha Obito sneered. My Moonai plan is still very good. Hee, master in your illusion, I have no interest in this illusory thing. Gong Yi twitched the corners of his mouth with a smile, and replied without giving up. Now there is only my plan, which truly achieves the ultimate unification, and is the most perfect way. Your so-called Moonai project, and infinite Tsukuyomi, are just a joke in my eyes. As soon as Gong Yi finished speaking, he threw a scroll in his arms directly to Uchiha Obito. There's three-tailed chakra, enough for you to give to Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. With the smile on his face undiminished, Gong Yi continued, but at this moment, I have already set the barrier, so if you want to open it, you need to help me. What did you say? As soon as Gong Yi finished speaking, Uchiha Obito's aura changed instantly. You are kidding me. Now Uchiha Obito, he has vaguely started to get angry. Gong Yi was obviously taking advantage of himself before. Today, he is still holding the tailed beast and wants to threaten himself. At the same time, he can clearly see that he has been completely fooled by Gong Yi. I didn't expect the dignified fifth-generation Hokage to be such an unbelievable villain. Uchiha Obito looked at Gong Yi and said angrily. Hee, thank you for exaggerating. Gong Yi doesn't think so. He still smiled indifferently. Ninja World continent is intriguing, and now I don't even have this basic common sense, so how can I survive? Just like you, Obito, if you don't deceive, how could you be like this? With a hint of sarcasm on his face, Gong Yi said slowly. His few words made Uchiha Obito speechless again. Now that Uchiha Obito was beaten to death, he never thought that Gong Yi would show himself. You're right. This time, Uchiha Obito, who was silent for a moment, lost the angry aura on his body before. Instead, from now on, Uchiha Obito has calmed down. He looked at Gong Yi and said coldly, then our cooperation can naturally be terminated, and now you don't want to get any benefits from me. Terminate. Hearing Uchiha Obito's almost threatening tone, Gong Yi was not moved at all. A while, he just shrugged his shoulders lightly and said, that's really a pity, you may never see your Moonai plan complete one day. Let's not talk about the three tails, you can't find and get it if you don't pass me. Saying that, Gong Yi smiled even more and continued, only with the power of Kyubi, Nine Tails Jinchuriki column, I don't think you have any chance of getting him. After all, I feel that since the partnership has ended, I will take him with me for a long time. Gong Yi's few words made Uchiha Obito really want to explode inwardly. He didn't expect that the cooperation with Gong Yi would be so passive. This moment, now I know clearly that Gong Yi has played himself here. But Uchiha Obito, he really has no way. He once thought that he had calculated the entire ninja world. But when Uchiha Obito, he met Gong Yi, but doubted life. Now he can't believe it, and it's even more difficult to understand. How could Gong Yi catch his lifeline so easily? To read the Chapter 807. What do you want? Uchiha Obito turned his head to the side, and now his fists were clenched, and he was ready to strike at any moment. At this moment, Uchiha Obito's body was cold, and he said in a deep voice, now you think, I can still trust you. It's not about you now whether you trust me or not. Gong Yi shrugged and replied with a smile, it's you now, you have to trust me. Besides, believe me, you have no other way. Because only I am the key to your completion of the Eye of the Moon plan. As Gong Yi who has completely mastered Uchiha Obito's heart, he has no worries at all. He knew that with Uchiha Obito's words, he wouldn't dare to break the contract at all. At present, his master, Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, has absorbed the seven-tailed beast. Obviously, only the three tails and Kyubi, nine tails, are left, and the truly ultimate plan can be completed. So with Uchiha Obito's character, Even if there is a 1 in 10 million chance, he will never miss it. Now Uchiha Obito, although in the eyes of others, has become Uchiha Madara. He can use space ninjutsu. He also owns Sharingan Rinnegan. Pity that these things that everyone is afraid of are irrelevant to Gong Yi. As long as Gong Yi thinks about it now, he will solve Uchiha Obito in an instant. That Uchiha Obito is proud of or completely vulnerable in Gong Yi's eyes. And because of this, it was also the reason why Uchiha Obito didn't act easily at the moment. Because who knows what Gong Yi is doing now, this is deliberately embarrassing him, and wants to continue to make him pave the way too much. But Uchiha Obito, he also held back and did not do it. He knew that even if he did it now, it would be meaningless at all. At present, his plan could be successful in sight. Well, Uchiha Obito doesn't want to get entangled with Gong Yi. The complicated thoughts in his mind kept coming. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito also loosened clenched fists. He asked helplessly, "What do you want to do next? Your choice is clearly the right one." Seeing Uchiha Obito compromise, Gong Yi didn't go too far. Instead, he smiled, looked at Uchiha Obito and continued, "This time you just need to help me according to my business." This is relieved. Sanwei's hand seal, I will naturally give it to you. Actually, your resurrection of 10 tails is also a good thing for me, so I will help you resurrect it. Of his mouth twitched, and now Gong Yi also gave Uchiha Obito a reassurance. It is exactly as Gong Yi said. He still needs the 10 tails resurrected. If 10 tails are not resurrected, then everything after that cannot be staged. At the same time, Otsutsuki Kagaya will not come out either. So, Gong Yi did even help Uchiha Obito to bring him back to life. 10 tails. Help me bring 10 tails back to life. Uchiha Obito hummed when he heard the words. Now what Gong Yi said, Uchiha Obito naturally didn't believe a word of it. The reason why he finally decided to help Gong Yi again. Then Uchiha Obito is actually gambling. At this moment, apart from this method, Uchiha Obito has no better decision at all. Fighting with the rest of Gong Yi may end up frustrating his own plans. Then Uchiha Obito can't help but gamble again. Now Uchiha Obito has thought about what kind of routine he wants to play with himself once Gong Yi goes. Then he couldn't help showing mercy, and immediately announce the scandals of Gong Yi's cooperation with him. At the same time, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. He was already thinking at this moment, until he resurrected 10 tails and became 10 tails Jinchuriki column force. Then the first thing to solve is the 5 generations of Hokage Gong Yi in front of me. Uchiha Obito actually hated Gong Yi. He felt that without Gong Yi, his next plan would be very smooth. Pity that everything that I have thought about before will not be realized at this moment. Because of the current Gong Yi, he has stopped in front of him. I just need you to help me do one thing next. Gong Yi ignored Uchiha Obito's hatred and said, that's right. As I said before, now use your 100,000 Ju and your impure world reincarnation army to weaken the 4 major forces as much as possible for me. Ninja power in Ninja Village. Gong Yi's voice just finished, and now Uchiha Obito's heart is stunned. 100,000 impure world reincarnation army. How can Gong Yi know about this now? Uchiha Obito's face behind the mask is already full of shock that is hard to say. News. Now the 5th generation of Hokage in front of him, he has already clearly mastered his own power, Soon, Uchiha Obito suppressed the shock in his heart and did not speak anymore. Since you didn't veto it, then I'll take it as your promise. Gong Yi shrugged. He naturally knows Uchiha Obito and is also very stubborn. Now that he has a kung fu and is completely restrained by himself, he naturally needs face. The two cooperated, and Gong Yi did not continue to sneer at him here. Otherwise, if Uchiha Obito is really annoyed, there is no benefit at all for the next arrangement. Thinking of this, Gong Yi smiled and was about to leave. I don't even know the route of your ninja coalition now. At this time, Gong Yi was about to activate the Hiraishin technique. Uchiha Obito said coldly. Then even if I want to help you weaken the power of the rest of the ninja village, it will not be satisfactory. You don't need to worry about this. Turning his head to the side, Gong Yi responded. 3 days later, the 5 major ninja villages will use Kumogakure village, the Land of Thunder, as the rear command post, and then the other 4 ninja villages will bring their large troops there, and that will be the time when the route will be allocated. Time. When the time comes, I will use the secret technique to inform you. Without concealing anything, Gong Yi would suddenly stop before he left. He seemed to remember something, and smiled lightly. Oh, by the way, now the base where you hide the 100,000 must have been exposed, and the ninja team I sent should have also discovered it. That's right. The current Gong Yi has completely exposed the ninja troops on Enko's side to Uchiha Obito. Because Enko has the Master Orochimaru spell seal, it can also help Kabuto to better master Impure World Reincarnation. So with a little push for progress, Gong Yi is naturally very happy. Chapter 808. Allied forces of the 6 parties gather. Time is dazzling, and the years are passing by. When Uchiha Obito, as Uchiha Madara, officially declared war. The entire 5 ninja villages are also busy. In their respective villages all wore ninja combat uniforms, and their faces showed seriousness and determination. Of every ninja village has no civilians. Now all of them are densely packed with ninjas, they are all carrying supplies and arranging their own ninja teams. At this moment, no one dares to slack off anywhere now. Because of Uchiha Madara's plan, everyone has been fully informed. Now they all know that if they don't fight hard to protect their homes now, then your relatives and family, as well as the descendants of your children and grandchildren, will live a life without peace and illusion. The 3-day period has arrived. At this moment in Konoha village, Gong Yi set off with a large force after a few simple mobilizations. Most of the 21,000 famous ninjas can be sacrificed. And the Konoha 12 Shaoqiang, except Naruto, were all arranged by Gong Yi. And then Nara Shikaku, and other older generation Ino Shikacho, are among them. As for Kakashi, Might Guy and others were also arranged into the team. At first glance, Gong Yi has indeed dispatched the strongest lineup in the entire Konoha village. Meanwhile, it's not just Konoha village here. In Sunagakure village, Gaara, wearing a cage robe, also set off with Kankuro and Tamari. Behind the 3 of them was the army of Sunagakure village, who also looked serious. And Kurigakure village had already set off on the road at this moment because of the slightly distant terrain. On the rough sea, there are already countless ships galloping forward. Terumi Mei, with Chojuro and Ao, was standing on the bow ahead. There was concern on her face. The 4th ninja war this time, according to common sense, should be the first large-scale battle in the village of Kurigakure. Because they were an island country before, they avoided and did not participate in several ninja wars in the inland. Even if they intervened, it was only on a small scale, and there was no such thing as a ninja army of over 10,000. Therefore, Terumi Mei is still a little worried about all this unknown war. After all, this time, he brought out most of the power of Kurigakure village. In other words, this war can only be successful and not allowed to fail. The Land of Earth, Iwagakure village. It can be seen that in the current Onoki, with the mighty Sunagakure village ninjas, they are about to enter the Kumogakure village. Now Onoki has no reservations at all, and the ninja power of Iwagakure village is pouring out. Obviously, for this encirclement and suppression of Akatsuki, as well as against Uchiha Madara, completely spared no effort. At the same time, it can also be seen that now Onoki really vowed to never die with Akatsuki. Walk on the road. Next to him was Gong Yi's divine avatar, Yamazaki Akashi. After Lois died, Onoki began to focus on him. Of his master is also not small in the current divine consciousness clone. Following the troops, the avatar of consciousness looked at Onoki with a serious face next to him, and he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This time, the order Gong Yi gave him was very simple. That is to replace it, Onoki, and then master the entire Iwagakure village. With this war, Gong Yi has already thought about it. He will never let Onoki survive this battle. At the same time, with the help of this turmoil, Onoki, a thorny scourge, just happened to be able to get rid of Gong Yi directly. All the grievances, Gong Yi will be completely resolved in this fourth ninja war. And when this battle is over, everything will usher in real unity and peace. And Gong Yi can be completely master and become the real master on this ninja world continent. It's not long. On the side of the country of iron, Mifune also entered the country of thunder with a group of warriors in heavy armor. 6 parties have joined forces, and now no one dares to be careless at all. In the Kingdom of Thunder, it was supposed to be a closed country, but at this moment the door is also open because of them. Now in the entire capital, you can see the ninjas of Kumogakure village along the way. Although they have already joined hands and cooperated sincerely. But the real situation is still unspoken. The village of Kumogakure is still uneasy, and now a lot of ninjas have entered here. This is not a single village, but the 4 major ninja villages headed by Konoha village. And each village will bring tens of thousands of ninja powers after entering. In order to prevent some unexpected situations from happening, the ninjas here in Kumogakure village are also out in full force to stand firm. Just half a day, the 4 major ninja villages have all come to Kumogakure village. The spacious Kumogakure village was already crowded at this moment, and the whole area below looked crowded. Some have Konoha 4-head guards, some have Sunagakure's 4-head guards, and some have Iwagakure's 4-head guards. Their appearance makes the entire Kumogakure village seem a little too small. Kumogakure village, Central Administration Building. Agent Reikage Dodai, he sits in the conference room. Front, are Gong Yi, Terumi Mei and others. Now when they all arrived, they all gathered here. At present, all the ninja powers of their respective villages have been brought here. Then, at the same time, they also officially needed to form a coalition. A group of people are currently sitting here, and they are officially studying all the arrangements that follow. The number of ninja troops, the reserves brought by each village, and all kinds of related things. After the 6 people simply finished talking to each other, the entire ninja coalition has already had an approximate amount this time. Konoha village, Gong Yi brought a total of 21,000 ninjas here. The most powerful ninja of all ninjas. Naturally, they didn't know that these all were useless cannon fodder that Gong Yi could sacrifice at any time. Therefore, after hearing the number of ninjas brought by Gong Yi, I can't help but marvel at this time Gong Yi is really serious. And here in Iwagakure village, now Onoki also brings 18,000 Iwagakure village ninjas. At the same time, here in Kurigakure village, here in Sunagakure village. And each brought tens of thousands of ninjas. Simple statistics and aggregation. Now the 5 major ninja villages and the warriors of the Iron Country have reached a total of more than 90,000. This is an unprecedented power. It is because of such a huge ninja power that everyone is full of confidence without knowing it. Baidu search 99 Playmates find 99 novels net and LT, otherwise the collection IP. Chapter 809. Enko Squad, 3rd. When the 6-party allied forces have begun to gather in Kumogakure village. In a certain jungle in the ninja continent. Is very dense here, and several ninjas from Konoha village are also hiding here. Enko, take a rest first, you can't be so tense all the time. A makeshift rest area where Enko 4 of 4 are sitting. A Konoha Jonin looked at Enko and said with a shrug. The battle is imminent, and now we must collect more intelligence as soon as possible. Enko looked serious and said in a deep voice, now the entire coalition is also waiting for our next information, and it can't be delayed for too long. Enko team assigned by Gong Yi has arrived at the base suspected of Uchiha Madara and Akatsuki. At this moment, is quietly thinking about her next move. And in front of it, Hyuga Tokuma, who belongs to the Hyuga clan, is constantly monitoring the surroundings. Other side, Aburame, a member of the Aburame family, kept releasing his own bugs to search the periphery. Now the whole team cooperates very tacitly, and all kinds of facilities are fully equipped. Come on. While Enko is still there, talking to Konoha-janen, Aburame hides immediately. Said aloud. N. Hearing Aburame's voice, Enko and the other two immediately followed suit. Looked towards him. I saw the ground in front of Aburame's ang, and several white bugs had crawled out of it and came to his hands. No way. After the worm squirmed a few times, Aburame's ang, who seemed to have received the news, frowned. The white snake who just entered here, that chakra is Kabuto. Hyuga Tokuma looked at Enko and said solemnly, this is their base, no doubt. I just asked the bugs to search the surrounding area, and there is a considerable life form reaction in the entire underground ahead. His hand, Aburame Kurai also spoke in a deep voice. Dejian, 4 o'clock below, directions. With the constant squirming of the bug in his hand, Aburame hides immediately. Looked at Hyuga Tokuma and said, with your Hyuga's first Byakugan, you should be able to catch it somewhere. Please Tokuma. Enko was behind him, looking at Hyuga Tokuma who was standing in front of him. Yes. Hyuga Tokuma nodded, and immediately made a seal with one hand. Byakugan. This originates from the strongest pupil technique of the Otsutsuki clan, with strong reconnaissance and support abilities. With a 360-degree perspective, you can see the flow of chakra in the weak. Also has a telephoto eye that can see into the distance, and a hole that sees through objects. Now Hyuga Tokuma can see everything in front of him clearly. At this time, when Hyuga Kai Byakugan looked in the direction of 4 o'clock, that blocked the view in front of you, as well as the thick rock wall of the mountain, you can directly see everything inside. After passing through the mountain, and seeing the densely packed white Zetsu, Hyuga Tokuma couldn't help but his face changed greatly, and he murmured in horror, This is... What's wrong? Enko came over and asked nervously, Tokuma, what did you see? Anyway, now Lanhua, prepare to contact the headquarters. Looking at Hyuga Tokuma's surprised look, Enko said to Konoha-janen next to him with a serious expression. An astonishing amount, there's almost no edge in sight. Hyuga Tokuma, who was silent for half a second, stared at Byakugan and exclaimed, I think these things are Uchiha Madara's trump card that he dares to officially declare war with the 5 major ninja villages. Sure enough. Enko put his hand on his chin and said thoughtfully, now, with the shrewd guy Uchiha Madara, naturally he won't fight an unprepared battle. His face had begun to become more serious, and even gloomy. Enko waved his whole hand. There is definitely no mistake, this is definitely Uchiha Madara and Akatsuki their base, and now we can't delay this information. Captain, they have moved, and the number has reached an unpredictable level. As soon as Enko finished speaking, he was still there. Hyuga Tokuma, who was monitoring the front, immediately said. Hearing this, Enko pondered for half a second, immediately. The order was issued. Now you go to join the main force, and then inform the 5th generation of Hokage adults. And I'll stay here and watch what Uchiha Madara and Akatsuki do next. What did you say? Hyuga's expression changed, and he couldn't help but hesitate. Captain, it's very dangerous for you to stay here alone. Don't be long-winded, get out of here first. Enko didn't hesitate, and seemed to have made up his mind. The current situation at this moment, it has actually begun to make people have to take it seriously. Now that you know the news, it's not too late. And the reason why Enko wants to stay is not only to ensure the accuracy of the information, but also to get more information. Put it bluntly, now Enko feels that this news alone is not enough. She wants to get some, and even the key points of victory or defeat. So, even though it was a bit risky, Enko decided to stay here. Thinking of this, Enko looked still. The hesitant Hyuga Tokuma and the others immediately said, "Now I know the danger here, but if we don't send this information first, those of us, tens of thousands of compatriots, even the same danger, and even the entire ninja continent will be in crisis. Now is not the time to be selfish. Hurry up and send this news to Lord Hokage of the 5th generation." Enko's overall concept is still very strong now, and this skill also makes the rest of the people speechless. Because they really can't say anything. Ninja world has begun to be very serious, and the information of their masters is indeed crucial. Not only did they know the lair of Uchiha Madara and Akatsuki, but they even discovered a large number of mysterious powers. If this news is spread out, the entire Konoha village and even the entire ninja coalition can also make corresponding plans. Thinking of this, several people also immediately nodded. Now this is the time to work hard, and it is indeed not the time to act with anger. They should be quicker, communicate the information they have got first. Captain Enko, then you have to be careful. Hyuga Tokuma and the other two spoke almost in unison. No problem, now you can go. Nodding, Enko showed a confident look on his face. With them, I can't easily leave me. Good. 3 people 3 is no nonsense, immediately. Dodged and left here, ready to quickly send the information back to Gong Yi's hands. Chapter 810. News from the Mountain Cemetery. Kumogakure Village in the Land of Thunder. Rear Allied Forces Headquarters. After leaving Enko's place, Hyuga Tokuma 3 came here quickly. Have really discovered Uchiha Madara and Akatsuki's base. The makeshift Konoha village camp. Nara Shikaku stood up straight from the chair and looked at Hyuga Tokuma in front of him. Obviously, he had no idea now that it would go so smoothly. Lord Nara, it's almost certain now. Hyuga Tokuma nodded and responded directly. This matter is no trivial matter, and I need to discuss it with Hokage. Nara Shikaku murmured to himself with a thoughtful expression on his face. It is impossible for Nara Shikaku to easily believe such news. He could not accurately estimate whether all this was true. Soon. Nara Shikaku also without further ado, immediately came to Gong Yi here. Haha, has it been confirmed by Enko? After hearing the news from Hyuga Tokuma, Gong Yi responded with a smile. As for the Enko's side, Gong Yi naturally knew it for a long time. However, he still showed a look, and now he just knew what Akatsuki looked like. According to the information from the Enko team, they can basically be sure. Nara Shikaku thought, and continued to speak directly, but it's not a trap, it's really hard to say. In Uchiha Madara, there is a lot of tricks now, and it has to be guarded. Nara Shikaku said his thoughts directly. Is also a think tank, a strategist of Hokage. Everything, now Nara Shikaku thinks very clearly. He didn't dare to take it lightly and really guide Gong Yi about anything, but instead gave all his opinions. Whether it's a trap, in fact, it doesn't make much sense. Table. Gong Yi looked at Nara Shikaku meaningfully. I'll start the meeting in a while to get the news out. Now Shikaku, sensei, please don't forget our true purpose. How could I forget such a big thing? Don't worry, Lord Hokage. Nara Shikaku's face was serious, he nodded and responded directly. That's fine. Silent for half a second, Gong Yi also stood up when he said, then it's not too late to send the information out, and then officially dispatch troops. Kumogakure Village, Central Administration Building. At this moment, in a large conference room, Mifune sat here. Hokage, now your troops have information. Agent, Reikage Dodai, asked with some urgency on his face. Of nearly 90,000 people has been staying here in Kumogakure Village, but it does not make him very relieved. For the past few days, Dodai also feels haggard now. Therefore, Dodai is also eager to start a campaign, and first divide the 90,000 people out. Yes, the accurate information is almost obtained now. His head, Gongyi looked at Nara Shikaku at the back. Shikaku, let me explain in detail for everyone first. Good. Nara Shikaku nodded and opened a map of the ninja world directly on the table. Saying that, he took a pen and marked one of the positions with a, currently, according to the information sent back by the intelligence team, the position I marked is the home of Uchiha Madara and Akatsuki. This is a no-man's land called Shanyu Cemetery. Nara Shikaku was very detailed and explained the four shadows in front of him already. Mifune. Mountain Cemetery. Hearing this somewhat unfamiliar location, everyone's faces showed doubts. Yes, this mountain cemetery, if it goes by land, it can directly lead to Tangyan Village and Shuangyan Village. Is it actually in that position? After Nara Shikaku finished speaking, everyone suddenly realized. Since it is in that location now, I suggest that you need to send evacuation advice to the two countries to which Tangyan Village and Shuangyan Village belong. Seeing everyone nodding, Gongyi spoke first. Well, since you are a member of the Ninja World continent, you really need to tell me about it. Mifune nodded when he heard the words, and praised Gongyi in front of you once again. Such a clear concept of the overall situation, Mifune couldn't help feeling that it was the most correct choice to elect Gongyi as the general. Now that the locations of Uchiha Madara and Akatsuki are now known, is there any news about their power deployment? Mizukage Terumi thought for a while, and then asked a very important question. As for the strength of Akatsuki and Uchiha Madara, the specifics cannot really be estimated. Hearing this, Nara Shikaku said with a serious look on his face, but a conservative estimate, they should have about 100,000 or so. No, it should even be said that there is more than I might have guessed. Ignoring the discoloration on the faces of the others, Nara Shikaku continued, the entire mountain below the mountain cemetery has been completely hollowed out by Akatsuki. ... Who were still discussing just now couldn't help being silent. Each of them looked at each other with a rare gloom on their faces. A full 100,000 enemy troops. This is no joke. They have gathered the 5 major ninja villages and the strength of a country, and currently there are only about 90,000 strength. And his Akatsuki and Uchiha Madara actually has 100,000 ninjas, which makes the other 4 shadows except Gongyi, as well as the current Mifune and others in disbelief. Although Gongyi knew Akatsuki clearly, the so-called 100,000 enemy troops were all white Zetsu. But this is a skill, and the current 4 shadows, Mifune and others are completely unclear about this information. No matter how they think about it at this moment, in fact, their hearts have begun to shake the sky. Originally, they had already gathered nearly 90,000 ninja coalition forces. Everyone's heart is full of confidence, and they feel that this time against Uchiha Madara and Akatsuki, there will be no problem at all. But it will take time, and when they get the news from Nara Shikaku's side, they all find that they are thinking too much. Because of Uchiha Madara's Akatsuki, the power of his master has completely taken each of them by surprise. I even said that I didn't even dare to think that Uchiha Madara quietly gathered such a terrifying power. 4 shadows and Mifune, they will finally begin to realize. The next war seems to be not as simple as they imagined. Chapter 811. Divide the 5 major forces. Silent meeting room. Onoki's voice directly broke the silence. This news is really accurate. Onoki, who has been silent for a long time, now has a rare gloomy expression on his face. This power of Uchiha Madara, also called Onoki, was totally unexpected. Let's not say whether the news is true or false at the moment, but since it is almost certain, it is better to make a response plan first. This is the real key. Gongyi looked at Onoki and said with a smile. That's true. Now, considering the way the large army moves, it can be foreseen that only a few will go by sea, and the only thing is the fear of being surrounded. Nara Shikaku pointed at the map and frowned. In this way, it's up to whoever strikes first is stronger. Mifune recovered his face and said slowly. Then call the surprise troops first, and we will take the initiative to attack. At this time, the agent Reikage Dodai said directly after taking over the 3 ships. Since you have decided to take the initiative to attack, then everyone immediately order all the Dalian troops to assemble and form a coalition. Seeing that almost everyone had the same opinion, Gong Yi ordered, then start the confirmation of their respective formations. I understand. Good. Adieu. The rest of the 4 shadows and the 3 ships did not have the slightest nonsense or refutation. Since it has been decided that they will take the initiative to attack, they will no longer hesitate. Shikaku. Lord Hokage. Gong Yi looked at Nara Shikaku and instructed the same. Now you also order the support medical troops in the rear, bring the medical ninja equipment, and be ready to send the team out at any time. At the same time, an elite team is being ordered to cooperate with the intelligence force to confirm the intelligence route. Understood. Nara Shikaku nodded and immediately turned to leave. Changjiro, you too. Contact Ching of the perception force and have him immediately. Hurry up. Yes. Who still had Yuhi's face on his face, immediately. Running out. I'll go to inform Ching now. Soon, one after another order, has begun to be arranged continuously. The entire conference room, there are only 5 shadows and 3 ships left. Hokage, they finished this in my spare time. At this time, Gaara looked at Gong Yi and said, and took out a forehead guard. There is no sign of ninja village on it, it is a ninja word. Obviously, now this forehead is used to equip the entire ninja coalition. Well, is it already done? Bring the shinobi forehead in Gaara's hand, Gong Yi said. The forehead guard of this ninja union is really quite good, and it is very finely made. After simply looking at it, Gong Yi smiled and praised. It was designed under. Mifune, who was sitting next to Gong Yi, said with a smile, everyone who used to be at odds with each other is now united as one ninja. After speaking, Mifune also stood up. Not only that, the ninja teamed up with the samurai, and the moment has finally come. Yes. After hearing Mifune's sigh, the rest of the shadows couldn't help but nod their heads. Looking at this scene at this moment, Gong Yi couldn't help but sneer inside. All the ninja villages are fighting against foreign enemies, what a beautiful picture. But Gong Yi also knew that such a harmonious picture should be the last time I saw it. Thoughts here, Gong Yi's expression suddenly became serious. He immediately, looking at everyone in front of him, he said, okay, it's not too late, we have no time to wait, since we choose to take the initiative, then we are ready to start. Good. At the same time. Outside the central administration building in the village of Kumogakure. At this moment, in the square of Nuoda, a lot of people have begun to gather here. Some wear Konoha costumes, some wear Iwagakure costumes, and some are Kurigakure costumes. Of the 5 major ninja villages are all mixed here, constantly carrying supplies and so on. The ninja tools have been confirmed. The food has been confirmed. All kinds of voices are constantly appearing around. At present, there are as many as 90,000 ninja coalition forces, and now they have begun to receive orders. After preparing everything, they also began to gather towards the front. Everyone's face is serious, and they all start to know, and then it indicates that the real battle has begun. What will the future pattern of the ninja continent be, and what will happen next, depends on their battles. But it will work hard to look around. Although every ninja is unconsciously thinking about this plan of Uchiha Madara. But in fact, they are also on guard against each other. It is said that they have joined forces now, and they all put down their hatred and come and go to fight against Uchiha Madara and Akatsuki. But the real hatred, how could it be resolved so easily? So the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages are not very harmonious at all. Not to mention the real alliance to defend the enemy, it is now They are not here to fight each other. Of the major ninja villages, and the result of the order has been agreed before. If it weren't for this, I'm afraid there will be a very fierce civil war here too. I heard that this time it is divided into 555 units to fight. Following in the crowd, Akamichi Choji looked at Nara Shikamaru next to him and said helplessly, I thought it was divided according to the village. How could it be divided according to village? Hearing Akamichi Choji finish speaking, Nara Shikaku had a strange look on his face. Now this is a war, not a mission. That's right, now is not the time for fellow villagers to gather together. Tamari, who was beside him, came over and said softly to the two of them out of the corner of his eye. And now you can clearly see it all around. Every ninja is also talking about this thing almost one after another. Kumogakure Village, a coalition gathering place. At this moment, Gong Yi is standing at the highest position, quietly watching the ninja coalition force that has gradually converged. Battle Dalian is now specialized into 555th units. Looking ahead, Gong Yi whispered quietly. The first unit is composed of ninjas who are good at mid-range combat, and the main force is ninjas who are good at hidden weapons and weapons. The second unit is a unit that specializes in close combat. They are also the frontline team in the Dalian team. The third unit is a medium and short-range support unit. Only ninjas with both physical strength and speed can serve. The fourth unit, the long-distance unit, is responsible for closely cooperating with the intelligence unit and supporting the front line, while also protecting the rear support units. The fifth unit is a special combat unit that uses special ninjutsu and attack methods. Chapter 812, Kabuto, Impure World Reincarnation Army. Gong Yi said, and now the ninjas below are also following the order and began to separate. Everyone has a separate place. Now, according to the abilities of each ninja, they are also standing in their respective teams. 5 great ninja villages, as well as the troop strength brought by the Iron Country. At this moment, Kung Fu has already begun to be completely disrupted. Because so far, each ninja is good at completely different, cannot really reach a consensus. Well, looking at the picture below, Gong Yi didn't show much expression on his face. Reason to train cannon fodder ninjas is to deal with such a thing. Now they are mixed in with the rest of the ninjas' army, but it doesn't matter to Gong Yi. Because of the 21,000, the name ninja, except for his true elite strength, all of them can be sacrificed. Kakashi and others in order to confuse the public, Gong Yi had his own way to get them out. Soon. Now Gong Yi is standing here, like a tall building like a staircase. In his next quarter position, there has now been a 5-man 5. Gong Yi looked down at them with a faint smile on his face. They are the captains of the next 5 units of the coalition army. Captain of the first unit, Captain Anbu of Kumogakure Village. The captain of the second unit is also the captain of Anbu from Iwagakure Village. He is also his own avatar, Yamazaki Akashi. The captain of the third unit is his most loyal disciple, Kimamaro, his master. Captain of the fourth unit, Baigara himself is Kazekage. Saying that, Gong Yi fixed his gaze on the last person. The fifth unit is also led by the general of the Iron Country, Sanchuan. He is in charge. As for myself, now I am the general of the entire coalition, and I am also in command of the entire frontline battle, rear support and protection. The position of general is very important. Even he can completely influence the outcome of the next question. That's why, and why Gong Yi has to get this position. With the authority of the general, it is also more convenient to execute your own plan. After a while, Gong Yi was still, thinking time. Below, the ninja coalition force of nearly 90,000 people has been officially allocated and assembled. Gong Yi was standing on the highest position, quietly looking down at this moment. A very vast and magnificent sight has been seen. A full 90,000 ninja powers are now divided into 555 areas. They presented a rectangular lineup, where they watched quietly. I have to say, Gongyi is also a little sighed now. Looking at the ant-like crowd below, the people who will sacrifice now. This, the mighty coalition now fully represents the general strength of the ninja world. But at the moment, there are no ninjas in the small ninja village. They are weak in command and powerful. Therefore, now they are not even worthy of being cannon fodder. This time, they are all closing down the village and locking the country, quietly waiting for this disaster to end. At the same time, the location on the other side of the ninja continent. Inside a hidden cave in a mountain cemetery. Wearing a yuhi robe, he is standing here quietly, and next to him is Uchiha Obito. The moment has finally come. Smiled, looked at Uchiha Obito and said. Then act. Uchiha Obito, who was silent for half a second, quietly looked at the person in front of him. He didn't say anything, and the whole person seemed very indifferent. As you wish. Uchiha Obito, who seemed to be used to this, shrugged immediately. Both hands hand seal. Psychic impure world reincarnation. Rumbling, the whole cave starts to shake. In the open space in front of Uchiha Obito, cracks began to appear, and several coffins slowly rose out of the ground. They are not just one or two, but a row after row of formations. It didn't stop until the open space in front was filled. Boom, boom, there was a loud muffled sound, and the coffin lids were constantly being opened. That were opened first, he smiled and said, it's a former Akatsuki member. Looking around, the people in the coffin are Deidara, Sasori of the Red Sand, Uchiha Itachi and others. At the same time. Saying that, he looked at the row of coffins on the other side and said, in addition to the strength of the predecessor Jinchuiki column. Ni Yugido, three-tailed Yagura, four-tailed Old Purple, five-tailed. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the voice fell, the coffin lids on the side also fell one after another. And the predecessor five shadows, the second generation Tsuchikage, the third generation Reikage, the fourth generation Kazekage. It seems that he is appreciating art, or appreciating his own work, and the whole person is very excited. Well, it's not just these. It seems to be talking to himself. His eyes look behind. There are also Bakuden, explosion-style hunting, Ghosts Will Not Cut, Hyoten, ice-style white, Hanzo of the Salamander, Sunagakur Chio. It looks like you really have collected a lot. Uchiha Obito, who had been silent at the moment, even though it was him, there was an unbelievable look on his face behind the mask. Looking at the corpses in the open space in front of him, Uchiha Obito really didn't expect it. He didn't have much hope for here. But now it seems that Uchiha Obito found that he was really wrong. No wonder the 5 generations of Hokage once said that this place can weaken the power of the 5 great ninja villages. Uchiha Obito quietly watched the coffin lids open one by one, and he murmured to himself. Through this matter at this moment, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but be more afraid of Gongyi. As a member of his own faction, the 5th Hokage actually knew him better than he did. Did he know before that he had so many impure world reincarnation corpses? A series of questions made Uchiha Obito a little worried about what happened next. Obito, who was extremely confident and felt that he had mastered the entire ninja continent. Now that he has been in contact with Gongyi twice, he can't help but doubt his life. Generation Hokage, he still has the ability to predict the future. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, Baidu search 99 Playmate find 99 Novel Network and LT. Chapter 813. An Era, a Will, Second More. It's not just these. Standing on the side of Uchiha Obito, a smile appeared on his face. Bang, 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 the voice just fell, and the coffin lid was opened again. It is the 7 people of the previous generation of ninja swords from the village of Kurigakure. Tsukazan Fubuki, Kuriarere Kushimaru, Akabi no Jinin, Munashi Jinpachi, Ringo Amayuri, Ghost Lantern Full Moon. All here, very complete. It seems that you will become the main force in this war. A sneer on the face under the mask, Uchiha Obito looked at him and said involuntarily. Now Uchiha Obito originally wanted to use the number of 100,000 to crush the ninja coalition. But Uchiha Obito also knows clearly that the number of 100,000 must be very large. Unfortunately, their strength is indeed very weak, and they can only be used as cannon fodder at all. Under normal circumstances, Uchiha Obito has thought of many ways. Now it will take a while, when I see the corpse that came out of impure world reincarnation. Uchiha Obito completely gave up on the ideas that he had planned before. Looking forward, the ninjas who walked out of the coffins were all famous in the ninja world. No one is weak, all have their own legends. Their power, even Uchiha Obito has to admit, is indeed very tyrannical. Wrong. Hearing this, shaking his head, he directly vetoed, "This time the main force is not me." The thumping sound came again. The lids on the coffins closest to Uchiha Obito were also opened. At this time, Uchiha Obito, who had not spoken yet, his pupils contracted behind the mask. The four people walking out in front of him were all too familiar to him. The one next to him also pushed the round-framed eyes on his face, revealing a hint of playfulness on his face hidden under the wide brim of his hat. Appeared in front of me was the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, who was called the god of the ninja world at the beginning. Then came the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. The four men burst out with vigorous chakra power. Each of them represents an era and a will. Although the quality of Matsuri products is not particularly perfect. But the strength of their whole body can still make people feel very powerful. Okay, now it seems that the victory of this battle should belong to us. Uchiha Obito immediately. Suppressing the horror on his face, he continued to sneer and said, "With these master ninjas and 100,000 white Zetsu, even if the 5 major ninja villages join forces, it is useless. Now they really have no way to destroy the impure world reincarnation army." There is no humility in the slightest, and the individual is very confident. Indeed, I think the same way now. Uchiha Obito nodded, rarely ignoring it. This time, the impure world reincarnation army was unexpectedly large enough to call Uchiha Obito. Because he had no idea that this guy could secretly collect so many corpses. Now these guys are out of impure world reincarnation, it's no joke. Then when are you going to leave? Obito, he asked directly. You can go now. Uchiha Obito said. He turned around and walked towards the exit ahead. When Uchiha Obito's side, has already started to leave. Kumogakure village. Almost Gundam. 90,000 ninjas, all gathered. But below, although most of the people have endured the hatred of each other. Still, there is still a lot of friction, and a few people still look at each other unpleasantly. There are some ninjas who are even going to fight now. Konoha and Sunagakure, Iwagakure and Kurigakure village, etc. Ninja. Now just a little fire is enough to set them on fire immediately. Although they came here before, the shadows of each other have already spoken and warned. Pity that some things in these ninjas cannot be suppressed stably. Now, after the gathering, there will naturally be a few of the 90,000 ninjas who have already started to take action. But fortunately, this is a skill, and most ninjas can still endure it now. The real hands-on are only some very few ninjas. Alright everyone. And this time, when the following has begun to intensify. Voice came, and it spread clearly into everyone's ears. Now this will work hard, and you can see it clearly. On the highest platform above, Gong Yi is stepping out. He was wearing the Hokage royal god's robe at the moment, and his whole face had a kind of majesty. The robe behind him was rattled by the wind. Now when Gong Yi finished saying this, the confused ninjas immediately below. Quiet. Front of me, the 5th Hokage of Konoha village, that is Gong Yi. Every ninja knows all of them. No matter who they are now very familiar with Gong Yi, who is famous in the ninja world. This is already comparable to a new generation of gods of the ninja world, and can even suppress the existence of tailed beasts with one hand. Now Gong Yi is scary enough to be respected even just standing here. Everyone's heart is different, just look at Gong Yi quietly like this. Everyone's mood is actually very complicated. As the current coalition, they are revered as Gong Yi. But as Somura ninjas, they are also very afraid of Gong Yi. No matter what it is now, Gong Yi's words made them all start to wake up. Obviously a group of people clearly know that now is not the time to continue fighting each other here. Now you are from the major ninja villages, I think naturally there will be some hatred for each other. Bowing his head, now Gong Yi has also started the mobilization in front of the station. This superficial work, Gong Yi naturally needs to do. At the same time, Gong Yi really needs the current 90,000 ninja coalition forces to consume some of Uchiha Obito's 100,000 gems. Therefore, now that it will be time, Gong Yi naturally decides to speak first, to dispel the mutual ill will of these ninjas. With so many ninja powers at the moment, he is completely useless. With the help of their side, it is naturally the best to make yourself less troublesome first. Thinking of this, Gong Yi looked at the Wukan ninja below and said again. Fei Lu reminds you, an LT, please keep the collection this paragraph, otherwise block the collection of IP. Chapter 814. Hatred, the enemy, first. Now you are from the major ninja villages, I think naturally there will be some hatred for each other. Standing at the highest position, Gong Yi was wearing the Hokage imperial robe. He quietly stared at the 90,000 ninja coalition army below and shouted, but at this time and place, there are no enemies. Because everyone here is now carrying the pain left by Akatsuki. With a serious face, Gong Yi immediately. A wave of his hand, Sunagaker, Iwagakure, Kurigakure, Kumogakure, and even Konoha have all experienced the unbridled invasion of Akatsuki. After hearing this, everyone below was still looking at each other's disliked ninjas, and their expressions all changed. Yes, the enemy they really need to face now is not each other, but Akatsuki now. Since we have all experienced pain, we choose to join forces. Emotions to the extreme, a smile gradually appeared on Gong Yi's face. That's it, there is no power of a certain village here, and it is all attributed to ninjas at this moment. Now that the situation is so severe, it is no longer a contest between villages and villages. Gong Yi opened his hands and saw that the expressions of all the ninjas below had changed. He continued to speak. Akatsuki's plan has seriously threatened the peace of the entire ninja continent. If the column strength is obtained, then the whole world will be completely destroyed. Therefore, once Akatsuki succeeds now, our relatives, our friends, our family, and even the entire shinobi village will completely cease to exist. When Gong Yi said this, there was no sound from the bottom, and all his expressions began to change. He looked up at Gong Yi seriously. At this moment, you are not fighting for the shadow, nor for the ninja village, but for your relatives, friends, and even the people you love the most. Now, if you want to understand, go now and smash Akatsuki's machinations with me. Having said that, Gong Yi also stepped forward. The whole person's sage mode was activated immediately, and he just walked in the air like this, coming directly to the bottom of the 90,000 ninjas. A pair of pitch-black eyes, extremely deep at the moment, Gong Yi was quietly looking ahead. Battle! 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 As soon as Gong Yi finished speaking, everyone was already brainwashed and shouted. In the Kumogakure village, the same word began to echo over and over again. Of the entire 90,000 ninja coalition has already begun to shake the surroundings, soaring into the sky. The other four shadows in the back, now looking at the picture in front of them, can't help showing a kind of excitement on their faces. For them, now is indeed the time to protect their homeland. Very well, as the general of the coalition forces, I officially issue an order to attack at this moment. Seeing that it was almost over, Gong Yi stopped talking nonsense, but immediately. He shouted, the 5 major units that have been sorted before, all set off now. Swish. The dense ninja power below, they all began to dispatch. The 555 lineups that had been allocated before, all began to perform their duties. It was a bit turbulent before. Has not appeared. As Gong Yi said, the enemy they need to face now is not each other's big village. It's Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara's plan is not a petty mess, it can be solved with pure resources. Now every ninja understands that if Akatsuki and Uchiha Madara are not defeated, then the entire ninja continent will be completely destroyed once. Hehe, it finally begins. Now that the entire ninja coalition has become impulsive, a stern smile appeared on Gong Yi's face. Look around. The first to bear the brunt now is the first unit. They are the mid-range coalition. Among the ninjas mixed in, Gong Yi is also well known. Such as Tenten, Akamichi Choza, Samui, Azai, Gengzi Iron, Kamizuki Izumo, etc. All here again. Immediately afterward was the melee combined army detachment, followed by the second troop. Among them, Hyuga Hinata, and his own disciple Hyuga Neji were among them. This time, the reason why Neji was not given an important position by Gong Yi, his task is also very serious. Then it's the ninja army that mixes in at the grassroots level, inquires about information at any time, and is responsible for Gong Yi's plan in the future. It was followed by the combat close and medium range combined army 3rd unit, and the long range combat unit 4th, with the combat special unit 5th at the end. That was separated out was all in the sky. On the flying psychic beasts drawn by special secret techniques, and they are galloping. The last one is the medical logistics force and the perception force. The entire ninja coalition of 90,000, now arranged in an orderly manner, is encircling the positions of Uchiha Madara and Akatsuki respectively. Next, we can make plans. Hanging high in the sky, while all the ninjas are still there, think Gong Yi is the moment to say goodbye to them. But they have no way of knowing that what everyone is going to is not a battlefield, but an endless abyss hell. Now the entire 4 shadows and 3 ships may never have thought that it was not Uchiha Madara who controlled the whole incident. The master behind the entire ninja continent is actually Gong Yi. Now there is a steady stream of ninja coalition forces that have not yet left. They all contain self-confidence and endless fighting spirit. However, Gong Yi is only showing a faint sneer now. Although all the people below were killed, he could not have the slightest mercy. Ninja continent is intrigued, and this kind of thing happens from time to time. This is the fate of being a ninja. Don't look at their high fighting spirit now, they don't have any hatred for each other. But when the words I said before gradually faded out in their minds, then, it is naturally impossible for them to remain as they are now. Since there is real hatred, how is it possible that it will really be resolved by Gong San's words? That is unrealistic, Gong Yi now knows that. Of course, now that they will end up next, Gong Yi is also very clear now. Even if there is no calculation on their own side, they will also be on the verge of extinction in the hands of Uchiha Obito. In fact, the entire 4th Ninja World War, if not for Naruto and Sasuke, then the entire ninja continent will indeed cease to exist. But now with Gong Yi, this ninja continent will not be destroyed. On the contrary, for most people, they will also take a life because of it. Because Gong Yi is naturally impossible to kill them all. After all, in the future, the ninja world will be unified, and what he doesn't want to keep is just an empty shell. I am really sorry, I was in a hurry yesterday and only updated 2 chapters. Try to make it up today, 8 more. Baidu search 99 Playmates to find 99 Novel Network. Chapter 815. Master Overall Situation. Not long. Of 5 villages and 1 country has already begun to set off. In the jungle of the mountain cemetery. The dense jungle here, at this moment a ninja named by Impure World Reincarnation, they gradually regained consciousness. Although their bodies are under control, they can still speak and have independent thoughts. No more beheading, mister. A pair of absent-minded eyes. When the eyeballs gradually appeared, Bai looked to the side and then did not cut. Although the two were not killed by Naruto and Sasuke before, they were directly eliminated by Sasuke in the later period. And it is because of the beheading sword. Therefore, at this moment, the two of them were directly channeled out as dead people. It doesn't look like that world here. Looking at Bai, who was beside him, he couldn't help but murmur. Obviously the consciousness is clear, but the body does not obey. Bai looked down at her body. She was constantly dodging and walking towards the front. This is forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. Formerly a member of the demolition team of Iwagakure village in the land of the land, Bakuden, explosion style, who owns Kekkei Genkei Bakuden, explosion style. He also followed behind the two of them, and at this moment he couldn't help but say, we may have been recalled to this world by someone. I think since it's such a large-scale psychic, it's probably already at war. Even the dead must be used. No longer looking at the front quietly, the whole person's face doesn't seem to be very good. This feeling is really unpleasant. ... Just as the Impure World Reincarnation Army is already heading towards the Ninja World Alliance. Hideaway at the back. At this moment, Yamato and Anko have all been captured. In front of Noda's cave, Uchiha Obito, they are standing here. The two did not leave, as if they were waiting for someone. Have you got your way? Uchiha Obito looked forward coldly and said directly. Yes, there are now a total of 90,000 coalition troops, all of which have already set off. Front of him, a faint voice responded to him. I saw Gong Yi, who had already stepped forward at this moment. He was wearing a black combat uniform with a smile on his face. Then talk about it. Uchiha Obito saw Gong Yi come here. He was not surprised at all. Long time no see, Gong Yi. Here, seeing Gong Yi's appearance, he took off his wide hat and said with a smile. For Gong Yi in front of me, the current medicine is in awe. After clearly seeing Gong Yi's true terrifying power, he already has his own clear position. Although he calculated Uchiha Obito, calculated the entire ninja continent. However, he didn't dare to touch Gong Yi anymore. Well, now you also need to act quickly. Gong Yi didn't say much, but said straight to the point. Now the 90,000 ninja coalition has begun to be divided into 555 units, a small part of which will stay at the headquarters of Kumogakure village, and the rest of the large force will be with the tendency of siege, prepare to attack here preemptively. As for the other small force, they will be in the air and attack directly. Also, now the coastal position in the area of Kumogakure village has begun to establish a defense line. He didn't keep it, and told them all about it, Gong Yi said slowly, but the defense force there is very weak. They don't think you will log in there, so the follow-up command is here. You can use the rear Kumogakure village. A sneak attack from a coastal location. As for the place in front of the mountain cemetery, I think you shouldn't need me to arrange it now. Naturally, I have already prepared, and now I know the route of these ninja coalition forces. It is enough. Uchiha Obito's face became cold behind the mask, and he said in a deep voice. I am still very unhappy with Gong Yi and Uchiha Obito. If it weren't for the overall situation, he would have turned against Gong Yi long ago. When you are ready, don't forget the promise between us. Gong Yi didn't have the slightest mood swing, although Uchiha Obito's attitude was a little off. He still smiled coldly, and immediately the whole person turned into wood. It turned out to be just a Mokuden, wood-style clone. Looking at Gong Yi just now, he has completely lost the breath of life, just turned into a piece of wood in the shape of a human. Shrugging his shoulders, he said with a smile. Now that we have the information, let's start. Without answering, Uchiha Obito finished speaking, his whole person immediately flashed away. ... Shaking his head, his round eyes flashed coldly, and he didn't speak again. Seeing Uchiha Obito walking away, he turned around and went back to the cave. In front of him at the moment, Sasori of the Red Sand, Deidara and other 4 people in total are standing for. You can collectively call the surprise attack team now. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, he smiled, go straight to the empty road, and then go and kill the surprise assault team of the opposite coalition. Sasori of the Red Sand, Deidara is in charge of trap blasting and raiding. Sasori of the Red Sand and Deidara with their eyes closed, they said as if talking to themselves. Konoha's letter, and Nakayoshi from Kurigakure village, are responsible for perception and assistance. Well, what's going on? At this time, when all 4 of them opened their eyes. The first person to come back to his senses was Nakayoshi from Kurigakure village. When he saw what was in front of him, his whole face became angry. You are Akatsuki Hyu trying to use me to fight. Kurigakure Nakayoshi, biting Kiba and moving his strong body, moved towards the attack ahead. Hee, you better be quiet. Seeing him rushing frantically, he didn't have the slightest fear at all, instead he smiled faintly and made a mark with one hand. Fung. As soon as the words fell, Kurigakure Nakaji, who was still emotional just now, he immediately. The whole person froze in place. Obviously, just now completely wiped out his entire consciousness immediately. To be used by this weak bean sprout. Looking ahead, Deidara couldn't help complaining. Hee, it looks like Akatsuki has fallen. Sasori of the Red Sand looked around and said with the same sneer. Impure World Reincarnation has so many numbers that it's really hard to control. Shaking his head, ignoring the 4 people in front of him, he secretly said. However, he pushed the round-framed eyes on his face and said with a sneer. But fortunately, in the end, the overall situation of everything will still be under my control. Chapter 816. The Land of Thunder, Kumogakure Village. Central Administration Building. Now a spacious conference room has been completely vacated. This place has directly become the general command post, coming and going to communicate with the ninja coalition forces ahead. Now sitting in the large chair in front of him, Gong Yi waited for news from the front line with no expression on his face. On his side, there are the other 3 shadows that have not set off. Tsuchikage Onoki, Mizukage Terumi Mei, and Agent Reikage Dodai. Now they are all looking at a special contact device in front of them. It was the intelligence troops on their side who were mainly responsible for liaising with the front and issuing orders. To put it simply, the unit responsible for receiving and disseminating information from various places. And now the main person in charge here is Yamanaka Inoichi from Konoha village, and Han, a perception ninja from Iwagakure village. Of the remaining subordinates are all in the main auxiliary role. This intelligence unit in the entire rear area is already completely from Gong Yi. Whether it's Yamanaka Inoichi, or the perceptive ninja Cold from the village of Iwagakure. All of them have long since surrendered to themselves. And that Han from Iwagakure village is the most capable officer of his own divine avatar. Now quietly, the avatar of the consciousness is naturally also constantly under the power of Master Iwagakure village in the dark. After so many years of accumulation, it is now obvious that the power of the avatar of the consciousness is also very huge. Mizukage, it's almost time now. Now that the troops are leaving, you can also act. At this time, I saw that the coalition forces on the periphery have completely gone away and have begun to operate officially. Gong Yi looked at Terumi Mei next to him and said directly. Now, although the entire coalition has been divided into 5 companies collectively called. But some other teams, such as medical perception intelligence and so on. Small teams, Gong Yi did not count. Now this meeting, according to the previous plan, they also have a team called the Daimyo Guard. This team is naturally no trivial matter, but a special unit established to protect the daimyo. At present, the remaining 4 shadows, for the sake of safety, they also decided to send a shadow to guard the team in person. Although Gong Yi doesn't care, they still attach great importance to the safety of the daimyo. Of their ninja villages is inextricably linked with the countries they belong to. resources, the division of money, all kinds of things, etc. A series of things. A big country needs to rely on the ninja village to protect it, and the ninja village also needs a big country to obtain nutrients. Now, for decades, the two have been inseparable for a long time. Especially now, at such a tense moment, they need to protect the safety of the daimyo even more. But the other four shadows think so, and one is the exact opposite of them. Daimyo is also blocking Gongyi Master from unifying the ninja world continent stone. On their side, Gongyi was too early. For these old guys, none of them can stay. As for the issue of the country, Gongyi can naturally suppress it directly. Civet Cat for the prince is actually the same routine. Since he can use Gara Master Sunagakure village, use the God Consciousness Clone Master Iwagakure village. Then the other 5 major countries can still support the puppets themselves, and then control them behind the scenes. Gongyi doesn't pay attention to these things at the moment, anyway. It's something else. Now his main goal is still the front line. At this time, Gongyi naturally didn't show his claws Kiba directly. To now, the 90,000 ninja coalition forces will naturally spend a while with Uchiha Obito's 100,000. Otherwise, even if it is oneself, it is a little troublesome now. As for the troops on Impure World Reincarnation, the current Gongyi is not worried at all. Although they are the 4th ninja war, the most powerful and hinder the coalition forces. For Gongyi, their harm is almost zero. Because in the long-term research of Impure World Reincarnation, Gongyi naturally found a way. As a bit like reverse psychic, you can dismantle these Impure World Reincarnation's corpses again. That is to say, Gongyi can now be perfect, and easily destroy the proud Impure World Reincarnation. Just like at the beginning, he gave the 3 generations of Reikage to Impure World Reincarnation, and he could take it back. Well, simply put all of these aside, and now there are only 100,000 masterpieces left in front of you. Okay, I'll do it right now. Go. At the same time. In the moment of Gongyi's still here, thought, now Terumi also nodded. This time, she left Kumogakure village immediately with Chojuro and the newly formed Hiraishin Genma team. The members of the Hiraishin Genma team are Shiranui Genma, who are the same, Tatami Iwasi and others. A whole team of ninjas are also very comprehensive in their abilities and cooperate very well. Especially under the leadership of Mizukage Terumi, each film is actually quite reassuring. The daimyo this time, although they may be dangerous, they are not the main ones. The real danger is the ninja. So now Terumi has such an elite team, then there will be no problem with these daimyo. Naturally, they don't know Akatsuki. Gongyi has long been eyeing those. The names of the 5 great powers. Now a group of people, more focus is still on, all on the front line. The entire ninja coalition has begun to be completely separated at this moment, and started to complete according to their respective tasks. For the front line, Gongyi is still very indifferent now. At the current position of the General, sitting here as myself. On the front line, Gara is the leader of the ninja coalition. Then the core mission of the staff here is also Nara Shikaku. Simply looking at it, the main responsible positions of the entire ninja coalition are all their own people. Now Gongyi just needs to be quiet and wait to consume the last wave of Uchiha Obito's 100,000 gems. Then you can officially start the plan, start it completely, and start to close the net completely. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, in front of Kumogakure village, the land of thunder has passed. Now the densely packed ninjas are all starting to dodge away. This time they were fighting in a branch, and they all fought with the tendency of encirclement. Therefore, just after leaving the country of thunder, the entire 555th companies have begun to separate. Just ahead, Gara, who was in charge of all the coalition front lines this time, showed a strange look on his face at this time. Followed by Kimimaro, as well as Hyuga Neji and others. Chapter 817. Shin and Sai. Hula Hula Mountain Cemetery. The surprise team led by Konkuro has arrived here. When they were in the air and all fell down. Sai is also immediately out the scroll and collect all the flying beasts that you have created using the secret technique. Assembly. Konkuro came to the center, right now. Looking at the group of people in front of him, he said, "We are now in the enemy's territory, and now we are going to build a small camp here as a short-term base. Then we immediately spread out, prepare for surprise attacks on all sides, and set up jet lag traps where the enemy might pass along the way. A radius of 10 meters, with exits at 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock. At this moment, Konkuro arranged everything in an orderly manner. Now that the war has started, he does not dare to take it lightly. After all, the village behind and even his family are still waiting for him to protect. Time is fast. When Konkuro has started to decorate here, the 90,000 coalition troops that have left the Land of Thunder have officially separated from each other at this moment. Of the first unit was directly led by Captain Anbu of Kumogakure village and marched in the forward direction. The captain of the second unit, cloned by Gong Yi's consciousness, moved towards the previously set position. At that location, there is already a demonic illusion trap that Gong Yi asked Uchiha Sasuke to set up. Although Gong Yi wants to take advantage of the current ninja coalition, he will consume Uchiha Obito's 100,000 skills first. However, it is also necessary to weaken the power of some other shinobi villages by a small amount. Otherwise, once the situation is too different, maybe the ninja coalition will really have the upper hand. As for the current third unit, Kimimaro is the current unit commander. He is leading the team, moving towards the most accurate position ahead, where it is the largest number of 100,000. Can play a very stable role in the consumption of both. Anyway, these ninjas are not of much use to Gong Yi, who is the current Konoha village ninja. They have already started to mix in these teams. Well, that's just cannon fodder. Soon, Gaara, the captain of the fourth unit here, is also going according to Gong Yi's plan. As for the 3 ships of the fifth unit here, he is still there, completely kept in the dark, moving towards another position, preparing to surround the Akatsuki unit of Uchiha Madara. The war has begun. At this time, Yamanaka Inoichi, who is now in the back, has already received the first message from the front. On his head at the moment, he is carrying a ninja tool that can communicate with the outside world and can increase his perception. This is a kung fu, and now Yamanaka Inoichi naturally knows Gong Yi's plan at this time. He naturally won't hide the situation of the battle. After all, this is the beginning of the war. It's that team. Hearing Yamanaka Inoichi finish speaking, he asked directly. It's the surprise team that arrived at the mountain cemetery first. Nara Shikaku came over with a document in his hand immediately. He said to the people in front of him, "Damn, I didn't expect their vigilance to be so high, they just got there and were discovered." Agent Reikage Dodai, his face sank, and he felt a little uncomfortable. This has only just begun, and such a situation has actually occurred. It is completely a kind of rhythm that is unfavorable to graduate. And Tsuchikajinoki, as well as the rest of the people present, looked a little bad. According to their thinking, they naturally want to preempt them and use their current advantages to directly attack them to win. But I didn't expect that now the surprise attack troops, they have just arrived, and they have already been discovered. That undoubtedly means that their so-called preemptive tactics are completely ineffective. Next, now that they have discovered the surprise attack team, the subsequent large troops have all been exposed. It looks like Uchiha Madara now, their vigilance is indeed a bit very high. Although Gong Yi knew it well, he still shook his head and said involuntarily. Of the entire ninja alliance was very clearly given to Uchiha Obito and now they can naturally set traps along the way, and counterattack the entire ninja coalition. As for the surprise attack team led by Konkuro, Gong Yi naturally knew that they should have encountered Sasori of the Red Sand, Deidara and others. As the first team to start the battle, it is the same as the original book that Gong Yi knows. There is not much difference. Boom. Somewhere below the mountain cemetery. Now Konkuro is taking on Sasori of the Red Sand. The rest of the people are entangled with Deidara and Shin and others. By this time, when they sent the information back to the rear, they had already begun to fight non-stop. The rumbling sound was frequent, and the clay bombs in Deidara's hands kept dropping downwards. On the Sasori of the Red Sand side, although there are no puppets, it is also extremely difficult to deal with. Ninja Super Beast Fake Painting. After skipping countless memories and the touching ties. Now Sakai immediately. Pull out the scroll and wave the brush in your hand. A white bird made of thick ink came out of it and carried Sakai into the sky. And then, it's not over yet. Sakai's chakra continued to vent, and the brush in his hand waved it again. Super God Fake Painting. 2 gods and Buddhas at once appeared. They were no longer in the form of animals before, but towering and huge human figures. With a flanking force, he swung towards Deidara in the air ahead. The appearance of the 2 gods and Buddhas is not angry and arrogant, which makes people look like they can't be desecrated. The next second, they punched out, and they were about to smash the clay birds under Deidara's feet. And below, Konkuro is also immediately waving his hands. 10 blue chakra lines swayed and swayed. Black secret technique. 2 huge Sanchofish-style puppets immediately appeared in the white fog ahead. Then Sasori of the Red Sand and Deidara were trapped in it. Not long. Just as Konkuro and Sai are constantly using their emotions to play cards. Sasori of the Red Sand ahead, and Sasui's brother Letter, also using the emotions that cannot. The other Deidara was also sealed at the moment. The entire fierce battle finally fell into dust. The surprise attack team and others present did not have the joy of victory. Instead, now, their faces are very gloomy. This is just the beginning, and it is already so difficult. Then the situation after that, everyone can't imagine. Chapter 818. The Fourth Ninja War has officially started now. The entire 90,000-strong coalition began to be divided into 5 companies and several small units. The entire 5 villages coalition army now, after getting the information from Enko's side, launched an attack in the form of a siege at the mountain cemetery by means of a surprise attack. This time the battle is not the village-to-village entanglement, and the constant comings and goings. The Fourth Ninja War, they all naturally realize the seriousness of the matter. As long as the 2 sides come into contact, it will be a decisive battle out of control. Now the opposite side will not delay time with them, and they will naturally not delay anything. 90,000 ninja powers face as many as 100,000 unknown powers. Of each of them now are actually very serious, and all of them are very careful. Although I don't know what the other party's situation is, almost no one dares to be careless. Rear. With Konkuro's raid squad, the 2 sides are now in contact. Village of Kumogakure, the Land of Thunder, the current headquarters is also very busy. Yamanaka Inoichi is constantly receiving the news ahead, and Nara Shikaku is also constantly summarizing here. Everyone sitting here, except Gong Yi, doesn't have much joy on their faces. Report. Now the Gara troop has discovered the Impure World Reincarnation Ninja. Report. Now Kimamaro's army has encountered a sneak attack from a mysterious enemy. Report. The 3 ships are now also ambushed by a new batch of Impure World Reincarnation Ninjas. Quote. A piece of information from the front line made everyone's heart sink to the bottom. They didn't expect that it would be like this now that they were taking the initiative to attack. After Konkuro's surprise team report did they know that he actually started to use the Impure World Reincarnation Forbidden technique on the opposite side. And the masters who died in the ninja land were all channeled by him. Originally, now they thought that Konkuro's side should just be an accident. This will be Kung Fu, Gara's main force, when they were attacked by the ninjas of Impure World Reincarnation, they no longer think so. And after the news, when the 3 ships were also ambushed by the Impure World Reincarnation army, they were even more incredulous. Bang! Tsuchikajinoki immediately slapped the table and frowned. He couldn't take it anymore. This will, he immediately. Looking at Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka, he shouted, how is this possible? Now we are the one who took the initiative to attack, but how can they seem to know our location? This Impure World Reincarnation, ninjas are already, but now they are hiding and attacking the Alliance. Team, it was definitely premeditated. Agent Tsuchikage Dodai, now that he is here, there is not a very good look on his face. This is just the beginning, they seem to have become passive. Such a feeling caused everyone in the command room to have a haze on their hearts. Sneak attack, ambush, such things should be done by them. But on the other hand, now it's all backfired. On the entire front line did not turn out as they planned. Could it be that there has been an inner ghost in the ninja coalition now? Tsuchikajinoki's face was gloomy, and the whole person seemed a little suspicious. This kind of thing is related to the safety of the ninja world continent. I think for the entire coalition, no one will be so stupid. Gong Yi shook his head, he looked at Onoki and said, I suspect that it is Akatsuki's absolute right now. He should have sneaked in when we mobilized the allocation before. Absolutely. Hearing Gong Yi say this, Onoki, Dodai, and the rest of the members all looked at him. Absolutely. I thought that you already knew about it in the intelligence. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Gong Yi's face sternly said, since we have started to join forces at this moment, then I will no longer have reservations about his detailed information. Absolutely, now about his true identity, my Anbu has not actually investigated it. His identity is actually very mysterious. Gong Yi knocked on the table, and no matter what, he began to slowly guide the crowd and said, but his ability, Anbu in my Konoha village has been fully investigated, his combat power is not high, but the concealment technique is terrible. He can completely hide his body in the trees, and he can also hide it unobstructed underground. At the same time, his breath is easy to be ignored. This master of Akatsuki has used this secret technique I don't know about Akatsuki, and has stole information from Konoha village several times. When Onoki heard Gong Yi say this, his face turned darker. No wonder Akatsuki was able to clearly understand the movements of the master's tailed beast at the beginning, and at the same time he could also understand the secret of the master's Jinchuriki column power. This must be the damned one. If it is absolutely, then we are really negligent. Agent Reikage Dodai knocked heavily on the table, then looked towards Nara Shikaku. Since the coalition intelligence may have been leaked, then we must change our plan. This time, it has already come to this point. Even if they were skeptical of what Gong Yi said, they had to believe it. Because under such circumstances, the entire coalition has already begun to fight with. So even if there are traitors, and they might be monitored by Akatsuki's members, it doesn't really make any sense. This has come to an end, and now they can only change their plans quickly and regain the advantage of the front line. Well, since this is the case, then immediately change your plans. Gong Yi nodded, without the slightest refusal, but said more positively than anyone else, the current situation is now urgent. This time, in fact, Gong Yi here has already thought of this situation. Akatsuki is now in ambush. Anyone with a brain will know that the root information of the Ninja Alliance has been leaked. Therefore, these things were actually prepared by him long ago. Even Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, etc. actually have no turbulence in their hearts. Although Gong Yi didn't say it, they also knew that all this was inseparable from Gong Yi. But after biting Kiba, they could only accompany Gong Yi all the way down the dark. Now if things come to light, it will be a very big disaster for Konoha Village. Chapter 819. Great Chaos Coalition. But now that you want to change your plan, what good arrangements do you have? Hearing Onoki and the others speak, Gang Yi now looked at them and asked directly. With this question, the entire command room, which had just been noisy, was also immediately. All fell silent. It's easy to say now, but it's not that simple to change the plan directly. This is not a team battle, nor is it a group of several people. Now there are 90,000 ninjas on the front line, and they need to wait for a few people to make unified arrangements. 555th Wings, several special excitement squads, and logistical units in the rear. Once the plan really needs to be changed, it requires a lot of arrangements and changes. From the rear to the transfer, to the strain to the front, and finally the transfer back and so on. Now that the front is in chaos, if the plan of yourself and others is not implemented well, consequences would be very serious. As the shadow of the major villages, now such a simple thing is naturally able to understand all. It is precisely because of this that after Gang Yi finished speaking, no one here immediately answered or said anything more. So far, if you want to change the plan now, it is difficult to be able to work. Moment of silence. In the quiet command post, Agent Reikage Dodai spoke first. This will work hard, and now it is clear that the current situation can be seen clearly. Now that he is here, the face of the Agent Reikage Dodai is even more gloomy. At present, there is no good plan at all. If they randomly command, it will only really make things more passive. Meanwhile, the Impure World Reincarnation Army has suddenly appeared because of Akatsuki's problems ahead. The backup plan left by each of them before is difficult to use effectively at this moment. Because no one thought that Akatsuki would know their route very clearly. So now that this plan is known, the rest of the backup plans are not very safe at all. No, it should be said that it is even more dangerous. Now is not the time to be in a mess and be too blind. Onoki's expression was also bad, and he made a sound immediately. Said, we can't be as chaotic as the front line. At present, this will be kung fu, and now Onoki has not thought of a good way at all. Then since there is no good plan in mind at present, it is naturally impossible to give orders at will. Onoki knew that, even if he was trying to get rid of Akatsuki. However, under the current situation, it is not the time to act with anger. Now Akatsuki is really too sudden. Dodai and Da, who were a little helpless, Gang Yi was also showing his thoughts. Although he can clearly see the master, Yiden from the front line, now he doesn't say it, dragging it here. Anyway, now this is going to work. In Gang Yi's eyes, it's just a simple consumption of two parties. The more you consume, the better for yourself now. Of opening the fourth ninja war this time is to consume the ninja power of the other four ninja villages. Everyone, now I think that although we are in a passive state, we have the power to fight back. At this time, Nara Shikaku seemed to understand Gang Yi's meaning, and said directly, since this situation has already occurred, I think it is better to just leave it like this, directly use argue advantages, come and go against it. If the plan is really changed, it may not be a good thing for ahead. As a staff officer, Nara Shikaku also started to guide at this moment, so I think that since the two sides have already fought, we might as well wait and see and wait for the follow-up report from the front line. If once we regain the master's advantage, we will change the information again, and it will not be too late to replan the route. That's right, this is just the beginning of the fight, and it's not right for us to change our plans at random. Gang Yi nodded and said in agreement at this time. At this moment, the position of the front line has already begun to fight. How could Gang Yi let go of this good moment to weaken them? Besides, Gaara, Kimimaro and the others have not acted according to the previous plan at all. Before they parted, they were all assigned tasks by Gang Yi. Now, naturally, we are going to proceed according to Gang Yi's plan. Front. At this time, Yamanaka Inoichi, he sat here quietly with his knees crossed. Now his face is actually a bit complicated, but it quickly disappeared. The information ahead continued, and many ninja teams began to emerge in an emergency situation. More and more impure world reincarnation troops are now constantly appearing on the front lines. And the 100,000 must, the power in the information, has not had much contact with them at all. Apparently, now with Akatsuki of Uchiha Madara, they have more intrigue. However, Yamanaka Inoichi did not report the news from the frontline analysis. And Han in Iwagakure village is the same, completely pretending not to know. They also got Gong Yi's previous arrangement, and at this moment, they are ignoring all the emergency on the front line. Only in rare cases did they report selectively. Therefore, this will be Kung Fu, because of Gong Yi's relationship. The progress of the entire Fourth Ninja World War has been invisibly accelerated a lot. The Impure World Reincarnation Army, because they know their route, is now beginning to show a trend of anti-encirclement. They were all powerful ninjas in their lives, and now they die, although Impure World Reincarnation has weakened their power. However, they are not regular ninjas and can fight against them. At the same time, this skill, Uchiha Obito's 100,000 must, they are also beginning to infiltrate the entire ninja team. And most of them are quietly surrounded by the headquarters of Kumogakure village. Everything before is going according to Gong Yi's plan. The 4 major ninja villages, only Gaara is clear now. Gong Yi had spoken to him the day before the war. Although not all, but Gaara is naturally willing to show support. He has suffered from the pain of war, and at the same time longs for everlasting peace. Addition, Gong Yi's heart for Gaara has left some indelible seeds. After. Now Gaara, of course, is also completing Gong Yi's plan. Even if they were to pay the Sunagakure village ninjas at this moment, their few lives. However, from the perspective of true peace in the future, Gaara thinks it is worthwhile. Chapter 820. Obito and Kabuto. Mountain Cemetery, in the dense jungle. She seems to be alive. Uchiha Obito looked at the person in front of him and said, "This woman has been chosen by Orochimaru-sama's spell." Sitting on a stone, looking ahead, he said slowly, "So it means that he still has the chakra of Lord Orochimaru in his body. Of course, at the same time, I can't really kill her. I saw the white snake behind him that looked like a tail, and at the moment it was wrapping a woman." She closed her eyes tightly and was still breathing weakly. Woman, it was Anko who stayed before and wanted to keep getting more information about Uchiha Obito. If you don't kill her now, are you still waiting for her to leak more information? Uchiha Obito looked at it and said coldly. Now he doesn't know how many secrets Gong Yi knows, nor how much this Anko has investigated. 4. Uchiha Obito, if you only choose insurance, then immediately kill her. I want her to absorb Orochimaru-sama's chakra alive and recycle it later. Of silence, he did not listen to Uchiha Obito. After speaking, he smiled, and continued to speak lightly. It can be said that my body is Orochimaru-sama's body. In order to increase my own strength, I must do this, so that the binding force on impure world reincarnation can also be stronger. Pushing the round-framed eyes on his face, he smiled even more, and more importantly, impure world reincarnation needs a living body, and that's why it doesn't kill this woman. Increasing combat power is equivalent to increasing your contribution to you. Uchiha Obito, who had never spoken, said in a deep voice, I am right. But today's comrade in arms may become tomorrow's enemy, and it is entirely possible for you to fall into some kind of disadvantage for me for the sake of profit. Hearing Uchiha Obito finish speaking, he shook his head and smiled helplessly. If you say that, it seems that you still don't trust me at all. Then what do you need me to do? The technique of impure world reincarnation. I want you to prove it to me on the spot. Uchiha Obito looked at it and said lightly, does it really need to use a living human body, and tell me all its secrets, including, of course, how to stop it? Hee, what if I refuse? Eyes narrowed, the whole person seemed to be a little unhappy. Impure world reincarnation is his biggest hole card at the moment. But Uchiha Obito, who actually wanted to know how to use it, and how to stop it. It's not a child, how could it be possible to really give these? Say it to him, just give it to him directly. If you refuse, not only will you never get what you want, but even what you want will change accordingly. Uchiha Obito's tone was getting colder and colder, and it was obvious that he couldn't bear the slightest refusal now. Gongyi has been Uchiha Obito since the beginning. But when we got here, Uchiha Obito naturally couldn't do it. Old also let the others take the initiative. Then he guessed that he would really doubt it. Huh. Hearing Uchiha Obito finish saying this, his face sullen coldly. Now he clearly knows that it is not a wise move to fight against Rinnegan at present. Besides, he still has this other trump card, there is no need to be in a hurry. With my thoughts here, I looked at Uchiha Obito and nodded, okay. Night, quiet Shisui. Sky has been completely shrouded in darkness, and the stars are dotted on it. The bright full moon hangs high in the sky, reflecting the white light down. It should have been a night of rest, at the junction of the Kingdom of Thunder at this moment. The place was still vibrating, and the shouting continued. Ninjas are constantly intertwined, blooming with various lights. War is still on. It continues. Now there are 100,000 people, and they are naturally not tired and not afraid of death. And because of the appearance of Gongyi, the entire Fourth Ninja World War at this moment is completely different from the original. Situation is actually very obvious and very simple. 555 major alliances were blocked by the Impure World Reincarnation Army and tens of thousands of white Zetsu. Their goal seems to be very obvious, so it is to constantly weaken these ninja coalition forces. Damn, how would they know where we are? A Kurigakure village ninja, when he threw a kunai forward, he couldn't help but cursed in anger. Now he is a little embarrassed, and it seems that the battle for nearly a day has made him very tired. Don't run away, now we're holding on. At this time, Jonin, who was also disgraced in front of him, shouted hand seal with both hands. Kaden fire style, fire dragon flame technique. Chakra condenses frantically, releasing pieces of fire. Ah, help me. On the other side. Still, the side of the ninja unit that was struggling to resist, now began to scream. Impure World Reincarnation ninjas suddenly rushed out at an unknown time. Using a special secret technique, he began to rush into the crowd of this squad. Were angry shouts, and one by one the shocking sound of releasing ninjutsu. This melody kept repeating throughout the entire battlefield, making the supposedly quiet night a little more noisy. Scenes like this are being staged in various places at the moment. Although it was divided into major alliances at this moment, each major alliance also scattered a lot of small teams at the same time. Now they are like cannon fodder for death squads, constantly clearing obstacles for the big wing in the rear. But, now despite these small scattered troops, they continue to die in front and around. The large army also began to be hindered here. Before they officially surrounded the mountain cemetery, they were already blocked by Uchiha Obito and the forces arranged in the central area of the border between the Land of Thunder and the Land of Fire. It's a no man's land, but now it's different. Countless ninjas, all fighting each other, began to bite Kiba to kill. But with the whole day of fighting, they couldn't help but feel strange. Obviously, the information here has already begun to be transmitted back to the headquarters. But now, there is no news at all. They could not retreat and leave, and could only continue to advance forward. The allied ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages are all miserable now. Even the Konoha village, 21,000, the famous cannon fodder, they were all kept in the dark. Naturally I don't know now, they belong to Gongyi's death squad cannon fodder. At this moment, they are also here, constantly wanting to wait for news from the rear. 555 Great Wings are also waiting for the plan of the rear headquarters at this moment. Pity, now they feel that the news they sent is like a stone sinking into the sea. To read the